Synopsis. Aerion, the son of Rhaegar Targaryen, once lived in obscurity, surviving as a beggar. But fate had other plans. Rising from the shadows, he embraced the life of a pirate, commanding daring raids across the seas. His actions soon drew the attention of King Robert, who dispatched the royal navy to put an end to the growing threat. Refusing to back down, Aerion united a formidable fleet of outlaws, and against all odds, the dragon emerged victorious. However, destiny had more in store. Months later, a powerful storm struck his fleet, sweeping Aerion into an unfamiliar world, Blue Pole Star. There, a new chapter of his extraordinary journey would begin. Chapter 1. I was born Aerion Targaryen, son of Rhaegar Targaryen and Elia Martell in 280 AC. Life was pretty damn good before the sacking. I remember my grandfather most. He was a kind and lovely man, at least towards me. I had a twin sister and a baby brother. Even though my sister was as my twin, we looked nothing alike. She looked like a Martell while I looked like a true Targaryen. Then the sacking of the Red Keep happened. I ran for my dear life. My dear mother, younger brother and twin sister were all brutally murdered by Rhaegar Clegane, the Mountain, under the orders of Tywin Lannister. My grandfather was killed by his own Kingsguard, Jaime Lannister, a man that swore an oath to protect his king. The only immediate family members left were Viserys and Rhaegar Targaryen. Eventually, I found my uncle and grandmother. We escaped to Dragonstone. There I was named the rightful king. Then Daenerys was born and my grandmother died because of it. While Daenerys was coming into the world, a great storm was happening in the background. This storm destroyed most of the Targaryen fleet in Dragonstone. We were about to be turned over to the Baratheons, but Ser Willem Darry and 4 other loyal men smuggled us out. We lived in Bravos with this Ser for 5 years. He, sadly, died. Then we had to wander from free city to free city. Originally we were warmly welcomed, but that warmth started to fade. We had to slowly sell all our valuables one by one, to survive. Viserys was eventually given the name, Beggar King, which angered me. Our house went from ruling 7 kingdoms to having to beg to survive. Then Viserys started acting strangely. His warmth to Daenerys faded, he became colder towards her. Sometimes he would hurt her, other times he would say harsh words. He started reminding her not to wake the dragon. Weirdly enough, he still acted like an older and caring brother to me. Eventually, I had enough of his abuse to Dany and told him to stop. He refused and a fight broke out. I was 14 and he was 18 at that time. The odds weren't exactly in my favor, but I won. How? Well, he was winning at first, but then I saw an image of a crimson dragon roaring. After that image faded, my body was stronger than ever. It was like the dragon gave me some of its strength. The strength faded after I won. After that day, Viserys never harmed Daenerys again. That didn't help our financial situation, though. We, the last remaining Targaryens, should stand together if we truly want to return home. How do we expect to come back home, if we can't stand together? Me, after the fight. When it was my 15th name day, I swore that I would become rich. I couldn't bear to see my uncle, aunt and myself struggling for survival. I asked for just 1 galley and 20 loyal pirates. I got what I wanted. Then I sailed out of Pentos. Don't worry, when I return we will no longer have to beg, everyone will be begging to us. This, I promise. My promise to Viserys and Daenerys when I was leaving. Now I stand on the deck of my galley looking at the endless blue water. My vice-captain was with me on the top deck with me. Then I saw a ship with my spyglass from near. It was a small ship with a crew of 10 men. I looked closer and it had the banners of, the usurper, Robert Baratheon. My blood boiled. I'm going to take that ship. The ship is close enough. Aim for the sails. Archers, ready, steady, and fire. I order. A dozen flaming arrows flew into the sky, aiming for the sails. The sails burnt away due to the fire. The enemy ship is going to be slower, enough for us to keep up the pace and attack at the same time. Archers, ready arrows. Raise your bows, and fire. This time, the arrows were aiming for the crew of the small ship. 6 were killed, including the captain. The small ship stopped moving and its crew raised their hands. I smiled, perhaps my path to riches will work. They have surrendered. One of my men joyfully shouts. We boarded their ship. Right, I'm going to make this simple for you guys. Join me and my crew or die. One of them spoke up. I would rather die than live as a pirate. I coldly look at him, then die. I draw my sword and slay him. The other 3 agreed to join my crew. The Westerosi ship had quite a lot of goods and food inside for its size. The ship itself should be worth quite a fair bit of gold, so I'm taking it with me. I left my vice-captain and 8 pirates on the Westerosi ship. I arrived at Dorne sooner than expected. My strategy is something like this. Attack Westerosi ships. Sell them back. Repeat 1 and 2. Profit. Only a mastermind like myself could create such a genius strategy. I sold the Westerosi ship to a trader. I was wearing a hood to mask myself. All of the goods were sold at the market, by my men. We made quite a bit of money. We left to open sea again. My vice-captain approached me. You're a pretty darn good captain, kid. The men respect and obey your commands. Good to know. Minutes silently passed. My vice-captain broke the silence. Have you given her a name? What? The ship? No, I haven't thought about it. You have any suggestions? No, Captain, I do not. Then a name came to mind. How about the Mad King? Sounds great, Captain. And so, the Mad King made his way into the open sea. Even after death, the name Mad King shall torment Westeros. The debt of blood shall be repaid. Chapter 2. What's this? A crimson enormous dragon stood in front of me. Flames surrounded the mighty dragon, so much so that the only thing that could be seen was its glowing red eyes. This is the dragon I saw before. What is it doing? Wait, it's looking at me silently. Is it observing me? A second later and both the dragon and flames fade away into the darkness. I was left in the darkness, alone and confused. Then red words appeared in front of me. Aerion Targaryen. Level 2 Valyrian Captain. Titles, Exiled Prince, Pirate Captain. Traits, Attractive, Genius, Strong, Tall, Groomed, Impatient, Diligent, Proud, Ambitious. Strength, 1, 1, 2. Endurance, 1, 1, 2. Dexterity, 1, 1, 2. Intelligence, 1, 3. Charisma, 1, 1, 1, 6. Magic, 0. Dueling skill, Warrior. Martial, Tough Soldier. Diplomacy, Naive Appeaser. Stewardship, Indulgent Wastrel. Intrigue, Amateurish Plotter. Learning, Detached Priest. Then I woke up. The Mad King now sailed in the open sea. He was a galley with 2 floors and he could hold about 50 men. Its captain was enjoying the view while the vice-captain was barking some commands. One of the Westerosi soldiers approached Aerion. Captain, your appearance, are you a Targaryen? I wasn't surprised at all. Targaryen features are quite easy to spot. Yes, I am. Aerion Targaryen is my name. He looked quite confused at first, but then that confusion faded. The little genius, exiled prince, and rightful king, that Aerion. The one and only. I smiled. Little genius was my nickname when I was a child. It was given to me by my grandfather, Ares II. I was talking after a month, fluently spoke at 3 months, could walk on my 5th month, write and read perfectly at the age of 2 and could outsmart quite a number of 12-year-olds when I was just 3 years old. He and the other 2 Westerosi gasped, the other 20 men didn't as they already knew. He bent the knee, something no one has ever done to me, apart from that one time my grandfather sat me down on the Iron Throne. That was an interesting evening indeed. He responded by bending the knee. Your Grace, use me, Rob, as you wish. He said. The other 2 Westerosi also bent their knees. Stand up, I am no king, I am your captain and you shall address me as such. As you wish, Captain. A month has passed since then. I pirated about 12 small Westerosi ships in that month, I was getting richer every day. The Mad King now housed 40 men, it was getting lively. Captain. My vice-captain approached me. His brown eyes burned brighter than before. He was of slightly above average height and height, he looked pretty normal, apart from his left eye. He had an eye patch there, he said that an arrow had pierced his eye. What is it? See that ship over there? It was a galley, like the Mad King. I took my spyglass and looked closer. I could see about 15 men on the upper deck, there's probably more on the lower deck. I'm guessing that ship has about 30 men. Yes, what about it? Wait, are you implying we should attack it? Captain. We could take it but we wouldn't come out unscathed. We would lose around 10 men, but the rewards outweigh the loss. In the end, it's your decision. I thought about it for a few seconds. My vice-captain is right, I would lose a few men but I would get a lot of goods to sell and a good ship as a reward. Perhaps, a few of the Westerosi might surrender and pledge their loyalty to me. Everyone. Gather up, this is important. Everyone gathered below me. They all looked up to me, with reverence. I was stunned by this for a few seconds, then I took a deep breath and began my speech. Today we might be attacking a galley, a bigger ship. Not a baby ship with 10 men. A ship with 30 men, or more. There will be death and there will be gold. Who's with me? Say aye if you want to fight, say nay if you do not. All I heard were roaring ayes. All right then. Let's take that beauty. Aye. Once the Mad King got close enough, 30 arrows flew. These arrows took about 8 men to the afterlife. The enemy took almost no time getting into battle positions. Another volley of 30 arrows flew, killing 5 men. They countered with their own volley of arrows. 35 arrows. 7 of my men died. I stood there, dazed. I was wrong, my estimation was so wrong. They didn't have 30 men, they had 50. Captain, wake up. The battle is not lost, we can still win. Then a sword pierced my vice-captain's right eye. He fell to the ground, dead. Blood flowed down from his eye. I stood there, staring, then tears dropped, then I saw my men fighting, the enemy, my vice-captain, dead, rage overtook me. My sword was drawn out of its scabbard. Then it showed no mercy, killing everything in its path. 2 Westerosi looked at me with fear. They had seen me slay 5 of their comrades with no mercy. One of them attacked me, I easily parried and countered with a stab in the heart. His friend froze. I slew him too. The balance of the battle was turning in favor of my crew. The enemy captain was keeping their morale strong, as he was slaying many of my men. I will kill him. I killed a Westerosi in my way and approached the enemy captain. You're a good captain, and quite a young one, too. Perhaps there is no need for us to continue our battle. I can see that, eventually, I will lose. What are you proposing? Hearing this, both sides stopped fighting. Then the captain laughed. Just kidding. He aimed for my chest with his sword, I managed to step aside. The sword missed my chest, however, it managed to cut my arm. My blood dripped to the floor. That bastard, tricking me like that. I countered with a horizontal slash, which he blocked with some difficulty. I punched him with my right hand, blood came out of his mouth. Then I drove my sword through his chest. He muttered some words before he died. Stro-ing. Seeing their captain dead, the Westerosi surrendered as there was no longer a chance of victory. I looked at the group of men that surrendered. There was 10 of them and 15 of us. I felt like killing them all, however, one must think with their brain, not their heart. The wise thing would be to recruit as many as possible. I am Aerion Targaryen, the rightful king and captain of this ship. I will make a simple offer. Join me or die. Surprisingly, no one spoke for a while. Then one of them spoke. He looked like a formidable fighter. You have my sword. Mine, too. Added another. Then the rest followed. A week has passed. I kept the Westerosi galley and named it Jackdaw. Now my fleet consisted of 2 galleys and 70 men. Having 2 ships made things way easier. The more battles my men fought, the more effective they became. I've only been acting small ships until now. I've set my eyes on a larger ship. I think we can take that galley relatively easily. Since I could only be on one ship at a time, I appointed a captain for the Jackdaw, Duncan Walpole. He is a strong and skilled man, I dueled him myself. Hell, I asked him to teach me some tricks. Before he was a veteran sellsword who had fought many battles, then he was hired by a merchant to protect his ship. We just so happened to set our eyes on that ship. Duncan joined my cause and has been serving me well ever since. My new vice-captain was the Westerosi who bent the knee first and revealed my identity to his 2 comrades. Rob was his name. He serves me well, not as well as my old vice-captain, but well enough. Are we all ready? Aye, Captain, we are all ready. Very well. Archers, draw bows. Alight arrows, steady, and fire. 25 arrows flew into the sky, followed by another 25 from the Jackdaw. The rain of arrows decimated the Westerosi merchant ship. Only 15 survived. Then they surrendered. This pirate captain occupation is getting easier every day. This mask is very fine indeed, how much for it? 6 silver stags. 5, I respond. Fine. It was like a masquerade mask, but it covered a little more of the face. Made of gold and engraved with beautiful patterns, totally worth the money. A masquerade mask would usually show the eyes, but this one had a black cloth that hid the eyes. I could still see but others couldn't see my eyes. I put it on. With my hood and mask on, no one could possibly identify me as a Targaryen. Well, time to get back to my ship. I was dreaming of laying on a bed with several beautiful maidens accompanying me. It was an interesting dream, but then it vanished and I was met with those red words again. Let's see how much I progressed since last time. Aerion Targaryen. Level 4 Valyrian Captain. Titles: Exiled Prince, Pirate Captain. Traits: Attractive, Genius, Strong, Tall, Groomed, Patient, Diligent, Proud, Ambitious. Strength: 1, 1, 2. Endurance: 1, 1, 2. Dexterity: 1, 1, 2. Intelligence: 1, 1, 3, 1. Charisma: 1, 2, 1, 7. Magic: 0. Dueling skill: Warrior. Martial: Tough Soldier. Diplomacy: Underhand Rogue. Stewardship: Indulgent Wastrel. Intrigue: Amateurish Plotter. Learning: Detached Priest. Then I woke up. Sir, we are 100 men strong now. I think we should find a place to call home. What do you have in mind, Rob? An island. We could find a suitable one in the Stepstones area. An interesting proposal. I will think about it. Stepstones, an area with many islands. It's also quite close to Sunspear, Tyrosh and Lyr. It wouldn't hurt to have a home base. Very well. We shall head for Stepstones. Tell Duncan to prepare his men, we will be leaving tonight. As you wish, Captain. Meanwhile, news of missing ships and men had reached King's Landing. Still, no one took it seriously. Pirates weren't too uncommon, after all. Aerion sent a large amount of money to Viserys and Daenerys. They happily received the gift. Still, it was getting lonely without their nephew around. They could now live in proper conditions for a while without having to beg others. The journey to Stepstones was easy. The waters were calm and we didn't meet any patrols. Captain, we have reached the infamous Stepstones. The wait was truly worth it. The view was amazing, it looked like paradise. I used my spyglass to take a closer look. Yes, this is indeed pirate paradise. Good, let's look around. There was an island that caught my eye. I asked Rob what was the name of it. Many of the islands in Stepstones do not have names. That one does, its name is Bloodstone, the biggest island in Stepstones. We're taking it, it shall be our base. As you wish, Captain. The Mad King and Jackdaw were now anchored to the port and the crew of 100 were approaching the castle Bloodstone. Aerion took off his mask, as there's no need to hide his appearance in a place where only pirates live. The crew quickly reached the throne room. It looks very much like Dragonstone, I commentated. Why are you all here? The man sitting on the throne asked. He looked quite strong, it's no wonder he is the pirate lord of Bloodstone. Too bad his reign shall end today. I have come here to secure a base. Very well, you can take the throne too. I don't want it anymore. Really? Being a lord would be cool too. You give up your throne, why? I grow tired of listening to people speak of their worries and the throne, it's uncomfortable. I never wanted to be a bloody lord anyway, I was born a pirate and a pirate is what I will be. You can become Lord of Bloodstone, if you promise to let me fight alongside you. I accept your request, you shall join me on my flagship, the Mad King. I didn't spend much time at Bloodstone. Being the Lord of Bloodstone isn't exactly what I thought it would be, it's more of a title given to the pirate with the most power and respect rather than heritage. If a pirate lord dies, the next most powerful pirate takes the title, not the eldest son, unless he is the most powerful after his father. So, Lord of Bloodstone, what are we going to do now? Duncan Walpole approached me. We're going to hunt down ships, merchant galleys rich with supplies. I want to send the usurper a message. The Jackdaw is ready to fly at your command. Good. The Mad King and Jackdaw sailed into the narrow sea once again. Chapter 3. She's a pretty one, Rob smirked. Let me see. I take the spyglass and take a look. It was a galley ship that had a very small amount of real soldiers. A merchant ship. Rob was right, she's pretty and full of goodies. Time to take her goods. She is pretty indeed. Battle positions. Everyone got into their positions. All 50 of them. It's a good sight, 20 were on the oars while the other 30 were archers. Then something unexpected happened. The merchant surrendered before we even attacked. Captain, something about this feels strange. I agree, but free gold is still gold. We boarded the merchant galley with ease. Still, something about this made me uneasy. Hand over your goods, and we will leave. A smile appeared on the merchant's face. You wish, pirate. This was an unusual reaction. Normally they would just give me their money, goods and food. Why is this different? Perhaps something is giving him confidence. What, a patrol? This was an ambush all along. 50 flaming arrows dived towards the Mad King and the merchant ship. I had no shield, then the previous Lord of Bloodstone gave me one. I managed to protect myself in time. Most of my men also had shields ready, so the attack didn't do much. It would be quite unfortunate if the newly appointed Lord died to a puny patrol. Come, let's take them to hell. The ex-Lord is a charismatic man, not surprising. 2 Westerosi galleys charged and rammed into the Mad King. This battle will be a fun, bloody mess. I drew my sword and blocked a slash aiming for my head. I smacked his head with my shield and threw him off the merchant ship. He screamed and dropped into the water. I hope he can swim. Then Duncan and the jackdaw arrived. The battle tipped heavily into our favor. 2 Westerosi ganged up on me. The braver one charged and got blocked by my shield. Then the other attacked me from my left side. I stepped to the right and stabbed the braver one's left arm. I drew my sword out of his arm and heard him scream. It was not exactly pleasant. I tried to end his misery but his friends started attacking me. I blocked all of his strikes with my shield, and when I saw the opportunity, I stabbed his leg. He, too, screamed. I quickly threw him off the ship with my shield. Damn you, you killed my friend. Well, not really. As long as he can swim, he can make it. Oh wait, his leg isn't faring too well. I make quick work of brave Westerosi. He would have been a fine pirate under me. Before I even knew it, the battle was over. 25 Westerosi soldiers and 10 merchants remained and they were all on their knees. We lost around 15 men and they lost 40. This turned out better than expected. Perhaps I will take these 2 galleys with me instead of selling them off. What do you think, Duncan? Should I sell the ships or keep them? I suggest you keep them. The more ships, the more men. Only sell ships when you desperately need gold. Thank you for your advice, Duncan. I shall follow it. I convinced the Westerosi to join me. The merchants, they weren't as fortunate. I left Duncan to find 3 suitable captains for the new galleys. 5 galleys and 110 men. That makes 22 per ship. I need more pirates. We quickly sell the goods at Dorne and leave. Then we went on recruiting near Storm's End for a whole month. Now the Mad King's navy consists of 8 galleys and 300 men. My lord, Duncan approached me. I think we should return to Bloodstone, long enough for the heat to wear off. Patrols are increasing in size and quantity, Robbie added. Very well, we shall sail to Bloodstone. Aerion Targaryen. Level 7 Valyrian Lord. Titles, Exiled Prince, Pirate Lord of Bloodstone. Traits, attractive, genius, strong, tall, groomed, patient, diligent, proud, ambitious. Strength, 1-1-1-3. Endurance, 1-1-1-3. Dexterity, 1-1-1-3. Intelligence, 1-1-3-1. Charisma, 1-2-1-7. Magic, 0. Dueling skill, skilled fighter. Martial, tough soldier. Diplomacy, underhand rogue. Stewardship, thrifty clerk. Intrigue, amateurish plotter. Learning, detached priest. The journey to Bloodstone was short and sweet. Unlike last time, there was a ship anchored to the port. It's probably a pirate ship. We anchor to the port and I go straight to the castle. I need a long, deserved rest. I leave my captains to deal with the rest. I enter my bedchamber for the first time and sleep on the bed. Feels so good not being on a ship 24 hours a day. I don't hate the sea, but I prefer land. Still, raiding ships feels pretty damn good. Pirating is an interesting occupation with many surprises and adventures, and a lot of money making. I've made a bloody fortune. The next day. I got out of bed, did the usual morning stuff and entered the throne room. Robb stood beneath the throne, waiting for me. My captain, you have awoken at last the pirate ship that didn't belong to us. Well, they have pledged allegiance to your great cause. Duncan wishes to lead an expedition, in your honor. Lead an expedition? What will I do? Captain, you need to rest for a while. You have been overworking yourself for a long time. All right. I will rest. How long will this expedition last? A week to 10 days, not long. Hopefully, I won't miss too much. I give my consent, will you go as well? Yes, Captain. Very well, good luck to you. Don't trip on your sword. He smiled and left. I won't. Then I was alone in the throne room. A week to 10 days, hopefully, this expedition works out as Duncan planned. Damn it, I can't manage to sit still, I have to do something. Maybe I should explore this castle. Bloodstone Castle is bigger than it looks. The amount of rooms is astonishing. The dragon patterns on the walls, they remind me of Dragonstone. After some minutes of looking around, I discover a secret entrance in the library. The library itself was nothing special apart from its ancient books, I see nothing valuable. The secret entrance was in between two bookshelves. It was well hidden. I press on the button with my hand. The wall goes back and turns to the left, welcoming me inside. I accept its offer and enter. There was no light ahead, so I took a torch from the library and continued forward. After a few meters, I was met with a round staircase. I carefully walked down. It seemed like the stairs were never ending. It took me about 10 minutes to reach the bottom of the stairs. Whatever is down here better be worth the walk. Why would someone build such a long staircase, I wonder, what did they try to hide? Perhaps, this was all a joke and I will be met with a letter calling me a fool. Oh well, time to find out. I open the door in front of me and look around. It was a large hall that was darker than the night. How did the builder manage to make such a long staircase and not have some sort of source of light down here? Wait, there's a sign. I move closer and my torch's light allows me to read it. The blood of Valyria shall alight the hall. Blood of Valyria? Targaryens come from Valyria, let's see if the sign is telling the truth. I draw my sword and make a small cut on my arm. A few drops of my blood drop to the floor. The instant that the blood hit the floor, flames alighted the hall. I could see everything in the hall now. Then a dragon made of the fire rose. It had no scales, no bones and no flesh, it was made of pure fire. Its red eyes glowed and stared at me. At last, a high Valyrian has entered these halls, I was afraid the day would never come. What brings you here, boy? What are you? I am the dragon god of fire. All Valyrians, and dragons, share my blood, I am their ancestor. Dragon god of fire, what are you doing here? I foresaw the Reconqueror coming here many years ago, since then I have waited for his arrival. The Reconqueror? What kind of title is that? Who is this Reconqueror? Aegon the Conqueror, the Reconqueror would have to be a Targaryen. If it's not me, then, Viserys or Dany. Perhaps I should bring them here. Or, it could be a future descent. Then the dragon read my mind. Fool, you always overthink things. It's clearly you. Viserys is unfit to be a king and Daenerys is a woman. What that mad king has lost, you shall regain. I have waited for a whole century for your arrival. Now that I have seen you firsthand, I can safely trust you with what remains of me. You are only half high Valyrian, with my power, I shall make you a true dragon. A dragon like no other, you shall make the dragonlords look like harmless lizards. I am afraid it is time for me to burn out, like all fire does. May the world tremble under your might, Dragon Emperor, my successor. The flames around the fire god grew and grew, filling the entire hall with flames. Then the flames entered my body as if I was absorbing it. The flames didn't burn me at all, in fact, they made me stronger. Then I lose all my strength and fall. Chapter 4. I woke up in the darkness of the hall. How much time has passed? No time to think about such things, I'm hungry. Walking up the stairs was worse 1,000 times worse than walking down, it was painful, long and tiring. Somehow, my body persevered and I got to the top. I immediately went to the kitchen and wolfed the food down. After stuffing myself with food, I went to my chambers to get some proper sleep. That dragon god affair was unexpected, to say the least, I need time to think over it. The Crimson Dragon was back in my dreams, and as quiet and powerful as ever. It looks bigger, and its flames are hotter than before. I wonder if the dragon can speak. It would be interesting to communicate with a dragon in my dreams. As always, the dragon vanishes and my status is shown. Aerion Targaryen. Level 8 Valyrian Lord. Titles, Exiled Prince, Pirate Lord of Bloodstone. Traits, Dragon Blood, 1, Attractive, Genius, Strong, Tall, Groomed, Patient, Diligent, Proud, Ambitious. Strength, 1, 2, 2, 4. Endurance, 1, 1, 2, 3. Dexterity, 1, 1, 2, 3. Intelligence, 1, 1, 4, 1. Charisma, 1, 3, 2, 8. Magic, 1, 1, 5. Dueling skill, skilled fighter. Martial, tough soldier. Diplomacy, underhand rogue. Stewardship, thrifty clerk. Intrigue, amateurish plotter. Learning, detached priest. Magic, I have magic. I am a wizard, without any spells. I hear someone knocking on my door. Captain, we have returned. It's Rob. I get quickly dressed and open the door. How come a week has passed already? Well, how was it? A great success, Captain. We have twice as many ship's men, in addition, a mountain full of gold. Twice. Isn't that a bit much? If it's all true, Duncan is working miracles. I would make him my second in command, if he isn't already. Lead me to him. As you wish, Captain. Duncan was waiting for me in the throne room. I sat down on the throne and spoke. I heard it was a success. Yes, my lord, a great success. All in your name, all the merchants in Storm's End fear even leaving the port. The patrols became larger and tougher, but we defeated them with ease. I fear Lord Stannis Baratheon doesn't have any more ships. Ha ha ha, Duncan, you are a good man. What of King's Landing, have they heard of our exploits? I fear they have, Lord. I hear that King Robert Baratheon himself is gathering a navy to eradicate all pirates in the narrow sea. That is very troubling news, Duncan. What shall we do about it? He thought for a while, and so did I. Lying low would be a good idea, but the usurper would eventually come to Stepstones if he truly wants to eradicate pirates. How much time do we have? I break the silence. 4 months to 9, my lord. I smile. Long enough. We shall make King Robert regret gathering his navy. My lord, gathering every pirate in Stepstones will be difficult. The pirates of Stepstones are not stupid. They know that Robert will attack these lands, and that, it would be better to unite as one force and fight back than to die one by one. We will unite all of the pirates in Stepstones and crush Robert's navy. That would make you the King Aerion of House Targaryen, the first of his name, King of Undulls, first men and pirates. The protector of the islands. Duncan joked. King of Stepstones, doesn't sound great. We sailed from island to island, gathering pirates. Surprisingly, none rejected our offers. After 2 months, we gathered around 32 galleys, 50 smaller ships and 2,400 men. Making a grand total of 50 galleys, 50 smaller ships and 3,000 men. I was silently declared King of Stepstones as most pirates follow me. 6 months have passed since I first sailed the Mad King. Time sure flies. What will we do now, Captain? King Robert is still gathering his navy, what do you think we should do? Rob thought for a few seconds. Attack him while he's still weak. Exactly what I had in mind. Rob, tell the other captains to get ready. 100 ships, the usurper won't be expecting such a large force. I want to crush him, like he crushed my father at the Trident. Rob finally returned. I closed the book I was reading. I went to the library a few times before. Everyone is ready to go at your command, Captain. Then let's go. And so, 100 ships set off to the narrow sea. The pirate fleet is just a day away from us. Robert, in his armor, didn't look fazed at all. What can some pirates do to the King of the Seven Kingdoms? Answer, not that much. Why do you fear these pirates? Gather the men and we will deal with this small threat in a day. The threat is not small, your grace. The pirate fleet consists of 3,000 men and 100 ships. 3,000, how? A very charismatic pirate lord, pirates simply flock to his cause. Reports say that the pirate lord is just a young man of 15 years. Some even say that the boy is the eldest son of Rhaegar Targaryen. Reports are mere stories. When the pirate lord comes, we shall see who he is. It is as you say, your grace. We were getting closer to King's Landing, closer to the Royal Navy, by the hour. I was mentally and physically preparing myself in my quarters. The up-and-coming battle will be long, bloody and tiring. Maybe, if I win, I will storm King's Landing and perhaps sit on the Iron Throne, probably not. The highest priority is the destruction of the Royal Navy, everything else comes second. What if I lose? What if Robert captures me? My death would be a certainty. The usurper hates Targaryens with a burning passion. Perhaps I will wash up on some beach which happens to have an abundance of beautiful women, probably won't happen. There are many possibilities, only one truth. All I know is, I will fight with my heart and soul. If I am to die, then so be it. The two fleets faced each other. The Mad King Navy was slightly larger than the Royal Navy. The battle was about to begin. Aerion took off his mask. This is it, the battle. I hope Viserys and Dany are doing fine, I also hope that I will live long enough to see them again. I draw my sword. Point it to the sky and 3,000 arrows fly. The battle between the rising dragon and the mature stag has begun. Thousands of arrows flew into the sky. After the first volley, the fleets got closer and fired another volley. Then after the third volley of arrows, dozens of ships boarded each other. I drew my cutlass sword and grabbed a new shield as my previous shield didn't look too good, it was impaled by 20 arrows. My first opponent looked nothing special, just a man at arms. He charged at me and I stepped to my right. Then I slice off his sword arm and bash his head with my shield. I penetrated his heart and threw him off my ship. My next opponent was someone more formidable, a knight. I stare at him, waiting for his move. Then words appeared on his body, I can see another status. Strength, 1-1. Endurance, 1-1. Dexterity, 1-4. Intelligence, 1-2. Charisma, 1-2. I'm superior in every way apart from, maybe, skill. I should still be on my guard, he can still kill me, I am no god. He's still not attacking me, very well, I shall strike first. I go for a stab in his right arm, which he blocks. Not bad. Then I, with all my strength, bash his head with my shield. He walks back, stunned. Then I slash at his head. He blocked my slash. He pushed me back and went for a vertical slash. I dodged to the side and stab him in his chest. It's over. I got arrogant and didn't pay attention to the soldier. He stabbed me back. I escaped from most of the damage, but he managed to make a pretty damn big cut on my chest. I end his miserable life by dropping him into the sea with no head. Damn it. That cut hurts, it will surely weaken me in duels to come. Then I looked closely at it, the cut, it's closing. It's being closed by crimson scales, the wound is turning into dragon scales. A few seconds later, the scales disappear to reveal my cut-free chest. All traces of the wound are gone. The dragon god did not lie, I am a dragon, a true dragon. Chapter 5. The crimson dragon roared in agreement. I then went on a godlike killing streak. No man could stop me. No man at arms, knight, sellsword and even captain could kill, harm or even touch me. I was an invincible killing machine. Everywhere I walked dozens died. The battle was quickly tipping into our favor. Through my many duels, I created a technique. It was called perfect counter kill. The idea was to block parry dodge any attack and counter with your own, most likely fatal, attack. This battle was the perfect place to practice it. 3 knights stood in front of me, so much for their honor. All 3 attacked at once, from the left, right and center. Damn them for making this difficult. I step back but they attack again, faster than before. Do they ever stop? They should be running out of stamina with their super heavy armor. I will tire them out and finish them when they can barely breathe. After a minute of attacking and dodging, they start losing their breath. One of them attacks me at snail's pace, this is my chance. I use my superior speed to slash at his neck. He was too slow to block, blood sprayed from his neck. He dropped to the floor and died. Perfect counter. 1 knight dead, 2 to go. Damn, you, silver, monkey. Just from his voice, I knew that he was exhausted. Can you say that louder? Sorry, I just couldn't hear you over your heavy breathing. He was angered by my taunt and attacked me with all of his remaining strength. I quickly block his strike with my cutlass and slash his arm, causing him to drop his sword. I could see that the second knight was about to stab me. I moved away and threw my shield at him. Then I finished off the disarmed knight. Now it was 1-on-1. He didn't look too motivated to fight, perhaps he knew that I could end him with ease. Rhaegar Targaryen, I heard you are merciful to prisoners who pledge loyalty. I wish to. You serve the usurper, no. If you betray him so easily, how am I to trust you? Maybe you will return to him the instant you get the opportunity. I ask again, how can I trust you? I promise to all the gods, old and new, that I will serve you until the day I die. May they punish me if I do not. Gods mean nothing to me, but I think he is not lying. I will trust him. Well, Sir John, Sir John. Sir John, I accept your loyalty with open arms. You shall be my guard in this battle. I shall protect you wherever you go, your grace. Perhaps I'm being a bit too trusting, but I need a strong bodyguard just in case. You never know, even I can make mistakes, and having someone to save me from fatal situations would be convenient, to say the least. Ser John and I begin slaying the usurper's men together. I have to say, we make a great duo. The battle raged on for many hours, by the end everyone looked drained. I eventually found Duncan, Rob and the ex-lord. I was quite surprised to find them all alive and well. So, ex-Sellsword, have you fought in a battle of this scale before? No. I haven't, Lord. It looks like you have not either. Duncan responded. Rob? No, Captain. Has anyone? We have done quite well for ourselves, surviving most of the battle. Still, we haven't won yet. Let's go for the final push and win this damn battle. They all roared in agreement. We have around 700 men left while they have around 400. This was the final wave, the final push to victory. Our forces clashed on many ships. The ship I was on had a powerful warrior. Even though he was a bit fat, he could lift his warhammer with ease. A strong man, he was destroying my men one by one. I have to defeat him. So you are the Targaryen. He spoke to me. The world around me froze. This man, his armor and warhammer, it reminded me of Robert Baratheon. The man who killed my father, the man who took the throne, the usurper. Rage flowed through my veins, like an erupting volcano. My inner dragon roared with fury. My hands gripped my cutlass harder, my eyes focused on him, and I attacked, releasing all of my inner anger. All of the despair, difficult times, sadness and poverty, it was all his fault. He blocked the strike with his warhammer. My sword shattered in two. I stepped back and picked up a great sword off the ground. Our weapons clashed yet again, I could feel his overwhelming strength. No wonder he defeated my father, what am I thinking? How can I beat someone this strong? Is it all over, will my anger be the death of me? You are my son, act the dragon you are. My father's last words echoed. No. I will not give up so easily. I will fight this Robert Baratheon, a dragon fears nothing. And so, the duel continued. It left the surrounding men in complete awe, the strength of the stag and the fury of the dragon facing each other. The pirates eventually defeated the Royal Navy, but the battle of the stag and dragon continued to rage on. The duel was tipping in favor of Aerion. His wounds kept healing at inhuman speeds while Robert was getting tired. Both also suffered severe wounds. Surrender, usurper, maybe I will spare your life. Robert saw no point in continuing the fighting, so he surrendered. Duncan shouted a great speech. The battle is over. The mighty stag has surrendered to our king, the rightful king and dragon, Aerion Targaryen. May we sing of this day for decades to come. The pirate navy recruited the remaining Westerosi, looted the ships and then sailed off to Dragonstone. As always, the narrow sea was kind to Aerion and his navy. What do we do with the fat king? Rob asked. His arms were chained and his mouth was covered. We shall see. Perhaps we can sell him to a man who shits gold, maybe, I can use him as a sparring opponent. But one thing is certain, I will not kill him. Jon joined in on the conversation and asked. Why? He is king of the Seven Kingdoms, his death would cause chaos and grief in the realm. He has caused me so much pain, I want to kill him, but I won't, especially when he's chained up. Such a powerful warrior should die on the battlefield. As you say, Your Grace. Bloodstone. Where do we put him? Rob asked. Somewhere secure and comfortable. As you wish, Captain. I sit down on the throne of Bloodstone. I feel glorious, I defeated Robert and captured him alive. He is worth more than any ship, navy or castle. Duncan kneeled on the floor. The pirates that joined us have all parted ways. Good, what is left? Around 200 men and 5 galleys. More than I expected, any more news? No, Your Grace. You are dismissed. What a long week, time to sleep. I walk to my bed and fall into eternal comfort. I won. The Crimson Dragon ruined another good dream. He stood before me, as always, observing. Then the dragon did something unexpected, it spoke. You are worthy. What? Then the dragon fades and my status is revealed. Aerion Targaryen. Level 10 Valyrian Lord. Titles, Pirate King of Stepstones, Pirate Lord of Bloodstone. Special abilities, Regeneration, Observe. Traits, Dragon Blood, Attractive, Genius, Strong, Tall, Groomed, Patient, Diligent, Proud, Ambitious. Strength, 1, 3, 2, 5. Endurance, 1, 1, 2, 3. Dexterity, 1, 2, 2, 4. Intelligence, 1, 1, 4, 1. Charisma, 1, 3, 2, 8. Magic, 1, 1, 5. Dueling skill, Knight. Martial, skilled tactician. Diplomacy, underhand rogue. Stewardship, thrifty clerk. Intrigue, amateurish plotter. Learning, detached priest. Ever since then, the dragon dreams stopped. My status still showed up every night. A month passed since the dance between dragon and stag. I would fight with the usurper every day to get even stronger. My hatred towards him decreased slightly, I respected him in a way. One day I was sitting on a tree and reading a book. Then Duncan approached me. "Your Grace, we should reinforce your claim on the stepstones." "By doing what, exactly?" "Forcing all pirates to bend the knee." "Bend the knee?" "This is not the Seven Kingdoms. It was just a suggestion. Whether you follow it or not is up to you." "Perhaps I will follow this suggestion. After all, I need more men, ships, power and money. Maybe I could make stepstones into a Westeros-like kingdom. Everyone serving one king, me. Stepstones would become a major trading location and the money gained from taxes would be immense. Converting pirates into traders would be no easy task, but it would make everyone happy. The pirates could attack anyone who doesn't pay the tax, satisfying their need for raiding. I would be happy from the money coming in and traders would no longer have to fear pirates, as long as they pay the tax, of course. I would also be seen as a benevolent king instead of a bloodthirsty pirate. The advantages heavily outweigh the disadvantages. I will unite stepstones once and for all, and make it into the richest kingdom there ever was. Time to get started. Duncan. "Yes, my lord. Bring the mightiest pirate lords to Bloodstone, they shall serve me or die. Once that is done, we shall make stepstones prosper." "Very well, your grace. I shall be back in a week." Before me stood the 5 most powerful pirates in stepstones. Greg, Bob, Ren, Willis and Arthur. Collectively, they own about 500 pirates, they lost many men due to the battle. "I take it you mighty lords know why I have brought you here." Arthur bent the knee and stabbed his sword into the ground. "I serve the dragon." Willis did the same. "My sword, ships and men are yours to command." Greg was a bit more hesitant, but he bent the knee anyway. That left Bob and Ren. "You expect me to bow to a boy? I work for myself and myself only." I grabbed my great sword and threw it, aiming for his head. The sword pierced right through his skull. Bob dropped to the floor like a dead man, because he is a dead man. "Any more questions to my rule?" Ren bent the knee instantly. "My next task will be to conquer the stepstones with my new army. It should take only a few days and be relatively easy. These pirate lords combined already own much of the land, we'll only have to go to a few islands. After the conquest, I can begin to bend stepstones into what I have envisioned. Gather up all the men. We shall begin the conquest of stepstones first thing tomorrow." The pirate lords and Duncan left to rally the men. "Scratch that, the conquest begins today." I grab my sword and walk out of my throne room. The conquest was even shorter than I expected, all pirates surrendered and pledged loyalty to me. Stepstones now belongs to me without a shred of a doubt. I returned to Bloodstone to organize a meeting between my most powerful vassals. But I had to visit Robert first, he might have been getting lonely. I walked down to the dungeons. Was he fed well? The 2 guards nodded. I walked to Robert's cell. It was the best cell in all of Bloodstone, large, semi-comfortable, and it has the largest window out of all the over cells. "How's the king of the 7 kingdoms doing?" "Piss off. Don't worry, we shall spar soon enough. If you weren't so hateful, I might have given you more comfortable conditions by now." "Why do you hate Targaryens anyway?" I was genuinely interested. "What caused him to hate all Targaryens?" "I didn't do anything to him yet he acts like I killed his mother." Then the answer came. "Lyanna, my dear Lyanna Stark. Lyanna Stark, sister to Eddard Stark. She is the reason for his hatred. Care to explain?" "No." "All right." I left the dungeons and entered my throne room. I sat on the throne and decided to read my book, Weapons of Warfare. One half was about the various defenses a castle could have and the other half was about the different types of siege weapons and their uses. A very interesting and useful book. Then my honorable guests arrived. I shut the book. "Welcome, my vassals. Follow me." I lead them to a room that looks similar to the small council chamber, 8 chairs. I sat down on the head of the table. "Duncan, you shall be my hand." "But, I sit to the other head of the table." "You've earned this. I had a special pin designed. It was identical to the one the hand of the king wears, but this one was silver. I gave it to Duncan. I shall do my best. Now. I scanned over the remaining candidates. Ren, skilled tactician, underhand rogue, martial, 3 and diplomacy, 2. Arthur, charismatic negotiator, diplomacy, 3. Willis, fortune building, stewardship, 3. Greg, flamboyant schemer, intrigue, 2. Rob, tough soldier, martial, 2. Rob, you shall be the Lord Commander of the Dragon's Guard. Dragon's Guard? It's still in progress, but it will be formed soon enough. Sit, on my left. For more positions. Willis, Master of Coin, sit next to the left of Duncan. It is an honor, Your Grace. Ran, Master of Ships, sit next to my right. Very well. Greg, Master of Whispers, sit next to the right of Duncan. Intrigue is my speciality. Arthur, Master of Laws, sit in between Rob and Greg. It was all done. Since we didn't have a Grand Maester, a chair was left empty. We don't really need one anyway. We spoke of my plans and how we would execute them. It all worked out. Ren was appointed Lord of Southern Islands, Duncan was made Lord of the Middle Islands, and Willis was made Lord of the Northern Islands, apart from Bloodstone. May the kingdom of Stepstones flourish. Chapter 6. In the open field there stood 2 warriors. One used a warhammer while the other used a great sword. Every time their weapons clashed, the entire world quivered. Robert was no longer the fat king, he was the beast that defeated Rhaegar, the father, at the trident. Aerion looked as handsome as ever. His silver hair was beautiful and well cared for, his lilac eyes shined brighter, they were filled with energy, his smile could melt any maiden's heart, and his body was just perfect. Even after all of the sparring, though, Aerion couldn't dare hope to beat Robert in a real fight. I think we're done for today. I wiped the sweat off my forehead. I started walking back to Bloodstone Keep. Robert stood still. Weird, he would usually follow me to the dungeons. If you think I will stay in that cursed dungeon for one more night. Oh, he wants better conditions. No. You will stay in those dungeons. If you captured me at the battle, I would be dead already. In comparison, I believe, I am quite merciful. At the second small council meeting. Willis, Master of Coin, what news do you bring? Stepstones is prospering, Your Grace. There are many new structures being built, Stepstones has become a central point of trade, many merchants come to sell and buy, and the treasury is rapidly growing. There are no pirate activities near Stepstones, making more merchants come. This is great news. Send 10 of the gold and the treasury to my uncle. I will, as soon as possible. Good. Ran, Master of Ships, what news do you bring? In all of Stepstones, there are about 40 war galleys. I am using half as merchant galleys for trade and the other half as battleships. We currently have 5 shipyards, which produce around 20 galleys a year. Most of the pirates of Stepstones are trading goods and protecting merchants, for gold. Good. Arthur, how are the laws? Not many dare to break your laws, Your Grace. But those that have, they have been well punished and do not cause any more problems. Stepstones is a safe haven for all merchants, as you have envisioned. Greg, Master of Whispers, what news do you bring? My spies tell me that the regent, Jon Arryn, has died. What, how? Who is the new regent? I believe it was a natural death, Lord Tywin Lannister was made regent. Tywin Lannister, the person I hate more than anything. He caused the deaths of my mother, brother and sister, for no reason. Robert at least had a reason for killing my father. One day, I will slay him with my own blade, one day I will see his head on a spike. This, I promise. Anything else? My spies tell me that Tywin is drafting up an offer to bring King Robert back to the Iron Throne, he doesn't seem quite focused on it, though. It's as if the longer Robert is away, the better it is for Tywin. It has been 3 months since we captured the king and brought him here, guess we will have to keep him longer. After the meeting was over, I went straight to bed. I slept like a baby. Then some dreams came to me. A dragon and stag fought. Sword met warhammer. The two were equally matched until the dragon fell. The warhammer came crashing down the last dragon, my father. If this wasn't a dream, I would be crying by now. If my father won, maybe life would be different, maybe I would be a crown prince by now. Damn the usurper, I should have ended his life at the battle. He dares to demand something, does he not know the pain that I had to go through? Of course not. The only thing keeping him alive is his value, and Tywin isn't exactly rushing to make a deal. Perhaps I should kill him once and for all to avenge my father. The next day I decided to officially form the Dragon's Guard. John, I have decided to make you a dragon's guard. The dragon's guard? It is a great honor, your grace, one that I will take. Right, now I need at least 2 more. In the end, I selected 2 loyal crew members of the Mad King to join the dragon's guard. I asked the blacksmith of Bloodstone to forge me 4 sets of black and crimson armor for the dragon's guard. He agreed and said that it will be done in a few weeks. Well, what do I do now? Perhaps it's about time I take Viserys and Daenerys to Bloodstone. Meh, I can do that later. What I really want is a dragon egg, a dragon to be precise. I want to ride a dragon into the skies like the Targaryens of old used to. My lord, please save my daughter. I'll give you anything you want, please save my daughter. A man in his 50s was begging me. John was about to punch the beggar but I stopped him. Although I doubt you have anything of value, I shall still assist you. My lord, you are truly a man of great virtue. What happened? We were attacked by 5 bandits. I ran away. He lowered his head. John shook his head. TCH, now we're helping cravens. If I dash. Silence. Rob interrupted. Thank you, Rob, I would have shut him up myself but you saved me the effort. Old man, where did you last see these bandits? Perhaps, you could lead us there. Follow, I remember the way. The dragon's guard and I took our weapons and followed the beggar for a few minutes until he suddenly stopped. Right here, they attacked us here. You can go back now, we will take it from here. He started walking back, reassured and confident. How am I supposed to find his daughter? The bandits are nowhere to be seen and there are n. Your Grace, look at this. Rob held up a strand of hair. She might have left a trail. I sigh. We have no other choice. We walked for a few more minutes. At the end of the trail, there was a cave. This is probably where the bandits are hiding. We cautiously sneaked into the cave. There was a dim light ahead which we followed. Soon we could hear the voices of the bandits. She is a feisty one, pretty too. We will have so much fun with her. Remember the old man? The one that sprinted for his dear life when we appeared? Yes, that one. The best part was when he tripped on a rock and crawled away. They all laughed. I walked closer, close enough to see the fire and the bandits themselves. I could see only about 5 bandits. The girl was in a tent, her mouth was sealed. For Dragon's Guard and myself against 5, potentially 8 undisciplined bandits. In addition, we have the element of surprise. Victory is almost certain. All I had to do was start the battle. I walked up to the nearest bandit and slit his throat. The Dragon's Guard roared into battle while the bandits were still in shock. The sound of battle covered the entire cave, sparks flew and blood was spilt. The Dragon's Guard made quick work of the bandits. John shoved the girl out of her tent and Rob cut off the rope on her mouth, allowing her to speak again. We saved the girl and she doesn't even thank us. What a J-dash. Shut it. Rob spoke up and John was defeated yet again. I turned to face the girl and smiled. She was about to be raped, she must be traumatized, give her a break. We shall bring the girl back to her father and go from there. Very well. John agreed. Then we went back. The girl didn't say a single word, hell, nothing came out of her mouth. It was like Rob didn't even cut the rope off. John was also, surprisingly, quiet. The road back to Bloodstone Castle was short and sweet. Once we returned to the castle, the beggar ran towards us. I was worried for his old bones. Thank you, kind lord. My daughter is finally back home. John jumped in. Now for the reward. I was about to speak but the old man was quicker. Yes, the reward is my daughter. What? I was confused. You asked me to save your daughter, and the reward is, her. Maybe he's so old he can't think straight. I don't understand. She is a beautiful girl, a suitable reward, just keep her safe. I'm sure you will find her useful in one way or another. Oh, I almost forgot, take this. He gave me a jar and vanished into thin air. I didn't move for a while. The old man vanished. Perhaps the begging old man thing was all an act. To vanish like that, is he a warlock or a wizard? Who is he? Rob asked to no one in particular. A warlock or wizard, most likely. Then the girl, finally, spoke. My father is no wizard, he is a cultivator. He is so strong that he could crush you all with one finger. I can't believe he left me here with you, weaklings. Cultivator, what the hell is a cultivator? Still, her insolence ends here, we went a long way to save her. Permission to slap the ungrateful lass. Granted, John, be gentle. Of course, your grace. He tried to slap her but, he ended up touching the dirt on the floor. He looked up at the girl, he could see her ice-cold eyes, they were emitting killing intent. Don't touch me. Even I was a bit scared. What is the purpose of me keeping her safe? She can clearly take her of herself. So, are you coming with us or? I'm coming with you, where else can I go, pretty boy? Very well. Let's return to the keep. What a day. I think to myself while laying on my bed. The short quest to save the girl, the old man vanishing into thin air and John getting manhandled by a girl slightly older than me. The jar remains closed, I haven't looked inside yet. Wonder what's inside. I looked at it for a few seconds, then my curiosity took over my body. I took the lid off and looked down to see what's inside. A drop of blood, is this supposed to be funny? A whole jar for one drop of blood, I can already imagine the old man laughing at me. Drink it. The girl sneaked up on me. Where did she come from? Don't worry, it's not poison. If my father wanted you dead, you would be a corpse already. Success will grant you great strength. One drop of blood, how bad can it be? After a few seconds of hesitation, I drink. The drop of blood entered my body. My body started burning from the inside. I felt like I was going to die. The pain was too much, I dropped to the floor and started rolling. What kind of blood is this? Father was right, you are special. Special? Then the fire and pain faded away, like it never existed. I climbed back on my bed to rest. Seconds later, I fell into a deep slumber, forgetting about the girl. He survived, he actually did it, something thousands before him have failed. The sacred blood of gods runs through his veins. Chapter 7. Rhaegar. The crimson dragon of my dreams shook the void with its mighty roar. The dragon was far bigger than before, it was the size of a bloody mountain. What is he being fed? Horses, krakens, whales, other dragons, dinosaurs. By the looks of it, all of the above. You're bigger than before, I state. The last time I saw the dragon it spoke, maybe I can get him to speak again. It stood still for a while. Then dragon's eyes glowed red and he finally spoke. You are bolder, boy. Who are you, what are you? I am a part of you, I am your inner dragon, a manifestation of your dragon blood. That is what I am. So, you will never disappear. Yes, unless you die. Well, it's good to know that I have an inner dragon. Aerion Targaryen. Level 20 Valyrian King. Titles, King of the Stepstones and the Narrow Sea, Lord of Bloodstone. Special abilities, Regeneration, Observe, Sharingan. Traits, Blood of the Gods, Dragon Blood, Attractive, Genius, Strong, Tall, Groomed, Patient, Diligent, Proud, Ambitious. Strength, 1, 6, 3, 8. Endurance, 1, 3, 3, 5. Dexterity, 1, 6, 3, 8. Intelligence, 1, 1, 5, 1. Charisma, 1, 4, 3, 9. Magic, 1, 3. Dueling skill, Knight. Martial, skilled tactician. Diplomacy, underhand rogue. Stewardship, thrifty clerk. Intrigue, flamboyant schemer. Learning, dutiful clerk. I awake in my bed as usual but something is different. I turn to my left and see a person. A girl, that girl. What in the seven hells, is she sleeping in my bed? Oh well, I take a closer look from many different angles. God damn. She has God-given assets, with perfect proportions. Her long black hair, her perfect rack, her glorious rump and her beautiful red eyes. This is so wrong, what am I doing? Have I become a pervert? I slap myself. No, I refuse to believe this ever happened. This never happened, I am still an innocent, pure and holy man. I quickly get dressed. My embarrassing deed was still in my memory, I keep telling myself it's definitely not my fault. I wonder what the blood of the gods and the Sharingan is. They both sound quite powerful. After taking the drop of blood, I do feel stronger. Maybe I should test my strength but before that. What are you doing in my bed? I ask. She yawns and sits up. You never told me where I should sleep. Besides, you had a good look, didn't you? I didn't dash. It's fine, you can repay me by letting me sleep here. This girl, she is more cunning than my master of whispers. Robert Baratheon swung his hammer to my left side. I was going to block the swing with my great sword, but I came with another idea. What if I caught the hammer? Catch the hammer, I did. My right hand held the head of the warhammer. Robert's face, if only the court of King's Landing could have seen it. My hand was surprisingly unharmed. I am truly a dragon. I threw Robert's warhammer away, which left him weaponless. What in the seven hells? The strength of a dragon. The strength of a dragon, what nonsense. We continued our sparring for 2 hours, then Robert was sent back to his dungeon cell by John and the other 2 dragons guard. Now I sat on top of a hill, outside of Bloodstone Castle. There was one tree behind me blocking away the sun. The coast of Bloodstone could be easily seen, it was beautiful. I decided to take a nap. Dozing off without anyone to protect you, very risky. I opened my eyes and saw the crimson-eyed girl. What are you doing here? I thought you were busy meditating. Well, I finished and decided to see my beautiful king. I smiled. You may sit. I was going to anyway. She sat down next to me. What's your name? I asked. Izanami Uchiha. Izanami, I am Aerion Targaryen. I already know, my father told me all about you. Where is he now? Probably somewhere in deep meditation, as always. The blood I drank, what does it do? I don't really know much, you should ask my dad. But, do know 3 things, it is called the blood of the gods, it grants a person limitless potential and the sacred eyes of my clan, the Sharingan. Essentially, you can become God. God, I can become a god. Gods are beings that can do as they wish, the world is just a playground for them. A god could change summer into winter and winter into summer, live forever, kill a man just by thinking about it, appear wherever they wish and many other things. I can become such a being. Sign me up. What is this Sharingan you speak of? You'll know when the time comes. And she walked off, great. I went to sleep on the tree. Then I woke up in the evening. It was really dark so I went back to the castle. I thought about going to sleep again but I wasn't tired at all. So I went to the library and started exploring new books. The Age of Gods. This book, it wasn't here before, I'm sure of it. It definitely caught my interest, though. I started reading through its pages. In the world there once lived thousands of gods. Some were more important and stronger, while others were minor and weak. Still, in the end, they were all gods. Immortal and powerful beings capable of inhuman feats. There were 9 major gods in that era. Aerios, the god of dragons, fire and the sky. Vina, the goddess of ice, birds and the sea. Surge, the god of the many arts. Neron, the god of war. Nexus, the god of peace. Celia, the goddess of creation and earth. Helia, the goddess of love and beauty. Roshas, the god of destruction, darkness, blood and the underworld. Rayla, the goddess of death. They were all so very powerful, one day that all changed. Roshas desired to be king of all the gods but the spot was already taken by Aerios, the mightiest of all the gods. Roshas could not kill Aerios in a fair battle, so he decided to poison him. Roshas spent centuries making the most lethal poison possible, and he succeeded. Once the day had come, Aerios did not die to the poison, but many others did. In no time the dark, negative and venomous energy from the poison spread to all gods in every corner of the world. All major gods survived, but their powers were greatly diminished. Aerios then supposedly killed Roshas, but the damage was already done. Every minor god died and the entire world was left in a terrible state. Celia sacrificed herself for the greater good, reviving the world once again. Many years later humans appeared, and that was the end of the golden age of the gods. Though most of the major gods still live, they have a very small impact on human life, it's now the age of humanity. I finally finished the book, I close it and put it back on the shelf. So, tired. I go straight to my bedchamber, undress and drop into my bed. I make sure to stay on my side of the bed to avoid any accidents. Next day. Looks like Izanami woke up before me, oh well, it's for the better. Bells started ringing, alarm bells. We are under attack. But by who? We are under attack. I heard soldiers shouting and preparing for battle. I quickly got dressed, grabbed my great sword and left the bedchamber. I go outside and look at the enemy force. I almost laughed. Only 5 ships. Or, perhaps, it's not an attack, they could be here to talk. The flags, it's the Golden Lion, these are Lannister ships. Duncan states. Let us meet them. I rally up the men and walk to the port. The ships dock the port, their leader approached me. I assume you are Aerion Targaryen, son of the last dragon. Your assumption is correct, why are you here? He straightens up and takes a deep breath. We ask for the release of the king. As long as the terms are reasonable, Lord Regent Tywin will agree to it. Alright, my first offer is 250,000 gold dragons and dragonstone. The commander looked at his men and looked back. He shook his head. We cannot agree to such an offer. 100,000 gold dragons is the highest we are willing to give. Dragonstone, we don't have dash. 300,000. No W dash. 400,000. We cannot afford th dash. Tisk, tsk, tsk. Robert is your king, is he not? He should be worth more than a puny 100,000 gold dragons. I thought the Westerlands were the richest kingdom. I also heard that Tywin shits gold. This is truly disappointing. Perhaps the Westerlands aren't what I thought them to be. Go and tell Tywin Lannister that if he doesn't deliver me 800,000 gold dragons in 3 months his king will die. Booby, but. Send them away. I walked away. Our king is truly a savage when it comes to the Lannisters and Baratheons. What do you expect? They took his family, childhood and thrown away from him. Let's spar, pretty boy. The suggestion was quite a surprise. Spar. Are you sure? I don't want to hurt a cute girl. Izanami smiled and drew her sword. Her sword, I never saw one quite like it. It's definitely not from Westeros. What kind of sword is that? A katana. You never saw one before. Where I'm from it's the most common weapon. Right, let's spar. As you wish. Our swords clashed. She retreated and went for my right side. Damn, she's quick, that's for sure. I managed to block the strike. She then did something unexpected, she head-butted my face. I dropped to the floor, dazed. She raised her sword to my neck. I looked up and saw her red eyes. Both eyes had 2 identical markings each. Expect the unexpected. Wise words, too bad I couldn't process them. After a solid minute, I recovered. She is most definitely a cultivator, no girl at her size could harm me this much. Get up, we have only started. I reluctantly get up and the ruthless sparring with Izanami continues. Sometimes I could see her movements in slow motion, sometimes I could predict her next move, sometimes I could copy her movements and other times I would get absolutely destroyed. I realized something after the sparring session, my eyes were different. They could see more, far more, than ever before. I believe this is the so-called Sharingan. You have awakened the Sharingan in a day, no, 2 hours of training. This is, unheard of, even the most talented Uchiha have to train for at least 5 months to do something that took you, 2 hours. Then I must be an unparalleled genius. I go back to Bloodstone Castle and look into my bedroom window. Both of my eyes were crimson red. There was one marking on both my left and right eye. So this is the Sharingan, I have truly awakened it. Ever since that day, I stopped sparring with Robert and sparred with Izanami instead. In my spare time, I would practice archery since my aim was atrocious and unacceptable for a young prince like myself. A. Lannister, envoy has arrived, your grace. A breathless Robb came running to my hill. I smile. A month before the deadline, maybe Tywin really shits gold. Let us see this envoy. We walked to Bloodstone Castle and then a bit further to the port. The port was looking like a town more and more, many people have settled down under my great rule. We went to the Lannister ships. It's the same bloody commander, this will be fun. The captain of the envoy walked up to me. Good to see you again, we cannot man. Can you afford my price, or do I have to send the king's dead body to King's Landing? Maybe it should be renamed to King's Washing, what do you think? Tywin Lannister is offering 400,000 gold dragons, nothing more. I am quite disappointed by the offer but, maybe the king of the 7 kingdoms can spice it up. Robb, bring Robert here. As you wish, your grace. A few minutes of waiting later Robb returns with Robert and a few dragons guard. So, what can you offer? I shall not be a bargaining chip to a drag dash. Shut him up. It looks like the king, sadly, cannot assist us in these negotiations. Lannister, what about ships? If Tywin gives me that 500,000 gold dragons and 20 good galleys, we may have a deal after all. I shall deliver this news to Lord Tywin immediately. The envoy stayed a few minutes and then left Bloodstone Port and continued to the wider sea. The negotiations are finally done, I want to sail myself, it feels like it has been a century since I last headed into the open sea. What do you think, Robb? I, too, have missed the sea, your grace. Then let's go. I loaded the Mad King with cargo, took my dragon's guard and 50 men, informed Duncan and sailed into the open sea. I also had an escort of 4 ships which had about 200 men. I, Aerion Targaryen, the king of the Stepstones, have returned to the Narrow Sea. Chapter 8. Although most pirates supported and followed Aerion's rule, there was a faction called Freedom who did not. This faction was weak at first, but it grew as time passed. Eventually, it consisted of 1,000 pirates, which were about 40 of pirates in the Stepstones. The faction grew so much because the pirates wanted to do, well, pirate things. Aerion's new rules prohibited the pirates from doing what they loved, while the Freedom faction promised to give back absolute freedom. And so, more pirates joined the faction. To them, Aerion is seen as a soft king and an abomination to the title Pirate King. The Freedom faction was centered in the southern islands, as far from Aerion as possible. Where shall we go, your grace? Tisk, Tsk, Tsk. On this ship I am your captain, not a king, remember that. Very well, captain, where are we going? We are going to Pentos. I wish to see my family again. Then we shall go on a rampage in the Narrow Sea, and after that, we will return to Bloodstone. Sounds like a plan. I looked around with my spyglass, something was off. 9 ships, a blockade? But they had the flag of the Stepstones, they were my ships. I didn't order a blockade. I looked even closer and there were ships behind them, the Lannister envoy and a few other Westerosi ships. Those pirates are conspiring with my enemies, damn those traitorous dogs. Rob, John, take a look at this. I gave them the spyglass and they too looked shocked. Captain, this isn't looking good, we should retreat to Bloodstone. John suggested, but Rob disagreed. They probably are well prepared for that, nowhere in Stepstones is safe. I'll take that risk. We're returning to Bloodstone. As you wish, my lord. I give the order for the ships to turn back to Bloodstone. We return in half an hour. The enemy ships were trailing behind, but we still have enough time to rally the army in Bloodstone and some nearby islands. Why have you returned so soon? A rushing Duncan asked. Good question. The rebels have united with Westerosi ships and their forces are coming here as we speak. Duncan shook his head. We wouldn't be having this conversation if you followed my advice. Right, I should have dealt with the rebels a long time ago, when they were insignificant. I will learn from my mistake. It's good to learn from mistakes, but before that, we must deal with this fleet of theirs. I agree, the rebels will regret awakening the dragon. Do we face them on land or sea? Personally, I prefer sea combat as I have no experience in land battles, I can't even ride a damn horse. I rally up the local garrison, which rounds up to a good 500 men, it's good enough. Half of them were pirates while the other half were organized soldiers. We gathered 10 galleys, enough for the army. The men are ready, what are your next orders, my lord? I took out my spyglass and looked around. Then I replied to Duncan. We shall meet them at the sea. The rebels were in clear sight and we outnumbered them by quite a bit, victory was almost certain. Though they have more ships, they have fewer men overall. I left some 50 men at Bloodstone just in case, apart from that the entire garrison was here. They actually think they can win, those rebels are foolish. It may not be that simple, John. Freedom wouldn't waste this many rebels, unless there was something more valuable to gain. I think we should retreat to Bloodstone, Captain. Damn you, Rob, you always spoil the good things in life. It is sometimes good to think, John. There's also a thing called overthinking. There is a thing called careless, J-. Cut it out, the both of you. Rob may be correct, this rebel force may be a distraction and maybe Freedom has their eyes on something more valuable, wait. There are Westerosi and Lannister ships supporting the rebels, yes. Doesn't that mean Tywin is, somehow involved? What is the most valuable thing in Bloodstone? The treasury? John answered. I shook my head. No, the king of the bloody 7 kingdoms. If Rob's suspicions are correct, we have lost our most valuable prisoner. Do we return? Another force of rebels has most likely smuggled Robert out of Bloodstone by now, in other words, it is too late for that. We shall stay and slay these rebels first. TCH, all that thinking for nothing, Rob. You wouldn't have thought of this force as a decoy in a million years. Whatever you say, Rob the scholar. The chemistry between Rob and John is very interesting. Still, I've lost this battle. What can I gain from the rebel scum that is more valuable than a king? That's right, nothing. Archers, get in position. Draw arrows, get in position and fire. Hundreds of arrows flew into the air, spilling rebel blood. The rebels with their own volley, though 1,000 times less deadly. They knew there was no chance in hell they could win, or even come back alive. After an hour of chasing ships, the battle was won. Those rebels were too chicken for boarding, so we had to chase them around until the archers picked them all off. Then we sailed back to Bloodstone. Dragon's Guard, with me. I gathered the Dragon's Guard and walked down to the prison. The prison guards lay dead on the floor with their throats slit. Not to my surprise, Robert was missing. Bloody hell, I was right. I walked up to the stairs of the prison and returned to the castle, my home. Rob, I want you to extend the Dragon's Guard to 10 members, maybe you could establish a hierarchy too while you're at it. It will be done, Your Grace. I go past the throne into the corridor where I found my bedchamber. I opened the door and dropped onto my comfortable bed. Izanami just happened to be on the other side, she was reading a book. Back from your little adventure? Well, things didn't go as I planned. The rebels blocked the way to Pentos, so I had to raise an army and defeat them. Then I found out that Robert was rescued while I was away. Tomorrow I will head out and crush the rebel faction, Freedom. Oho, it seems to me that you got royally finessed. Right. By the way, do you recognize the names Arios, Serge, Rochas, Celia? No, I have no idea. Alright then. The book was probably just some fantasy then. Sleep. Flames burned away my wonderful dream, where I could accurately hit a target 1,000 yards away, wish I had that range. Now what? My status, the dragon, or a prophecy? Maybe it's all three. In a group of islands, a crimson-red dragon flew up into the sky. Flames rapidly rose from the ground to stop the dragon. He flew right through them. Then a powerful hurricane appeared and absorbed the dragon, the flames included. Bye-bye dragon. Looks like he heard me. The dragon furiously broke away from the hurricane and absorbed it. Then flew into the sky again, stronger than ever, but an ice wall appeared. Then the dream ended. What is all this supposed to mean? I woke up early that day. I quickly got dressed and took my greatsword, it's good to have a weapon close just in case. Then I gathered up my men and got ready to sail out. The plan was to gather all of our forces and then split into 2 groups. I would go to the southwest while Duncan would go to the southeast islands. The idea was to quickly end the rebellion before it grows into a bigger problem. My lord, Ren has joined the rebellion. Ren of all people. Can't he see that this rebellion is pointless, my victory is assured. Another traitor that will bite the dust, anything else, Duncan? No. Then we took a week gathering all of our forces. My almighty army totaled 3,035 ships. Pretty cool. But there was a huge problem, 35 ships is not enough for a whole 3,000 men. I will have to leave over 1,000 men on land, oh well. We can still end the rebellion with relative ease. I gave Duncan 20 ships, leaving 15 for myself. Don't trip on a sword, Duncan. He smiled. I shall be careful, Your Grace. We said our goodbyes and split to east and west for some reason. Izanami wanted to come along, which I didn't mind. We went from island to island, cleansing them from all rebel influence. It was way too easy in my opinion, Freedom wouldn't just let us kill their followers one by one, they probably had a plan. And where is that Ren, is he in the east or underground? I can't find that man anywhere. Aerion, take a look. I was happily napping at that time, but then I was disturbed by Izanami. Oi, wake up. What? What could be more important than my end dash? Just look, idiot. She handed me the spyglass. Fine. I looked around with the spyglass. The rebels, finally they're showing some backbone. I smiled. It was a long time since I have fought a proper battle. I grab my great sword and tell my men to prepare for the up-and-coming exchange. They have slightly more ships and men than we do, but we still had a pretty good chance of victory. I really hope Ren is in one of those ships, I would love to cleave him in half. Thank you, Izanami. For what? Warning me of the attack. You're welcome. If I was still napping, I would have most likely been awoken by a fire arrow in my knee. Thunder cracked through the clouds and struck one of the rebel ships. Then it started to rain and thunder started dropping everywhere. The powerful and violent winds started appearing in every direction. What in the 7 hells is this weather? The strong wind started transforming into a hurricane. Then something came to me, the prophecy. The fire, it could be the rebellion and the hurricane is, well, the hurricane. But the dragon recovers, so I might survive this, might. Captain, have we angered any gods recently? No, Rob, I don't think we have. It was getting hard to breathe because of the heavy wind. The hurricane was slowly creeping up on the Mad King. Rob, run. Then thunderstruck. The last thing I saw was my crew become dust and the Mad King being sucked into the hurricane. It all happened too quickly for tears to form on my face. My brain was racing with sorrowful thoughts. I wish I could see my family again. My mother, father, grandfather, grandmother, twin sister, baby brother, aunt and uncle, I wish I could see them all again. I hope Viserys and Dany are alright. I wonder how my brother and sister would have looked like if they survived. My brother would probably be a charismatic prince, like myself, while my sister would be a beautiful princess. Now I'm dead too, maybe I can meet them in heaven, if there is one. After that day everyone in Aerion's fleet was written off as dead, including Aerion Targaryen. Many were depressed hearing this news while others were celebrating. The last child of Rhaegar was confirmed as dead until further notice. One day the Prince Aerion Targaryen will rise again and bring terror to the land, but that day is not today. End. Chapter 9. Where am I? Heaven. Damn, it's too bright, I can't see anything. You are not here to see. Who? I am the Transcendent One. Okay, something like God. More or less. I have some questions for you, the answers will determine your future, are you ready? Yeah, I guess, it's not like I have anything else to do. I see, now for the first question. What is your favorite element between fire, wind, lightning, wind and earth? What kind of question is that? Answer. I like them all, but if I had to pick a favorite, it would definitely be fire. Typical for a Targaryen. Next question. Sword or spear? Really? This question will determine my future. Yes. It's very important. Sword all day, but I haven't used a spear yet, so my opinion may change. Interesting. A harem or one girl? A harem, I guess. Your future is looking bright. One last question. Dragon, lion or phoenix? What's a phoenix? Looks like the transcendent being won't help me. Lion, and I don't know what is a phoenix. That leaves only one. I choose the dragon. I have decided to let you live, along with your companions. The questions were just for some entertainment, I was going to let you live anyway. Wait, so yo. Adios, have fun. Thump. I dropped on the ground. The fall, surprisingly, did not cause any harm, apart from a small headache. It took me a solid minute to take in my surroundings. Thick grass, mountain-like trees, the blazing hot sun and everything else. So many trees, this must be a forest. Where am I? I must find out. My clothes are still the same as before and my great sword is nearby. Everything looked fine apart from the animal staring at me. It was an angry wolf with silver fur. After using observe, I could tell that it was no ordinary wolf. My first instinct was to run away as fast as possible, which I followed. I ran, as fast as I could, but the wolf was keeping up with ease. Shit, I'm so dead. Just when the wolf was going to attack, I turned around and blocked the attack with my great sword. Crack, my sword shattered and all of its pieces dropped to the floor. What the? Did the wolf just break my sword with its teeth? Where the fuck am I? Is this how I die, after being brought back? Then the wolf jumped at me, ready to end me. Slash. The wolf dropped to the ground, lifeless and split in two. Before the dead wolf stood a young man with a giant sword. Be careful next time. He smiled and moved on. Wait. I ran straight after him. There's no way I will survive another day in this forest by myself without protection from those wolves. Eventually, he stops and turns around, the air begins to thicken. Why are you following me? The thing is, I woke up here, and I don't know where I am, I can't even protect myself. It took him a moment to answer. No, scram. Alright, I'll go. I didn't need his help anyway. Then I spent a whole hour sneaking around in the forest, hoping to avoid conflict with the beasts and find some food. I eventually found some blueberries on a tree, which I happily ate. I sat down on the tree for some rest. The sun was boiling hot, but the tree was big enough to shade me away from it. I felt like taking a nap, but something was keeping me awake, drawing me in. I decided to follow that feeling. I stood up and walked as if I knew exactly where to go. After a few long minutes, I reached my destination. One problem, there were two dragons in the way. It looked like they were sleeping, good. At that moment I grew world-sized guts. I stepped over the dragons to get to the entrance. I moved closer to the gate. Upon my touch, the doors open. I instinctively walked inside. The gate slowly closed and then there was silence. Then a powerful voice filled the void. At last, another warrior has entered my realm. Ah shit, here we go again. I tried to find the owner of the voice and succeeded. My eyes adjusted to the darkness and I saw the celestial being. It looked like a dragon without wings, but the most disturbing thing was that the dragon was huge. So huge that I got a headache trying to comprehend it. Oh, you can see me through the darkness. Those eyes, interesting. And you already have some dragon blood inside of you. Why have you come here? Something was drawing me in. Oh, do you happen to know what this place is? No, not really. It's a trial ground. Success will result in dragon blood and failure will mean death. Death, I would rather not. Ha! You have no choice in this matter, dragon boy. Outside lay 2 sky-profound dragons that could kill you by sneezing. I can move you to safety, if you pass my trials. Even if you manage to escape the dragons, you will still have a whole forest of beasts to elude. Your chances of survival are minuscule, to say the least. This dragon has great reasoning. Although I do not know what sky-profound means, I do know that the beasts in this forest are far stronger than me. Naturally, the dragons should be far more powerful than some wolves. I don't like my chances. I take a deep breath. I'll do the trial. Smart boy, though you do not know what you have gotten yourself into. The dragon disappeared and flames erupted. The trial had begun. The flames did not affect me at all, probably due to my dragon blood. From the ground rose 2 human-like things that looked like they were made from stone. They started to move towards me. It became clear to me that they were going to attack. I attacked first, with no hesitation. My hand went straight through the stone humanoid, making a giant hole and causing it to fall. Then This is too easy. Then 4 stone humans appeared. They all had swords now. Maybe warriors is a more suitable name. I defeated all 4 with ease, and it only took me a minute. Then 8 stone warriors rose from the ground. This dragon is not playing around. Just how many more times will they multiply? I grabbed a sword off the ground, which used to belong to one of the warriors, and proceeded to kill the stone warriors. I sliced them up with such skill that they couldn't even touch me. Then 16 stone warriors rose. Can't I get a damn break? It took me a far longer time to defeat 16 stone warriors. I was getting worn out and making mistakes. By the end of the wave, I had a few cuts on my body and I was breathing heavily. The trial grounds didn't give a damn about my state. 32 stone warriors rose. Some of them now had spears. What's next, bows? The closest stone warrior slashed at me. I sidestepped and pierced his chest with my sword. My counterattack was so smooth, but I didn't have the time to praise myself. 5 stone warriors encircled me. I threw my sword at one of them before they could strike. The stone warrior dropped to the floor and their little circle formation was broken. I ran over to grab my sword and then I rolled to dodge their attacks. I struggled to get up. At this point, I might not even get past this wave. Don't think, just move. Izanami's voice echoed in my head. Don't think, just move. Wise words. Unfortunately, I can't just stop thinking. That's why you lose every time we spar. I laugh. Damn, I miss Izanami. Just move. I activate my Sharingan and turn around. Stone warriors, I feel sorry for you all. Flow like water, do not make any unnecessary movements. The closest stone warrior attacked and a few breaths later he fell to the floor. The wave has truly begun. I stopped avoiding attacks that weren't lethal. Instead, I tanked the weak hits and moved in for the kill. My scale regeneration dealt with all of the damage I was receiving and my stamina was holding up fine. I was getting used to killing large numbers of stone warriors. In absolutely no time, all 32 stone warriors were on the floor, lifeless. 64. Bring it on. I began fighting without thinking. The only thing on my mind was killing the stone warriors. It didn't matter if I was tired or bleeding, as long as I could move another stone warrior would fall. Eventually, all 64 warriors were dead. Twice as many appeared from the ground. 128 to be exact. I leaned on my sword to rest for a bit. The stone warriors are quite slow, but then I heard an arrow whistle past. No way, they have bows now. Shit, this dragon really wants me to fail. Another arrow was launched at me. I blocked the projectile and charged in for the kill. It didn't have a melee weapon nor the time to shoot another arrow. The result was its downfall. The stone archer was split in half by my sword. 5 stone warriors attacked at once. Perfect counter. All 5 of them split in half. It's just too easy. Then I proceeded to exterminate the stone warrior population. It took me a good half hour since I was conserving my energy for the upcoming wave. By the end of the 7th wave I had dragon scales all over my body, but they were all caused by minor cuts, so it was fine. The trial ground shook as if there was an earthquake. The stone warriors are taking their damn time appearing. maybe the previous wave was the last. Then the trial ground shook again. Then stone warriors appeared in large, far larger than before, numbers. There's no way in the 7 hells that there are only 250 stone warriors here, it's closer to 500. I almost dropped my sword from shock. Not only did the stone warriors come in at larger numbers, but some also had a weird weapon I have never seen before, meteor hammer. A drop of sweat fell from my forehead. How many have passed this accursed trial? I called out to the dragon. 0. 0. I wonder why. Oh, is it because you make people fight 1,000 stone warriors? Whatever. I'm going to pass this stupid trial no matter what. I was not resurrected by God just to die to some stone warriors. Besides, I still have to find my way home and I can't do that if I die here. 3 hours later I finished off the last stone warrior. I dropped my sword and fell to the ground from exhaustion. My shirt was filled to the brim with sweat, so I took it off. My whole body was aching. Nice body you got there, but you still have one more wave. It would be a shame if you made it to this point just to die. The dragon reminded me. A surge of anger filled me. The things that this dragon put me through. Fuck off, you damn lizard. Save that energy for the upcoming wave, you'll need it. 1,000 stone warriors appeared from the ground. The final wave had begun. I struggled to stand up. There's no way I can possibly kill all of the stone warriors with just my sword. I need something that can kill multiple stone warriors at once. Counter kill would drain too much stamina and it can only kill 6 at a time. A voice entered my head. It sounded like a mix between my dragon and the fire dragon god. Breathe, like a dragon. Breathe like a dragon, what? You know what, I don't have anything else, so I might as well. I stood up. I took a deep breath, and released. All of my frustration and anger seemed to have left my body, and ignited into flames. Scarlet red flames surrounded and filled the entire trial ground. Every stone warrior disintegrated into ash in mere seconds. Breathing fire, I never thought that was possible. A smile surfaced on my face. A rush of adrenaline filled my body from head to toe. I can breathe fire. Blood of the dragon, heh, I am a dragon. Chapter 10. At last, no more stone warriors. Then the ground rumbled again. A stone warrior far bigger, and probably stronger, appeared. He wielded a colossal grey sword that could probably cut me in half. This should be fun. Hey, dragon, I thought I finished the last wave. I forgot to mention the general, my bad. Well, now that you know, kill him and finish your first trial. What a joke. The general slammed his sword down, towards me. Oh no, you don't. I stepped to the side and stabbed my sword deep into his chest. Sadly, it wasn't enough. He grabbed my sword and shattered it with his bare hand. I quickly retreated while he charged forward. I grabbed a spear off the ground and threw it right into his thigh. I picked up another spear and threw it at his other thigh. The general managed to block the spear and counter with his own spear. I was caught off guard. The spear hit me right in the stomach. I fell to the floor and my blood sprayed all over the trial grounds as I took the spear out. Damn, this isn't looking too good. Ree. The general saw his chance, and he took it. The colossal sword was aiming to cut me in half. Due to my Sharingan, the attack seemed so slow, but my body wouldn't move. The sword was getting ever closer to my flesh. I could only try one thing. Perfect counter. I was on my feet and safe from the colossal sword's wrath. I took a deep breath and let it all out. The air ignited and turned into waves of flame. The general was caught in the flames and turned to ash. I fell to the floor from exhaustion. The first trial was finally complete. Well done. You are the first. The dragon congratulated me. Unfortunately, I was out cold. I woke up in a forest, again, but this forest was definitely different. There was a sheet of paper on the floor. I picked it up and read it. The second trial has begun. You have been given 365 days to kill 99,999 profound beasts. Do not fret, this endless plain has countless beasts to kill. Get to it. 100,000. How is this even fair? That's almost 300 beasts every day. And why is it 1 off 100,000? You might as well round it up. Damn lizard. Well, I did kill 1,000 stone warriors with one breath, so this shouldn't be that hard. I should get to it. 150 days later, I completed the second trial. There lay a dead profound beast. It was my 99,999th kill. It had 3 holes where I punched it. Since I didn't have a weapon, I had to use my fists, which were surprisingly strong. I could punch a hole through a bloody tree. The dragon was nowhere to be seen, so I decided to cook the beast. I got some branches from a tree, breathed a bit of fire and started heating the meat. Then I ate the meat and took a nap. When I woke up I was back at the trial grounds. The azure dragon was floating in the air. Well done, you have finished the second trial. You did it in half the time provided. You wish to leave as quickly as possible, am I not correct? I nod. Of course, I don't wish to spend more time than necessary doing this trial. I see, well, you are in luck, the third trial is the shortest of them all. It is a test of character. A test of character, alright, let's do it. As you wish. I blinked and the scenery changed. I was in a house, if I remember correctly, it's some noble's house. He let Viserys, Daenerys and myself stay in his house as guests for a few days. Then he kicked us out, a kind man indeed. I looked around and saw Daenerys sleeping and a knife on the table. Then I questioned the purpose of this trial. What am I supposed to do in this trial? Kill, Daenerys. You have a quick mind, you are correct. If you kill her, it will show me your ambition and dedication. You would be rewarded with a bone marrow which would generate countless amounts of dragon blood, you would become the strongest cultivator. A small sacrifice for such strength. What kind of messed up trial is this? Let me give my opinion on that proposal. I would kill you faster than I would even think of accepting your offer. I would never hurt my own family members, especially when I only have 2 left. If that's seriously the last trial, you can keep your stupid dragon blood and bone marrow to yourself. The dragon laughed. I didn't know if that was a good thing or a bad thing. If that dragon wished to end me, I'm pretty certain I wouldn't come out alive. Very well, you, pass. It took a solid second to let that sink in. What? I said you pass. I told you it was a test of character, did I not? If you took on my proposal, you would have failed. My legacy will not fall onto someone who is evil at heart. I'm glad you passed this trial. If you were to fail, it would have been unfortunate, to say the least. To think that the first person to pass all 3 of my trials would be a silver-haired boy who calls me Lizard. It's time for your reward. The environment changed back to the trial grounds. 9 drops of my blood, the body of a true dragon, virgin dragon seed, and since you are my first, and most likely last, successor, I shall also grant you the dragon god marrow and soul. Huh? What the hell is a dragon god marrow, soul and virgin dragon seed? You seem confused. The virgin dragon seed passes some of my blood to the first person you have sex with. The dragon god marrow makes the bones like fine steel and the marrow like an impregnable fortress. It will also generate new dragon blood and grant impressive regenerative capabilities. The marrow and true body will make you very, extremely, hard to kill. The dragon god soul will refine your spirit and soul, giving you powerful mental strength far surpassing that of ordinary humans. Your soul will also gain the attribute of the dragon god from this. Do you understand now? That's a lot of information to take in, but I'm not called a genius for no reason. Yes, I understand now. I promised to move you to somewhere safe, but now I believe that is unnecessary. I looked at the dragon, confused. What do you mean by that? You will see. I hope to see you in a few years, all grown up. Then I was surrounded by light, and I returned to the same forest. The only thing that was different was me. I felt stronger, quicker, and smarter. A silverback wolf was staring at me like before, but this time I wasn't scared at all. Interestingly enough, the wolf ran away from me. The dragon was right. After that, I spent some time getting used to my new body. I also caught a silverback wolf and cooked him, since I was hungry. It was getting dark, so I went to sleep next to the fire. It was like the second trial, but I only killed 1 beast instead of 700. Then I had my first dream since the storm. It was about a world where the storm never happened. I would have defeated the rebel navy with ease, effectively ending the rebellion. Then I would have strengthened my holdover stepstones, and after that, I would have raided Westeros and reunited with Viserys and Daenerys. Oh, how things would have different. Then all of that turns to ash and my status is shown. Name, Aerion Targaryen. Level, True Profound 1, 21. Traits, attractive, genius, athletic, patient, diligent, proud, ambitious. Titles, none, in blue pole star. Min power, True Profound, lower. Max power, Spirit Profound, lower. Weapons, none. Skills martial arts, counter kill, dragon soul domain, fire breath, observe, perfect counter, scale regeneration, Sharingan. Bloodlines, Valyrian, fire dragon god, primordial azure dragon, Uchiha. Body, dragon god marrow, body of a true dragon, virgin dragon seed. Soul, dragon god soul. Then I wake up. The system has changed, interesting. What the hell is true profound and spirit profound? My first guess is it's something related to cultivation and this new world. What do I do now? I can't just stay in this forest forever. Didn't the transcended being say something about letting my companions live? Maybe I could find Rob and Izanami if I looked around. No, it's too late. 152 days have passed since I first stepped here. Chances are they either died or left the forest sigh. Whatever the case may be, I have to find out more about this world since I'm going to be here for a very long time. I cooked another wolf, I really have something against them, don't I, and set out. My goal was to get out of the forest and find some kind of civilization. Chapter 11. I spent a whole day exploring the forest. Eventually, I found where it ended. It was quite surprising. After the green, living, beautiful forest ended, there was only sand and profound beasts. There were some bushes here and there, but overall it looked closer to a desert. There was a sign, but it was covered with dust and sand. I wiped my hand across the sign to see what was written. Beyond lays the wasteland of death, where thousands of cultivators die every year. Deadly profound beasts lay in every corner, enter at your own risk. You have been warned. A fitting name. From one deadly place to another, I'm used to it. If I continue walking straight I should reach some sort of town. Since so many cultivators die here, there must be some people who profit from this attraction, such as innkeepers and doctors. Alright, it's settled then. Around 30 minutes later. I was peacefully walking until half a dozen arrows fell on the floor, near my foot. I looked around and saw bandits advance out of some bushes and trees. Damn it, an ambush. Wait, this could be a blessing in disguise. These bandits most likely steal from others and sell their goods somewhere, most likely a town or village. I never expected a bandit ambush to actually help me. What are you smiling for? You know the drill. Drop all your things or else. Does it look like I have things to drop? All I have is my trousers. I don't have anything of value to give. I put on an impression of being scared of the bandits. It worked splendidly. One of them walked up to me and checked my pockets. He ain't lying, boss. All empty. The bandit leader looked a bit angry. Nothing. You tell me that we waited for hours on end for nothing? Chain him up. We will sell the pretty boy to the auction house. 3 bandits came over and put some chains on my hands. I didn't resist. I tugged the chain and smiled. I was confident in my ability to break these weak chains if things went south. No man can truly chain a dragon. Then I followed the bandits for a solid hour until we reached their hideout. It was a large cave on the surface, but inside it was truly an underground mine. The entrance was sealed by a large rock covered with sand, which the boss removed and put back in when we all entered. I was dragged down to the lower part of the hideout. Every few meters there was a torch for light and heat. I looked around in amazement. These bandits are well organized and they have a good hideout. I wouldn't be surprised if this mine is housing 50 bandits or more. Once we got to the lower part, the wealth of the bandits seemed apparent. They had mountains of gold, silver, steel and many other kinds of metals. On the very end of the underground mine was a room with 7 prisoners chained up, like me. The bandit that was dragging me the whole time pushed me into the room. Have fun in your temporary home. He laughed as the door was closed and tightly locked. I sat down on the damp floor and looked around, focusing on the other prisoners. They all looked depressed apart from one. That one person had an icy, cool expression as if everything is going according to his plan. Once the bandits walked off, he spoke. Who wants to be saved? All of the prisoners nodded. I did the same. He smiled. Good, it's your lucky day. Follow. He snapped his fingers and all of our chains broke. How did he do that? I'll have to ask him later. He waved his hands and the locked door swung open. Some bandits came to see what happened, but they didn't get to see anything. Their throats were sliced by clear, sharp wind. My jaw dropped. How is he doing that? In just a minute, the entire mine was filled with bandit corpses. The savior then held out his hand and all of the gold entered his ring. He forgot about one person, the leader. I didn't see his body anywhere, and then an arrow whistled past and hit the young man right in the back. He wasn't expecting an arrow and so, his wind wasn't there to blow away the arrow. His chest was bleeding, badly. There's no way he would be able to beat the bandit leader alone. Run, run now, you fools. The other prisoners scuttled out of the mine as soon as possible. I stood still. If I save him, maybe he could point me in the right direction. Why? He looked at me, bewildered. You are a virtuous man, you shouldn't die here, to a man like him. The bandit leader laughed. So, you wish to join him, boy? As you wish. You both will pay for killing all of my men, I will make sure of it. He charged at me, I looked at him with disdain. There shall be no mercy for cowards like him. I activate my Sharingan and use perfect counter. He was going to punch me in the face but I stepped to the side and pushed him, hard. His head smashed into a wall and got stuck. He can't do anything, he might as well be a doll. I break his arms, his legs and his neck. Then I finish him off by driving my hand through his chest. I looked at the hero and his bad state, what do I do? Then he spoke. You, our strong, benefactor, search through my bag for a bottle with blue liquid, then give it to me, please. I do as he says. In a few seconds, I find the bottle he was talking about and give it to him. He drinks it quickly and shuts his eyes. This man really just went to sleep without saying another word, whatever. I carry him to the upper part of the mine, leave him and come back with some food. I start a fire and cook the meat. By the time he woke up, it was very dark. Then I noticed his wound, it was already closed up. I give him his portion of the meat. Thank you, what's your name? Aerion Targaryen. He laughed out loud. What kind of silly name is that? If that's truly your name, you need to change it. Tisk, silly. Then what's your name? Tai Quinn. I tried to stop myself from laughing back. Tai Quinn, you wouldn't last a day in West Dash. I stopped myself from saying Westeros. He wouldn't know anything about it anyway, and I have to fit into this new world. Wouldn't last a day where? Never mind. He finished off his meat. Thank you for the food, see you in the morning. Then he went back to sleep, I decided to sleep as well. Morning, next day. He woke up before I did, hell he even prepared breakfast. I thanked him for the food and ate up. So, it seems that my mission is complete. Mission, what mission? I looked at me, uncertain, probably thinking whether to talk about it or keep it a secret. I'll tell you, my mission was to get rid of the tiger, his bandits and free all of his prisoners. The tiger is the nickname given to the bandit leader, the man you killed. I thought it was going to be an easy contract until the arrow struck me in the back. If you weren't there, I would have died and failed my mission. I have to reward you, somehow. What are you going to do, after you recover? I would return to the noble rogue sect and report to an elder. I don't have anywhere to go, I don't even know this area very well, so, can I come with you? He laughed. Of course you can. You saved my bloody life. That way, once I return to the sect, I can reward you. Then we spent a week traveling to this so-called noble rogue sect. I remember Izanami briefly talking about what sects are, could this world be her home, where she comes from? Eventually, we reached the city that housed the sect. While we were traveling the wasteland, Tai Quinn informed me about the sect. He talked about how disciplined, organized and amazing the place was. I was very interested, perhaps I could join this sect. I would finally have a home again. The city that housed the noble rogue sect was called Old Town, no, not that Old Town, as it was 4 centuries old. Even though it was called Old Town, it didn't look very old to me. All of the buildings in the city looked clean and refurbished. Above the town, on a hill, stood a mighty fortress. I could see a few flags waving, on top of the walls, which all had a special insignia on them. We walked up to the gates of the castle. Who goes there? Tai Quinn took a deep breath and spoke. Chapter 12. It is I, Tai Quinn. The guard quickly lowered the lever and the gate slowly rose up. He greeted Tai Quinn the moment he entered. Welcome back, young master. Looks like Tai Quinn has some authority in the noble rogue sect. He led me through the sect to the very top, which was the Grandmaster's, the leader of the sect, library. In between the entrance and library, there was a gate with 5 guards protecting the entrance. They all wore blue robes with brown arm guards, straps and belts. 2 have helmets and one of them has a leather shoulder pad strapped to his left arm. The one with the shoulder pad approached us. Tai Quinn, welcome back. Your father has been patiently waiting for your return, I suggest going to him first. Tai Quinn nodded. Best not to keep my father waiting. The guard with the shoulder pads unlocked the door with one of the keys strapped to his belt. I felt so unimportant next to Tai Quinn, it was like everyone cared about him and I was just an invisible shadow. They didn't even ask who I was. Well, maybe it was for the better. We walked up to the stairs which lead to the library. Inside stood a middle-aged man with a black hood over his face. His black robe was decorated with beautiful gold patterns. When we walked in, he looked up. Welcome back, son, I take it you succeeded in your mission. Tai Quinn bowed. Yes, father. The man looked me dead in the eyes, emitting an icy cold aura. It felt like his eyes were daggers ready to pierce my soul. Who is this? Tai Quinn interrupted me. He is my benefactor. The tiger shot an arrow into my back, he defeated the tiger with ease and saved my life. The middle-aged man nodded in approval. Even though I do not like the fact that my son lost to a bandit, I am grateful to you. May I know your name? My name, Tai Quinn, and I discussed this subject many times. We both decided on the name June Long. June Long is my name. Well, June Long, I must reward you for saving my son, no? Let me think, how about a place in the noble rogue sect, my sect? Not only that, you would be given your own room, more resources for cultivation and a nascent profound weapon of your choice. Tai Quinn looked at me, nodding. The things he's offering sound pretty damn good, I'll accept. It's not like I have anywhere else to go. I accept your proposal. Good. Quinn, show him around and get him up to speed. As you wish, father. Tai Quinn took me on a tour around the fortress, showing me the locations I needed to know about as a disciple. There were many places in the fortress, hell there was a whole underground layer. Sadly, we could not go there as my rank was too low. I was slightly disappointed, but I understood why. I would have to progress through the ranks and gain the sect's trust to be able to access the more restricted areas. Tai Quinn told me that the most important place was the mission board, where missions sent by people are collected by the sect and put on display. If disciples, sometimes masters, saw a mission that they would like to do, they would give it to an elder and the elder would then decide whether to allow the disciple to do it or not. Most missions are relatively short, while others can last up to 4 years. This is your room. Basic training starts tomorrow, make sure to read the book on the table. It will help you with understanding the structure of the sect. Take a good night's sleep, I'll see you in 100 days. Tai Quinn said as he unlocked the door and gave me the key. He smiled on the 100 days part. 100 days. Why 100 days? Does basic training last 100 days? No way. I looked around for Tai Quinn but he was long gone. Damn that Quinn. I went into my room. It was a pretty banged up room, but I didn't complain. It's an upgrade from the ground. There was a white robe placed on the bed, I picked it up. It was similar to the blue uniform the guards wore, apart from the fact that it was white. I put it to the side and picked up the book Quinn was talking about. The Noble Rogue Sect. Alright, let's see what's it about. I opened the book and start reading. Summarized. History. It all began when the founder, Tai Shun, was tired of the bandits that inhabited Old Town. The bandits demanded regular payments of money and food in exchange for their protection. Sometimes the bandits would just come down their hill and take everything they wanted from the town, without any justifiable reason for doing so. This changed when Tai Shun arrived. He saw their unjust actions, and so he annihilated them with his almighty wind arts. The townspeople hailed him as their savior and worshipped him. A few years later, Tai Shun would build a castle on top of the hill. This was the beginning of the Noble Rogue Sect. He opened the sect to any local willing to join. Eventually, the number of disciplines rose to 10,000, that's where it capped off. The Noble Rogue Sect started to have stricter requirements to join since it was rising in power. Generations later a boy named Tgthegood shocked the entire Blue Wind Empire. Previously the highest rank the sect reached was top 400, but with Tgthegoods extraordinary tournament run that all changed. Tgthegood placed first in a Blue Wind ranking tournament, defeating the Heavenly Sword Villa disciples, who always placed first. Many years have passed since then. Tgthegood is now a retired middle-aged man with 3 children. 2 sons, Quinn and Shu, who both have aspirations of becoming the leader of the sect, and a daughter, Xia, who is quite talented yet uninterested in the sect. Structure and ranking. 1. Trainee. Trainees are the newest of all disciples. Every disciple starts at this phase, no matter their cultivation level. To progress to the next rank, initiate, they must complete basic training, which is an intensive, truly, 100-day schedule made to prepare disciples for missions. Basic training is usually led by an experienced master or elder. If one were to fail this training, they would have to do it again the next time it is hosted. 2. Initiate. Initiates are true disciples who can go on missions. They get a cloak and a red stripe on their hood. To reach the next rank, Adept, they must complete any 3 missions and be nascent profound, or higher. 3. Adept. Adepts are the more experienced disciples. Because of that, they are able to join a division. They can do this by either doing a trial and passing, or attending the quarterly assembly. The 2 available divisions are the Blades and the Guards. Both are very important to the sect. That comes later. They get 2 stripes on their hood. 4. Alpha. To reach this rank, an adept must perform excellently in one high-priority mission, the hardest missions. There is a huge gap between adept and alpha, as most alphas are spirit profound and above. They proudly wear their three-striped hood. 5. Master. Masters are usually graduated alphas, 20 years old, who have been selected by the Grandmaster himself. They train and teach disciples, sometimes they go on very important missions requested by the Grandmaster. Masters are usually peak spirit profound to mid-earth profound. They wear specially made robes which are easily distinguishable. 6. Elder. Elders are retired masters who spread their wisdom to disciples and authorize missions. They also have an annual meeting with the Grandmaster where they discuss important matters. There are only 4 sky profound elders. They wear black robes with silver patterns. 7. Grandmaster. A Grandmaster is at the very top of the hierarchy, basically the king. A Grandmaster is selected from the previous Grandmaster's children, which means the Tai family have always ruled the noble rogue sect, wear black robes, which are decorated with golden patterns. Divisions. Guards protect the castle and the surrounding land, they also keep disciples in check, while blades attack the sect's enemies. The guards, some people call them blues, are basically the defensive division while the blades are the offensive division. Both blades and guards have their own hierarchies. Chapter 13. My day started with a middle-aged man slamming my door open with a mighty kick. The thunderous sound instantly woke me up. What are you doing? Sleeping. Sleeping. You should be awake in sharp hours before I arrive. And here you are sleeping and, are you hugging a book? I can't even dash, get your ass ready in 2 minutes or else you will be eating grass for 100 days. I was the most scared I've ever been in my entire life. I quickly stood up and immediately put on the uniform and left my room. Took you a solid minute. You will be the one setting up the tents, hunting for food and making the fire. Am I clear? This man, he makes me nervous, he is no ordinary master. Yes, crystal clear. Crystal clear, who? Master Shun Ji. Say it again. Yes, Master Shun. How irritating, I'll play along. Good. Shunji looked around at the other disciples, who stood outside my door, and started counting them. I counted myself and found out that there were 10 disciples, including myself. All of you are here, let's get going. Single file march, behind me. The disciples silently got in a single file line without any problems, probably due to the presence of the overbearing master. No one asked where we were going, in fact, no one even spoke. The only sound that filled the long halls were footsteps. Shunji took out a key from his storage ring and unlocked a door that led to an underground passage. We walked through the underground passage until we reached the very end. There was a button on the right wall, which the master pressed. The end of the cave opened up, the sun's light shone through the mine. We exited and the master pressed another button which was well engraved onto a large tree. The entrance closed up. This is one of many underground entrances that the sect has created over the years, make sure to remember where it is located, it might save your lives one day. Then we traveled for a while until we reached the middle of a forest. Shunji waved his hand and 4 unstretched tents dropped to the floor. Well, Junlong, is it? Get to work. I understood what he meant, I took a few minutes to form the tents. Some of the other disciples tried to help me but Shunji would have none of it. Eventually, I finished setting up the tents. Well, I don't see any meat. I quickly walked away to look for an animal to catch. I could see the others laughing as I was getting further away. Sigh, life is so unfair. What are you all laughing for? I want 100 push UPS from all of you, starting now. When I heard that a smile rose on my face. Serves them right. Meanwhile in Westeros. My lord, King Robert has reached the coast. Duncan nodded depressingly, he already knew that. After the release of King Robert and the disappearance of their own king, the war heavily tipped in favor of the Iron Throne. Robert took advantage of the situation, he bought and gathered every last ship in the 7 kingdoms and went out to invade Stepstones. All pirates, both rebels and loyalists, felt great sorrow and regret, especially rebels. If the rebellion never happened, Aerion wouldn't have a reason to go to the southern islands, where the storm was, which would mean that he would still be alive. The forces of King Robert have already eliminated most of the pirates in Stepstones, only about 300 remain in Bloodstone. Tears flowed down Duncan's cheek as he spoke. What would, have the dragon, our king have done if, he was still, here? I already know what he would have, done. He, would have grabbed his great sword, and fought those, bastards head on, and, won. John was still well composed, on the outside, and critical. Aerion wouldn't want us to die for no reason. I suggest we leave before they find us. Then perhaps we could find his last relatives and protect them. Isn't this the reason he came a pirate? Wouldn't it put his mind at peace to see them alive and well? Duncan wiped the tears off his face with his arm. A newfound purpose filled Duncan with energy. He could still serve his king by protecting his family. Yes, it would. It seemed to me that Shun-Ji is the calmest, most noble man on earth until someone does something wrong. That's when all hell breaks loose, and that special someone has to do 1,000,000 push-ups. Within just 10 days, 3 of the disciples already quit. Their excuse was that Shun-Ji was too strict and that they could try again later, hopefully with a less strict master. It made me shake my head. Shun-Ji is the man for the job. Shun-Ji is strict because he wants to prepare disciples, physically and mentally, for missions. Sometimes missions will get hard and you can't just give up or do it next time. You have to be resilient and pull through. This new realization made me think of Shun-Ji in a different light. I started to admire the master. Narrator. Currently, the remaining 7 disciples were laughing and talking to each other. Shun-Ji had gone off to get some rocks, and so, the disciples finally relaxed and let themselves go. The girls were gossiping and giggling while the boys were sparring each other for fun, with the swords Shun-Ji provided. At first glance, they looked like ordinary teenagers. Damn you, Aerion, you're too good. I shrugged and smiled. I learned from the best. Lu Lei, my new friend, looked interested. Who might that be? Memories surged into me as I tried to remember, who did teach me. Then I remember, Viserys, Duncan, the many soldiers I killed, Robert and Izanami. Then more faces appear including Robb, Daenerys and Jon. How could I forget them so easily? I've been living life as if none of it happened. Is this what's to become of me? A cultivator, instead of a king? As time passes, will I forget it all? Long, are you alright? I nodded and walked away. Yeah, I'll be fine, I just need some time to reflect on something. Alright, don't get lost in the woods. I sat staring at a waterfall for a while, then I made a decision. If there's a way for me to come back, I will find it, no matter the cost, even if I have to shatter the heavens. I will get stronger and stronger, until I find a way to return to my world. Yeah, shatter the heavens. I laugh, this world and cultivation are truly changing me. Then a shout fills the entire forest and surrounding land. June Long, if you don't get over here in 3 minutes there will be severe consequences. Well, time to run. I ran for my life and reached the camp in just 30 seconds. I myself was quite surprised with how quickly I got there. I looked around and saw 7 boulders on the floor. The size of the boulders ranged from normal to half the size of a human. I already knew which one Shun-Ji was going to make me lift, the biggest one of course. Shun-Ji looked at me, with a hint of shock. You came here, quicker than expected. Anyway, let's get to this day's trial. Today you all will be lifting your boulder 100 times, without using any cultivation. If I see anyone using their cultivation, everyone will restart from 0. So, be sure not to cheat. Making everyone restart if one person cheats, a great tactic. Not only will you get punished by the master, but your own friends and fellow disciples would also turn on you. The man is a genius at being strict. June Long, you will be lifting that one, Lu Lei that one, Tai Xia that one. He picked which boulder each disciple was going to lift. My prediction was correct. I got the biggest one. Why? Because he sees me as the most promising disciple, whatever that means. Perhaps Tai Wentian told him about me defeating the tiger with ease. Of course, he did. Shun-Ji clearly isn't training me just to be an average disciple, he's training me to be one of the best. That's why everything is made harder for me. Then I noticed something. The girl named Tai Xia, she has a boulder only slightly smaller than mine. Who is she? She looks similar to Quinn, she's probably his sister. Heh, I've seen what Tai Quinn can do, she must be strong since she's from the same family. Get going. Lift and drop. Lift and drop. Lift and drop. Everyone follows in rhythm until the 15th lift. Some start slowing down but Shun-Ji's encouragement keeps them going at a decent pace. By the 30th lift, I start feeling tired. How am I supposed to do 100 if I can barely do 30? Come on, you're a dragon, Long. Keep going. But I. No questions. Only lifting. Right, I can do this, can't I? An image of the crimson dragon roaring appeared and it filled me with fire, energy. I looked down at the rock and started to lift it and drop it. I didn't take a break, count or think at all. I just did it. Eventually, though, the energy faded. Then the pain and exhaustion hit, I could barely move. Shunji looked astounded. I wonder why. I looked around and saw that the others were resting and watching me. Are they all done? You're truly something else. Later I found out that I lifted and dropped the boulder 150 times. 150 times. Currently, we were all relaxing as it was getting dark. The meat, which came from a few rabbits I caught, was being cooked by Shunji himself. While that was happening, a girl, Taisya, sat down next to me. Lifting that kind of boulder without any cultivation 150 times, you've impressed me, Silver Dragon. Continue the good work. She leaned forward and kissed my left cheek. Then she briskly walked away. Did she just kiss me? It took me a few seconds to recover from the shock. Lu Lei walked up to me with a worried expression. Xia kissed you, you know what that means. What do you mean? Is it a bad thing? Of course it is. You fool, you should have just kept your distance. She is the daughter of the Grandmaster and a master of playing with other people's emotions. You would start loving her and then, when she's done with you, she'd dump you like some piece of trash. Damn, she's beautiful. Whatever, I'll avoid her from now on. It might be too late, she has already marked you as hers. I laugh and shake my head at that comment. Marked? Ha, I do not belong to anyone but myself. I see, just be careful, okay? Don't worry, Lei, I will. Lu Lei turned around and pointed at the fire. The food's almost ready, want to go and sit with me? Yes, of course. Plays with emotions, eh? We'll see how that turns out for you, Xia. Day 20. One of the 7 disciples had recently quit the training. Shunji pulled out a sound transmission talisman, a one-time use message, to call for a master to come and pick her up. Now there only remained 3 boys and 3 girls, making 6 disciples in total. I don't know, long, I might quit. This training is way too hard, next time I'll be ready. I looked at Lu Lei in disbelief. This man is really going to quit, after 20 days. No, as a good friend, I won't let him. No, you can't. There is no next time. What were those 20 days of hard work for? Nothing. No. You must keep going or else it was all a waste of time. But, it's too difficult. Difficult, eh? Do I have to beat you into submission? Keep yourself straight, we still have 80 days to go through. Alright, I'll try to complete this training. That's the spirit. Now that I'm assured Lu Lei isn't going to quit on me, I relax and wait for Shunji's next instruction. Eventually, he returns, and he has a smile on his face. A smiling Shunji, it means that he's about to make us do something very, very difficult. Well, it seems that I've found a real-life situation for you all. Chapter 14. Alright, here's the briefing. This is something very similar to a mission. In this case, it's a rescue. Some old geezer wants his granddaughter rescued from a sect. According to him, the sect took his granddaughter for no reason other than pleasure. It does not seem like an unlikely case, as the sect in question is known for performing devilish deeds. For the first time, I questioned the noble rogue sect. If they're so noble, there shouldn't be a sect performing devilish deeds next door. Why hasn't the noble rogue sect gotten rid of them? Why would they need to do that? I don't know, maybe because they're kidnapping people. What's the point of saving her anyway if they can just take her back? The fury on Shunji's face became clear as day. I think I went too far. TSK. You are still young. Who would risk waging war on another sect over a few villagers? No one. You want them dead. Go kill them yourself. Would you? Would you do that for mere villagers, Junlong? A sudden rage filled me from head to toe. Rape was a very touchy subject for me, as my mother. No, I would rather not think about it. Of course, I would. No, you wouldn't. Their leader is a powerful cultivator of the sky profound realm. 3 whole greater realms above you. Don't be a fool and listen to me. The words, sky profound realm, felt like a giant boulder was dropped on my head. I started to think straight again. We're going to rescue this granddaughter and after that, we'll go back to training. The sect wouldn't dare to wage a war on our sect for taking back the girl, unless... Unless what? She has something very valuable, but that's unlikely. First, we'll camp near the sect. After that, when it gets dark, you all will be infiltrating the sect and looking for the girl. Once you find her, take her and leave immediately. Understood? All of the disciples nodded. Night. I won't be assisting in any part of this mission unless you all mess up and get caught. Then, I'll have to come in and rescue the girl and you. I would rather not get my hands dirty, so be sure to avoid that scenario. Well, time to go. And after that, Shunji disappeared into a puff of smoke. The disciples came closer to each other, to communicate and formulate some sort of plan. Lu Lei broke the silence. So, who will be the leader? I looked around and realized there weren't many candidates for that position. Lu Lei was too timid, Chen Gang doesn't know anything about leadership, the other two girls aren't strong enough, not serious as well. That only left me and Tai Xia. To be honest, I want to be the leader of the operation. I have more experience than all of them combined and I've led entire armies to victory, why should I not be the leader? Then I had an idea, which was to divide the group in half. Then we wouldn't have a reason to argue. What if we have two leaders? One for the girls, and one for the boys. That way we would be more organized and multitask. I continued, I'll be the leader of the boys and Xia, you'll be the leader of the girls. Everyone nodded in agreement. Then the two groups walked closer to the sect. The sect consisted of many different buildings and houses, which made it look like a small town. It was going to be very hard to find a girl in this kind of place. What's the plan? In a restaurant nearby. Damn you, old man, making trainees infiltrate that sect, even I couldn't think of such a grueling task. Do you know why I did it? Tai Wentian's ice-cold eyes met with Shunji's, Shunji shuddered. Not many people could make Shunji uneasy, but those who can are truly extraordinary people, Tai Wentian was one of them. No, I do not understand this decision at all. It is very much unlike you to take risks like this. What do you hope to achieve? You're risking talented disciples and your daughter, for what? Some gold. I know you're better than that, why did you do it? Tai Wentian took a deep breath and ice-cold words left his lips. I wanted to test Junlong. Junlong. He'll most likely die. Not if he stealthily infiltrates the sect, silences the alarms, avoids anyone stronger than him and quickly leaves without anyone noticing. He's a bright boy, I'm sure he'll work it out. Besides, if all things go wrong we can swoop in and save them. What do you hope to gain from all of this? An heir. So here's the plan, we go in by scaling the walls. Then we go looking around for the girl and try to avoid conflict. We want to minimize the amount of evidence and so, we must avoid killing guards. Killing should be a last resort. When we, or the other group, find the girl we will reunite and quickly escape the sect. Avoid powerful elders at all costs. Understood? Yes, sir. Chen Gang and Lu Lei spoke in coordination. The infiltration had begun. 3 boys scaled the wall and got over it. There was a guard who was looking in the wrong direction, he was knocked out by Aerion with ease. They scaled the watchtower and looked around for any signs of the girl. There were no signs, which meant that they would just have to guess where she was, which was easier said than done. They looked around for minutes on end, with no results. But then a scream gave them hope. They stealthily sneaked around, exactly as Shunji taught them, and eventually reached the house from which the noise came from. They silently opened the door. What, are you, Ga? A hand went straight through the young disciple's chest before he could even ask a single question. Arion's crimson-red Sharingan eyes glowed with killing intent. The disciple who had been penetrated by Arion's left hand lay on the floor, lifeless, with blood pouring out of his chest. The crimson eyes looked around the room for more enemies, but there was none. There was only the crying girl. She called out, with a spark of hope in her beautiful blue eyes. Have you come, to rescue me? Yes, you'll be safe now. Aerion softly spoke as he wrapped a gag around her mouth, to keep her quiet. Then an alarm went off. Damn, an alarm went off. But how? We didn't do anything wrong, it was all by the book. Could it have been, the other group who messed up? Lu Lei nodded. It is the most likely outcome. What do we do? Run away with the girl or risk it all and help the other group? Chen Gang questioned, then they looked at me for guidance. It was a very difficult decision to make, but I had to do it. The word sky profound echoed in my mind, we must escape while we still can. We're running away. We scaled up the walls, I was carrying the girl on my back since I was the strongest. When we reached the top the walls were clear of any guards. Then we looked back and saw dozens of disciples chasing Tai Xia's squad. In mere seconds, the entire wall was covered by members of the evil sect. I spoke out in frustration. We've been trapped, damn it. The disciples attacked us without any hesitation, with bloodthirst in their eyes. The only way out was with force. 5 of the disciples attacked at once, hoping to spill my blood. They failed terribly. Counter kill. All 5 disciples dropped to the rough floor, their blood spilling out in all directions. The surrounding disciples moved back, they were hesitant to attack the killing machine that stood before them. This is our chance. Everyone jump, now. Everyone jumped down the wall, the evil disciples were a step slower. This slight separation of space was all that I needed. Fire breath. A wall of flames left my mouth and covered our retreat. The disciples did not go around the wall, they started to extinguish it. I found it weird, shouldn't they be chasing us? We managed to run all the way to our camp, via a small route we knew, without any obstacles. When we reached it, the others let out a sigh of relief, I didn't. Why so serious, Long? We completed a mission. Don't you think our escape was a bit too easy? No, well, maybe. Then a bush shuddered. Everyone stood up and looked around. One of the girls in Tai Xia's group spoke out in dismay. What was that? My eyes instantly turned to the man crouching in the bushes, he saw me and we made eye contact. A smile crept up his withered, old face. He saw that there was no point in hiding any longer, so he stood up and left the bushes. Well, it looks like I've been discovered, eh? Sharp eyes, you have. It would be unfortunate to waste them on a man like Tgthegood. Why don't you join me? I would grant you money, pills, a wide selection of women and anything else you might need. What do you think of my proposal? Chapter 15. What do I think of your proposal? I think I'll accept it. What? June Long, you can't be serious. A smile appeared on the old man. Good, you know what's best for you. Sadly, your friends aren't going to get the same treatment. He walked closer to my fellow disciples and charged. At this point, I was behind him. A smile appeared on my face this time. TSK, TSK, TSK. Just kidding. I stabbed my hand right through his back. He fell to the floor. His face was filled with confusion and shock. Foolish old man, he actually thought I was going to take his offer. Joining a weaker sect. What a joke, who does he think I am? Some kind of idiot. I'll show him that I'm a dragon. I then heard the old man's final words. Damn, you, boy. Lu Lei jumped in joy. You are amazing, Long. I was showered with praise from my fellow disciples for a minute. Then everything died down, the feeling of triumph faded as quickly as it appeared. Then I looked down and the old man's body disappeared, into a puff of smoke. He then reappeared in front of me and stared me down with his cold black eyes. Then, in a patronizing tone, he spoke. It's not nice to stab your elders in the back, kid. Bang! He sent me flying 100 meters back, I crashed into a tree. The old man looked at the others and a devilish smile appeared on his face. I will be merciful, just this once. You brats can all scatter and never bother me again, while I deal with your friend over there. Everyone apart from Lu Lei left the scene as fast as possible. Lei was very hesitant. Then tears dripped down his face and for the first time, he spoke in a vengeful tone. I'll find you one day, and kill you. After saying that, Lu Lei ran as fast as he could. He promised to himself that one day, he would avenge his best friend. He would pass that stupid 100-day training, grow, complete harder missions and grow even more. Then, when he was ready, he would set fire to the sect and to that old man specifically. At least, that's what he wanted to do. Brats nowadays are far too emotional, he will forget about you in a few years or so, that I promise. The old man walked closer to me, slowly closing the 100-meter gap. Observe. Name, Shaoli. Level, Sky Profound Stage 5. Traits, wrinkles, older than the earth, playful, vicious, lustful. Titles, Demon King of Infernal Demon Sect. Min Power, Elementary Profound 1, can control his strength. Max Power, Sky Profound Stage 6, aged, skilled. I have no chance, so this is how I die, again. Inside. The Crimson Dragon stared down on me with clear disappointment. Is this how your story will end? After you made that great promise? How far have you fallen? I remember you were a dragon who conquered stepstones, and the narrow sea. So many tried to halt your progress but you broke through their pathetic barriers, and continued to grow. Your growth kept Robert awake every night, and the loyalists finally had hope of a Targaryen on the Iron Throne. You would let all of your followers down if this is the end. I don't know what to do. What do you want me to do, O wise and critical Crimson Dragon? Stand up and beat up a man who is 1,000 times stronger than me. Well, that would be a grand spectacle, but the most important thing is survival. Swallow your pride and run, or surrender. Then you can continue to grow and, eventually burn all of your enemies to the ground. He's an old man, how hard could it be outrun him? Very damn hard. He may be old, but I'm sure he could walk faster than I can run. Well, that's your problem, not mine. Don't fear death, fight it. Do you have any last words, boy? Yes, I hate stags. I see, goodbye, then. His sword slowly fell on me. But then it was halted. No, I got some more last words to say. I hate lions too, I love my family, I wish I had a Valyrian steel sword and a beautiful loving wife. The old man sighed in frustration. Are you done? No, not yet. I still haven't said the last of my last words. I hate silver wolves and dragons with no wings. I think I've said everything, I can die happily now. Good, now die. Perfect counter. His sword was driven forward, into the tree. The old man looked around, confused, while Aerion was running away as fast as he could. The only noise that Aerion could hear was his own heavy breathing and footsteps, the forest was suspiciously silent. This didn't stop Aerion from running, though. The old man was flying directly above Aerion and shaking his head. Did he really think he could elude the Demon King? That foolish, deceiving boy, I should play with him a little longer. Yes, that would be very fun. I want to see his face filled with hopelessness, I want to see him beg for mercy and for forgiveness. Eventually, Aerion stopped running due to exhaustion. He was positive that he escaped the old man after sprinting for a whole kilometer. He settled down on the grass for some rest. His heavy breathing died down slowly, second by second. Then he was startled by a noise in the forest, bushes shuddering. Aerion instinctively knew who it was, the Demon King. Apparently, bushes were his favorite thing to touch. Aerion wanted to stand up and run, but he was halted by the figure in front of him. Where do you think you're going? The chase was fun and all, but I think it's time you die. Those words were like daggers, my eyes saw a movement. His sword, it was coming straight down to slash me. As I usually would, I sidestepped to avoid the blow, but it was too quick for me to dodge. Slash. My left arm dropped to the floor, crimson blood sprayed across the green field, tainting its green color. I fell to the floor, completely unconscious. Poor boy, he died in such a sad way. I will leave his body for the animals of the forest, I'm a charitable man, oh yes I am. Kakik. The old man laughed into the distance, praising himself. The arm that was cut off dissipated into dust, and a new arm began to grow. Dragon scales started to form together into an arm, filling the hole. Aerion's body was slowly recovering from the blow, piece by piece. The blood that was spilt was replaced with dragon blood from the dragon god marrow, and Aerion's left arm could now be moved as if it was a real arm. The animals of the forest couldn't cause any serious damage as they were too weak, any damage that was caused would have been instantly nullified by Aerion's scale regeneration. Eventually, the scales on his left arm fell. Though it wasn't like before, they left traces. It looked like skin on the outside, but if one were to look closely, they would see crimson faded scales. Even the almighty scale regeneration couldn't fully heal the arm, it was too big of a wound. Aerion's left arm would permanently have those near-invisible scales from now on. Awakening. Damn, where am I, what? The same forest, I'm still alive. I slowly stood up and instantly looked at my left arm. It's still there. But it was cleanly cut off, I saw it myself. I inspect my left arm more closely and notice that I have dim dragon scale patterns everywhere. Is this permanent? Whatever the case may be, I'm just glad I have both of my arms. I catch a rabbit, cook it and eat it to satiate my hunger. Now that I was full, I could go somewhere. Sure, I would like to return to the noble rogues sect and tell them how retarded this mission was, but I want to do something before any of that. I want to make that old sky profound geezer pay. I know I can't hurt him physically, but I can definitely hurt him mentally and financially. What if all of his sect's wealth just vanished in one night? I'm sure he would turn his entire sect upside down in anger. It's decided, I'm going to rob his sect blind. Consider this your first official payment, Demon King. I retraced my steps to the sect and smiled once I reached my destination. I walked a bit further away from the sect and slept for a few hours, waiting for the sun to go down. It was midnight, the perfect time to strike. This will be heaps of fun. I infiltrated the sect with ease, as I had experience and my team wasn't slowing me down. I avoided every guard as if I was just a shadow, they couldn't see me. So this is what Shunji meant by becoming a shadow, his training wasn't for nothing. After a few minutes of sneaking around, I reached the most luxurious house which was at the very center of the sect. This has to be his. The guards in the house were half asleep, so I went right past them. There weren't many things of value in the first floor, so I went to the lower floors. Once I reached the lowest floor, there was a sign that said, "The Vault." In front of the vault stood a guard, though he wasn't very alert. I crept closer to him and snapped his neck with my left arm. There was a lock, and the guard had it on him. How convenient. I unlocked the vault and dragged the guard's body inside. I myself go inside and close the vault door. Then I stare at all of the treasures in front of me. I lick my lips and start pillaging. Pills, money, storage rings, weapons, books. I'll take everything. Once I cleaned the entire vault of all its treasures, I left a note on the dead guard's forehead. It said, "Thanks for the goodies, Demon King. I'll be sure to make good use of them. By the way, you should get some better guards. I will come back later, so be ready, June Long." Now that I was done robbing the vault, there wasn't any reason for me to stay here. So I left the sect, as easily as I entered. It was all done, that old geezer crossed me and I robbed him blind for doing it. It was well justified. All of the resources I've gained, it shouldn't be too hard to reach the Spirit Profound Realm in a few months. It's time for the dragon to grow again. Chapter 16. My dear father, I'm so very close to the Spirit Realm. Can I have some pills? Please, I really need it. Shaoli looked unimpressed by his son's plea. This was like the 5th time this month his son came to him for resources. He eventually decided to make a deal. If his son breaks through to the Spirit Profound Realm, he would get further resources. If he didn't, then he would have to break through on his own. His son, ecstatic to finally break through, immediately accepted the deal. Very well, let's go down to the vault to find you some resources. Thank you, father. Everything was normal until they reached the vault. Shaoli raised his eyebrow in confusion. Where's the guard? I told the elders to always assign at least one guard to the vault. It could be that the guard is off duty, besides, it's sunny outside. No one would dare to trespass this sect during the day. Shaoli nodded, shrugging off his paranoia and suspicions. He unlocked the vault with one of his keys and pushed it open. The next second changed everything. He looked around. He saw nothing, just the walls. There was a guard at the very end of the room with a note stuck to his forehead by a knife. Shaoli quickly walked over to the dead guard, suppressing his anger. He hoped that this was all just a prank from one of the elders. Then he read the note, and then entire sect, and the land surrounding it, heard a thundering roar. Damn you, June Long. When I get my hands on you again, there won't be anything left. Nothing. 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 Nothing at all. I will burn all of your skin, bones, your limbs and feed whatever remains to the rats. Father, we can always. Shut your damn mouth, brat. Shaoli's son instantly silenced himself and swiftly left the vault. He knew that whenever his father was this pissed it was best to leave the surrounding area as fast as possible. The infernal demon sect was never the same after that day. The guards were severely punished if they were caught slacking, many members of the sect were sent down to steal from the local towns, to refill the vault, and Shaoli was vastly paranoid of June Long's return. He would even stay in the sect every day and check the vault every now and then. It was safe to say that Shaoli's son wouldn't get his pills anytime soon. Meanwhile, look at all of these storage rings. There's 15. They're spatial rings. The dragon commentated. I was surprised by its voice. You can talk. You've heard me talk before, no? I thought that you could only speak to me when I was in that endless, dark plane. That was true before, but you and I are stronger and closer than ever. Look at your arm, it's practically suppressed dragon scale. Unleash it, channel profound energy into your arm and witness the transformation. Alright, let's see. I channel my profound energy into my left arm and then, crimson red scales instantly grow. Not only scales, but there was a black horn too, where my elbow was supposed to be. This is amazing. It took me a solid 10 minutes to get over the fact that I had a cool dragon arm. Once the excitement faded, I got back to business. 15 spatial rings, 10 silver, 4 yellow and 1 cyan. The cyan one could store as much as all 10 silver rings, which meant that it was far more valuable. I decided to wear the cyan one and store everything inside of it, including the other rings. Then I looked over the rewards that I reaped, using Observe to learn about the things that I didn't know. Inventory. 100k purple profound coins. 10x spirit profound weapon. 1x earth profound weapon. 15x powerful healing pill elixir. 50x spirit profound pill elixir, boosts spirit profound or lower cultivation. 300x true profound pill. 3x unique skill tome. That's far more resources than I would have hoped, but the most appealing thing was the earth profound halberd. The aura it was giving off, it was so dominant. It was very long, 200 centimeters, extremely sharp and looked absolutely glorious, made of beautiful and luxurious materials. It was as if it was the king among halberds. How could I not pick it up and call it my own? It was a perfect weapon, for a king like myself. The other weapons weren't as amazing, but I still kept them for later. Maybe I could sell it to my fellow disciples at a cheaper price or to some merchant. Then there were the pills which I will use in my training. The last thing was the 3 books, they all sounded otherworldly, I couldn't wait to learn them. Demon King's Arts. Swift Wind Technique. Earth Golem Creation. It's time to learn them and begin my training. A few days later. Right after stealing from the infernal demon sect, Aerion went back to the wasteland of death to train. He knew that there were some beasts that were stronger than him, and so, it was a good place to grow. Every morning he would consume a large number of pills, and after that, he would indiscriminately slay the beasts who inhabited the wasteland of death with his massive halberd. He learned to take advantage of his left dragon-like arm by using the horn as an offensive weapon and the scales as a defensive option. He also used the superior strength of the dragon arm to help him swing the halberd more accurately and swiftly. It is a very heavy weapon. Currently, he was napping after a good meal, another silverback wolf. But then he was awakened by some bandits' excitement, which greatly angered Aerion and got him to his feet. I'll consider you smart. I open my eyes and see a giant sword being thrown at one of the bandits. He was too carefree, and so, his entire arm and chest was crushed by the pressure from the great sword. The youth who threw the giant sword laughed coldly. Is my sword fun? You. I violently stabbed my halberd into the ground, which created a loud noise. Now that I got their attention, I spoke loudly. Oi, all of you, people. Do you know who I am? No. Let me tell you. I am Jun Long, of the Noble Rogue sect. You all have committed a grave offense, disturbing my sleep. I demand compensation immediately. One of the bandits laughed and the rest of them joined in. Jun Long, who? My blood starts to boil, but then I calm myself down. If they do not wish to give my compensation, then, I'll just have to take from their dead bodies. I coldly state a fact. The man who killed you. SHRE. The earth-profound halberd, Sky Piercer, I named it some time ago, flew straight through the bandit's body, instantly taking his life. The strongest of the bandits quickly yelled a command. Everyone, kill those 2. So that boy with the giant sword was my ally in one way or another. Interesting. I turned my eyes to the 5 bandits who were getting closer to me. I smiled arrogantly and started to dismantle them piece by piece. The first of them lunged me with his sword. Counter kill. I step to the side, lock his head around my arms and snap his neck. There were 4 left. Using Swift Wind, a movement-enhancing skill, I quickly recover my halberd. All 4 of them shuddered with fear, then they ran. I laughed for a second. How am I supposed to get my compensation if all of you run away? I use Swift Wind again to appear in front of the 4 bandits. Then I raise Sky Piercer and slash horizontally. The axe part of the Sky Piercer chopped off all 4 heads without any sort of issue. It was like cutting butter with a knife. I dragged the bodies into one point to inspect my loot. The youth with the giant sword looked in my direction, with a face of suspicion. But not all of his attention was focused on me, he also looked at one of the disciples that the bandits were harassing. It was you who led them to me, no? The disciple was sweating bullets at this point. No, please, benefactor, hear me out. I only wanted to protect, my dear junior, it was the only way. Luckily, you, benefactor, exterminated these evil people, please let us go. We will remember this kindness for the rest of our lives if you, let us go. The young man looked suddenly put on a face of lust and asked a simple question. She is a virgin, right? Yes, she is. In fact, if you want her, you can have her. If that would make benefactor happy, of course. I was disgusted by the words coming out of the senior disciple's mouth. Suddenly, Sky Piercer accidentally pierced his heart. The halberd kept him standing while buckets of blood painted the sand. Blood was coming out of his mouth and contaminating my holy weapon. I pulled Sky Piercer out of his chest. Gee, gah. You, I thought. Those were his final words. I commentated on his death. Tisk, tsk. You deserved it. The young man looked at me coldly. You stole my kill, but more importantly, who are you? I was about to ask the same question, fancy a spar first, before introductions. I haven't had a good fight for a few days. It took the young man a few moments of silence to agree. Very well, let's spar. Chapter 17. The junior sect girl quickly ran out of the way, it was only the young man and myself. A great sword against a halberd, it was an interesting matchup. We stared at each other, both probably thinking of winning. He looked so calm, as if this was just another battle he would have won. It did anger me a bit. I am only a few stages below him, it isn't like he is way stronger. He is far too arrogant, I'll put him in his place. Well, shall we begin? I smile, yes, may the battle commence. I started the battle off with a quick poke to his chest, the man jumped to dodge it. Sky Wolf slash. Oh no, you don't. Counter kill. I stepped to the side and drove my halberd right through him, turns out it was just his afterimage. He was now behind me, his great sword raised. The hell is up with this kid? He's not ordinary, that's for sure. He used some sort of technique to create a clone to distract me while he sneaked from behind, an interesting tactic. I'm not going to be tricked again, though. I activate my Sharingan and Crimson Dragon arm. Before he could strike, I jab him with my dragon horn and quickly step away using Swift Wind. I turn to face him. He was surprised, and for the first time, shocked. How did you do that? You are supposed to be weaker than me. No matter, I do not need to know, as I will win anyway. The confidence this man has is heavenly. He must have a few more tricks up his sleeve. Suddenly, his eyes turn red. Is this the Sharingan? No, it can't be. His eyes don't have any tomo, it must be some sort of transformation. He suddenly became faster, stronger and less tactful. He started to attack me from all sides and I could barely keep up, especially when he got closer. Halberds are no use in close combat, I must create some distance. I tried to step back, but he was faster than me and closed the distance with ease. At this point, I had a couple of small cuts all around my body. But he too had amassed quite a few wounds, he was making simple mistakes. Then rage consumed him, someone lower in cultivation than himself was fighting back, this was unacceptable to the young man. Damn you! You think you can defeat me? Take this. Falling, moon-sinking star. I was too slow to react. Bang! The falling moon-sinking star hit me. For a moment I only saw darkness, and then I opened my eyes. My whole body was a complete mess. My noble rogue uniform was non-existent, my body was covered with dragon scales and wounds, and my blood was dripping everywhere. It was clear that the intent of the move was to kill me, this fact made me enraged. This was no longer a spar, it escalated into a death match. I was all for it, he wants to kill me. Fine, I'll kill him first. I stand up, despite my body's condition. Oh, you're still standing. Impressive, allow me to finish you off. Before you die, remember the man who killed you, Yun Che. No, I can't die, not like this. As the young man was getting closer, I felt death itself coming closer. Then something took over my body, giving me the courage to stand. Let's try this again, falling moon sinking star. Then a voice echoed through the forest, it was similar to Aerion's, but it was deeper and more dominant. I am Aerion, the heavenly crimson dragon, you are, nothing, to, me. The dragon roared, heaven-defying power gathered in his body. The young man was sent backwards from the force of the roar. Then, with one step, Aerion was right in front of the young man. He raised his halberd, his eyes glowing crimson red with bloodlust, and slashed down. What kind of monster are you? These were the last words of the scared young man with the giant sword. Die. No. As the halberd was falling, a scarlet girl immediately attacked Aerion to protect Yun Che, but it was all too late. Slash. Both Aerion's and Yun Che's blood splattered all over the floor, their bodies were split in half. Yun Che was cut in half by Aerion while Aerion was cut in half by Princess Jasmine. Damn you, Aerion, I have to save you again. The right part of Aerion's body was left in the dust while the left started to recover. The dragon was getting straight to work by drying up Yun Che. The blood of Yun Che was being slowly absorbed by Aerion's own, dragon, blood. His broken veins were immediately replaced with new, more powerful veins. These new veins were forged from the fused blood of Aerion and Yun Che. The new veins absorbed all of the profound energy that remained. Aerion's body was recovering by taking from Yun Che, it was a slow process, but it worked. Crimson red scales covered Aerion's body, protecting him from all outside threats. Jasmine was watching the transformation with curiosity. The floating fairy couldn't do anything either, so she floated away. Jasmine was left alone, one small tear dropped from her beautiful face. Damn you, Yun Che, this princess wasted so much time teaching you all those techniques. This princess gave you everything so that you could succeed, and you, just failed me. All because of your pride, arrogance and stupidity. You could have had a proper spar, but no, you had to turn it into a fight to the death, damn you. You left this princess. The sky-poisoned pearl abandoned its master for someone more worthy, Aerion. Everything Yun-Che had was stripped from him and taken by Aerion. It was quite a sad end for the young man with the big sword. But at least he was taught a lesson, something he can take to his next life. What was this lesson, you ask? It was, never cross the dragon. After a whole week of scale regeneration and absorbing Yun-Che, Aerion had finally awakened. His first words were, I'm alive. He instantly turned to his body and saw that a large part of his right body was scarred with the same faded scales his left hand has. His pretty face was still the same as before, luckily. If Jasmine had struck the head or Aerion's heart, he would be dead, but she didn't. So, Aerion lives on. The training plan wasn't affected by the turn of events. In fact, the fight made Aerion work harder. He now understood the phrase, there will always be another sky beyond the sky. Due to the new veins, Aerion's cultivation dropped to the 7th stage of the nascent realm. However, after his training, this rose to a shocking true profound stage 7. How long did this training last? Only 80 days, an average of 1 breakthrough every 8 days. Oh man, I've run out of pills. I guess I should return to the noble rogue sect since my training is pretty much done. But I still have to do one thing, learn this so-called Demon King's arts. I open the book and all of the skills instantly enter my mind. So this one works just like the other tomes, that's good to know. I get to a safe spot and read the book first, before comprehending the skills. Demon King's arts, created by the true Demon King. He had no name, only a title. This title was enough to frighten most of the Blue Wind Empire. Wherever this king went, there only remained dust. He pillaged and took everything he wanted, no one could stop him. He spawned hordes of undead skeletons and other servants. With them he could, and did, conquer entire cities. Then one day he just vanished. He left all of his great knowledge in this book for his successors, but none of them managed to get past the first skill. It was too difficult. If you are up to the challenge, then continue. I never back down from a challenge. I closed the book in my eyes. I appeared in a dark world. It had quite a few similarities with the Crimson Dragons. So, you are the next in line, eh? Sigh, my descendants seem to become weaker and weaker as time goes on. Who are you? I am the Demon King, or what remains of him anyway. I am a mere fragment of him, a spirit. I was left in the book to pass on my arts to worthy descendants. You do not look like a descendant of mine. Now I ask the questions, who are you and how did you obtain this book? I was going to be honest, as there was no point in lying anyway. I stealthily robbed the sect as vengeance, and just happened to pick you up. It was a blessing from the heavens. To have me, Aerion, wield your arts is a privilege. Oh, is that so? You're arrogant. I love arrogance. Though, I do not remember teaching you anything yet. Whatever the case may be, I was created to pass on my knowledge. I will do just that, no matter who it is. A word of warning, cultivating these skills will push you closer to the devil path. If you do not wish for that to happen, do not cultivate them. It is time for me to go. Devil path, ahaha. What kind of nonsense is that? I can't limit myself just because some skills are a bit on the darker side. I open my eyes and start learning the first skill, Crimson Demon Wave. A day later. I pretty much mastered the move. It was quite simple. You channel your profound energy to one point, which could be your mouth, hand, the tip of a weapon and many other things. The longer you charge, the more powerful, longer and chaotic the wave becomes. Once it is released, a crimson red wave explodes from the point. If any of y'all know Bleach, it's basically a zero. A giant monkey swung from a tree down to the sand. Then it sensed my overwhelming strength and started to run. Good, a chance to test out this new move. I raise my halberd with my left hand and directly point to the retreating monkey. Crimson red profound energy starts to surge at the very tip. After a second or two, it was ready. Crimson, Demon, Wave. Shrew. Boom. After the wave hit the monkey, there was nothing left of him. There was a deep, long crater where the wave hit. Oh well, it'll regrow, right? I was finally ready to return. I finished off all my pills and tomes. 2 days later. I was already out of the wasteland of death and halfway to Old Town. I looked around and saw a small town ahead. Perhaps I can get some good rest and food from some inn. It wouldn't hurt to relax a bit. There was indeed an inn. I smiled. Yes, some rest wouldn't hurt. I enter the inn and walk up to the innkeeper. Got a spare room? What do you think this is? A charity? The disrespect was as clear as glass. This man thought I was some sort of beggar, very insulting. But I understood why. I was wearing one of the bandits' clothing, which happened to be ripped. The bandit's clothing did have some resemblance to a homeless man's clothing, I can't blame him. The entire bar laughed at the comment. I felt embarrassed. Then everyone fell silent and the atmosphere in the room darkened. I turned around to see what was causing this silence. The infernal demon sect has nobly arrived to relieve you all of your precious inventories. Do not do anything you will regret. Do not resist, do not speak. Just cooperate, and you might just survive this encounter. Infernal demon sect, here. What in the seven hells is going on? A quick observe reveals that they are all in the true profound realm, some are in the lower part of the spirit profound realm. I smirk, I will make them regret delaying my sleep. I watch for a minute as the people who laughed at me get their goods taken away. Then one of the infernal demon sect members approaches me. Give me your spatial ring, boy. He shows me his hand, indicating that he wants the ring on his palm. Boy. I am your grandfather, and you shall address me as such. I release my profound energy on him and he instantly bends his knee. What is this, madness? Too much pressure. Let me relieve you. Before the other sect members could interrupt, I drive Sky Piercer right through him. One of the older sect members commands the others to attack me at once. He's not being reckless at all, good. With just one counter kill, all of them drop to the floor. I quickly scoop up their spatial rings and put them into my own ring. What just happened? One of the people who got robbed asked. Can we get our stuff back? Another asked. No. So, innkeeper, can I get a room or not? Yes, you can. Of course, for free. His stuttering made it apparent that he feared me and didn't want to cause any trouble. I was fine with that. Show me the room then. Of course, follow me, young master. Looks like my status has elevated from a homeless man to a young master. He walks upstairs, and I follow. He leads me to a door and gives me the keys. How long are you staying? A day to a week, depending on my mood. I see, please return the keys when you are leaving. I would be very grateful. I nodded. Very well, I'll do that. I unlocked the door and enter. I was surprised by what I saw. For a temporary home, this place had everything a man would need. The first thing I did was lay down on the bed since I was exhausted from all of the traveling. Finally, some good rest on a good bed. What a crazy time to be alive. Since I've come here I've almost died twice, perhaps even 3 if you count the trials. Almost half of my body could instantly grow scales, I can breathe fire and I can shoot waves with my halberd. What if I came back to Westeros right now? People would either start to worship me as God or perhaps brand me as the devil himself. I can do so many things that the people in Westeros could only dream of doing. Dream. I had a beautiful girl sitting on my lap. We spent the whole night talking to each other and getting closer. We reached a certain point, it was my chance. How about you and I sleep together? I'd give you a good tumbling. Oh, you would? But you're still inexperienced, a virgin. What can I do with that? Humph, come back to me when you are a man. She left me all alone, in the brightly lit mansion. Damn, I blew it. Still a virgin, at 16 years old, almost 17. I'm failing my father, he's probably shaking his head in heaven. I could picture it quite well. My son, a virgin, at 17. When I was 17, Wow, I don't need any further details. Seriously, though, I need to drop this burden off my shoulders. Once I lose my virginity, I wouldn't have to worry about protecting it, if that makes sense. The dream burnt away and my status was shown. End. Chapter 18. Name, Aerion Targaryen. Level, True Profound 7. Traits, attractive, genius, athletic, patient, diligent, proud, ambitious. Titles, trainee, noble rogue sect. Max power, spirit profound 10. Weapon, sky piercer, halberd, earth profound. Evil god seeds, fire. Special items, sky poison pearl, mirror of samsara. Skills martial arts. Melee, counter kill, perfect counter. Range, crimson demon wave, fire breath. Movement, swift wind technique. Summoning, earth golem creation. Special, observe, scale regeneration, scale transformation, Sharingan. Bloodlines, Valyrian, fire dragon god, phoenix, primordial azure dragon, Uchiha. Body, dragon god marrow, body of a true dragon, virgin dragon seed. Veins, evil dragon god. Soul, dragon god soul, phoenix soul. Knock. Knock. I open my eyes. Who is it? I'm sorry to interrupt, young master, but your breakfast is ready. A female's voice, probably the innkeeper's daughter or some maid. Though I cannot recall seeing a maid yesterday, maybe the innkeeper upgraded just for me. I get out of bed and get dressed in a homeless bandit clothing. I really do need to get myself some new clothes. I'll make sure to look around the town today. What in the? I look at my left hand's palm and notice a circular green marking. This wasn't there before. When did I get it? Zoom. In just one breath of time, I appear in a green endless space. I was dumbfounded. So much space, so many different items laying around. What is this place? It's too big to be a spatial ring. Then I turn to a figure resting in a bed. I look closer and see her scarlet hair. You. Flashback. No. Slash. This girl, she was the person who cut me in half. What is she doing here? What are you doing here? She yawned, which I found very insulting. Do you not have eyes? This princess is resting. Go. What? Go. I just came here. Oh, I'm so very ashamed of disrupting your important rest. I'll leave immediately. I said, with clear sarcasm. So, how do I leave? Zoom. I return to the room. Guess the green tattoo can read my mind. That's quite useful. I open the door, walk forward, and close it behind me. Then I walk downstairs to the bar part of the inn and sit down on one of the chairs. There were 5 people on the table, but the moment I sat down, they all moved to the other tables. One of them said, "We don't want no trouble." Damn, what did I do to make people want to avoid me? Oh, that's right, I annihilated a few infernal demon sect disciples yesterday. They were so minor I already forgot about them. Here's your food, I hope you like it. The innkeeper said. Thank you. Dumplings, eh? I think I'll like it. After I finished the food. The food was pretty good. Then I leave the inn and start exploring this town. There was a sign that said, "Welcome to Gold Mountain Town," so that's the name of the town. Gold Mountain, a very arrogant name indeed. Someone who looked like a mercenary approached me. He did fit the role with his clothing, but his physique had much to be desired. He had long skeleton-like arms and no visible muscle. Looks like he hadn't eaten properly for a few years. Hey, would you like to join the Silver Cloaks? It's a mercenary group who take on any task. If not, perhaps you want them to assist you in your journey? They can escort you to any place safely, for a price. Then a tall, muscular mercenary slapped the skinny mercenary on the back of the head. Fool, can't you see who this is? The Silver Calamity himself. Do you think he needs our help? And no, but he doesn't look like much. Silence. Now excuse us, young master. The Silver Calamity, that's a bit exaggerated, don't you think? Still, I was quite interested in these so-called Silver Cloaks. They started to swiftly move further away from me. Wait. Upon my word, they froze in place. The taller one stuttered out a sentence. Did we say in anything, wrong? No, you did everything right. I wish to know more about this Silver Cloak organization. After a good second of recovery, the taller mercenary nodded. We have a camp outside of the town. Would you like to meet the boss? Yes, I would. A few minutes later. The camp only had about half a dozen mercenaries, almost no food and barely enough money to keep everything afloat. So this is the camp. I'm slightly disappointed. The tall mercenary nodded while the slender one remained silent. I could see sadness and anger, at the same time, inside of the tall mercenary. We lost many brothers in our latest mission. We were ambushed by the infernal demon sect. Those damn demons are now going wherever they want, though they are smart enough to avoid conflict with the mighty noble rogue sect. I wish that one day they trouble the wrong man. That would be a glorious day. That day has long passed. The moment that I'm strong enough to face the Demon King, will be the moment he bends his knee before me. No one can humiliate the dragon and get away with it. The infernal demon sect has already crossed someone they shouldn't have. Who? Never mind. I swiftly changed the topic. So, do you have any ongoing missions or a mission your boss is considering? The boss is considering escorting a rich merchant all the way to Old Town. A very risky task, as the journey to Old Town is full of danger. High reward, high risk. What would be the reward for such a task? I'm not sure if I'm allowed to say this, but I will anyway. The reward would be 30 purple profound coins if we escorted the merchant to Old Town safely. I almost laughed, only 30. I have over 100,000. Maybe I'm just that rich after robbing the infernal demon sect, or the merchant is just a greedy bastard. I suppose it's the former. 30 is probably a lot for these people. I see, truly a high-risk high-reward type of mission. Since I'm going in the exact same direction, perhaps I could help. Of course, of course. With your heavenly might, who would dare to attack us? It would be a great honor. I'm going to tell the boss about this. Yes, go ahead. The boss of the Silver Cloaks was an old man, who was far past his prime, named Wang Tian. The man was so old that he could barely speak, but his cultivation was quite respectable. Which was the very beginning of the Earth Profound Realm. We discussed the mission and he accepted my offer of help. After that, the meeting came to a close. I decided to finally get myself some new clothes. The first shop I went to was Heavenly Tailoring. I went up to the woman at the counter and spoke softly. I'm a charming man, perhaps I can get a discount. After all, every bit of money helps. I'm looking for some beautiful, expensive clothing. As beautiful as you. Oh, you flatter me, beggar, but I think I'm far out of your league. I mean, look at you, I would never consider even looking at you. That white hair is probably some type of paint and those eyes are probably some type of illusion. You think you can trick me? No way. Security, get this beggar out of here. Being called a beggar twice is bad enough, but my Targaryen bloodline being so badly degraded, is unacceptable. Before I was able to draw out Skypiercer and blow the whole building to the ground, the security came in and resolved everything. Once the security guard saw me, his attitude towards the woman turned cold. Shut your damn mouth, woman. What did I say? I said shut up. He turned to me and was reassured by the fact that I didn't have Skypiercer out. Please, forgive this ignorant woman's actions. It's difficult to forgive the things she said. I would need some serious compensation to even think about it. What may that be? I'm sure the boss would be able to pay as long as it's reasonable. I thought about it for a good minute. Then I had the perfect deal. There is no point in destroying things, it's better to conquer them. The store, I want ownership of everything here. So, you want to be the boss? Yes. I'm not sure about that. Bring your boss here and we'll forge the deal. Oh, okay. The guard told the store's owner about the news and he ran over to me. So you wish to take everything just because she insulted your hair and eyes? That's right, but you make it sound so small and simple, but it's more than that. She is insulting every single one of my ancestors. I won't just stand for it. You either give me what I want or I crush your skull. Very well. Good, we have a deal. The store will run as normal, but I will take a good 70 of what you earn. I'm sure the owner of such a brilliant store must make quite a lot, so 30 should be more than enough to scrape by. Keep my money stored somewhere. I will take it whenever I feel like it. The owner nodded his head in approval. I see, it's not that bad. It's good that you have some common sense. Now, I need some brilliantly tailored clothing. Get to it. But we need your measurements first. Very well, I'm here, get your measurements. Who is he? The woman asked and the guard responded. The Silver Calamity, the man who could slay infernal demon disciples with ease. He even made one of them bow just with his profound energy. That one disciple was at the Spirit Profound Realm. Does that ring a bell? Yes, but I thought he would wear something proper. Now the no, the manager must pay for your foolishness. The results of the measurement shocked me. My height was measured at 190 centimeters. I've grown so much and I didn't even realize it. Then they measured my weight, which I couldn't care less about since I was in great shape. After the measurements were over, the staff got to work. They were using the best materials and working very carefully. It looked like they were creating a masterpiece. They said it would take them a few hours, so I decided to train outside of the town for a bit. After my training, I went over to one of the local restaurants. I just happened to bring the slender mercenary with me since I felt bad for him. It would probably be the best meal he's had for years, at the expense of some of my pocket change. I also didn't want to be eating alone. So, how's the food? I asked the slender mercenary, who was simply gobbling up all of the dishes. Ish Fury go good. I was long finished by then, but I waited for him to finish filling up the black hole that was his stomach. Then a very charming maiden came with the receipt and took away the dishes. She smiled devilishly at me as she walked away. It was either, she wants my stick or the cost of the meal is astronomical. I think it's the latter. 4 purple profound coins. The slender mercenary, Lei Kuan, shouted out loud. Every single person in the restaurant heard that. He was crying at the prospect of having to pay for it, then I reminded him that I was paying for it. It's all on me, calm down. Oh, okay. Thank you for your generosity, you are truly a great man. I give the maiden 5 purple profound coins, one as a tip to her. 1 purple profound coin, for me. That's right, you served me well. She smiled. Well, I hope to serve you again. That's quite likely since I will have to come here to collect my income. Don't worry, you will. Me and Lei Kuan walk out of the restaurant and part ways. I'm tired of looking like some beggar, it's time to get my clothes. Chapter 19. The clothes look good on you, my lord. I nodded, they do indeed. I shall be leaving now. Expect me to return soon, to collect my payment. The manager nodded, that was his new rank since Aerion is the owner now. Aerion was dressed in a beautiful black robe decorated with silver dragons. The beggar clothes were dropped in a bin and now, finally, Aerion could walk the streets with dignity. He now looks like a noble, a young master. Every one of his movements is now covered by an aura of superiority. Aerion looks like a true dragon, among men. 2 days later. Aerion was finally prepared to leave Gold Mountain Town. The silver cloaks were going to head out in 1 hour, so he still had some time to spare. Greetings, my magnanimous innkeeper. I have stayed here for about 2 days and given nothing to show my appreciation, take this, my gift to you. A spirit profound dagger. I can't. No, you will take it. If you would prefer money, just sell it to some trader. It is about time I leave, farewell. The man stared at the ever-fading image of the young, noble silver-haired boy and smiled. The Silver Calamity, truly an extraordinary boy. So, is everyone ready? The tall mercenary, Dai Fong, asked. All of the mercenaries nodded, I did too. Good, but first things first. The old man was too slow to react, as his own lieutenant slashed him down. Gah! He killed the old man, his leader. Even I didn't see this coming. Why did he do it? The mercenaries stared at Dai Fong, seeking the reason for why he would kill his own leader, their leader. The man who led them to countless victories, and losses. The man who protected and sheltered them all for years. Dai Fong, are you crazy? Why? Why did I kill that old man, you ask? It's simple, we have a new and more suitable leader. Everyone looked around for this leader, yet they could not find him. And who may that be? You, Dai Fong. Don't make me laugh. No, it's not me, it's him. He pointed at me. So, you are the new leader of the Silver Cloaks. The so-called Silver Calamity everyone here is talking about, I hope you will escort me safely as the old man promised. Of course I will, you have my word, but I expect a bigger reward than just 30 purple profound coins. Excuse me. To be escorted by a heavenly man such as myself should cost much more than that, if you don't like that then you can go to Old Town by yourself. Maybe you'll get lucky and get there, maybe some bear might find you or perhaps, you will get robbed. Whatever the case will be, I couldn't care less. You wouldn't dare. I would. Damn you, well, how about 50? I also know a blacksmith and an alchemist in Old Town, maybe I could link you all together. Brilliant. Silver Cloaks, let's get this man to Old Town. All of the Silver Cloaks nodded in approval to their new leader. They found Aerion more suitable than the old man. He was young, strong, shrewd and charismatic while the old man could barely walk. Aerion could lead this band of weak mercenaries to a whole new stage, where they would be respected by all. The mercenaries were already dreaming of all the places that they will go and all of the money that they will receive. 2 days later. I thanked Lei Kuan as he gave me some food, apparently, he was the chef of the Silver Cloaks. Which didn't make sense since he had the most slender body of the group. But then I came to a realization that perhaps it's not that he's not eating enough food, it's his body who is burning it all up before he can gain any mass. I thanked the 7 that I didn't have such a problem. Imagine looking like a skeleton forever. So, how far away is Old Town? The merchant asked, excitedly. He wanted to leave the company of the Silver Cloaks as soon as possible, he was scared of them. He also didn't want to hang around too long, the longer he did the higher were the chances of them encountering bandits or something worse. I calmly reply. Another 2 days and we'll be there. I do hope so. 1 day later. We didn't encounter any bandits the whole journey, it was weird. In fact, we didn't encounter any threat. It felt like the merchant could make his own way without us. I never thought it would be so easy. He jinxed it. Roar. A large lion roared behind us. I drew Skypiercer out of my spatial ring. Go, I can handle this beast. The silver cloaks obeyed and dragged the merchant forward. This lion, it had large eagle-like wings and goat horns. And a snake tail, as well. My jaw dropped. What in seven hells is this thing? Roar. Then it charged towards me and sent me flying with its powerful horns. While I was in midair, it flew towards me and was ready to take a piece of me with its powerful fangs. Begone. Fire breath. What? It flew right past the fire and slashed my face with its claws. I fell to the ground. It planned to charge me again, but I got up. Damn you, I will make you pay for that. Crimson-red profound energy started to form, and grew larger, at the tip of Skypiercer. Take this, Crimson Demon Wave. The lion smirked and flew upwards, completely dodging the blast. At this point, I was very frustrated. I've never fought anything like this animal and so I didn't know how to deal with it. Roar. It flew downwards, hoping to slash my shoulders with its claws. Sharingan. I saw it, the one moment I could attack, just before he did. I quickly raised Skypiercer and pierced the beast with its very sharp tip. The beast fell a couple of meters away from me. This was my chance to deal some more damage. Swift wind. I appeared before the beast and brought down Skypiercer upon it. Skypiercer cut the beast in half. Whatever remained was put into the sky poison pearl. I wonder how the beast will taste. That's what you get for irritating the dragon. I looked up and saw a large mountain. I saw it before, but now it looked more important. Such a powerful beast would surely live on top of the surrounding area. Maybe it hoards the treasures of the unfortunate. Let's see. I go up the mountain and enter the cave. I see nothing of value. But then I heard a small roar. Could it be a cub? It came out of the darkness and approached me with clear hostility. Yes, it is a cub indeed. What do I do with it? Do I kill it, leave it, or take it? It would be unfortunate to see such a cute beast to die here, and leaving it to fend for itself would pretty much guarantee death. That only leaves one option, me taking it. I've never seen such a magnificent beast. I wouldn't have killed its parent if Husha never attacked me first. It was all in self-defense. Yes, it's true that I don't like lions. But I don't hate them either. Just look at it, small little horns, shining golden eyes, beautiful little wings and its majestic fur. I've decided, I won't let this rare species die. Still, the cub is quite aggressive towards me. How do I change that? Then its stomach grumbled, it must be hungry. That's right, I can give it food. I look around in the sky poison pearl and find some good, fresh meat. I found out that food doesn't go to waste in a pearl. I give it to the cub. You like that, don't you? If you follow me, I will give you plenty of food. What do you think? I kind of felt stupid for talking to a beast, a cub no less, but it seemed to understand me. Alright, let's go. The merchant handed over 50 purple profound coins to Dai Fong. Thank you for getting me to Old Town, Silver Cloaks. Your leader, I hope he survived. Dai Fong laughed. Hope. The Silver Calamity can smite down any beast with his mighty Skypiercer. He does not need hope. Lei Kuan nodded. He will return in a day or so, no need to worry. The merchant was prepared to go on and trade in the market. A day, I shall await his return. Ah, the air of Old Town. It's good to be back. Hopefully, I don't have to go through that dreadfully long 100-day training when I return to the sect. If I do, I might just leave the noble rogue sect and join another sect or focus on the Silver Cloaks and become a world-famous mercenary. The options for a dragon like myself are endless. Chapter 20. Humph, looks like a peasant sect. I turned around and saw the girl with scarlet hair. Shush, this prince is thinking. Aerion was making fun of Jasmine calling herself a princess in the first person by doing the same thing, calling himself a prince. She laughed mockingly. Prince, since when? Since I was born. Prince of what? The 7, never mind, you wouldn't know. What are you doing here anyway? I don't remember letting you tag along. Unfortunately, you will have to deal with me until I get a real body. What? How long will getting a real body take? It will depend on how long you take to gather the materials that this princess requires. I have to help you, the girl who almost killed me. Do you think that I, Junlong, will bow down and do as you say? No. You should find someone else who will, for that person is not me. Since I own the Sky Poison Pearl now, I should be able to take you out of it and be on my way. Aerion wasn't going to allow some random girl, especially someone who attacked him, freeload in a Sky Poison Pearl, nor was he going to help the girl regain her body. Jasmine needs Aerion, the sky poison pearl more specifically, to remove the poison, but Aerion doesn't have a reason to need her. Unless... No, wait. I can teach you in exchange for shelter in the sky poison pearl. Now you have my attention, what can you teach me? Profound skills, how to use your evil god veins, I can tell you the low dash. Aerion smiled. New profound skills, most likely the ones that boy used, they were quite powerful, they almost killed him, and Aerion couldn't wait to get his hands on them. He also didn't want to limit himself, if there was a method to get stronger, he would do it. After all, he must find a way to return to his world, and strength was the only clear way. He had heard that the realm above Sovereign Profound makes a cultivator into a god and allows them to travel to other planes, other worlds. Even if it's a rumor, there must be some truth behind it. Aerion was getting better at squeezing out good offers, he should become a car salesman. Enough, I accept your offer. Really? Of course, now can you stop disturbing me? I have some business to attend to. Then this princess shall rest. Right. Tywin, the chimera cub, looked up to me, waiting. Why did I name it Tywin? I think you can figure that out for yourself. Let's go to the sect now, Tywin. Tywin nodded and followed my every step, isn't he a good boy? Taming him might be easier than I thought. I temporarily put him in the sky poison pearl. I spotted the silver cloaks at the market checking out the goods, I'll talk with them later. Before all of that, I need to talk with the Grandmaster. The question is, should I go through the gate or just sneak over the walls? It's pretty damn sunny, so, me getting caught is pretty darn likely. I'll go through the gate. Sneaking up to the Grandmaster might be cool, but it would take too much effort. Who is it? June Long. The June Long who made that poor Lu Lei enter closed doors cultivation. He's been there ever since he returned to the sect. I did. My disappearance must have affected him quite a bit. Perhaps I shouldn't have trained that long. I hope he's doing alright. Is he still cultivating? Of course, you can go in now that you've been verified. The Grandmaster wishes to see you as well, I suggest going to him immediately. He knows I'm here. No, he predicted that you would return, just not when. All guards were told to keep their ears peeled for the name, June Long, until further notice. The gate slowly rose up. Once it was done rising, I walked into the castle. It didn't change much since my arrival apart from the activity. There were so many disciples buying, selling, turning in missions, starting missions and training. It was a whole different fortress. I walked up to the gate of the library in a quick minute. Silver hair, lilac eyes and tall, you meet the criteria. Welcome back, June Long. A guard with a leather shoulder pad welcomed me and unlocked the gate, it was a different one from last time. I guess they rotate every once a while. I enter and walk up the staircase to the library. Compared to the rest of the fortress, the library was like a ghost town. The Grandmaster must like silence. I push the large doors of the library open and gaze up at the man standing on top of the library. The bright light of the sun shone through the glass window and blinded me for a short time. I have been expecting your return. Oh. You knew that I would survive an encounter with the Demon King? Well, not exactly. I thought you did at first, but after hearing that his sex vault was completely emptied, I had some hope of your return. Then, after the rumors of a silver calamity reached me, I knew that it was you. Now, what will you do? His razor-sharp cold eyes stared at me, focusing on me only, not daring to look anywhere else. Well. I wish to stay with the sect, as long as it does not hinder my growth. He smiled. Is that so? Very well, I shall promote you to the rank of adept. At this rank, as you already know, you can start missions and join one of the divisions. I assure you, some missions are very rewarding. We have many rich clients who would pay a fortune to get something done. So I don't have to complete my 100-day training anymore. No, you have shown great promise in your first 20 days. There will be no need for that. Your room is still the same, do you still have its keys? Of course. Good, Tai Quinn will join you there and guide you through the things an adept must know. Your two-striped uniform will also be there. Alright, I'll go there. See you later, Grandmaster. Farewell, June Long. Looks like all of my problems were sorted. Tai went and turned around and walked up the stairs, Shun-Ji was waiting for him there. True Profound Stage 7, at this rate, he will reach Nascent 4 or higher. Not only that, he has great battle power. Yes, by the time the Blue Wind ranking tournament begins, June Long will be able to contend for a good ranking, but I wish to make him even stronger. I wish to see him at the very top. And how will you do that? I have a plan, but it will change on whether he joins the Blades or Guards. We will have to wait for his decision at the quarterly assembly. Only 13 more days. His cold eyes stared through the large decorated window. Shunji smirked. Still scheming as always. I walked down to my room and saw Tai Quinn waiting. So quick. You're just as fast as before. And you're just as visible as ever. Where is your uniform? Some guy tore it apart. Oh, so you have a boyfriend now? I laughed. No, that's not what I meant. Alright. Unlock the door, you need to get suited up. Those clothes make you look like a client instead of a disciple. Right. I unlock the door and enter. Tai Quinn stood behind the door. Go ahead, change, I'll be outside. I closed the door and looked down at my new uniform. How did they get it in here? I thought I had the one and the only key, perhaps they have a spare copy somewhere. Then I take 2 minutes getting dressed into the uniform. So comfortable. The 2 crimson stripes on the hood stood out on the white surface. There were some knives attached to the belt. The left hand had a beautiful silver gauntlet. When I flicked my wrist, a small blade came out of that gauntlet. It's pretty damn amazing, right? I jumped up and saw Tai Quinn behind me. Do you ever knock the door? Never, anyway, I knew that you were done dressing, so it wasn't a problem. That right there is what we call the hidden blade. We use it as a reliable weapon in assassinations. It can also be used as a secondary weapon in combat. Oh, how come I didn't get it before? Trainees don't get hidden blades, as they are still in training. Initiates and above get one. Masters and above get a highly advanced version that can shoot projectiles such as arrows. Really? Then I need to get myself promoted to that rank. TCH, it's not that easy. You need to have a battle power equal to or above Earth Profound 1. In the last 100 years, there has only been one 17-year-old master, and that was my father. It will take you a few years to reach that stage. Only Earth Profound. TSK. You are truly underestimating my talent. Give me 1 year and I'll be stronger than a Sky Profound cultivator. It took a few seconds for Tai Quinn to get over that statement. Was Junlong serious? That's the biggest stretch I've ever heard, but it's good to believe in yourself. He clearly doesn't believe me, I'll show him. Well, what do we do now? I don't do anything, but you begin your first mission. What, like now? Yes, now. Chapter 21. What about this one? Aerion asked Tai Quinn. Type, assassination. Target, Tai Lin. Description, Tai Lin has left the sect and is causing havoc across the Blue Wind Nation. Put an end to his antics. Last seen in the New Moon City, speak with the governor and agent over there for more information. He has possession of an advanced hidden blade, so be careful. Difficulty, Spirit Profound 9. Reward, 1,000 purple profound coins to the party. Are you mad? No, I think this mission will be perfect. Tai Quinn shook his head. Nah, man. I'm not going on a suicide mission. And that's why you'll never lead the noble rogue sect. Cold-blooded. This hit Tai Quinn's soft spot. He always wanted to be the leader, but his brother was always seen as the better option. He was brave and didn't fear anything. Tai Quinn tried to be the same, but he just couldn't. It was all a mask. In truth, he was a coward. What do you know about it? Don't get all emotional, I have a Tai Lin to kill. Aerion ignored him and tore the paper off the board. He walked up to an elder and gave it to him. I think this might be a bit too hard for you, why don't you try? No, I insist. The elder sighed and signed the paper. Who will be coming with you? I'm not too sure. Tai Shu was watching the whole thing. He was always looking for a new method to insult his brother. This happened to be one of them. He smirked and walked up to Aerion. I'll go, if you don't mind. Brother, you too. Aerion nodded. He heard that Tai Shu was a very capable fighter. I don't mind. Then Tai Xia also moved in. My Silver Prince is going on a mission, how could I not go? Aerion looked at her, confused. Silver Prince? Since when? Then Tai Quinn sighs. My siblings are both going, guess I'll go too. Damn, how did Aerion get such a party going? How did he go from doing it solo to a 4-people party? It just happened. This kind of lineup, I don't think they need anyone extra, haha. Yeah, we would just waste space. Tai Quinn is around Spirit Profound 6, Shu is probably Spirit Profound 7 and Xia, she's probably Spirit Profound 8. Xia, Spirit Profound 8? You must be joking. I'm not, she's just very talented. Whatever, that leaves the silver-haired boy. He has that aura around him, I'm guessing spirit profound, 7. If he is that strong, this mission should be a success. Even if it isn't, the Grand Master wouldn't let his precious children die, so he'll probably send some master or elder to protect them just in case. That Tai Lin is dead no matter what. The journey. Tai Xia, Tai Qin and Tai Shu all owned large, tamed birds, Aerion was the only one who didn't. Cough. What about me? Will I have to walk the way there? TCH. Tai Shu flew into the sky on his bird, so did Tai Qin. My brothers are all jerks, you can ride my bird. Aerion nodded and smiled in gratitude. Thanks. He just realized that he was throwing Lu Lei's advice straight into the bin. Aerion shrugged his shoulders. Lu Lei was probably just exaggerating. He sat down on the bird, right behind Tai Xia. They were close, a little bit too close. Aerion blushed, oh, I'm sorry. She shook her head, no, it's fine. Hold on to me, unless you want to fall. Alright. Tai Xia knew exactly where to fly since she went there before for some mission. But wasn't she with him at the 100-day training? How come she has already completed missions? Maybe she was doing the training just for fun. Aerion couldn't figure it out. 2 days later. They made it to the new moon city in 2 days. Xia and Aerion would usually stop to get some food and chat for a bit, they were getting closer and closer since they were together, alone. Shu and Qin made it to the city a few hours earlier so they had the time to speak with the agent and governor. By the time Aerion and Xia arrived, Shu and Qin were waiting by the gates of the city. Looks like the love birds have arrived a few hours late. Tai Shu laughed for a second. Cough. Aerion wanted to change subjects. So what information did you guys gather? Tai Qin wanted to speak, but Shu spoke first. Tai Lin has been using our sacred arts for his own good by robbing sects and local merchants blind. He's also killing innocent civilians. Once someone actually caught Tai Lin and injured him, but he escaped with a smoke bomb. Damn him, he's making us look bad. We're not thieves, we earn our money. Tai Shu clenched his fists. When I get my hands on him, I'll make sure there's nothing left. So, how do we find this Tai Lin? Tai Qin spoke up. He strikes at night, so we should look for him then. Right. Night. We spent the day in the governor's mansion, he was nice enough to lend us a room. Every servant treated us with respect as if we were some heavenly figures. In truth, we're just disciples. Well, at least I'm just a disciple, the others are all children of the legendary Tai Wentian. So what's Tai Lin's backstory? Why did he leave the sect? I was genuinely interested, so I asked Tai Qin. He's a distant relative who killed his whole squad during a mission, his reasoning was that it was fun. He was a complete psychopath, so our father decided to chain him up, but he escaped. Now we're here. Tai Shu stood up. It's time we leave and find that bastard, Tai Lin. Everyone nodded and we all climbed up the governor's mansion to get a good view over the city. It was midnight and the sea, on my right, shimmered in the moonlight. Aerion realized that it was a long time since he's been at the sea. Yeah, that time a storm swooped his entire fleet and killed him. I looked around, with my Sharingan, for any suspicious behavior. I couldn't find anything. Shoo. Ga. A dart flies and penetrates Tai Qin's neck. Swift wind. He almost dropped down the roof and into the concrete, but Aerion caught his leg and got him back up. The dart was filled with green, acidic poison. Tai Qin was slowly dying. To make matters worse, he was unconscious. Keek, I found my hunters, you are all so beautiful, it would be a shame if I carved you all up. Ha ha ha. That confirmed it, the psycho we were looking for caught us first. He appeared in front of Tai Shu and mocked his previous bravery. When I get my hands on him, I'll make sure there's nothing left. Ha ha ha. What are you going to say now? Your protector, he's enjoying some of my poison. No one can save you now, but yourself. Come now, Shu, show me your battle power, show me how you will defeat me. Tai Shu was shaking heavily, but he still attacked. Pitiful. Tai Lin makes short work of Tai Shu by disarming him and knocking him out with a resounding slap. There's no way he was only spirit profound 9, he had to be stronger than that. Perhaps all of the sects he robbed benefited his cultivation, he has to be at least at Earth profound 1. Well, there's only Xia left now. Then he looked at me, and who are you? Xia, get Qin and Shu to safety, I'll deal with Tai Lin. But. Go. Aerion stared at Xia, his crimson-red Sharingan eyes glowing in the darkness. The Sharingan can be very convincing. Xia dragged Shu and Qin down to the lower floors of the mansion. Tai Lin tried to stop her but Aerion was in the way. You're not going anywhere. Oh. You can stop me? You think painting your hair silver gives you? Sky Piercer flew straight with bloodlust, aiming for Tai Lin. He got out of the way and the halberd stabbed the concrete 50 meters down. Oh my bad, I think I touched a nerve. You don't have a weapon, what are you going to do? He could have just picked up Shu's sword but, it wasn't anything spectacular. Sky Piercer is far better. Beat you up with my fists. Good luck with the dash. Swift wind, crimson demon wave. Aerion appeared right behind Tai Lin and he turned around. What? Aerion then shots a crimson wave at point-blank range out of his left hand. Shiu. Tai Lin is sent flying, he faceplants the concrete. Aerion carefully drops down and picks up his halberd. I have a weapon now. Aerion sarcastically stated. Chapter 22. Damn you, catch me if you can. Poof. Tai Lin used a smoke bomb to distract Aerion and escape. Damn that Tai Lin. Then the girl appeared right next to me. You should use this time to heal your friend. And how would I do that? I'm no doctor. She sighed. This would be far easier if you were Yun Che. Who's Yun Che? The person you cut in half. Oh, right. That guy. What's your name, anyway? You can call this Princess Jasmine. An absolute pleasure to finally know your name, Princess. How can I possibly heal my dear friend? Use the Sky Poison Pearl, detoxifying poison is one of its main powers. Aerion nodded, he didn't know how the pearl would possibly heal Tai Quinn but he would at least try. Tai Lin can wait, Tai Quinn's life is more important. Sky Piercer was returned to the Sky Poison Pearl and Aerion started moving. Lower floor. Aerion made his way down to the room the governor gave them. Tai Shu and Tai Quinn were both sleeping in separate beds while Xia was sitting down next to Tai Quinn and crying. The doctor shook his head. I'm afraid I've never encountered such a lethal poison, I'm afraid that Quinn's survival will be entirely based on himself. If he cannot pull through, then he will die in approximately 10 minutes. Tai Shu, though, will be fine. The doctor left the room and went past me. My condolences. Tai Quinn is going to die. I was certain the governor's doctor would be able to heal Quinn, that leaves only one option. The Sky Poison Pearl, the thing tattooed to my left palm. I took a deep breath and reassured Xiao. Everything is going to be okay, I will heal Quinn. But can you leave me and him alone for a minute? I need to concentrate. Complete bullshit, but she bought into it. Why did I lie? I needed Jasmine to materialize and show me how the Sky Poison Pearl works. And Xia seeing me with such a heavenly young girl would make things complicated. Alright. She went outside of the room. Instantly, Aerion called upon Jasmine. So, how do I use the Sky Poison Pearl to heal Quinn? Jasmine replied in a simple tone. Just use your left hand. 20 seconds later. Tai Quinn's skin color was returning, he was no longer green. It works. TCH, something so simple makes you so excited. You can use the pearl to open all of your profound entrances as well. Profound entrances? This princess doesn't have the time to tell you everything, but when you unlock all of your entrances you will cultivate faster and unlock your evil god legacy. Evil god legacy? Sounds powerful. A minute later. Aerion did as he was told and unlocked all of his profound entrances, previously 30 were open. He would now cultivate at an even faster rate and be able to use the evil god arts, the 7 gates. Evil soul. So this is how it works, MHM, I think it's about time I go. Jasmine enters the Sky Poison Pearl and Xia enters the room. I feel pretty damn normal. Looks like I can sustain Evil Soul, the first gate, without any problems and amplification of 2 to 3 times, so that's how that damn Yun Che beat me. Damn cheater, he was ahead of me in cultivation and he still had to use Evil Soul. Hahaha, don't worry Yun Che, your powers are in capable hands. May you rest in peace. Tai Quinn, is okay, Jun Long, you really healed him. She hugged me. Low dash. She was about to say the magical words but Aerion moved away, he was determined to avenge his friend. Take care of Shu and Quinn, I'm going to kill Tai Lin today. Aerion jumped through the window and fell to the ground, the fall didn't hurt at all. Where is that Tai Lin? Where did he go? Aerion quickly observed the entire city but he found nothing. He even went outside of the city, which caused him to find footsteps. These couldn't be Tai Lin's, isn't he a former noble rogue? All disciples know how to hide their tracks, but perhaps in the heat of the moment, he slipped up. Aerion decided to follow the trail. Shockingly enough, it led him to a giant cave. He didn't like the look of it, but he went inside anyway. Once inside, Aerion heard an echo which sounded like Tai Lin laughing. This was it, Aerion thought. It had to be. At the very end of the cave stood Tai Lin. There were money, pills and dead bodies everywhere. There were some symbols painted all over the walls, painted with blood. Tai Lin's face was painted with blood and he was smiling like some maniac. You've come to play, haven't you? Damn, what the hell happened? The blood cult is immortal and invisible to all in daylight, everyone could potentially be part of it, your mother, your father, your uncle, everyone. We sacrifice non-believers to our Lord, for his blessing. He will one day rise from the sky, ocean and earth, to kill all who do not bow to him. Do you wish to join us? You need to see a doctor. See. Our dear Lord of Blood, do you not see? A non-believer stands before you. Help me, my Lord, help me kill him. Grant me your blessing. A burst of loud laughter fills the cave. Boom. Aerion gets sent flying out of the cave. Damn, what in the hell was that? Inheritor of Arios? It's about time we met, I will take great pleasure in killing you. Observe. Name, Tai Li, possessed. Level, Earth Profound 6. Title, former alpha of the Noble Rogue Sect, cult member. That voice, it wasn't Tai Li's, for sure. Who are you? I am Roshas, the god of blood and destruction. Have you not heard of me? Looks like me not knowing about him struck a nerve, unfortunate. Well, I've read a bit about you some time ago. Good, now die. In just one step, Tai Li Roshas closed the distance. He slashed his sword horizontally. Burning heart. Aerion quickly steps back from the attack. Not bad at all. Come now, entertain me, child. Roshas walks forward again. Fire breath. Silver-white flames left Aerion's mouth and attacked Roshas. Those flames, damn you, Arios. Damn you, I will return, I will. I will one day rule everything and, everyone. The moment the flames touched Roshas, he left Tai Lin's body. It looked like Tai Lin's body was purified of Roshas' evil and dark soul by the pure white flames. Roshas, so he's real. That must mean all of the other major gods are real, all 9 of them. Inheritor of Arios, so the flaming dragon below Bloodstone was Arios. Aerion stood in shock at the realization. When you put it all together, the Reconqueror, the man who will conquer not only Westeros but the entire world. Arios, the ancestor of all Targaryens, was the king of the gods. He ruled everything over and under the sky, but he lost all of it to Roshas and his deadly poison. He looked for a human worthy of his power, a human who could regain what was lost, a human of his bloodline. I was the man who was prophesied to reconquer what was lost. It all makes sense now. There's no doubt I will meet Roshas again, but as Arios did before, I will defeat him. A cult dedicated to Roshas, I will have to be careful from now on. Chapter 23. Roshas? Who's that? Jasmine asked. You wouldn't know. Keeping secrets from this princess, eh? It's time I go back to the others. Aerion went back inside the cave and took everything valuable. He made sure to take Tai Lin's advanced hidden blade. Then he made his way back to the city. He realized that he was suddenly tired, that was probably due to using Burning Heart against Tai Lin. He wondered why his flames were white instead of crimson. Did he do something special? Mansion. You took your damn time. Tai Shu stated. You were unconscious, did it matter how long I took? Besides, Tai Lin is a sneaky bastard, it takes time to find a person like him. TCH, you're right, I guess. Aerion looked at Tai Quinn, he was looking like he never got poisoned. Though, he was snoring like a hippo. The Sky Poison Pearl is a treasure indeed. The mission is finally complete, now we just have to wait for Quinn to recover. I'm going to get some more sleep. It's night anyway. Aerion decided it was time for him sleep as well, after all, it was a long day. Shunji took the poison dart out of his neck. Damn that Tai Lin, poisoning me. It didn't kill me but I was unconscious for a whole day. Hopefully, the Grandmaster is right. If that Jun Long is as strong as he says, then Tai Lin is probably dead already. If he isn't, then his children are all dead. Shunji looked around the city and he eventually found Tai Lin's body. Such a clean kill, who did this? It looks like his soul was simply removed from his body, there's no blood, cuts or wounds. Then he explored the cave and saw all of the red symbols, all painted with blood. Shunji stood for a while, he was shocked. Tai Lin, what happened to make you like this? Was it just you or was it someone else? Once Shunji left the cave, he went to the city. Then he went to the mansion to see if the children of Tai Wentian and Junlong himself were still alive. When he saw them all sleeping he was relieved. The luck of the stars, but who killed Tai Lin? It couldn't be Xia, Shu, or Qin, that only leaves Junlong, that boy is truly something else. Roar. Another good dream burnt away, good job Crimson Dragon. Obnoxious as always. Humph, it is my way of getting your attention. What is it this time? Witness, this. The Crimson Dragon's flames exploded and filled the entire void. Then the scenery changed. Plain field, the sea, a city, the grand September of Baylor. It looks just like King's Landing. I was floating in the air, watching over everything. There was a huge army guarding the gates, on the opposite side stood one man. He was a few cm taller than me and looked stronger. I was interested, could this perhaps be me in the future? The enormous army did not bother the man at all, he walked with absolute confidence and tranquility. It was as if he were a giant and they were just some annoying pests who stood in his way. Every time he stepped forward, the army shivered in fear. He smiled arrogantly. No, it's far too early for me to take King's Landing, the Lannisters can sit on my throne for a little longer. I'll allow it, just this once, ha ha ha. He laughs and walks into the distance. It looked like he had a better plan, perhaps something more entertaining, than just attacking the army by himself. The army let out a sigh of relief. He looks and acts like I do, does this mean I will one day return to Westeros? That, ha 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 ha. The day that I return, oh Lord, forgive me for what I'm going to do to my enemies. Then it all burned away and I was back in the endless void. I didn't wake up yet, strange. The dragon stood in front of me. Well, what do you think? I'm ecstatic, the prospect of going back to Westeros with my profound strength. The dragon nodded. It will be fun, no doubt. Is that all? Yes, well, no. I still have one thing to say. What's that? Get that Tai Xia girl, she's all over you and I'm pretty sure you like her as well. A dragon must always claim what is his, which is, the world and all of its beauties. Aerion was expecting something more serious, he was quite surprised by what the dragon said. I don't think I'm stupid, I'm a dragon among dragons. Then Aerion woke up. Yawn. The dragon is right, I must advance. Aerion got dressed into his noble rogue sect robes and left his room. He saw Qin, Xia and Shu waiting for him. Tai Qin, you're awake already? Yeah, I guess so. I don't remember anything from the fight. Shu laughed. That's because you didn't fight. Shu, don't act like you put up a good fight. You were shaking like a leaf. Aerion laughed himself, Xia laughed as well. Then Shu sat in silence, he couldn't find anything to say in his defense. Well, I'm going to grab a meal at one of the restaurants, does anyone want to come with me? Tai Qin shook his head. Nah, I'm going back to the sect. Tai Shu nodded. I'm going back as well, there's no point of staying here any longer. Aerion looked at Xia, she nodded. I'll go with my silver prince. TCH. After eating at the restaurant. The experience was amazing, the food was delicious, the view from the second floor was glorious and I got to spend time with Xia. All for the price of one purple profound coin, it's the only currency I have, so I told them they could keep the change. Aerion still wanted to do one more thing, see the sea. He missed raiding ships, sailing the sea and growing his fleet. It was such an interesting time. Do you like the sea? Aerion asked Xia as he watched the ships entering and leaving the port. I do, in fact, I wish to find the very end of the world. Oh, what if the world has no end? What do you mean? What if one end of the world could be connected to the other end, like a circle, that way there would be no end? But it's just a theory. That's an interesting point, I never thought about it like that. Then they spent some time together watching the wave, after that they started to make their way back to the noble rogue sect. Night, the same day. Aerion decided to change his pet's name, Tywin just didn't fit. He changed the cub's name to Demon. Demon, catch. Demon jumped and caught the small piece of meat with ease. He gobbled it up and looked up to me, glaring, wanting more. Ah, look at those cute glimmering eyes. How could I not? I threw up another small piece of meat. He caught it and started to eat. I wonder, can profound beasts eat cultivation pills? Will it make them stronger, enhance their own cultivation? Aerion threw up one of the pills he found in the cave, Demon caught it. Let's see, will you eat it? Yes, he will. Demon crunched it up with his teeth and then let the contents go down his system. Then the cub closed his eyes, it looked like he was meditating. Aerion rubbed his hands. Kakik, good, get stronger my little cub. He put the cub into the sky poison pearl so that he would not encounter any distractions, well, apart from Jasmine. Aerion hoped that she would not disrupt Demon. After all, cultivation is very important. As his adoptive father, I must make sure he grows into a strong lion. What are you doing? Tai Xia sat down next to me. Her flowery, pleasing smell reached me. Her beautiful black hair was loose and wild, Aerion liked it that way. Her, usually, cold gray eyes emitted a shining sparkle. On that night she looked especially alluring. Staring into the stars. They're beautiful tonight. Xia looked at the stars herself. It was a dark and romantic night, the perfect time to strike. Aerion used the most profound technique to ever be created, the comparison. It was all or nothing. Aerion turned to her, his lilac eyes sparkled in the night, those were the magical eyes which steal any maiden's heart in an instant. It was about, damn, time Aerion utilized its magic. Aerion spoke softly and moved in. Just like you. Aerion's lips came closer and closer, Xia was shocked, she didn't move. She wasn't expecting it all to happen so quickly, but once their lips connected, she overcame her shock and started to move. She let out an orgasmic sound and then, well, the passionate kissing went on for a bit. Then it died down and they both went to sleep. Finally, Aerion passed that weird boundary of uncertainty, it was clear that they both liked each other. Even though no words were spoken, it was a known fact for both Aerion and Xia. Chapter 24. Aerion woke up the following morning. Looks like Xia is still sleeping, what should I do? Right, I should check up on Demon. Aerion enters the sky poison pearl and looks for Demon. The cub was still meditating as if going through some kind of breakthrough. Aerion decided that he would not disturb Demon. I see, you're just like Yunche, a sex fiend. To be fair, I've never had sex. So. Whatever. Aerion left the sky poison pearl and returned to the real world. Once Tai Xia woke up, Aerion made preparations for the upcoming journey. Once they were both ready to set out, they got onto the bird and it flew into the blue sky. While riding the bird, Tai Xia asked Aerion a serious question. Was yesterday just a fluke or? It wasn't a fluke, I love you, Xia. She smiled. Prove it. It would be my pleasure. They kissed for the second time. Old Town. They returned to the noble rogue sect. At last they went to the mission board to collect their reward, which was 250 purple profound coins. Pennies, I know, but every little helps. See you later, my silver prince. Xia kissed Aerion on the cheek and left. One of the disciples yelled loudly. Only 8 days till the assembly, oh my god. And only 78 days until the Blue Wind ranking tournament. Why are you so stressed about the ranking tournament when you're too weak to even attend? That's true, but still. The assembly, the quarterly assembly where all adepts can choose which division they want to join. Aerion decided that he would attend that assembly. He heard that divisions complete much harder missions and they focus on their talented disciples. I'm talented, so that would benefit my cultivation. Blue Wind ranking tournament, I don't know much about it, apart from Tgthegood getting first place a long time ago. Aerion decided that he would find out more about this world, the best way to do that is reading books. So Aerion left the mission board pavilion and moved up to the library. The guard stationed there took a close look at me. June Long, a divisionless adept. Another guard nodded. We usually don't let divisionless disciples in, but, he looked at the paper at his hand, you seem to be one of the special few that are allowed, the Grandmaster himself gave you unrestricted access to the library, so you may pass. Aerion nodded. Thank you. Tgthegood is too nice of a Grandmaster. One of the guards took out a key and unlocked the gate, Aerion went past it and continued to move up. Eventually, he reached the library. Time to look around for some books. Aerion spends a few minutes picking up books about the Blue Wind Empire Nation, the Sacred Grounds, the other nations, cultivation and the world in general. So many books, I didn't know you were such a scholar, June Long. Aerion jumped and turned around. He saw the person's razor-sharp eyes and instantly recognized the person before him, the Grandmaster himself. I can be a scholar when I need to be one. A useful skill indeed. At this time of year, all young disciples are either doing missions, cultivating or training at the training pavilion. While you are reading books, most interesting. Training pavilion. A group of buildings dedicated to making disciples stronger, if you go right from the mission board you'll find it. Alright, I'll go there later. Good. The Grand Master walked away, probably to his desk or private chamber. Aerion wondered why the library such an important place. Why does the Grand Master live here? Is there a secret locked here, something that the Grand Master himself must protect? Or perhaps he values knowledge over everything else? Whatever, there's no point in overthinking about it. Aerion sat down on a chair in the library and started to read the first of the many books he selected. 6 hours later. Aerion was extremely tired, but he managed to finish the last book. It was all worth it. Bump. Because of his exhaustion, Aerion bumped his head against the table and went to sleep. Tgthegood eventually checked up on Aerion and saw him fast asleep. Haha, truly a dedicated young disciple. Finishing 12 large books in one day, this would usually take other disciples a month, but you did it in one day. Such extraordinary talent, it was truly a blessing from the heavens when you joined my sect, June Long. Next day. What? I fell asleep in the library. Come on, Aerion, fix up. Aerion put all of the books back to their original places and left the library. He went down to the mission board. Zhu and Lung. An absolute meteor came falling down on him. Well, not really. Lu Lei appeared out of nowhere and hugged Aerion. You're really alive, tears dropped down from his eyes. Of course, how could I die to that old bugger? Yeah, that's true, Lei wiped his tears off. You're truly amazing, surviving an encounter with someone 3 great realms above you. How did you do it? I got lucky. He cut my left arm off and left. But your left arm looks normal. Are you sure? Aerion showed his left arm up close, and he was shocked. The almost invisible scales, they were completely gone. What? I couldn't be sworn that. It looks completely normal to me. Never mind. Aerion changed topics. How has your life been since then? Well, I just locked myself in my room and meditated the whole time. Then, once I heard that you returned, I left my room to find you. What's your cultivation at? I had quite a few surprising breakthroughs. I reached true profound 6. Oh. That's very nice indeed. So what are you doing here, at the mission board? Looking for a quick and easy mission, making my record look better. Shouldn't you be preparing for the quarterly assembly, the disciple ranking tournament especially? Aerion smiled. I'll prepare on the day before, ahaha. Knowing you, you'll still rank pretty high. Of course. Well, I'm going to go and prepare for a mission myself. Farewell, Lei. You too, Long. Aerion began to read through the missions on the board. Type, assistance. Area, Old Town. Description, a well-known noble in Old Town needs your assistance, his dog is preventing him from shagging his wife. Essentially, the dog is cucking the lord and he hasn't had any action for years. His wife is beautiful and she absolutely loves her dog. Your objective is simple, find a way to stop the dog while keeping the wife happy. Physically harming the dog will mean instant failure and punishment. Difficulty, unknown. Reward, 15 purple profound coins. Wow, being cucked by your wife's dog. Must be a sad reality for the nobleman. Aerion considered taking on the mission, but the reward was way too low for his heavenly abilities. If it was something like 100 purple profound coins then he probably would have taken it. Still, he might do it later just for fun. He wanted to witness how a dog managed to cuck a man. This one looks interesting and worth my time. Type, assassination. Area, Rising Star City. Target, June Tian. Description, a powerful elder of a sect turns rogue and begins to run rampant. He is like a demon, killing everyone in his way and raping every beauty he can find. He does what he wants, put an end to this. Difficulty, Earth Profound 1. Reward, 5,000 purple profound coins. June Tian. He puts a bad label on my fake surname, I must eliminate him. I gave the paper to an elder and he agreed. Good luck, June Long. The old man said as he signed the paper. Luck? I don't need luck, I only need my pure skill. Rising Star City, a good 150-mile walk north. Damn, that's going to take ages, oh well. I can probably run for a whole day and make it, so if I rest and take my time the journey could take up to 3 days. I guess it's not that bad when you're a cultivator. Aerion swiftly left the fortress and looked around for the silver cloaks. He had neglected them for a whole week, so it was about time he talked with them again. Dai Fong looked at Aerion. Well, we have a new job leader, are you coming with us? Aerion shook his head. No, I'm quite busy at the moment. But, I'll give you guys some resources. Aerion took out several weak pills that didn't increase his cultivation anymore. Perhaps the silver cloaks can make better use out of them. Wow, all of these pills, thank you. We will make great use of them. Good to know. Now that the silver cloaks were all sorted, Aerion could finally begin his journey north. Once outside of Old Town, Aerion let Demon loose. He wasn't meditating anymore. Interesting. Observe. Name, Demon. Species, Chimera, Lion, Eagle, Goat and Snake. Age, 1 year, 2 months. Cultivation Profound Core, Nascent Profound. Oh, he's Nascent Profound. Here, catch. Demon catches the piece of meat and gobbles it up instantly. You're only going to grow stronger. Chapter 25. The dragon bloodlines have fully absorbed the heretic god legacy and created its own version, a more powerful version, most interesting. The transcendent being spoke as a beautiful girl filled his cup with wine. This wasn't supposed to happen until much later. Now, the boy will be far stronger than I previously expected. One day, when he reaches my level of strength, I would love to face him. It would be an interesting fight indeed, but it will be a long while before that happens. I will wait for that day, nonetheless. Name, Rhaegar Targaryen. Level, True Profound 8. Traits, attractive, genius, athletic, patient, diligent, proud, ambitious. Titles, Adept, Noble Rogue Sect. Base Max, Spirit Profound 8. Dragon Soul Max, Birth Profound 2. Draconic Heart Max, Birth Profound 6. Purgatory Max, Birth Profound 10. Weapon, Sky Piercer, Hidden Blade, Advanced Hidden Blade. Evil God Seeds, Fire. Special Items, Sky Poison Pearl, Mirror of Samsara. Skills Martial Arts. Melee, Counter Kill, Perfect Counter. Range, Crimson Demon Wave, Fire Breath. Movement, Swift Wind Technique. Summoning, Earth Golem Creation. Special, Observe, Sharingan, Ghost Flame, Calamity Dragon Arts. Bloodlines, Fire Dragon God, Phoenix, Primordial Azure Dragon, Uchiha. Body, Dragon God Marrow, Body of a True Dragon, Virgin Dragon Seed. Veins, Calamity Dragon Profound Veins. Soul, Dragon God Soul, Phoenix Soul. Aerion found out that the Fire Dragon God's Scale Regeneration and Scale Transformation has fused with the Evil God Arts. When he activates Dragon Soul, his right hand instantly grows red scales, his left eye turns silver and his right eye turns red. Even with the Sharingan activated, the left eye remains white-silver. In Dragon Soul his scale regeneration is more effective and his right arm is much more powerful. When the second gate is activated, Draconic Heart, Aerion's left arm grows silver scales and the red scales, on his right arm, expand to his chest. Scale regeneration also gets a powerful boost in its effectiveness. The silver arm is called Heaven-Absorbing Silver Claw, while the crimson right arm is called Heaven-Destroying Crimson Hand. Aerion hasn't gotten the chance to use his left hand, but he guessed that it was another powerful weapon to his arsenal. Rising Star City. The Rogue Elder, Jun Tian, is somewhere here. Keek, our Lord's prey has arrived. The city's front gate opened and 8 masked figures walked forward. Their masks looked creepy, to say the least. They all wore the same mask. There were 3 holes, 2 for the eyes and a smile. The mask was mostly white, apart from the red patterns painted on the front. They wore the same black robes. They essentially looked like members of a cult. How? I stood in shock. Was the mission secretly an ambush set up by someone in the Noble Rogue sect to kill me? But that didn't make sense. Someone else could have taken up the mission. It wasn't exclusive to me. Perhaps this cult does evil deeds all over the continent, hoping that I would take up a mission to stop one of them. Our Lord knows many things, has many connections and followers. Your death was guaranteed from the very start. The cult of Roshas, damn that bastard. But, this might be a good thing. He has given me an excellent opportunity to test out my new strength. A quick observe revealed that they were all Earth Profound 1 to Earth Profound 3. Aerion smirks. He has fought against worst odds, 1024 Stone Dragon Warriors. Well, what are we waiting for? Let's dance already. Wishing for death. Very well, die. Draconic Heart, Sharingan. Gah. The first cult member to attempt an attack was brutally pierced by my halberd. The next one managed to get close enough to strike. Aerion blocked the cult member's sword with his Sky Piercer. Counter kill. Aerion grabbed the cult member's face with his right hand. Crimson Demon Wave. Boom. The cult member was completely removed from existence by the blast. It just so happened that 2 of his friends got caught in the blast as well. Unfortunately, the Rising Star City's gate was shredded into thousands of pieces by the Wave 4 cult members dead, for still alive. Damn, Aerion spits out some blood due to using Draconic Heart for a bit longer than he should. He turned to the remaining cult members, determined to end their pitiful lives in just a few seconds. If he didn't, he might lose. He knew the best way to end their lives quickly. See this? Aerion released his ghost flame and displayed it on his palm. It burned relentlessly, the cultists could see through the white fire. Do you know what they saw? Their deaths. Yes, one of them nodded. Aerion smiled. Good. Svi-wee. The white fire erupted and flew straight to the cultists. They all screamed and ran all over the place, but their efforts were futile. The end result was the same, death. Aerion heard their screams and he felt indifferent towards them. They deserve this kind of death, they tried to kill him. The ghost fire left no traces of the cult members, apart from their spatial rings. Aerion looted what remained of the followers of Roshas. Aerion guessed that Jun Tian was one of the cult members, but he decided to look around the Rising Star City anyway. Maybe Jun Tian hired the cult members and he's currently hiding somewhere, that could be a likely scenario. Aerion checked the spatial rings of the cult members and he found a full set of their uniform. This should be fun. Aerion hid away and changed into the cult uniform. If he walked around the Rising Star City in this uniform for a few minutes, Jun Tian should approach him eventually. Aerion was right. He had to walk around the city looking like some clown, but it was worth it. PSST. I turn around and see a man in the alleyway. Is the deed done? I, Jun Tian, am a very impatient person, the man asked. Yes, where is my reward? He came closer and showed me his palm which held some purple profound coins. Aerion smiled and flicked his wrist time to put the hidden blade to use. Draconic Heart. SHT. The beautiful, small and deadly steel blade came out of the gauntlet and Aerion stabbed the man, Jun Tian, with it. Then he walked away as if he was never there to begin with. To celebrate, Aerion went to a restaurant. He ordered one of the most expensive dishes since he had the money. For his drink, he chose some wine. The wine, well, let's just say it changed his circumstances later on. Everything was fine, Aerion finished his meal and wine without any issues. But then something within him said, more wine. He agreed to the urge, it shouldn't be that bad. Then, while enjoying his wine, he decided to check what's inside of Jun Tian's spatial ring. There were some pills and money but, more importantly, there was some sort of blue crystal as well. Aerion finished his glass of wine as he continued to inspect this crystal. Can I have another glass? The waiter looked unsure. I don't think that would be a good idea. Don't worry, I have the money to pay for it. Still. Just do it. Oh, okay. She poured another glass of wine. This is some good stuff. Why didn't I try drinking wine before? Probably because I was too poor or too busy raiding. Then, Aerion continued to drink more and more. He trusted that his dragon body could take it, he was wrong. After his sixth glass, he was completely wasted. Then he accidentally used too much strength and shattered the crystal. He woke up in a very cold place, like really cold. But, since he was drunk, he still thought it was the restaurant. Maybe they started using ice profound techniques to battle the warmth of the summer or something. It's a bit cold here. Drunk Aerion looked around and saw a girl staring right at him. Her eyes were like glaciers piercing his body. Who are you and what are you doing here? She calmly spoke. Drunk Aerion started to brag and exaggerate. I am the crown prince of the 7 kingdoms and 1 crown, can you imagine the power that I possess? Then I just, happened to appear in this world and I. Then Aerion stopped himself, the ice was sobering him up. He looked around. Never mind, this place, I don't recognize it. Knock. The girl knocks out drunk Aerion and inspects the crystal. After it was shattered. It started to form again, piece by piece. I must show this to the palace mistress. Chapter 26. It's so cold. Where am I? The last thing I remember is that girl, did she knock me out? Such a bright room, my eyes take a few seconds to adjust all of my lower body and most of my upper body was stuck in a block of ice, my head was, luckily, safe from it. Still, the cold temperature made it hard to breathe. Am I a prisoner or something? If so, then why freeze me in a block of ice instead of just placing chains on my arms and legs? What did I do to deserve this? It's cold, my balls, my poor balls. So heartless. How far I've fallen, from the prince of the 7 kingdoms to a pirate king and then to a man frozen in ice. Life is too cruel. 9 ice-cold figures stood before me. One of them looked my age and another looked to be about 50 while the others looked like they were in their early 20s, and they were all females. A name popped up in my mind, the Frozen Cloud Immortal Palace. A sect which consisted of only females, beautiful and strong females in particular. They have two main arts that all disciples must learn, the Frozen Heart Arts and Frozen Cloud Arts. The Frozen Heart Arts make them calm and it removes certain desires, while the Frozen Cloud Arts are the profound skills that they use in combat. The Frozen Cloud Arts also make them more beautiful, and the figures in front of me, well, let's just say I wouldn't mind losing my precious vital yang to these maidens. They are all so beautiful that it wouldn't be wrong to compare them to goddesses. It's very cold as well, I wouldn't be surprised if this place is the Frozen Cloud Immortal Palace. Who are you? The oldest spoke. I am King Aerion, the first of his name, and I've come to shag you all, multiple times. Cough. I am June Long, a disciple of the Noble Rogue Sect. Noble Rogue Sect. They wouldn't dare, one of the older women said. I can explain, I think. You think? She aggressively spoke as some ice grew on my neck. I can't breathe. Relax, woman, or else I'm going to burn this damned ice off me, possibly kill you and escape. The killing part, well, I'm not too confident. A quick scan of their cultivation is telling me that they would just catch me and freeze me to death if I tried to escape. Life is unfair. I don't think it's wise to freeze him to death, the girl my age responded. Thank the 7, someone has some common sense. Very well. Speak, trespasser. So, where do I begin? A few days ago I selected a mission where I had to kill a certain person called June Tian. Apparently, he was causing problems in a place called Rising Star City. He was killing innocents, raping women, robbing people and, overall, causing chaos. I've heard of something like that happening in the Rising Star City. One of the older women nodded. Perhaps you have an excuse, continue. The eldest said. Aerion did as asked, he didn't want to get frozen to death. Once I arrived, I was ambushed by several earth-profound cultivators. They actually thought they were stronger than me, let's just say I made quick work of them. Then Aerion lied to make the story a bit shorter, one of them just happened to be June Tian. My mission was complete. So. How did you end up here? I'm getting to it, just listen. I took their spatial rings and went to a restaurant to celebrate. The food was decent but the wine, I drank a bit too much. Being the detective I am, I checked out their spatial rings and found something unique. It was a large blue crystal. This? Yes, that. So, while I was inspecting it, I accidentally used too much power and the crystal shattered because of it. Then I appeared here. A very far-fetched story, especially the part where you made quick work of several earth-profound cultivators. One of them replied. Far-fetched? Humph, I can show you my ability. Very well. The leader looked at the girl and she nodded in response. It looks like I was going to fight her, she looked quite confident. Aerion smiled, this was going to be fun. The ice around me thawed. I took out Sky Piercer and realized that the girl didn't have a weapon, was she that confident of victory? TSK, 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 so arrogant, I'll make sure to teach her a lesson. I inspect the girl for a second and I realize just how beautiful she is, I'll try to be as gentle as possible in this little spar. Interesting weapon. She commentated on Sky Piercer. Where's your weapon? I don't need to use a weapon to win against you. What's your name by the way? You don't need to know. Ouch, I've been disrespected this whole time, it's time to get my vengeance by knocking her out. Haha, she won't know what hit her. Karma always bites back. You may begin. Draconic Heart. Swift Wind. Wah. Bang. She was knocked out cold. The girl got knocked out by the shaft of Sky Piercer. Aerion was too fast, the only thing the girl saw was his afterimage. The women spectating were shocked, their precious little disciple was knocked out, in one hit, by some scrub who was unknown to them. They didn't expect this silver-haired boy from the relatively weak Noble Rogue sect to defeat their genius, but it just happened. If that girl wasn't so confident, I'm sure she could have put up a better fight. I would have won either way, but still. They needed some time to get over what they saw. Not bad, not bad. The eldest woman claps as ice surrounds my body. We will talk over this later. They all left the room, one of them carried the girl I knocked out. Wait. Slam. They shut the ice door and left me all alone. Sometime later. It seemed like an eternity in this ice-cold hell. Aerion had enough, they froze him in a horrible standing position and didn't even bother proving food. They didn't even bother to place any guards, he was isolated. Do they want him to go mad? That's enough. Ghost flame. The ice around Aerion melts within seconds and finally, he's free to move. Time to sneak my way out. Those cruel women really thought they could leave me here for as long as they wanted. Nothing can chain a dragon. The door is completely stuck, I can't open it, guess I'll have to melt it. Ghost flame. Aerion carefully and slowly melts the door. Then he swiftly walked around the frozen cloud immortal palace, looking for an exit. Then he sees 3 female disciples in front of him, he quickly takes cover using swift wind. They didn't even see him. I heard that Xia Qingyue found a boy in her room. I wonder what were they doing in there with him. Hahaha, do you really think Qingyue would ever like a boy? Not really, but that one was especially handsome. Silver hair and purple eyes, I've never seen anything like him. It doesn't matter anyway, he was handed over and frozen in a sealed room. Unfortunate. Emicham, very unfortunate. Aerion continued his little adventure around the frozen cloud immortal palace and eventually, using his noble rogue assassin skills, he makes his way to the entrance of the sect. There were 3 guards but he used his genius to get around them. Once he dropped a coin and one of the guards went over, he knocked her out and left her at a place where no one would see her for a little while, the toilet, it's very cold there. Then with only 2 guards left, Aerion could make quick work of them. Draconic Heart, Swift Wind. Bang. Both women get hit by the shaft of Sky Piercer and fall to the floor. Aerion made sure not to unnecessarily harm any disciples as it would send the wrong message, he's the victim in this scenario. Aerion is definitely not a criminal or a trespasser. Well, he is an accidental trespasser. Aerion finally takes his first step out of the sect. Where do you think you're going? Oh no, my plan was flawless, where did I fail? A guest would usually say farewell when he's leaving, not randomly sneak out. Can't you just let me leave? Aerion turned around. All 9 interrogators were there, did they expect me to attempt an escape? Perhaps they watched me sneak around until the very end. The leader of the group nodded. Yes, you may leave. It is clear to us that you trespassed on accident. You have proven that as none of our disciples were harmed and you have also proven your noble rogue sect disciple status through your very skillful escape. Very well, I'll be on my way. Aerion started to walk away from the sect. Once he was out of sight, Xia Qingyue promised that she would knock out the silver-haired boy the next time they faced off. She was confident that he would be in the Blue Wind ranking tournament, that's where they will meet again, they're tied 1-1. Chu Yuechan stared into his Aerion's fading image, was he the boy who was covered in scales, the boy who killed Yunche? She pondered over it for a long time. A silver-haired boy with purple eyes? A disciple of the frozen cloud immortal palace said to herself. Could it be him? The last time she saw him was almost a year ago. She wanted to go out and search for him, but it was too late. She spent too much time in closed-doors meditation. I hope it's really you. A small tear dropped as she thought of the young and charismatic Valyrian pirate king who led his mighty navy without any fear. Phew, I'm finally out of that cruel place called Frozen Cloud Immortal Palace. That damned crystal made me suffer through almost 2 days of being frozen in an uncomfortable position. Time to make my way back to the noble rogue sect and collect my reward. After that, I'll probably do another quick mission and spend the remaining time preparing for that assembly. Chapter 27. Did you know that the girl you knocked out is Yunche's wife? Yunche's wife, what a coincidence, what's her name? Xia Qingyue. Does she know that I killed her husband? Probably not. I see, maybe one day I'll break the news to her. How can I help you? A well-established elder asked a client. This client looked pretty ordinary but in truth, he was strong enough to blow up the whole blue pole star with one snap of the finger. No one knew this, and no one needed to know. I wish to give this exact mission to a disciple called Jun Long. We don't do exact orders. You don't? Well, you do now. The transcendent being stared down at him for a second and he nodded. No one in this world has the willpower to reject such a mighty being. Yes, you're correct, we do accept exact orders. Good, give this to Jun Long and make sure he accepts it. The transcendent being gave a piece of paper to the elder, he looked at it and nodded. I will do so immediately. Noble Rogue Sect, Library. I almost skipped a beat, you were away for longer than you should have been. Tai Wentian admitted, so how was the mission? It was alright, there were some hiccups but I found Jun Tian and ended his antics in the end. Good to know, you have been making great progress, I'm most impressed. Once you join a division, you will most likely be promoted to the rank Alpha. But before that, you must prepare for the assembly. More importantly, you must prepare for the tournament that begins during this assembly. The assembly, when is it? Tomorrow. Damn, I haven't been keeping the track of the time. Make sure you don't disappoint me. His cold eyes stared at me for a while, then they moved away. Go, you have to make your preparations. Of course, Grandmaster. Come on, I'd like a breakthrough tonight. Instead of sitting in your room like some hermit for a whole day, why don't you actually improve your battle power? I'm sure you could learn some useful profound skills in a day. The dragon commentated. You're right, what am I doing here sitting in my room? I'm taking myself to the training pavilion. Training pavilion. Aerion was astonished by what he was seeing, disciples sparing each other, disciples using their most powerful profound skills, disciples learning new skills, and some were lifting crazy weights. He was even more surprised by the strength of the walls. Tornadoes. It's a light breeze for the walls. A wall of flames. The walls don't even burn. Disciples smashing down their giant greatswords. The greatsword falls back and the greatsword might even break. There was also a large arena where it was a free-for-all mess. This place looked fun. This is the perfect place to release one's full power without having to worry about the surroundings. This place, it's impressive. It's your first time here, Long. Aerion turned around and saw his 100-day training comrade. Lay. You're here too. Yeah, I'm trying to learn the third stage of the Flying Wind God arts. Aerion was interested. Can you show me the manual? Of course, let's leave this chaos by renting a private room first. I agree, I don't wish to get hit by some stray profound energy. And give the disciple who hit me a good beating. So, apparently, the training pavilion provided private rooms on the third floor. Once Aerion realized the size of this place, he was in complete awe. 5 large floors. Like, what is this? Even the most useless disciple can become decent if you leave them here for a while. This place has everything a cultivator needs. While Lei and I were walking up to the third floor, a very arrogant person shoved me away with his shoulder. Watch where you're going, trash. Such nerve. Does he know who I am? Excuse me. Aerion turned around and faced the back of the very disrespectful disciple. What is it? He turned around and faced Aerion. Aerion chuckled, never mind. Earth Golem creation. A human-sized golem appeared in front of the young man and shoved him to the ground. Then the golem disappeared like he was never there. Aerion laughed loudly as he continued walking through the halls. You think this is funny? I'll have you know that I am Tai Dang. The grandson of Tai Ming, the commandant of the guards. Do you know what that means? What the hell? This man is taking this little encounter too seriously. Jun Long, I suggest you. Don't worry, I'll sort him out. Aerion walked back to the screaming Tai Dang. What's the damn problem? Aerion stared down at him, his lilac eyes glowing. I feel disrespected. So did I, let's move on. No. I will get my revenge, right now. He draws his sword, which was at the Earth Profound realm. He wasn't lying, he's a person of high status in this sect. Does he want to fight? Allow me to entertain him. He lunges forward with his sword, aiming to pierce my chest. Perfect counter. I step to the side and taunt him. If you want to cut me, you're going to have to be faster than that. Damn you, take this. The third profound skill, Lu Lei commentates. 1,000 cuts. Aerion was a step too slow, he didn't expect him to use such a profound move. In fact, Aerion was a bit too confident in his abilities. Wind appears and it traps Aerion. Slash. Even though Aerion was a bit too confident and careless, the 1,000 cuts didn't really harm his dragon body. Sure, there were a few cuts, but it wasn't anything dragon scale regeneration couldn't heal. So. Is that all you can do, grandson? This grandpa is most disappointed. Damn you, you will pay for this. He scuttled away like some rat. Lu Lei walked down and he looked concerned, he was worried. There's no way you're joining the guards now, the commandant would either smack you silly or make you do ridiculous tasks every single day. Is that so? I'll join the Blades then. The Blades, are you mad? Did I say something wrong? The Blades are super strict. You make one little mistake and you have to do 100 push-ups. Address your leader wrongly and you have to do 1,000 sit-ups, it's living hell. In fact, when a disciple joins the Blades in the assembly, do you know what they chant? No, I don't. Welcome to hell. Oh. Most intimidating. Third floor, training room. So this is the Flying Wind God's manual. Yeah. Flying Wind God's art. First stage, mighty wind slash, a powerful wind slash. Second stage, wind aura, wind surrounds and protects the user. Third stage, 1,000 cuts, wind surrounds the target and cuts the target 1,000 times. Can be used on multiple targets. Fourth stage, flying wind, a movement technique that is used to travel over long distances, makes the user run like the wind. Once someone thought the person was flying when in truth he was only running. Hence the name, flying wind. Fifth stage, earth-destroying tornado, creates a tornado, the size depends on the strength of the user. Sixth stage, sky-piercing hurricane, creates an even stronger wave, requires large amounts of water to start up. Seventh stage, supreme flying god, an improved version of the profound floating technique, extremely fast. Eighth stage, wind god's domain, creates a wind domain where the targets are constantly harassed by wind and a user can create absurd amounts of wind. Ninth stage, world-ending storm, as the name suggests, it creates a large storm that will absolutely wreck everything in its way. Wow, these profound skills sound quite useful. Time to learn these skills. Comprehension time. 2 hours later. In just 2 hours, Aerion learned how to create and manipulate wind. The first 2 stages were extremely easy for him to comprehend, Lu Lei helped accelerate the process, but the third stage was a bit more difficult. Still, even if it was more difficult, Aerion mastered the third stage in an hour. 1,000 cuts. Lu Lei sat in awe as Aerion mastered the move he had been struggling to learn for months in 2 hours. You're too good at this, Junlong. Now, that I know it, I shall teach it to you. Really? Of course. Let's get started then. An hour later. Teaching it to Lu Lei was harder than teaching it to himself, but he did it. 1,000 cuts. Lu Lei shouted, with a bit too much excitement. Wind surrounded Aerion and he was slashed 1,000 times. The wind didn't even penetrate his body, still, Lu Lei finally broke through to the third stage. Oh man, with this new move I can get to the top 32. Top 32. Like in the assembly tournament. It's the second round. 64 division-less adepts basically volunteer to face each other. It was designed to display the future of the noble rogue sect to the public. Guards and blades use this tournament to find talent and persuade the adepts to join their divisions. This year's tournament is extra competitive as the Grandmaster's children are participating. Xia, Shu and Qin. Yes, all of them. That's going to be fun. Well, now that I've learnt the third stage, I think it's time I rest. Farewell and good luck in the tournament. You too. Lu Lei left the training room and Aerion was left alone. Then the Scarlet Princess herself appears. What is it? Aerion asked. It's about time I teach you a proper movement technique, something far better than that peasant-like, swift wind, you use. Peasant-like? It's quite useful. After you learn this princess movement technique, you will discard swift wind and forget it ever existed. Alright, let's see this amazing movement technique, wait. Is it the one Yin Che used on me? The star god's broken shadow. Teach it to me. What's the magic word? Aerion swallowed his pride, just this once. Teach it to me, please. Alright, this princess will consider it. Chapter 28. That night Aerion was a man on a mission, learning the first stage of the star god's broken shadow and a great way of the Buddha in just one night. Without even knowing it, Aerion was also abusing the power of his Sharingan to comprehend and copy the star god's broken shadow from Jasmine. Aerion could now lift Sky Piercer with ease. I finally did it. The speed of your comprehension is truly impressive, Jasmine nodded. Yeah. Aerion was so exhausted that the only thing he could think of was his bed. He walked like a zombie down to the ground floor and to his room. It was a long walk but he did it. Luckily it was midnight so no one saw Aerion in his current state. Unlock. He opened the door, entered his room and closed the door. Boom. Aerion dropped into his bed face first. Late morning. Yawn. Aerion rested in his bed for an extra 10 minutes, his body refusing to leave the heaven that was his bed. Then, with some strong willpower involved, Aerion stood up and got dressed. He looked in the mirror. My hair is a complete mess. It was long, way longer than Aerion remembered. Time for a trim. It's going to be quite hard doing it by myself, usually, I would have servants to do this for me. I can see that you're struggling, perhaps you need this princess help. Yes, that would be well appreciated. Stay still. The Scarlet Princess haircutting skill was peerless, Aerion had never seen anything like it. Aerion stated what he wanted and she did it perfectly. When he looked in the mirror again he saw a Targaryen prince, that mid-length hair with braids, Viserys style. "You're amazing, thank you, Jasmine." "You're welcome," she smiled. Every single disciple, master and elder was present at the entrance of the noble rogue sect. The Grand Master himself was on top of a podium and in front of the crowd. There were about 10,000 noble rogue sect members present. Today is the day the quarterly assembly begins. As usual, we will have an epic tournament that shall last the whole day and then a huge feast shall be held. Now, we march down to the grand arena. Wind God's Arena. I thought it was going to be held in the noble rogue sect. I guess that grand arena must really be impressive. The masters and elders of the noble rogue sect led the disciples down while the Grand Master and his 4 grand elders, sky profound elders, watched over them from the skies. A few minutes later, the people who weren't participating in the tournament sat down on one of the 60,000 seats. The arena was open to the public, the entry fee was 10 purple profound coins. Instantly, every single seat was filled by rich citizens. So this is Old Town's greatest landmark, the Grand Arena. At the floor of the arena stood 200 division-less adepts, I was one of them. There was a small elimination process to reduce the number of disciples attending to 64. Some disciples had to fight each other for a spot. Aerion was challenged once. Guess what happened? That person was knocked out in one hit. Now, the real tournament was beginning. It took the elders a couple of minutes to get all of the names down and create the bracket. The first fight was Lu Lei against someone Aerion didn't know. Aerion jumped up to the stands and sat down. The floor was cleared of disciples in a few minutes and it was just Lu Lei and his opponent now. The general of the Blades and the commandant of the guards were on opposite sides, inspecting the participants. Sometime later. Lu Lei against Wu Qiu, may the match begin. The announcer announced. Somehow, Tai Xia sneaked into the seat to my right. Not only that, most of the seats near me were occupied by girls. Looks like Tai Xia was asserting her dominance over the others by taking the closest seat. Aerion almost laughed, they're fighting over seats. Such a trivial thing. So how was your last mission? Xia asked. It was alright, I guess. The tournament is going to be extremely long, Xia said as she got into a more comfortable position. Her head softly fell into Aerion's chest. Aerion embraced her, a small smile formed on Xia's beautiful face as a result. The girl to Aerion's left was so jealous of Xia that Aerion didn't even need the Sharingan to see her jealousy. Tai Wentian paid special attention to Aerion and Xia, then his cold eyes thawed a bit. If one were to get a microscope, the person would see a minuscule smile on Tai Wentian's face. A cute couple indeed. Xia, you've finally found someone worthy. Tai Wentian had tried for years to match his daughter to someone suitable. Every single person he selected for her, she rejected. No matter who it was, a powerful and handsome young master. No. One of Blue Wind's princes. No. A talented Tai relative? No. A rich merchant's son? No. No, no and no. Eventually, Tai Wentian just gave up. Now, she fell in love with the person he planned to grow into his heir. It was a dream come true to him. Junlong, you impress me more and more with every passing moment. The battle between Lu Lei and Wu Qiu was really intense but, using the third stage, 1,000 cuts, Lu Lei came out triumphant in the end. Then so many boring fights happened that Aerion almost went to sleep. It reminded him of the justs he used to watch when he was really young. Then Xia had to go down and fight some scrub. She beat him with a wave of her hand. Then Shu fought a scrub which he completely wrecked. Tai Qin also had an easy time with his matchup. Tai Dang also dealt with his opponent easily. The last match of the round was me against a true profound 7 adept. I jumped down to the floor and stood to the opposite side of my opponent. He wasn't exactly confident in his ability to fight me head-on. Can I surrender? No, you must fight. The nearest master said in a cold tone. This fight is a bit unnecessary, so I'll go easy on him. Junlong against Bai He, may the match begin. Star God's broken shadow. Aerion explodes with speed and appears right behind Bai He while he's still looking at his afterimage. Slash. Aerion's hidden blade makes a small cut on Bai He's cheek. The hidden blade stays still, waiting for the announcer to speak. Junlong wins. Aerion withdraws his hidden blade immediately and gets back in his seat. Xia asked what was the movement technique he used and Aerion simply responded with, "It's my family's sacred movement technique." Interesting, she said in response. There was a brief resting period before the second round had begun in which Aerion grabbed a quick snack. After that was over, the tournament continued. The first match. Lu Lei vs Tai Dang. This wasn't going to turn out well for Lu Lei as he was only true profound 7 while Tai Dang was spirit profound 4. It was hard for Aerion to watch his best friend get absolutely wrecked by Tai Dang. Tai Dang was merciless, he wanted revenge against Aerion in any way possible and beating his friend was an easy way to do so. After the announcer ended the match, Lu Lei was bleeding all over and he had a broken right arm. It looked like the announcer was a bit biased, the match should have ended way sooner. His father's influence is most likely why it turned out like this. At this point, Aerion's chances of joining the guards were 0. His lilac eyes were glowing with rage. If I meet that Tai Dang in the arena, he's not coming back the same. Other than Lu Lei's match, there wasn't any battle Aerion was interested in. Tai Qin, Shu, and Xia both made it to the top 16 with ease. Then Aerion had to fight a somewhat decent disciple, Spirit Profound 2. Aerion gave him a small beating and moved up to the top 16. The tournament continued. This time it was a bit more interesting. Tai Qin almost lost to his opponent but he used the 5th stage of the Wind God's arts, Earth-destroying tornado, in the end to win. Tai Shu had a long fight with his opponent that lasted a couple of minutes, in the end, he came out victorious. Xia won her battle without even using a weapon. There were another 3 matches that Aerion didn't care about. Then it was Aerion's turn. Spirit Profound 3, not bad, not bad. I haven't met anyone who I needed to use Sky Piercer against, oh well. Swift Wind. Knockout. He was just like the O-dash. He saw that one coming and blocked my hand with his sword. A smile appeared on my face, finally. Someone who isn't just like the others. You think you can beat me so easily, just like the ones you fought before. Guess what, I'm not like them. He arrogantly stated. Damn, this man is getting happy over blocking a slap to the neck, how pitiful. Well. Aren't you going to attack? He asked. No, I don't think I will. You attack first. Alright, you'll regret this. Ha-ah-yeah, mighty wind slash. Is that all? Aerion summoned his own mighty wind slash which completely destroyed his opponents and continued moving forward. Aerion's opponent managed to dodge his mighty wind slash at the last second. See? That's the second time you couldn't hit me. So annoying. 1,000 cuts. Wind surrounded him and he got viciously slashed 1,000 times. Once the wind went away, he wasn't looking too good. His wounds weren't life-threatening as Aerion used a very small amount of his profound energy. And that's the 1,000th time I've hit you. 500 to 1 ratio, I'm quite accurate ha. Then there was a short rest period and a draw. Basically, the announcer randomly picks 2 names, they're written on a small piece of paper, from a box and they have to fight against each other in the next round. Their names are then removed from the box and then the announcer picks 2 more names, this process is done 4 times, in total. The first fighter will be, Junlong, and his opponent will be, Tai Dang. Chapter 29. Aerion slowly walked down to the arena and faced Tai Dang. You're finished, Aerion calmly stated. Tai Dang was scared, he didn't expect to be matched up with Junlong. He knew that Junlong was way stronger than him thanks to their previous fight, still, Tai Dang hopes to put up a good fight. Aerion draws Sky Piercer out of his spatial ring and waits for the announcer to start the match. Wow, do you see the size of his weapon? A halberd, I haven't seen anyone use one before. He wields it like a dagger, what kind of monster is he? All thanks to the great way of the Buddha. Junlong against Tai Dang, may the match begin. Aerion didn't waste any time as he closed the distance and stabbed Tai Dang's left thigh with Sky Piercer. Aerion backed away before Tai Dang could retaliate. The stab wasn't exactly lethal, but it would make Tai Dang way slower in the fight. Aerion was going to take his time with Tai Dang. Damn you! Tai Dang charged Aerion with his spear. He was using his wind to make up for the loss of speed. This, in the end, didn't matter. Star God's broken shadow. Aerion appeared behind him, disarmed him and completely broke his right arm. He turned Tai Dang around and grabbed his face with his right hand. This is for Lu Lei. Crimson Demon Wave. Boom. Tai Dang is sent flying into the wall, his face unrecognizable. Grandfather, help me. 1,000 cuts. Aerion's wind surrounds Tai Dang and it begins to slash Tai Dang apart. When the wind went away, Tai Dang looked worse than Lu Lei did. Aerion decided there was no point in going further, Lu Lei was avenged. Junlong wins the match. Aerion started to make his way back. In the sky. Finally, someone has taught my grandson a lesson. Tai Wentian looked at Tai Ming, a slight bit confused. Is this what you wanted, your grandson severely beaten? Of course, he thought he could do as he wished in a noble rogue sect due to my influence. Now, in the arena, he has been taught the consequences of harassing the wrong person. In the outside world, I won't always be there to protect him. He must learn to be humble, especially when meeting cultivators stronger than him such as Junlong. I see. Tai Wentian nodded in approval. Tai Ming was the wisest Grand Elder and one of Tai Wentian's closest friends in the noble rogue sect. Tai Ming himself agrees with Tai Wentian's decision of growing Aerion into the future Grandmaster as he too saw something special. Yes, Junlong isn't a Tai, but marrying him to Tai Xia would mean that his descendants would have Tai blood running in their veins. I'm not done with you. Huh. Aerion turned around, you can still talk. Take this, earth-destroying tornado. The tornado starts to whirl and whirl, eventually entrapping Aerion. Not good at all. Wind aura. Aerion creates his own wind to protect himself from the effects of the tornado. Unfortunately, his wind aura shattered within seconds. So this is the strength of the fifth profound skill of the flying wind god's art. This earth-destroying tornado is no joke. Dragonic Heart. Red scales grow on Aerion's right arm and silver scales grow on his left arm. His right eye turns crimson red and his left eye glows silver, like a star. Time to test this silver left hand. Heaven-absorbing silver claw. Aerion stretches out of his left land and a tornado is slowly sucked into his left palm. In just a few seconds, the mighty tornado is gone. Aerion closes the second gate, Dragonic Heart, and his scales disappear. Aerion returns to his usual appearance before anyone even notices he transformed in the first place. Tai Dang stares at Aerion, how? Then he falls unconscious and the doctors take him away from the arena. Aerion returns to his seat. Wake me up in the next round, Aerion tells Xia before taking a nap. Wah. Aerion didn't want to admit it, but using Draconic Heart and the heaven-absorbing silver claw drained him completely. In his current state, a fully healed Tai Dang would be able to beat Aerion with one hand. The Great Way of the Buddha started to get to work and began to heal Aerion. On to the next match, Tai Shu and Moe. Tai Shu smiled when he heard his opponent. Easy pickings. They both got onto the arena and looked at each other. Then the match started. Tai Shu aimed to slash Moe's left arm with his sword, but Moe blocked the strike with his spear. I'm not like the others, you will most definitely lose this match. Moe stated with supreme confidence. Blocking one simple slash doesn't make you a winner. Tai Shu moved his sword away from Moe's spear and slashes again, this time to the right. Moe moved his spear just in time to block the attack. Tai Shu still had his left hand. Tai Shu smirked as he flicked his wrist and a hidden blade came out. He stabbed Moe's left arm with it. Moe backed away. Damn you, that's cheating. Cheating. You have a hidden blade as well, use it. It's easier said than done, using a long spear and a hidden blade at once, it's way easier with a one-handed sword. Come on then, come closer. Moe taunted Tai Shu. Moe has a large range advantage over Tai Shu, if he can keep his distance then maybe he can win. If you won't strike, then I will. Moe aimed to stab Tai Shu's chest, but then he changed the spear's direction to Tai Shu's leg. Tai Shu focused on blocking the chest stab, this caused him to be a bit too late when the spear changed direction. Stab. Moe's spear stabs Tai Shu's right leg. 10 minutes later. They continue stabbing each other for a long time. By the end of the fight, they both were severely wounded. Tai Shu returns his sword to its sheath, that's it, I'm done with this nonsense. Moe stood still, shocked. What, do you mean? This fight isn't over. Now it's over. Good luck in the top 4, it's going to be tough. Moe was announced the winner, but Moe, personally, didn't feel like he earned the victory. Tai Shu went over to the doctors to get himself healed. Tai Qin will fight, Chao Li. The audience were excited to witness this upcoming duel. Tai Wentian's eldest son was knocked out so early in the tournament, I wonder how his younger brother will fare. Who do you think is going to win it all? I think it's going to be Junlong, that boy has been walking all over every single opponent he has been matched up with. Ha, look at him now. He'll be fine by the next round. We'll see. 10 minutes later. Chao Li and Tai Qin were equals for most of the fight, but then Chao Li got the upper hand in the later stages of the fight. Looks like you've lost to me, Tai Qin. I don't think so. You don't? Then I'll make you. Mighty Wind Slash. Tai Qin was a step too slow, he had to tank the blow. The Mighty Wind Slash sent Tai Qin flying into the wall. Damn, am I really going to lose to him? How can I be the future grandmaster if I can't even beat someone of my own cultivation level? I am a loser, a failure. I must stand up and fight. I am Tai Quinn, the son of Tai Wentian and a descendant of the great Tai Shun. Tai Quinn's gray eyes started to shine. Earth-decimating tornado. Moments later, Chao Li is trapped inside of the tornado and is being torn apart. It was so deadly that even the Grandmaster had to step in. With one swipe of his hand, the tornado is removed from existence. Chao Li was still alive, Tai Wentian wasn't too late. The unofficial profound skill between Earth-destroying tornado and sky-piercing hurricane was the Earth-decimating tornado, a more powerful version of the Earth-destroying tornado. Usually, only Earth-profound masters and elders would use it as it requires a lot of profound energy to pull off. But a spirit-profound cultivator, comprehending and even using it in battle, simply unheard of. Tai Wentian was, for once, proud of his son. Pushing oneself to the absolute limit every single day is the single true way to grow. Tai Quinn smiled as he repeated his father's words. Using my words now. Let's see. Tai Wentian checked his son's cultivation, a breakthrough. Spirit Profound 7, the same as his elder brother. He's finally closed the 2-year gap. Go, rest, you'll need it. Tai Wentian told his son. Of course. Tai Quinn nodded. Shining gray eyes, interesting, Tai Wentian thought. Everyone knows that most Tais have gray eyes, but sometimes, especially during battle, they shine brighter than usual. No one knows why this happens, but it is well known that once a Tai's eyes glow, Hsha gains a huge boost in strength and profound energy. This results in a breakthrough after the battle. If Tai Wentian didn't step in, Chao Li would have definitely died. Chapter 30. Everything is fine, continue the tournament. Yes, of course. The announcer continued, as there are no other contestants, the next match will obviously be Tai Xia against Kai Rong. There was no doubt that Tai Xia would win, but everyone knew that Kai Rong could put up a really good fight. Another easy victory for the daughter of Tai Wentian. You're right, I'm more excited for the semifinals. Jun Long against Tai Quinn would be an earth-shattering fight. I don't know, I'd very much like Jun Long to fight Tai Xia. What about Moe? Compared to those three, he's trash. Tai Shu should have won, everyone knows this simple fact. Don't disrespect Moe like that, his match with Tai Shu was very close. I would dare say that they were equal. Whatever floats your boat. Aerion figured that learning new skills while resting would be better than just resting. Oh, you have returned? The Demon King asked. That's right, I need some new moves. I see, you've come to the right place. The spectators were right, Tai Xia came out victorious. Kai Rong tried, but she just couldn't compete with Tai Xia. Now, the real fights were about to begin. Only 4 fighters were left, Jun Long, Tai Quinn, Tai Xia and Moe. Spectators and noble rogue sect members alike were allowed to vote on who would win the whole tournament. The most voted contestant just happened to be Jun Long with 40 of the votes. Tai Xia was second with 30, Tai Quinn was third with 25 and Moe was last with 5. Tai Wentian was inspecting the results. Most interesting. Poor Moe with 5, I hope he doesn't let this vote demoralize him. Then again, this vote does contain some truth. You better wake up, they're going to announce the next round of fights. Already? A drowsy Aerion asked. Yes, already. Give me a minute. Aerion struggled to stand up, but he did it. Immediately, he walked over to the restroom. Once he got there, he washed his face with clean water, from a good old bucket of water, and looked at himself in the mirror. He rubbed the sleep dust from his eyes and refreshed himself. Mr. Aerion Jun Long is ready to go. Aerion returned to his seat. So what happened while I was gone? Shu lost to Moe. Tai Shu, lost? And who the hell is Moe? A noble rogue disciple. I am most disappointed in Tai Shu, he lost to a nobody. So, how did Tai Quinn fare? Did he lose as well? No, Quinn won against Chao Li. Haha, Tai Quinn is definitely going to rub it in for years to come. Especially if he beats Shu's opponent in the upcoming round. I guess you won your match, right? Emicham, easily. Then, there's a chance we will have to fight each other. In that scenario, don't expect me to go easy on you. Aerion smiled. I do like a bit of competition. Then the announcer started to speak again, his profound energy expanding the range of his speech. We've had a lot of interesting fights so far, but now the real fights will commence. The first fighters will be, he dug his hands into the box and grabbed 2 of the 4 pieces of paper, Moe and Tai Quinn. So, I'll be fighting Xia after. Good luck against him OE. Aerion approached Tai Quinn before his match had begun. You too, good luck against my sister. Though I doubt you'll need it. Hahaha, I might. Hopefully, we meet in the final round. This tournament is all about conserving energy, as it only lasts for a few hours. I was doing a pretty good job until I fought Tai Dang. Oh well, I should still be able to win this. Tai Quinn and Moe went down and faced each other. Aerion relaxed on his chair and spectated the match. Who do you think is going to win, my dear Xia? Quinn, no doubt. I think Moe still has a chance, though a very small chance. We'll see. No, Moe didn't have a chance, no chance at all. When the match began, Tai Quinn was a man possessed. Tai Quinn was too fast, too strong and too determined. Moe couldn't even hit him, he was completely dominated. Tai Quinn didn't show any emotion, his one goal was winning. Tai Quinn, I've never seen him act like this. Aerion watched Tai Quinn. Me neither. Who do you think is winning this one? Junlong, no questions asked. Keep that same energy, Tai Xia is winning. You want to bet? Yeah, why not? How much? 1,000 purple profound coins, if you can afford it. Deal. Haha, this is easy money. Junlong, I thank you in advance. You won't be the one laughing when Xia wins. Aerion was stretching and preparing himself for the upcoming fight against Tai Xia. Then, in no time at all, the fight started. Tai Xia against Junlong, may the match begin. Xia wasn't joking, she was going all out. Once the match started, she used a movement skill to get behind me. Hey, that's my move. I block her sword with my sky piercer. Mighty wind slash. I made her back away. Star God's broken shadow. I explode right behind Tai Xia without her even noticing. Fire breath. Aerion wanted to end the match as quickly as possible, unfortunately, things didn't go as planned. Tai Xia fired a world-destroying tornado right back at the flames. The tornado absorbed the flames and continued ever forward, trapping Aerion. Damn it, not this again. Demon King's explosion. Flashback. The powers of the Crimson Demon have many forms, not just a wave. One example would be this. The Demon King's fragment took out a sword. Not soon after, this sword was covered with black and red flames. You can surround your weapon, and fire it like this. Shoo. Boom. That's interesting. Perhaps, you are in a tricky situation, you can surround your entire body and release the flames. Boom, everything around you is gone. The second stage of the Demon King's art is Demon King's Flames, the ability to change the Crimson Demon wave into anything. Now go, I've said enough. The tornado was instantly removed from existence by the explosion. The floor of the arena wasn't looking too good, there was a huge crater where Aerion stood. During his nap, Aerion managed to create his own move, Demon King's Explosion. It's quite simple, everything around him explodes with black and red flames. The Demon King's art, he must really love the color red and black. What were those flames? Black and red? I've never seen that in my life. I know, right? This Junlong kid is something else. Where is he from? That's the real question. Silver hair, purple eyes, he's the real son of heaven. Hahaha, I wouldn't be surprised if that was true. The future of the Noble Rogue sect looks very promising. The Heavenly Sword Villa should watch out, Junlong and the Noble Rogue sect might be coming for the #1 spot. You're too excited, there's no way the Noble Rogue sect is beating the Heavenly Sword Villa ever again. Tai Wentian is one of a kind. I'm sorry, Xia, but I have to win. Dragon Soul, Star God's broken shadow. Knockout. Of course, per tradition, I had to hit her softly with the shaft of my halberd. I made sure she landed gently to the ground. I should have done this before, transform and quickly win, it's a flawless strategy. Apart from the side effects. On to the finals. Finally, the contestants were given some time to rest. The spectators wanted to see a good fight, not two teenagers out of profound energy before the match even started. Well, to be fair, Tai Quinn looked ready before the 1 hour resting period and so did I. It wasn't really necessary, but hey, I got a chance to eat up a good meal which I gladly took. At the end of the resting period, both Aerion and Tai Quinn were fully recovered. The hype around the fight was at an all-time high, people were betting left and right. But there could only be one winner. Who would have known, you and me on this stage, competing for first place. It's going to be a good fight but, I intend to win. Aerion's eyes glowed red and both eyes had 3 tomo. Chapter 31. Junlong versus Tai Qin, may the match begin. I wonder, how is he going to start off the match? Shoo. Tai Qin disappeared, leaving behind some stray wind. What? Is this, the fourth stage of the Flying Wind God's art, Flying Wind? Aerion immediately took out Sky Piercer and surrounded himself in wind aura. He could have used his more powerful Demon King's Flame or Ghost Flame, but they would have used too much profound energy, it would have been a waste. I expect no less from you, Junlong. Earth-destroying tornado. Damn, can't I catch a break from those annoying tornadoes? After removing his wind aura, Aerion gathered a powerful Crimson Demon Wave on his halberd. The crimson flames fully surrounded Sky Piercer and the flames continued to grow in strength as Aerion gathered more profound energy. Take this. Then he released it at the last moment. A few breaths later, the tornado and Crimson Demon Wave engaged in an intense duel. In the end, it was a tie. The very powerful profound skills exploded into stray profound energy. Tai Qin is strong, very strong indeed. I might have to use Dragon Soul to beat him. This is why we've come here, to witness these spectacles. You're correct. This finals will be more entertaining than the rest of the tournament combined. Who's going to win, though? Junlong, of course. Obviously you would say that, fanboy. I think Tai Qin will blast him away with an almighty earth-decimating tornado. You think Junlong can't handle a bit of wind? You're more foolish than I thought. Humph, we'll see. Shoo. He disappeared again, this time my eyes could see where he was charging right towards me. I slam my halberd straight down, he blocks the attack with his sword. Crack. Due to Sky Piercer being far heavier and slightly more powerful, Qin's sword started to crack under the pressure of Aerion's halberd. Dragon Soul. Shatter. Aerion dedicated all of his strength to shattering Qin's sword, it worked. This, however, wasn't a good move. Qin used Aerion's dedication to his advantage, he stepped to the side with whatever was left of his sword while Sky Piercer was stuck to the ground. Stab. Qin stabbed his broken sword deep into Aerion's stomach, then he retrieved his broken sword and moved back. Aerion's blood flew out and some continued to drip long after. Drop, drop, drop. It's over, mighty wind slash. Who are you to say it's over, do you think you're better than me? How could I, Rhaegar Targaryen, ever be inferior to you? Today, in this very tournament, I shall show you the strength of a true dragon. Draconic Heart. Aerion swiped the mighty wind slash with his right hand. The wound, which Tai Qin worked so hard to inflict, was already closed with crimson-red scales. Tai Qin stood still, he was shocked, how can Junlong still stand after his stab? Not only that, he destroyed a mighty wind slash with one swipe of his hand. Star God's Broken Shadow. Aerion exploded, closing the distance between him and Tai Qin in milliseconds. As usual, an afterimage was left behind. Sky Piercer's axe was driven straight into Tai Qin's flesh. The horizontal slash was lightning fast and powerful, which caused Tai Qin to fly right after impact. Smash. Tai Qin hit the arena's wall, his chest spraying blood everywhere. Now it's truly over. Aerion arrogantly stated as he began to walk back. Off. Aerion's scales dropped to the ground and burned away. His eyes returned to their natural color. His stomach wound was also completely healed, thanks to Draconic Heart increasing the speed and effectiveness of scale regeneration. Oh, and, the Great Way of the Buddha helped too, just not as much. The match is dash. Tai Qin's eyes glowed again, he wasn't going to go out so easily. Earth-decimating tornado. Aerion turned around at the last second. Draconic Heart, heaven-absorbing silver claw. Aerion's left hand instantly grew silver scales and began to absorb the tornado. Unfortunately, this power can't absorb something the user himself can't handle. Going beyond one's limits will result in dangerous consequences. Fortunately, this wasn't one of those situations, Aerion could perfectly handle the tornado. Foolish children, this is just a simple tournament. They shouldn't be trying to kill each other. Tai Wentian nodded, he somewhat agreed with the elder. They're going a bit too far, even if it's to win. Especially that Qin, I shall teach him a lesson after this tournament, he's far too careless with that earth-decimating tornado. If his opponent wasn't Junlong, I would have stepped in a long time ago. I wonder how he even managed to pull it off, not once, but twice in the same day. Tai Qin is truly an extraordinary boy. Perhaps you were wrong about him, Wentian. Maybe I was wrong. Was he looking at the wrong sun all this time? Shu gave up so easily in the tournament while his younger brother made it to the finals. Aerion stretched out his left hand towards the tornado. In mere seconds, the mighty tornado was non-existent. Tai Quinn stood still, shocked yet again. Then, out of desperation, he charged Aerion with everything he had left. He actually thought he could still win in his pitiful state. He didn't even have a proper weapon. Perfect counter. Aerion stepped to the side, disarmed Tai Quinn and kicked him down to the floor. Admit it, you've lost. You're right, I lost to you, Junlong. Off. And the match is over. Junlong is the winner of the tournament. Aerion gave Tai Quinn his hand. Stand, it was a good match. Tai Quinn took his hand and lifted himself up. Yes, it was, but I'll never be stronger than you. Tai Quinn walked away. Never. That's a bit harsh to say, even if it's true, I hope he'll get over his loss. Junlong. Aerion turned around and saw Lu Lei. You were so amazing in the finals. Especially when you used that silver-scaled hand and completely absorbed the tornado out of existence. How did you do it? Is it like a super special bloodline thing? I guess. And that super effective regeneration, the stab wound isn't even visible. You're way too amazing, I bet you'll become the next Grandmaster. That's a bit too much praise, I did what I had to do. Right, which division are you joining? Blades or guards? I haven't decided yet. Then be prepared for a lot of special offers from the general and commandant. They'll throw away everything just to get you to join their division. Thanks for the warning, Lei. You're welcome. So, R.Y. Junlong, I'm your biggest fan. A crowd started forming around Junlong, the winner of the tournament. Please marry me, I'll be a good wife. Humph, I would be a better wife. Are you sure? You're thinner than paper. Can you sign my shirt, mighty dragon god Junlong? Which division are you joining? Blades or guards? Star God's broken shadow. Aerion dashed out of the very awkward situation. Yes, he liked attention, but this was way too much. He escaped to a place far less populated, the forest. He needed some time to recover and relax. A tree, Aerion's very old habit, just happened to be napping on a tree. Nothing better than the sweet air of nature. That hand of yours, it has absorbed the tornado, but... Aerion noticed Jasmine next to him. But what? The profound energy is currently stored in your left hand. Stored? Does that mean I can reuse the profound energy in battle? Perhaps I can use it to enhance my cultivation, it's time to find out. Aerion closed his eyes, opened the second gate, Draconic Heart, and moved the profound energy from his left hand to his entire body. Then he smiled and channeled all of his profound energy into his right hand, the heaven-destroying Crimson Hand. Absorbing profound energy and putting it all into his right, more destructive hand, will this work? The power of Tai Dang's earth-destroying tornado, Tai Quinn's earth-decimating tornado and his own power, all in one attack. This heaven-destroying Crimson Demon Wave. Aerion fired an ultra-charged Crimson Demon Wave into the sky. Boom! The entire sky was cleared of its clouds. The arena was already cleared of disciples and guests, the feast was being prepared. This feast would start in a few hours. Meanwhile, the disciples were allowed to do as they wished. Before this feast many were talking about the finals and how amazing Junlong was. After today, Junlong will become a household name in Old Town. Then an enormous Crimson Demon Wave was fired at the sky. Do you see that? Wah, what the hell? Such a powerful profound skill, it's most likely a sky profound cultivator. No doubt, I wonder what kind of sky profound cultivator would use his profound skill on the sky. He must be testing out his strength, or something like that. But the color, it was red and black, like Junlong's Crimson Demon Wave. Junlong? No way, he's far too young to wield such power. Maybe it's his father. Ha ha ha. Junlong, just what are you? Tai Wentian wondered while he floated in the sky. This Junlong continued to go past his expectations. He's so young, yet so powerful. He is so unique, from his appearance to his profound skills. He grows so quickly, what is his secret? Did he descend from the heavens? It doesn't matter, either way, I'll make sure he stays a noble rogue. Under him, the noble rogue sect will enter a new age, an age of dominance. Look at you, how pitiful, wasted in just one move. Jasmine stared down at Aerion. Maybe, I used a bit too much power. Maybe. You almost killed yourself. Ha ha ha, I'll make sure to use less profound energy next time. Aerion stated as he closed his eyes. Wake me up in an hour or so. Do you think I'm your Tai Xia? Aerion was already asleep. Chapter 32. Wake up. Aerion opened his eyes. That was a pretty good nap if I do say so myself. My profound energy has mostly been recovered and my body seems to have healed. Still, I feel tired and there's a continuous pain in both of my hands. I've used Draconic Heart many times today, there's bound to be some consequences for my careless behavior. Aerion stood up, it was time to return to the noble rogue sect and join in on the feast. Thank you, Jasmine, I don't know what I'd do without you. You flatter me. I was dead serious. Without her, I wouldn't know how to unlock my profound entrances, which means I wouldn't be able to use Dragon Soul or Draconic Heart. I wouldn't have learnt the mighty Star God's Broken Shadow. I would have lost the tournament, to summarize, would be far weaker without her. Well, in any case, it's time to head out. After feeding Demon, Aerion walked to the mighty fortress. A few minutes later. Welcome back to the sect, Junlong. A guard said as Aerion got past the gate. I hope you join the guards, we would be glad to take you in. That's true. We're pretty relaxed while the blades are very strict. Damn, I'm a celebrity in the noble rogue sect now. Then a blade entered the scene. Don't listen to the blues, if you want to be a real fighter, then join the blades. We train our skills to the point of perfection and we take things seriously. Not like these soft, untrained and idiotic tin cans. You wonder why we win every guards blades competition. Because we're better. If you want to reach your full potential then you should join the blades. Ooh, very inspiring speech. I thought blades weren't allowed to speak. We speak when it's necessary, this is one of those times I must speak. I can't stand guards. Spit. The blade spit straight onto a guard's helmet. You. Speak again and I'll embarrass you. The blade left the scene satisfied. Those damn blades, always bullying us. They're lucky most of the titans are at the feast. Titans? They sound intimidating. Wait, has the feast already started? Aerion asked. Well, not really. They're just getting seated. Unfortunately, only 500 noble rogue sect members are invited to the hall. Every elder, the grandmaster, about 300 masters and the rest are disciples. That's like 150 invited disciples, right? A guard added. Yeah, something like that. The remaining 700 masters and thousands of disciples just celebrate outside. 1,000 masters. What the hell? And most of them are probably comparable to the Earth Profound Realm, that's frightening. This sect is so strong. You should get going, Junlong. There's no doubt you're on that special list of invited disciples. Very well. Aerion entered the hall and sat down at his designated seat, which was at the very top of the table. The surrounding seats were mostly elders, very talented disciples and prestigious masters. Luckily, he sat next to faces he knew. Tai Dang and Tai Quinn sat to his left and right, respectively. Great, two people who I defeated in the tournament. The hall was colossal, Aerion had never seen anything like it. There was no doubt that the hall could hold over 1,000 noble rogues. So, how are your injuries? Aerion asked Tai Quinn. Nothing permanent, I'll be back to normal in a few days. That's great. What about me? Tai Dang asked. No one cares about you. Then Tai Wentian stood up, everyone was silent. So this is the power and influence of an emperor profound cultivator, I imagine he's a nightmare on the battlefield. Congratulations to Junlong for winning the tournament and Tai Quinn for being the runner-up. There are roughly 2 months and a few days left before the Blue Wind ranking tournament begins, make use of that time, disciples. Anyway, everyone is finally seated and the food is made, it's time to begin the feast. Sometime later. Aerion left the hall, he decided that it would be better for him to join the others. The seating was very strict so it was better to just go outside. Besides, there was no point in staying, he had already eaten his food. I'm completely full, that feast was no joke. I saw Xia outside, she was currently in a group consisting of only girls. Girl talk, huh? The ceremony is going to start in about 30 minutes, so I'll have some time to collect information to make my decision easier. To be honest, I'm currently leaning towards joining the Blades. Junlong, forgive me for my grandson's actions. I turned my head, was this the commandant of the guards, Tai Ming, that Tai Dang spoke of? He wore the blue robes of the guards with a beautifully decorated chest plate and 2 decorated shoulder pads to match. That armor probably wasn't just for show, it looked quite sturdy. It's fine, besides, I've already given him a suitable beating. I see. I hope that you join the guards, we would welcome a man of your talents in open arms. Don't let that foolish grandson of mine sway you to the Blades, I assure you, we would treat you well. Ha 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 ha, the dog himself, Tai Ming. A tall and intimidating man laughed at Tai Ming's offer. He took off his black mask and looked at Aerion. He looked like he was in his late 40s, yet he radiated an aura of youth and adventure. He wore the black blade robe with a leather-like shoulder pad strapped to his left shoulder and a very unique and powerful-looking sword tethered to his belt. So you are Junlong. You sure do like the part. Here's my offer, instant promotion to Vice General, many useful resources for cultivation, missions worthy of your talent and special training. Vice General? Isn't General the highest rank in the Blades? If that's true, then I would be the second in command in the Blades. Have you lost your damn mind, Changshi? Promoting a boy to such an important position. Ha ha ha, and that's why my Blades will always be better. I always get the good disciples, not matter what. This boy, Junlong, is more talented than Tai Qin, Shu and Xia all combined. How could I possibly miss the opportunity to see him in a Blades uniform? I've offered him something you wouldn't, I win, again. Well, even if you offered him the exact same deal, I doubt he'd choose the guards anyway. So, Junlong, do you accept my offer? Of course, you do. I'll see you at the ceremony. This Changshi doesn't even wait for me to answer his questions, still, his offer is very tempting. How could I possibly reject it? He's made it impossible. Tai Ming stood still, helpless. He couldn't match the offer, the vice-commandant was a sky-profound Grand Elder, how could he replace him with a child? Hell, the Grand Elder in question even dislikes Junlong, he's a Tai too. Tai Ming didn't want to take any risks. Meanwhile, the vice-general spot was wide open since Changshi never needed one. There wouldn't be many rejections if Junlong was promoted to vice-general as Changshi's grip over the Blades is very strong. The general's victory was guaranteed. Unfortunately, I can't offer anything better but. There's no need, I've made my decision already. Those ice-cold words would echo in the commandant's mind every night in a few months. Ceremony. The ceremony was scheduled to happen underground in a sacred place where the sect's first members were inducted. It was in fact a temple. What was it devoted to, you ask? No one knows, though, many speculated it was made for the worship of the wind god Ender Taishan, the founder. Here's how it will work. The Blades were on the left while the guards were on the right. It wasn't every single guard blade, only the really important ones. Otherwise, they'd have to fit 9,000 people in one underground temple. The Blades brought with them 30 representatives while the guards had around 100, it looked like the guards showing off, while the Blades couldn't care less. Every division-less adept would be placed at the entrance, a short walk away from the guards and Blades. Then they would line up in order of the rank they got in the tournament, lowest ranking first, those who did not participate in the tournament would go first as they didn't even get a rank. This means that Junlong and Tai Qin would come last, creating some suspense. Then the first in the line would walk forward and choose between the guards and Blades, the disciple would then join the formation of the division Hsha chose. Aerion stood last in line, he didn't really care, as he's a very patient young man. Still, he worried about a certain friend. Lu Lei, I hope you choose the Blades. If you join the guards, I won't be there to protect you from Tai Dang or his grandfather. In fact, you'll be walking straight into their hands. But since you're quite intelligent, I know you'll make the right decision. One by one, the line was getting shorter. Eventually, it was Lu Lei's turn. Aerion looked at him but Lu Lei wasn't looking back. I want to strong like Junlong. That means the only place for me is the Blades. Lu Lei went left. Welcome to hell, Lu Lei. The general proudly stated. Welcome to hell, Lu Lei. The others echoed. Lu Lei smiled. This was the best place for him to get stronger, no matter how challenging things will be, he'll strive for success. From this day forward, he promised to be a changed man. He won't be weak anymore, he'll be strong. Phew, that was too close for comfort. The Blades barely recruited any disciples, they didn't seem too keen on wasting time on trash. Trash would usually avoid the Blades anyway, but if a trash disciple were to choose the Blades, Hsha would be sharpened into a great disciple through hellish training. This hellish training, it was one of the reasons the Blades had fewer members. The guards nearly double the Blades in numbers, but the Blades have, on average, stronger disciples. Once, Changshi arrogantly stated every Blade is worth 100 guards. Most, if not all, Tai family members join the guards as it's unofficially owned by them while the Blades are usually just disciples without any family background. Despite this huge advantage, the Blades still managed to keep up with the guards through hard work. This fact made Aerion excited to join the Blades as they were the underdogs. Tai Dang joined the guards, nothing surprising, Kai Rong joined the Blades, Tai Shu joined the guards, Tai Xia joined the guards and Moe joined the guards. Tai Xia, you too. Damn it, why are the Blades so unpopular? Then it was only Tai Quinn and Aerion left. I know where you're going, Junlong, good luck with the blades. How did you know? CONQER. Tai Quinn went right to the guards. Then everyone wondered where Junlong, undisputed #1 adept, would go. Although he's an adept, many people think Junlong is the strongest disciple in the noble rogue sect. No one could think of any current disciple that could possibly put up a match against the one-of-a-kind genius. This small choice could affect the future of the blades, guards and even the noble rogue sect itself. There was no doubt that Junlong could become the future general commandant and even the grandmaster. Every single grandmaster was the commandant of the guards at one point of their lives. If Junlong was a blade and became the grandmaster, he would be making history. The grandmaster himself escorted Junlong down the steps and into the middle. Well, which will it be? The blades. Aerion went left, to the blades. Welcome to hell, Junlong. Chapter 33. The guards returned to ground level and so did the blades. Then they separated, the guards went down the stairs to the library gate and the blades went up. Where are we going? Lu Lei asked Junlong. I have no idea. CONQER led the blades to the very top of the castle, a place higher than the library. Black banners with red wolves, this must be a restricted area just for the blades. There was only one building, a huge fortified mansion, which looked just about large enough to house 3,000 blades. This is our base of operations, a place exclusive to the blades. If you see guards or any other unauthorized intruders trespassing, you may apprehend them. If they resist, you are permitted to kill the intruder. You all understand? Good. Do you all know why you haven't seen many blades around before the assembly? The small crowd of recruits shook their heads. That's a good question. I don't remember seeing any blades when I was walking around the sect. I started to think they were a myth before the assembly. Is it because you're all on missions? Lu Lei answered. Who asked you to speak? Raise your hand first, then, only if I grant you permission, you may speak. Do you understand? Lu Lei nodded. Damn, these blades are really strict. No wonder Shunji is a blade, he would thrive in this sort of environment. Good. Now, allow me to explain. Lu Lei isn't wrong, we're a very busy division. But the real reason you haven't seen many blades around is, you're not allowed to leave this building unless you have my permission. What? We're stuck in that mansion until he says otherwise? Right, let's get you all organized. We have 2 subdivisions or legions, whichever word sounds better. The first subdivision is called the Rangers and the second is called the Scorpions. It's relatively simple, I'm sure you very talented disciples can figure it out what each subdivision does. We're going to start with a few tests to determine which subdivision would suit you recruits best. Follow me. The general opened the large door and let everyone in. Then the door was closed by one of the higher-ranking blades. The mansion looked even bigger on the inside. CONQER led us to the lower floors, where the blades train. The upper floors are used to house blades while the lower floors are used to train them, a nice system if I do say so myself. Feast your eyes on this wonderful facility. All of the new disciples gazed up an underground sect. In the far distance stood a large group of blade disciples. Their training was halted due to the test, so they decided to watch the new recruits perform since they had nothing better to do. Wow, that's amazing. Lu Lei stated. Yeah, I never knew the blades had something like this. Another disciple added. Aerion nodded, this was quite impressive. The buildings weren't detailed but they served their purpose. On the other side of the small fake sect stood a large forest. Look at those kids, they're clueless. He, this is going to be so fun. Last year I remember how badly I lost, but this time we're the seniors. We should be wary of that Junlong, he's a transcendent disciple. So, when will we strike? Now. Shoo. 100 arrows flew straight down towards the disciples. Pierce. An arrow struck the general and he fell to the ground. The senior blades seemed to have disappeared. Only the recruits were left. My wind aura knocked away a large number of arrows. Damn it, run. These were the last words of the general. There was no way he really died so easily. This has to be the first test. A surprise attack, eh? Very well, let's play. Junlong, where are you going? The general is dead. The general, a sky-profound cultivator. How are we supposed to win? Shush, we have to find a safe place, follow me. Lu Lei didn't move, he was horrified. Doesn't he understand that this is just a test, a game? Damn it. I knocked him out with my right hand and retreated into one of the buildings. I locked the door shut and dropped Lu Lei to the floor. I looked through the window, the other recruits were starting to realize what was happening. I wake Lu Lei. What was that for? We didn't have much time, anyway, we have to protect ourselves from our enemies. What enemies? I suspect that they're blades. Blades, why would they attack us? To test us, of course. After a few seconds, Lu Lei finally let it sink in. That makes sense. But, what do we have to do to win? Survive for a long period of time or just beat them all up, I think. I know what I'm going to do. What? Beat them all up, of course. The barrage of arrows seem to have died down, the opposing blades are most likely searching for the recruits. I opened the door. Well? Are you coming with me? No, I'm going by myself. He's going all alone. Why? You've always helped me, during the 100-day training, the rescue mission and even the assembly tournament. It's time I fight for myself. I understand. Boom. A bomb exploded which resulted in a large amount of smoke, a smoke bomb. Such a wonderful speech, prepare to lose, Junlong. I couldn't see anything, so I, using my profound strength, waved the smoke away. I couldn't find Lu Lei anywhere, looks like he ran away from the smoke. Not bad, no dash. Star God's broken shadow. I moved to where the voice was coming from. I found him, the attacker. He wore the Black Blade's uniform but instead of the red secondary color, his uniform's secondary color was gold. Also, on his left arm, he wore the emblem of the golden scorpion, not the red wolf. You think you've caught me, eh? You wish. Boom. Another smoke bomb, but the smoke was yellow this time. I accidentally breathed it in, the smoke was poisonous. I waved the smoke away and started to think. What do I do now? Jasmine did mention once that the sky poison pearl can cure any poison, so I don't have to worry about it. I was so close to defeating him. I activate my Sharingan and start looking for blades. Looks like I won't have to chase them down, they're already here. The 2 consecutive bombs must have brought them here. Who's our next prey? Wait, that's Junlong. Nah, this isn't worth it, I'm running away. Where are you going? Damn coward. Slap. Get it together, he's just one adept disciple and we're 10 well-trained blades. We can handle him. He does have a point, kind of. Okay, you're right, we can handle this key dash. Demon King's explosion. Boom. After the dust cleared, all 10 blades were unconscious. Aerion decreased the power output by a large amount, he didn't want to severely injure anyone, but it was still strong enough to one-shot the blade disciples. 30 minutes later. Aerion defeated about 60 blade disciples in this time and it was getting harder to find them. Were they all defeated already? He did encounter a few fellow recruits but he didn't join their groups, Aerion was a lone wolf. Besides, the recruits would have slowed him down. I don't remember defeating the scorpion disciple, maybe someone else knocked him out. You look lost, Junlong. Boom. Another smoke bomb. No, it's a bomb that fires out small blades. Wind aura. My wind aura quickly waves away the projectiles. TCH, you react too quickly, stop making things so difficult. Shoo. A crossbow bolt, from behind. I'm too slow, to dodge it. Pierce. The bolt pierced my right leg. After a quick scan of the area, I located the attacker, it was the same scorpion disciple. He was hiding pretty well, blending in with the leaves. Unfortunately, my eyes can see through such small obstacles. Star God's broken shadow. I make my way around and sneak up on the disciple. My afterimage is probably making him feel so secure, little does he know, I'm right behind him. Smack. I smack him so hard he falls unconscious. Well done, recruits. You have went against the odds and defeated your pathetic seniors. I want you all in the middle of the facility in 5 minutes. That's the general's voice projected with profound energy, I should start walking back to the middle. The middle was just a wasteland, there wasn't anything there but rocks. The right side was the artificial forest while the left was the fake sect. Aerion made his way to the wasteland. In 2 minutes, he found the group. So, did you all enjoy the test? Of course, you did. This test was made to see how quickly you all would adjust to an ambush, your ability to hide from stronger opponents and your use of teamwork to defeat them in battle. All of you did that, apart from you two. He pointed at Aerion and Lu Lei. Let's start with Lu Lei. He did adjust to the situation, thanks to Junlong, but he decided to fight someone far stronger than him alone, without any strategy, this ended in his defeat. Though I must say, his stealth is pretty good. Now, what did I do wrong? I wasn't defeated, in fact, I embarrassed the senior blades. Now, on to you, Junlong. You're wondering, what did I do wrong? The answer is, you did nothing wrong. Huh. Wait, he's trying to say we did things differently compared to the others, not that we did anything wrong. Well, Lu Lei definitely did something wrong, but I don't see any faults in my methods. You fought like a true blade, quick and strong. You knew you didn't need help from the others, so you just did everything by yourself. The ability to be independent and adaptable is very useful when you're a blade since you work alone most of the time. I see. Damn it, those recruits are something else. I'm going to get some sleep, a senior blade stated. Ganging up on their poor seniors, how shameful. You totally deserve it for being so confident. Junlong, his tournament win wasn't just for show, he's the real deal. The second test was pretty simple. You get 3 arrows and 3 targets, the aim is to hit all 3 targets. The difficult part was the distance, the targets were 100 meters away. Not only that, they were placed in weird angles, making it even harder. I haven't used a bow in a long time, this will be hard. A ranger should make use of every arrow and never miss. Missing your shot will alert the enemy and so will shooting slowly, you must be able to take out your targets as quickly as possible. You, go first. The recruits began to shoot their arrows one by one, every hit was loudly celebrated. If a person hit 2, they would be named a genius, Lu Lei hit 2. If a person hit 3, wait, that didn't happen yet. Aerion was the last person to go. He grabbed his 3 arrows and put all 3 on his bow. 3 at once, the disciple shouted in surprise. That's very smart, he isn't shooting 3 at once, he's simply making the process faster. He'll only have to draw once, instead of 3 times, effectively increasing the speed of his shooting. Lu Lei stated. Lu Lei is correct. The general nodded. Let's do this. Aerion focused his inner archer and gazed at his targets. He filled the arrows with profound wind energy so that the arrows would have a way higher chance of hitting their targets. Fire. 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 Boom. Aerion quickly notched his arrows one by one and hit every target. All 3 wooden targets exploded once their intended arrows hit them. That's cheating. One disciple stated. The general shook his head and laughed. Cheating? I never said you couldn't use your profound energy. Besides, he accurately shot his arrows and surprise, rangers use profound energy when they shoot their arrows. How else do you plan to kill your targets when they have high cultivation strength? A simple arrow won't do, you'll need something more lethal. How could I not think of that? Lu Lei whispered to himself. The disciple who accused Aerion of cheating apologized, and Aerion, being the virtuous young man he is, accepted his apology. Aerion was praised for being a genius and everything was well. I forgot to mention that only a small amount of blades belong to a subdivision, the general tapped his head, how could I forget such a thing? What? So we went through all of that just for nothing. What a joke. The general cleared his throat, the crowd of recruits were silent. I'll say which of you will be joining the elite subdivisions. Kai Roan will go to the Scorpions. She is a very formidable close-range fighter. Lu Lei will go to the Rangers. His archery, stealth and occasional smart thinking will be put to good use. And lastly, Junlong will go to both. Both. Chapter 34. Aerion unlocked his new room in the Blade Mansion and went straight to sleep. It has been a very long day and he was tired. Name, Rhaegar Targaryen. Level, True Profound 9. Traits, attractive, genius, athletic, patient, diligent, proud, ambitious. Titles, Alpha, Vice General of the Blades, Scorpion, Ranger. Base Max, Spirit Profound 9. Dragon Soul Max, Earth Profound 3. Draconic Heart Max, Earth Profound 7. Weapons, Sky Piercer, Hidden Blade, Advanced Hidden Blade. Evil God Seeds, Fire. Special Items, Sky Poison Pearl, Mirror of Samsara. Skills Martial Arts. Melee, Counter Kill, Perfect Counter. Range, Crimson Demon Wave, Fire Breath, Mighty Wind Slash, 1000 Cuts. Movement, Star God's Broken Shadow. Summoning, Earth Golem Creation. Body, Wind Aura, Demon King's Explosion. Special, Observe, Sharingan, Ghost Flame, Calamity Dragon Arts. Bloodlines, Fire Dragon God, Arios, Phoenix, Primordial Azure Dragon, Uchiha. Body, Dragon God Marrow, Body of a True Dragon, Virgin Dragon Seed. Veins, Calamity Dragon Profound Veins. Soul, Dragon God Soul, Phoenix Soul. Oh, I finally broke through to True Profound 9. After waking up, Aerion got dressed in his specially designed Scorpion Ranger uniform. It had a similar design to the noble rogue uniform, the black color and a golden wolf emblem representing the blades, the golden outline of the scorpions and the quiver of the rangers. In Aerion's opinion, the looked uniform amazing and it all fitted perfectly. He's the first and only disciple to ever wear this kind of uniform. After putting on the uniform, he was just missing 4 things. A sword, all blades have to have swords, the scabbard for the sword, the amulet that all blades must wear and a full face mask. All 3 things were already prepared for him sometime yesterday. He grabbed the sword that was provided and sheathed it into its scabbard. The sword's metal was so shiny that it caused Aerion to briefly look away. The pommel was a silver eagle, the grip was mainly black and the guard looked like wings. The scabbard fitted the sword perfectly as it too had beautiful silver patterns imprinted on its wonderful black color. A quick observe revealed that it was an earth-profound sword. It's worthy of some sort of name, I'll name it, Silver Eagle. How original, Aerion. The amulet had the blade's emblem imprinted on it, it was pretty simple. Aerion put it on his neck as intended. The mask was also quite simple, it was black with a golden pattern. He put it in the sky poison pearl along with his uniform's cloak and the bow provided with the quiver. There was no needed for these things, as he was indoors and it was really hot. Aerion hung up his old noble rogue sect disciple uniform on the wall of his new room. A lot of memories in one uniform. Today was his first official day as a blade, he definitely looked the part. He opened the door of his room and locked it once he left. The living floors were mixed quite well, on Aerion's floor, there were about 250 blades, 8 rangers and 9 scorpions. Blades, disciples, usually lived in a room with 4-6 other blades. On the other hand, the rangers and scorpions get their own and separate large rooms. It feels good to be part of the elite. There are about 15 blades for every scorpion ranger. Master blades, of course, get their own rooms due to their high status. Lulei actually lived on the same floor, surprisingly. There was a sealed letter in front of Aerion's door. He picked it up, unsealed it and began to read its contents. Come to the highest floor, I have an important task for you. Your general, Changshi. Alright, my floor is quite close to the top, it should only take me a minute. Knock. Come in. Aerion opened the door and entered. So what's this important task? Straight to the point, eh? Here, it's a mission, take a look. Type, infiltration. Objective, steal something valuable from the Heavenly Sword Villa. Description, can be anything as long as it's valuable. You could just rob the whole villa clean, but that would be at your own risk. Difficulty. Reward? Is this real? Yes, it's right there. A simple infiltration mission on a sect, this should be easy for a disciple of your ability. Simple. It's the Heavenly Sword Villa. Something was definitely wrong here. Heavenly Sword Villa. I don't see anything about that, listen, just do the mission and you'll be well rewarded. This was requested by a very special client and we'd hate to refuse them. But I am your general. Do the damn mission, that's an order. You've been given permission to leave the mansion due to your new mission. Leave and don't come back until it's complete. Aerion looked at his general, unsure if he was serious, but then he decided to go ahead with the mission. Is someone brainwashing him or something? Or maybe the general is just blind. Whatever it is, he's acting differently. Infiltrating the Heavenly Sword Villa, it won't be easy since they're the top sect in the Blue Wind Empire. In fact, it might be a death wish. Aerion got stocked up on some darts for his advanced hidden blade, no one questioned him due to his rank. Disciples shouldn't even have an advanced hidden blade, but Junlong is a very special case. After stocking up, he went down to the main gate. So Junlong is a blade now, a guard said. That uniform looks like a scorpion's, yet it has a quiver and the wolf emblem. Scorpion? What is that? Ah, you're still new, you wouldn't know. The blades have 2 subdivisions, the rangers and scorpions. They're the true elite and the reason we've lost to the blades in every division competition. The scorpions wield their blades with peerless skill and use gadgets such as their mustard bombs to win many battles. Meanwhile, the rangers are highly skilled archers who never miss. The older guard explained. Wow. Once the main gate was fully opened, Aerion strolled out of the fortress and into Old Town. He put on his mask and cape to avoid the crowds. Before leaving Old Town, something caught his eye. The silver cloaks were in Old Town. Dai Fong, how have things been? He asked. Who are you? Aerion looked at himself and noticed that he didn't exactly look like Junlong. Oh well. I'm Junlong. Aerion briefly took off his mask and put it back on. I see, things have been going quite well. The Silver Cloaks have expanded to about 40 members, but there's one problem, we don't have a base. Oh. I would like to help with that, after all, I am your leader. We need around 1,000 purple profound coins, we want it to be something that will last many years. Alright, here. Make good use of it. Aerion gave him 2,000 purple profound coins and walked away. You could call this an investment, Aerion was sure he could get the money back later. Besides, Aerion is quite rich, this amount of money is nothing to him. Thank you, leader, I'll buy the best home possible for the Silver Cloaks. 5 days later, Heavenly Sword Villa. The journey was really long as Aerion had to use a ton of maps he borrowed from the noble rogue Sex library. He looked up and saw the so-called Heavenly Sword Villa, the mightiest force in the Blue Wind Empire. Little did they know, an unknown and masked young man was about to rob their sect tonight. Unlike the Infernal Demons sect, Aerion was planning on spilling no blood. Yes, Heavenly Sword Villa members are quite arrogant, but they didn't do anything wrong. Aerion entered by scaling the walls, as he usually does. Then he activated his Sharingan and looked around. It was dark, so there was a lower chance of him being detected. Hey, you! Aerion turned around, this guard, he didn't see him before. He stared at him with his Sharingan and the guard stopped in fear for a second. Genjutsu, Sharingan. Star God's Broken Shadow. Aerion closed the distance and knocked the guard out. Then he thought, where do I put the body? He couldn't find an immediate place, so he put him in his Sky Poison Pearl. Aerion wondered, why did the guard stop moving? After thinking for a few seconds, he predicted that it was his Sharingan. Such a powerful ability, there's so much about these eyes that I still don't know. After a long 20 minutes of sneaking around like a shadow, Aerion found an interesting place. This place had tens of thousands of swords floating around. Aerion had never seen anything like it, they're worthy of the name Heavenly Sword Villa. Now all I need to do is grab a very good sword, that one. Earth Profound should be valuable, right? Just in case, I'll grab 10 of them. Hey you, what are you doing? Genjutsu, Sharingan. The man froze in place and Aerion quickly escaped the Heavenly Sword Villa with his Star God's Broken Shadow movement technique. After he gained some distance from the villa, he sat down on the grass and rested. That was too close for comfort. That was reckless, you should have taken care of all the guards before taking those swords. Jasmine commentated. I wanted to spend the least time possible in that place, besides, if I failed I have you, the mighty princess herself to protect me. Humph. Aerion released his temporary prisoner, the guard he knocked out. He was still unconscious, good. Aerion left the guard on the floor and started his journey back to the noble rogue sect. Chapter 35. The guard who saw Aerion was running around and alerting the other, more powerful Heavenly Sword Villa cultivators. That one little mistake was becoming a problem as Earth Profound and Sky Profound cultivators started to look for the thief. After Aerion took a few steps away from the guard, he suddenly woke up. His eyes opened and he saw the cloaked thief who knocked him out, he instinctively shouted for help. Catching this thief was more important than anything, even his life. The thief is here. Help. Aerion turned around and saw the guard. Shut your damn mouth. Throw. Then a sword intercepted Sky Piercer, both weapons fell to the ground. Go, you've done well. This is our fight now. 8 Earth Profound and 3 Sky Profound cultivators appeared to save the day. All ready to kill Aerion for 10 Earth Profound swords. This was the moment Aerion knew he was going to die, or at least get close to dying. He could just surrender, but that would probably result in death too. Escaping? Those Sky Profound cultivators can fly, all he can do now is fight and die nobly. Jasmine, how about you help me a bit? You've gotten yourself into a huge mess because you didn't kill that weakling of a guard. Being a good and merciful person usually leads to loss. Let this be your lesson, Junlong. Slash. All 3 Sky Profound cultivators fall like wheat that's been cut by the scythe. Then 4 of the 8 Earth Profound cultivators fall the same way, leaving only 4 weak Earth Profound cultivators alive. Humph, you can deal with the rest. The Earth Profound cultivators were shaking in fear. Who is that girl? Why is she so strong? Will they live another day? I'll give you all one shot, never mind, you're all dying. Aerion's eyes transformed into a crimson color as he activated his Sharingan. Then his left eye turned silver and dragon scales began to grow on his arm's draconic heart. Their morale was pretty low and so, Aerion had an easier time than he should have. He exploded and grabbed Sky Piercer before they could react. Then one of them tried to attack, he froze for a moment. This was all Aerion needed as he forced Sky Piercer to go right through him. Before Aerion could withdraw his halberd from his victim's chest, one of the earth-profound cultivators attacked. Aerion let go of his halberd, crouched and calmly released his hidden blade. Counter kill. SHTT. The hidden blade pierced the cultivator's heart, effectively ending his life. Aerion deactivated his hidden blade and kicked the dead cultivator away. Then he retrieved Sky Piercer just in time to block a slash. After being blocked, the cultivator who attacked him moves back. It's clear that you're far weaker than the girl, we can defeat you. Is that so? Star God's broken shadow, falling moon sinking star. Boom. The cultivator disappeared from existence before he could perform his profound skill. The last remaining cultivator decided it would be best to run. Where do you think you're going? Aerion turned around, his red Sharingan eye blazing with killing intent. The Heavenly Sword Villa cultivator's life was over, and he knew it. Fire breath. After that, Aerion walked away before reinforcements arrived. The Heavenly Sword Villa was shattered over their loss. 3 Sky Profound Elders and 8 Earth Profound Cultivators, all dead, in just one night. Who was this thief? This thief risked everything just to steal 10 Earth Profound swords. It didn't make sense, he could have stolen far more. Especially when the thief was estimated to be really deep into the Sky Profound realm. Another confusing thing was, the thief didn't fly, not once, according to the guard who escaped. 3 days later. Aerion was getting closer to the noble rogue sect, but then a sudden obstacle arose. One Roche's cult member, how did he find me? And he's at the 9th stage of the Earth Profound realm. Beyond his mask, all that I see was his lifeless black eyes. I can't rely on Jasmine, she hasn't spoken since she wiped out the Sky Profound cultivators. I don't want to make her condition worse, besides, Roche's is my problem. Draconic Heart. Our Lord has searched far and wide for you, Junlong. What is your Lord's end goal? Aerion asked. World domination. So, that means I shouldn't be a problem. I don't plan on conquering this world. It doesn't matter what you think, destiny has made it so. One way or another, you'll get in the way of our Lord's mission, therefore you must die. The cult member charged Aerion after drawing his sword. Aerion stepped back. Then, in an instant, the cult member teleported behind Aerion. What? He's so fast, I can't keep up. Stab. The cultist stabbed Aerion right through his chest, then he kicked him to the floor. Aerion fell to the ground, unable to move due to the pain. You're still so young and weak, GAH. The cultist began to move around like he's resisting something. Could it be Roche's trying to possess him? Then he finally stopped and his eyes glowed dark green. Ah yes, where were we? Oh yes, you. Your death, that was the subject before. Do you know how long I've waited to get my vengeance? Those white flames, they remind me of my last battle against Arios, when I was truly strong. Now all I can do is... You talk, too, much. Ghost flames, burn him. White flames, unfortunately, you're not in the state to use them properly. Roche's stepped back far enough to be safe from the flames. Roche's was right, Aerion was far too injured to use the flames effectively. Aerion coughed up some blood and the flames disappeared, his body was refusing to comply with his commands. Poor little Junlong, or should I say Aerion Targaryen. Honestly, which one do you prefer? Junlong the genius cultivator or Aerion the tragic prince? How, do you know? I'm a god. Despite my weakened state, I still know a lot of things, especially when it comes to mortals I'm personally interested in. I might pay a visit to your uncle and aunt after I'm done with you, ah yes. It's too soon for you to die, you haven't suffered enough, yet. Roche's returned to Aerion and stepped on his midriff, stomach. How do you feel, do you feel the pain? Roche's asked as he stepped harder. Go to, hell. Crimson Demon Wave. Boom. The wave sends Roche's a few dozen meters away. Finally, Aerion stands up. The deep sword wound was semi-healed, allowing Aerion to finally move. You can still move, impressive. Now. Aerion looked at Roche's. There's a very low chance I can win, but I have to try. Draconic Heart. Dark Void, Death-Seeking Spears. Ghost Flames, Earth Golem Creation. The flames countered the spears and 10 golems went around to flank Roche's. Aerion used Star God's Broken Shadow. Not bad, you're going behind me, aren't you? No, not this time. Aerion's afterimage was behind Roche's, the real Aerion was heading straight towards him. The golems restrained Roche's. He broke free and destroyed them in mere moments, but he had a bigger problem he wasn't even aware of. He realized that the Aerion behind him was a fake, something to distract him. No, you trapped me, you damn bastard. Aerion clenched his right fist and crimson scales appeared on his whole hand. Large amounts of profound energy gathered in his right hand. Ghost flames gathered too, amplifying the strength of his hand. I'll make sure you die. Third stage of Calamity Dragon Arts, Purgatory. Supreme Silver Ghost Fist. Dark Void, Death-Seeking Spears. Bang! Roshas gets hit hard in the stomach. Aerion punched right through him, resulting in a large hole. Roshas falls to the ground. But he was still, somehow, able to move. Aerion breathes heavily, ghost fire breath. Damn you and your so-called pure flames, I will return, don't you worry. My cult continues to grow, soon the whole world will submit to me. What will you do then? Fight the whole world on your own. Ha ha ha. Those were his last words before he was burnt away. In the end, there was nothing left. Aerion stood still, his whole front body penetrated with spears. He slowly took off the spears, one by one. I don't think I'll be back to 100 in a while. Aerion dropped to the floor. My lord, is it really you? Aerion opened his eyes. Chapter 36. Rob. Then he lost consciousness again. Aerion regained and lost consciousness many times over the week. One day, he, finally, fully woke up. During the recovery stage, his great way of the Buddha broke through to the second stage. Aerion looked at the young man who sat next to him, then he looked at his surroundings. A pretty large room. My lord. Aerion smiled, it was really him. Words could not describe how he felt, Rob really survived. Yes, it's me, so much time has passed since that day, how did you end up here? I was going to ask the same question, my lord. You first, Rob. So, to summarize, Rob joined a sect and stayed there for a while. Then, when he was out exploring the woods, he found me on the grass. It's not every day you see a handsome prince like myself on the grass, half dead. He brought me to the local doctor who said that he couldn't do anything about my wounds, not like I needed his help anyway. Then, in a few days' time, I woke up. Aerion told Rob of his own adventures. It took some time, but Rob was very keen, so Aerion explained everything until he reached the point where Roshas speared his body. You've gone through so many trials and tribulations, you make my struggles look insignificant. Trials and tribulations, this world has influenced Rob as it has influenced me. Ha ha ha, you flatter me. So, I'm planning on returning to the noble rogue sect, will you come with me? Rob looked at Aerion, unsure. But then he looked at his lord and nodded. I've spent a whole year here, but, for you, my lord, I'll sail across the whole world. Aerion smiled, he was delighted to be reunited with his vice-captain. Goodman. The master of Rob's sect looked at Aerion and nodded in approval. We have been very fortunate to guide Rob in his path of cultivation. Good, I thank you for your assistance, take this. This should cover your expenses. Aerion dropped 100 purple profound coins and left. The master looked at the money, and nodded. Aerion is truly a man of virtue. The journey back to the noble rogue sect was about 3 days, should have been 2 days, but he was traveling with Rob still, his company was most welcome. The dragon doesn't talk much and Jasmine has been very quiet, the only person Aerion could talk to was Rob. Demon was getting stronger and stronger. Aerion estimated that a breakthrough to the true profound realm would take place sometime in the next 2 months. Rob's cultivation was nascent stage 4, which isn't exactly impressive. Well done, you've completed the mission with flying colors. You can keep whatever you retrieved, the client is feeling generous. Then what did the client have to gain? The general shrugged his shoulders. Personally, I don't know. Here's your real reward. He threw a ring towards Aerion and he caught it. A ring? What am I supposed to do with this? Then the ring slipped into his right ring finger. Aerion tried to take it off, but it was stuck to his finger. Eventually, Aerion gave up on trying to take it off. The general completely ignored Aerion's struggles and looked towards Rob. Now, who is this person you brought with you? Oh, Rob. He's my loyal follower. Is that so? Did you forget that non-blades are apprehended on sight here? No, I didn't. But if he becomes a blade, then there shouldn't be a problem, right? The general sighed. He's not even in the noble rogue sect, but, perhaps, it's possible. You must ask the Grandmaster first if he approves, then Rob can become a blade through invitation. Thank you, General. Aerion left the general's quarters and moved down to the library with Rob. So you want your friend to be allowed straight into the Blades division? Tai Wentian coldly asked. Yes, that's why I've come here. Alright, he can join the noble rogue sect and the Blades division. But he'll have to undergo intense training before he can participate in missions. That's to be expected. As Aerion was about to leave, the Grandmaster stopped him. Wait, I wish to speak to you about something. Can your companion leave for a minute or two? Of course. Rob went outside of the library, leaving Tgthegood and Aerion all alone. It looked like the library was closed since there were no disciples, masters or elders around. The Grandmaster wants to tell something to me, privately no less. I wonder what. The Blue Wind ranking tournament is in exactly 56 days. Will you participate? After all, it's one of the most important events in the Blue Wind Empire. Of course, the noble rogue sect can only pick 3 disciples, would be honored to participate as one of them. Good, I have no doubt that you will shine in the tournament. One more thing before you go. What is it? No, 2 things. First things first, I'll be personally training you for the Blue Wind ranking tournament. The Grandmaster let it sink in for a few seconds. Aerion was shocked, to say the least. The Grandmaster himself, the only Emperor profound cultivator in the noble rogue sect, he's going to train me? I'll be stronger in no time. I would be honored. What's the other thing? The Grandmaster coughed. How do you feel about my daughter, Taisya? This question was so random, Aerion didn't know what to make of it. He answered honestly. She's very beautiful and our relationship is going well. Would you marry her? It would be a great union. The future strongest cultivator and my beautiful daughter, the noble rogue sect's future would be truly bright. Oh, that's why he asked the first question. I would, obviously. Is there even a need to ask the question? Of course, as long as she is willing. The Grandmaster's grey eyes brightened and a very small smile surfaced. Then it is a done deal, Xia asked beforehand. There wasn't going to be an engagement party as Tgthegood saw no point in one. Though, the wedding was planned to happen a month or 2 after the Blue Wind ranking tournament. This would allow Aerion to focus on more immediate matters such as preparing for the tournament. The Grandmaster met with Aerion in the training pavilion. Obviously, they took one of the private rooms. The density and quality of profound air in this room was far superior to the other rooms. It was way better than the room he used with Lu Lei. This was probably meant for masters and above. We're starting today. Of course, every day counts. Let's begin with this. Tgthegood speed blitzed Aerion and gave him a good punch in the stomach. Then, before Aerion could even react, he kicked him in the face. This kick sent him flying to the wall. Tgthegood shook his head in disappointment. I thought you were stronger than that. Stop holding back. If this is all the power you have. He wanted Aerion to go all out, taunting him is one of the most efficient ways to do so. Aerion took a deep breath and activated Draconic Heart. You want me to go all out, very well. Aerion brought out Sky Piercer and began to charge its tip. Then he released the profound energy in one condensed, more powerful wave. Crimson Demon Wave. Tgthegood slapped the wave away with relative ease, and he was only using the strength of a peak Earth Profound cultivator. Then he released his Emperor Profound Strength, which caused Aerion to fall to the floor from the pressure even though he was quite a few meters away. This is true strength. What you wield is nothing compared to it. I can crush you just by looking at you. Do you want to be strong, stronger than everyone else? Yes, of course. Then stand up and fight. Do you think that I reached Emperor Profound just by locking myself in a room and meditating? No, I trained and fought against those who were stronger than me. You can't push yourself when you're meditating, you can only do that in battle. I have to push myself, I understand now. Aerion finally stood up, both of his eyes glowing red with 3 tomos each. Tgthegood went back down to the peak of the Earth Profound realm. Tgthegood briefly smiled. This kid is tough. Let's see how you handle this. The Grandmaster released an earth-destroying tornado in the direction of Aerion. Aerion stretched out his left hand, silver scales instantly appeared on his whole arm, heaven-absorbing silver claw. The entire tornado is sucked into his left hand. Aerion smiled, his Sharingan copying the tornado perfectly. He combined the tornado's profound energy with his own and channeled it into his right hand. Is this how you do it? Earth-destroying tornado. Aerion released a tornado of his own. The only difference was that this one was at least twice as powerful as Tgthegud's. This was the power of his right hand, absurd destructive power. Of course, absorbing Tgthegud's tornado and releasing it twice as strong does have some consequences. Impressive. Tgthegood nodded in approval. He increased his strength to the lower stages of the Sky Profound realm and waved the tornado away with some difficulty. The training lasted about 6 hours with minimal resting periods. It wasn't that bad since Aerion has a really durable body and very quick regeneration capabilities. By the end of the training, he could feel the increase in strength. That was only one day, imagine what 50 days would do to him. After the training session, Aerion looked around for Tai Xia. Turns out she found him first. Looking for me? Aerion turned around. Of course, I can't believe dash. Shoo. They spent a while smooching and talking. It has been a long time since Aerion last spoke to Xia, so this was the perfect time to catch up. Eventually, Aerion returned to the mansion. While he was making his way up the floors to his room, he encountered Shunji. Congratulations on your engagement, Junlong. Thank you. Oh, I forgot to mention, I'm going to be training Rob. That's great, he'll make a lot of progress under you. Aerion climbed up the stairs to his room. Once he unlocked his door, Rob came out of the neighboring room. It seems that we'll be neighbors from now on. My lord. That's good news indeed. How was your first day in the sect? It was pretty unique, everything is on a whole different level here compared to my previous sect. That's good to hear. Aerion came inside and closed the door. He went straight to sleep as there was nothing for him to do and he was tired, as usual. It's time for my gift to spring to life. Ha 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 ha, a reward that continues rewarding, isn't it splendid? Do you think you almost died just a stupid ring? I wouldn't be that cruel. He took a sip of his tea and continued, eventually, you'll gain the ability that you truly wish for, as long as you work for it. Maybe you went a bit overboard this time, the beautiful lady admitted. The transcendent being shrugged his shoulders. I just wanted to spice things up a bit. This time Aerion dreamt of the Blue Wind ranking tournament and his overwhelming strength. In this dream, Aerion bodied pretty much everyone. It was cut short when he fought a girl late into the tournament. It ended when her eyes turned crimson red, then the flames burnt everything away. Roar. Thanks again, dragon. You're welcome, take a look at this. The dragon pointed towards a gate. A gate, in this realm of nothingness? You might want to explore, there's bound to be something special beyond. Very well. Aerion walked towards the gate and took a closer look. A lock, but it's no ordinary lock. The outline of the lock is a ring. Aerion looked down at his right hand, the ring given to him to be more specific. Could this be the key? Aerion took the ring off his finger and placed it in the lock. In a few seconds, the gate opened. A white light shined upon him, and a whole new world was revealed. Chapter 37. After a few seconds, Aerion's eyes got used to the light. He was standing in a large and wide field of grass. Ahead of this field, he could clearly see a large tower. Current mission, defeat F1 boss. Reward, Heavenly Cultivation Pill, True Profound. Everything here was created, your mission is to kill everything and gain rewards for it. Complete floor 1. Heavenly Cultivation Pill. Are you telling me I can get stronger even when I'm sleeping? If so, I'll definitely grow stronger faster than everyone else. Aerion walked towards the tower, he figured that the boss would be there. Aerion encountered boars, wolves and even dire wolves on the way. He slew them all with no difficulty. He realized that these beasts dropped gold which was instantly sucked into his ring. Inside of the torch stood dozens of wolf-human soldiers, Aerion went right through them with no difficulty. Then he reached the throne room. At the gate stood the half-wolf captain. I won't let you get past this gate. Is that so? Aerion released some wind profound energy and the captain's head was cut off. The gate is locked shut, I'll have to force my way in. Crimson Demon Wave. The gate was completely obliterated by the wave. Aerion came inside and saw 6 figures. By using Observe, Aerion found out that 5 of these were royal guards and the largest figure was the Wolf Lord. You dare enter my throne room? 1,000 cuts. All 6 figures die and Aerion retrieves their remains. Congratulations. You have cleared the first floor and earned yourself a Heavenly Cultivation Pill, True Profound. Description: once swallowed, this pill will increase a person's cultivation level by 1 stage as long as they are below the Spirit Profound realm. If the person has no cultivation to begin with, then the person breaks through to the Elementary Profound realm. You can only eat 1 a day unless you want to explode. New mission, clear floor 4. Reward, Dragon Egg. A dragon egg? I wonder who's giving out these rewards. The second floor was a bit more difficult. Still, Aerion breezed through it. He noticed that the enemies were in the nascent Profound realm while the enemies on the first floor were only in the Elementary Profound realm. That means floor 3 should have True Profound enemies, floor 4 would have Spirit Profound enemies and floor 5 would have Earth Profound enemies. The second floor's boss was a giant golem. Aerion defeated the golem with a powerful punch. The third floor was almost as easy as the second. The boss was a large and venomous spider, Black Widow. It actually tried to bite Aerion, but its fangs couldn't pierce his skin. Aerion burnt the spider with his fire breath. F4 Boss Room. The boss was a big wasp. What's up with the small creatures being so large here? What's next? A giant fire ant. The beast was at the very peak of the spirit profound realm, which meant that Aerion would have to use the first gate, Dragon Soul. I want to get the dragon egg as quickly as possible. Begone. Ghost flames. The wasp was completely obliterated, leaving only gold. That was easy, but I think the next floor will be far more challenging. The next boss should be at the very peak of the earth profound realm. It's getting darker. When will this end? Or am I trapped in this realm forever? Aerion moved on to the next floor. The scenery changed. Aerion found himself back in the plane of nothingness. Welcome to floor 4-5, resting area. Congratulations. You have cleared the 4th floor and earned yourself a dragon egg. New mission, clear floor 5. Reward, Heavenly Cultivation Pill, Spirit Profound, X1, Heavenly Cultivation Pill, True Profound, X10, Weapon Upgrade, Sky Profound. Nice dragon egg. How does one hatch a dragon egg? Many people have failed. I do not wish to join that list. Don't you remember your family quote? Fire and blood. Just fire and blood. If it was that simple, then there would be dragons flying around in Westeros and Essos. Your fire is special and so is your blood. Do it, you won't fail. Alright, you asked for it. If this egg doesn't hatch, you're going to make a new one to replace it. Well, I can't really do that. Ghost flames. While the flames were burning the egg, Aerion cut himself with Silver Eagle and he waited for the blood to drip onto the flames. The ghost-like flames grow twice the size and turn into a bright shade of red. Aerion didn't exactly know what the quote meant by fire and blood, so he improvised. It looked like his method worked. You have access to Phoenix Flames, use it. Aerion nodded. He knew that he had Phoenix Flames before, but he didn't really use them. He couldn't think of a better time to start using them. Here goes. Phoenix Flames. Aerion released an enormous amount of Phoenix Flames which joined the mix of his blood and ghost flames. Crack. Boom. The dragon egg finally hatched, and out came a tiny red dragon. Well done, you have succeeded. The little dragon started to fly around. Aerion couldn't believe it, he actually did it. A real dragon. When was the last time a Targaryen owned a dragon? Over a century ago. Father, are you watching? Your son, Aerion Targaryen, has hatched a dragon egg. Aerion woke up with excitement he never felt before. He found the dragon in his sky poison pearl. Demon looked at the dragon, then he looked at me. So I'm not enough, huh? I hope they get on well together since they'll be spending a lot of time in the same place. Aerion left the sky poison pearl and he sat down on his bed. He swallowed the heavenly cultivation pill and started to meditate. He broke through to the 10th stage of the true profound realm in mere seconds. He looked at his ring. Dungeon ring. 1,000 gold. 1,000 gold, I wonder what it's used for. Maybe it will have some use in the future. Aerion spent an hour preparing for his training session with the Grandmaster. He decided that they would train from 6 in the morning until noon, 6 hours. Aerion was free to do what he wants for the rest of the day. You've grown stronger. Correct, I'm at the 10th stage of the true profound realm now. Tywentian smiled. Let's see what good it will do you, earth decimating to dash. Draconic heart, star god's broken shadow. I'm faster than before as well. Boom. Aerion sent the Grandmaster flying with one swing. After Tywentian stood up, Aerion could see blood. Skypiercer's axe made the Grandmaster bleed. Ha ha ha, looks like I'll have to use a bit more strength. Tywentian appears right in front of Aerion before he could react. Then he sent Aerion flying with one punch. Then he looked at Skypiercer, and he kicked it far away. You are a good fighter with your versatile halberd, but what happens when I take it from you? There's no way I'm getting Skypiercer back anytime soon, especially if the Grandmaster doesn't want me to, which means I'll have to use my other weapons. The Sword Villa disciples I fought were so predictable, they all used swords and relied on the same profound art. Don't be like them, be unpredictable and adaptable. Yes, Grandmaster. Aerion knew exactly what Tywentian meant. Every time he used Star God's broken shadow it was to get behind the opponent, apart from that fight he had with Roshas. Another thing was he relied heavily on Skypiercer when he had other deadly weapons such as Silver Eagle and the Hidden Blade. If he were to lose Skypiercer in battle, his battle power would diminish drastically since his skills with the Hidden Blade and sword are average at best. If he can completely master both the sword and spear, then he would become a true monster. Aerion drew Silver Eagle from its sheath. You're finally going to use your sword. It's about time you did. The Grandmaster drew his own sword. Clash. They clashed swords, neither backed down. What will you do now? Fire breath. Tywentian wasn't expecting that. Still, his powerful wind aura protected him from the fire. Star God's broken shadow. Aerion went behind the Grandmaster. He knew that the Aerion only went for the back and that the afterimage he left behind was a fake. Aerion smirked. Falling moon sinking star. Boom. Cough. I'm most impressed, June Long. You are truly one of a kind. Night. The training session with the Grandmaster went quite well. Aerion was steadily improving, which was great. After the training session, Aerion stayed to practice his sword and spear technique. The Grandmaster nodded in approval. After spending the whole day at the training pavilion, Aerion decided to return to his room and sleep. Before going to sleep, he fed both Demon and the Dragon. You need a name, don't you? Let me think. Then something clicked. You'll be Regal. The little dragon seemed to have approved of his new name. After that, Aerion put them back in the sky poison pearl and he went to sleep. There were no dreams, he was instantly brought to the plane of nothingness. The dragon was in front of him, as usual, his flames burning brightly. The gate to the dungeon stood behind him. Red words appeared on his left side. Instant blacksmith furnace, 1,000 gold. Alright, take my gold. An instant blacksmith furnace sounds interesting, besides, I don't know any other place to spend it. Instantly, the gold from Aerion's ring disappeared. Seconds later, the blacksmith furnace was created. It didn't look all that special. Dump all of your spirit profound weapons inside. What? But. Just do it. You don't have a use for them anyway. Aerion dumped all of his spirit profound weapons into the fire. The flames of the furnace instantly melted the weapons, turning them into liquids. Then the liquids fused together and an entirely new weapon started to form. Aerion observed the transformation, he was completely dumbfounded by what was the final product. Aerion couldn't even explain it, it looked like it was a blunt weapon but that was all he could think of. It looked like it could deal some solid damage and it's an earth profound weapon. This was definitely a win on my part. It's a baseball bat, cough. Now, it's about time I open the gates. Aerion unlocked the gate with his ring and strolled right inside. The fifth floor was different from the rest, it was made completely from ice. In front of him was a linear path which led to a large ice gate. It was very cold but Aerion's clothes and his fire dragon related bloodlines kept him warm. Cough. You, over there. A cloaked man spoke. He was leaning against the wall of ice next to the entrance of the fifth floor. Aerion turned around. Who are you? I am a very rich man, that's all you need to know. I like the gold that drops from the beasts and I'm willing to trade for it. I'll give you something in exchange for all of your gold. I see, but the problem is I don't have any gold. Then go and earn some, I'm here all night, or day. It depends on when you sleep. Very well. Aerion moved away from the man and started to walk on the path. The first enemy that started to appear was Angered Snowman. They ranged from the first stage of the Earth Profound Realm to the third stage. Aerion realized that he was fully rested despite him being tired when he went to sleep, perhaps his real body is separated from this one. Aerion slammed Sky Piercer straight onto the ice. The snowmen looked at Aerion. His eyes glowed red with 3 black tomo each, the snowmen hesitated to attack him. Now that I have your attention, it's time to begin the slaughter. Chapter 38. Slash. Slash. Fire breath. In a few minutes, Aerion dealt with about 50 snowmen. As he continued along the path to the gate the snowmen were replaced with ice wolves. These wolves were slightly more powerful than the snowman as their cultivation strength ranged from the 4th stage of the Earth Profound Realm to the 6th. Aerion had to activate Draconic Heart in order to defeat them all. They outnumbered him by a large margin so he had to make up for it with power. After he defeated every single wolf, he fell to the floor from exhaustion. He was really stretching his limits by fighting dozens of wolves. How am I going to fight the damn boss if I can't handle his minions? You're going too fast, this isn't like the other floors, you fool. The boss is at the very peak of the Earth Profound Realm. Take your time, you'll be able to fight it sooner or later. The dragon said. Aerion spent the whole night fighting snowmen and wolves. He learned to take it easy and not strain his body too much. He started to use his profound energy more efficiently. Over the night, Aerion accumulated a huge sum of 50,000 gold. What can I get for this amount of gold? The cloaked man looked at him and sighed. Not anything great, I suggest you get at least 1 million before you come to me again. Seriously, 1 million? The sky darkened, it was time for him to wake up. 20 days later. Aerion finally broke through to the spirit profound realm. Not only that, he accumulated over 1 million gold. It was about time he reaped his rewards. Well, what about now? 1 million, not bad. I can give you some good stuff for that kind of money. You have a decent arsenal of weapons, so you probably don't need another weapon, and you really want to beat the boss of this floor. Alright, according to my calculations, you need a heavenly cultivation pill. The man took the gold and gave Aerion the pill. You'll break through to the second stage of the spirit profound realm with it. Bye. I'll be back for more gold later. The cloaked man disappeared. Here goes. Aerion took the pill and broke through to the second stage of the spirit profound realm. He smiled. I'm definitely strong enough to fight the boss now. He blitzed straight past the snowmen and wolves. They were no longer a challenge for him. Minutes later, he was in front of the gate. He smashed the gate to pieces with one punch. Then he activated Draconic Heart. Allow me to introduce myself, I am Rhaegar Targaryen. You smash gate. I smash you. Smash. A giant ice golem attempted to punch Aerion. It didn't go really well. Aerion stopped the golem's fist with his hand. It's rude to interrupt people. Aerion released a lot of fire from his hand. This resulted in the ice golem melting into a liquid. Aerion looked around and saw about 9 more ice golems, but he didn't see a boss, nor did he see the entrance to the next floor. Maybe he has to kill the ice golems first. The remaining ice golems hesitated. They shouldn't fear anything, but they feared the young man in front of them. The ice golem that they viewed as their elder brother, LOL, was defeated so easily. How could they possibly match up to him? Especially when he's a fire user. Man, the Ice Queen is tripping if she thinks we can deal with him. We should all just huddle up and let him burn us all at once. We'll meet up in NPC heaven. Good idea, let's do that. Hell yeah, screw the dumb queen. Aerion couldn't believe what he saw seeing. They're willing to die. They made a circle formation and waited for Aerion. Aerion was thinking of sparing them, but he remembered that they need to die so that he could be able to face the so-called Ice Queen and finish the floor. Goodbye, ice golems. They all burned away. Then the Ice Queen appeared. Ha ha ha, so you are the boy who was sent here to continuously kill us all? You look rather handsome, but you have to die, how unfortunate. She pulled out a book out of nowhere. Ice Dragon, this queen summons you. So arrogant, only I, Aerion Targaryen, can be that arrogant. A dragon made entirely out of ice started to form. He was huge. A quick observe revealed that the Ice Queen was at the very peak of the Earth Profound Realm while the Ice Dragon was at the Sky Profound Realm. Aerion took a deep breath. This is going to be hard. The Ice Dragon took flight and the Ice Queen laid back, confident in her servant. Aerion took off his cloak and revealed his noble rogue sect uniform. The Ice Dragon flew into a perfect position and breathed ice in Aerion's direction. Aerion quickly dodged the ice by using Star God's Broken Shadow. Then he took out his bow and drew an arrow. He charged the tip of the arrow with very sharp wind energy. Counter kill. Wind arrow. Boom. The arrow penetrated and shattered the Ice Dragon's left wing, causing the dragon to fall to the ground. Before the Ice Dragon could recover, Aerion appeared next to it and slammed Sky Piercer straight down. Falling moon sinking star. The Ice Dragon was completely broken after that attack. All Aerion needed was one more solid hit to kill it. Aerion ended the Ice Dragon with 1,000 cuts. Then he looked at the Ice Queen, his Sharingan eyes glowing red. You're next. Perhaps we can negotiate dash. Mighty win. The Ice Queen smiled as the Ice Dragon rose behind Aerion. Aerion turned around, and the Ice Dragon breathed ice straight onto him. Aerion found himself stuck in a large barrier of ice. You think that was it? My Ice Dragon can't be killed so easily. Demon, Kings, explosion. Boom. You're the caster, right? Then if you die, so does the Ice Dragon. Oh dash. 1,000 cuts. The Ice Queen's head fell to the floor. Seconds later, she disappeared and so did the Ice Dragon. Aerion deactivated the second gate, Draconic Heart. He laid down on the floor, slightly exhausted. As his cultivation increased, so did the amount of time he could use Draconic Heart. The after effects were becoming less and less severe as well. After recovering for a few minutes, Aerion took the gold that was dropped by the Ice Queen and Ice Dragon. The Ice Queen and Ice Dragon didn't respawn for a while and Aerion didn't want to fight Sky Profound beings just yet. So he decided to return to the ice realm and farm the ice wolves. Only take one per day, alright? Thank you, my lord. Aerion gave 6 heavenly cultivation pills to Rob since he was still in the nascent realm. Then he gave 2 to Rhaegar, since Rhaegar was behind, and 1 to Demon while he was in the sky poison pearl. Will you break through to the true profound realm? Demon closed his eyes after he swallowed the pill. Then he opened them. Boom. A super dramatic explosion, it's definitely a breakthrough. Demon looked at Rhaegar, I'm still the boss here, baby dragon. Rhaegar took his first pill. In seconds, he broke through straight to the nascent realm. A giant circle of phoenix-like flames surrounded him. With one mighty roar, he dispersed the flames. What a cool breakthrough. Then Jasmine woke up. The second stage of the spirit profound realm? What happened to you? I had a few pills. A few pills, whatever the case may be, this princess is proud of you. That's nice to hear. So, how are you feeling? This princess has recovered from the Sword Villa incident. If this princess doesn't have to bail you out again, then the absolute god-slaying poison will be fully detoxified in 4 years or so. 4 years, that's enough time for me to collect the things you need to make a new body. Are you sure? This princess doesn't remember telling you what she needs. In 4 years, I'll be a walking god. As long as it's under the heavens, I'll be able to find it. Jasmine smiled. I see. So getting a stalk of the netherworld Adumbra flower, 3 tyrant profound beast cores and at least 35 kilos of purple veined god crystal should be no problem for you. 3 tyrant profound beast cores. That's easy for future me. A stalk of the netherworld Adumbra flower. What in God's name, whatever, I'll figure it out later. 35 kilos of purple veined god crystal. That's easy for future me as well. The only problem is the netherworld Udamare, seriously who names these flowers? Of course, no problem at all. 30 days later. So you're going to leave for about 2 weeks? Yeah, for the tournament. I feel sorry for your opponents, my lord. I'll try to be gentle, hahaha. A gentle dragon? They both laughed. So, do you think that the girl was brought to this world too? Izanami? I don't know. Rob decided to change the subject after a long silence. My lord, are you still a virgin? Of course. Hahaha, I'm not. I got plenty of action in my old sect despite my low cultivation strength. But if you really wanted to then I'm sure you would have lost it a while ago. Aerion nodded. Still, I'll lose it soon enough. I'm getting married to Tai Xia and everyone knows what happens on wedding nights. This is true unless your name is Xiao Che. Next day. It's our last training session and you're on the very cusp of breaking through to the 5th stage of the spirit profound realm. I'm going to push you to your very limits, be prepared. Yes, Grandmaster. Dragon Soul. Aerion has grown so much. So much so that his Dragon Soul state is equal to the 8th stage of the Earth Profound Realm. About 60 days ago, he had to use Purgatory to fight someone on that level. He was now proficient with both the spear and sword. In fact, he created a completely new style of combat. A style where he could use both. You have surpassed my expectations yet again. I'm sure you'll win the Blue Wind ranking tournament with your current strength. A 17-year-old boy who can take on early sky profound cultivators and potentially win, I feel sorry for the other sections. Right, enough talking, let's begin. I'm sorry, Junlong Wind God's domain. Aerion stood in shock, was the Grandmaster really going to use a domain? It's something only Emperor profound cultivators can do. If he's serious, then I'm in trouble. The entire room was instantly covered with wind, a lot of wind. Tornadoes were forming in every direction. Aerion could barely breathe and he didn't know what to do. He was being constantly cut by sharp wind slashes and hit by large tornadoes. I might be going a bit too far. Tgthegood looked at the bloody Aerion and he was slightly concerned. Maybe he should call off the domain. I have to get out of this situation, somehow. Aerion stretched out his left arm and silver scales instantly appeared. Draconic Heart, heaven-absorbing silver claw. No, Draconic Heart won't be enough, I have to go even further, Purgatory. His left hand started to absorb every single piece of profound energy in the room. In a few seconds, the wind god's domain was no more. It was completely absorbed by Aerion. You've exceeded my expectations yet again, son-in-law. Tgthegood smiled at the unconscious and drained Aerion. That was the day he acknowledged Aerion as a transcendent talent. He decided to carry his son-in-law to somewhere he can properly rest. In the future, no one in the entire Blue Wind Empire will be able to match you. Chapter 39. Crack. Crack. Shatter. Aerion finally opened his eyes. I'm at the 5th stage of the spirit profound realm, at long last. The noble rogue sect took 6 people to the Heavenly Sword Villa. Jun Long, Tai Xia, Tai Qin, Tai Ming, Shun Ji and Tai Wentian. The top 3 disciples, the Commandant, General and Grandmaster. A very powerful and talented lineup indeed. They used large and tame birds to fly to the Sword Villa. The journey lasted about 3 days. This time was more than enough for Aerion to completely recover from absorbing the Wind God's domain. Where did the profound energy from the Wind God's domain? It was refined and permanently absorbed by Aerion. Due to this large amount of profound energy, Aerion finally broke through. So this is the Heavenly Sword Villa, I'm impressed, Aerion said. Technically, this was supposed to be his first time here. Welcome to the Heavenly Sword Villa, noble rogue sect disciples and elders. I'll lead you all to your personal courtyard. A disciple greeted them. Personal courtyard? Does every sect get this kind of privilege? Aerion and the group followed the disciple to their courtyard. The Heavenly Sword Villa's disciples seemed to respect the noble rogue sect far more than the other sects. This was probably due to Tai Wentian's influence. He's well known to be one of the strongest fighters in all of the Blue Wind Empire, almost no one wants to get on his bad side. This is your courtyard, please select your own rooms when night comes, I will bring the meals to your rooms. There isn't a banquet? Tai Wentian asked. To prevent any unnecessary conflict, a banquet was not arranged. Please forgive us. How unfortunate, you can leave now. There was supposed to be a banquet. To be fair, I couldn't care less. Aerion picked his room and settled himself in. Look at you, gathering more and more gold every day. 2 million, I don't think you need anything right now. Yeah, come to think of it. Then save it up. Trust me, I'll give you something ultra amazing when you save up 10 million. Alright. Name, Rhaegar Targaryen Jun Long. Level, Spirit Profound 5. Traits, attractive, genius, athletic, patient, diligent, proud, ambitious. Titles, Alpha, Vice General of the Blades, Scorpion, Ranger. Base Max, Earth Profound 5. Dragon Soul Max, Earth Profound 9. Draconic Heart Max, Sky Profound 3. Weapons, Sky Piercer, Silver Eagle, Baseball Bat, Advanced Hidden Blade, X10 Earth Profound Swords. Evil God Seeds, Fire. Special Items, Sky Poison Pearl, Mirror of Samsara. Skills Martial Arts. Melee, Counter Kill, Perfect Counter. Range, Crimson Demon Wave, Fire Breath. Movement, Star God's Broken Shadow. Summoning, Earth Golem Creation. Body, Wind Aura, Demon King's Explosion. Special, Observe, Sharingan, Ghost Flame, Calamity Dragon Arts, Wind God's Art, Phoenix Flame. Bloodlines, Fire Dragon God, Arios, Phoenix, Primordial Azure Dragon, Uchiha. Body, Dragon God Marrow, Body of a True Dragon, Virgin Dragon Seed. Veins, Calamity Dragon Profound Veins. Soul, Dragon God Soul, Phoenix Soul. Today was the day the Blue Wind Ranking Tournament officially begins. Aerion woke up early and energized, he was ready to dish out some beatings. He wondered what the reward would be for first place since that was what he was aiming for. Every sect grouped up to hear the rewards for first, second and third place. After that, the disciples would be checked for their age and cultivation level. If a disciple is younger than 16 or older than 20 then they would be disqualified. Now, let this old man declare the prize of this ranking tournament. Third place in the ranking tournament's individual rankings, will receive 1 purple-striped dragon heart pellet. Second place in individual rankings will receive 3 drops of purple-veined marrow-quenching fluid. Everyone acted like it was such a big deal, I couldn't see why. TSK, 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 the heavenly cultivation pill has no comparison. Compared to it, these fancy-named liquids are absolute trash. I personally stand by that. First place in individual rankings, will receive a Sky Profound artifact, Dragon Scale Armor, that originates from the mighty Heavenly Sword region. Aerion smiled, finally, something useful. Now I have a reason to get first place other than bragging rights. The crowd were all shocked and the competing disciples looked determined. Unfortunately, only one person can get the Sky Profound artifact, and that person's name is Jun Long. The top 10 forces in the ranking tournament, after the exploration of Heavenly Basin's secret realm, will have the opportunity to see the demon sealing ritual carried out personally by Elder Lane Kuan of the mighty Heavenly Sword region with their own eyes. Heavenly Basin's secret realm, I've read a bit about it in one of the books in the library. One can find great treasures there, and dangerous beasts. These beasts can be as strong as Overlord profound cultivators. It would have been great if I were strong enough to harvest some of their profound beast cores, maybe next time. The time hath come. Now, this old man declares, this session of Blue Wind Ranking Tournament, officially begins. At long last. Groups of disciples started to come up when their sect's name was called. Most of the disciples were 20 and 19-year-olds. This makes sense since on average, 20 and 19-year-olds are way stronger than 17-year-olds as they've had a solid 2 to 3 years extra time to cultivate. Eventually, it was the Frozen Cloud Immortal Palace's time. Aerion looked forward to it, he wanted to find out just how much stronger Xia Qingyue is. The last time they fought, she was at the cultivation strength of Earth Profound 1. I'm expecting something around Earth Profound 3. According to the most recent tests, she would be the strongest in terms of cultivation strength. No one was recorded with an Earth Profound cultivation strength yet, she would be the first. Aerion was left deeply disappointed when they called out her cultivation strength. Xia Qingyue 17 years old Spirit Profound Realm Level 8. Was I lied to at the Frozen Cloud Immortal Palace? Or is she concealing her real cultivation strength? It's probably the latter. Everyone started talking about how amazing and talented she was. Aerion found it annoying. Why do you fools idolize others? Improve yourself and make others idolize you. Aerion didn't bother looking at the other Frozen Cloud Immortal Palace disciples. Psst, Tai Qin. What is it, Junlong? What's your cultivation strength at? You'll see soon enough. Aerion could have just used observe to see, but he might as well wait. Tai Wentian was smiling the whole time, completely confident in Junlong's ability to win. Junlong could fight on equal grounds against a Sky Profound cultivator. Who the hell is going to beat him? Heavenly Sword Villa Ling Yun, Ling Feiyu, Ling Jie. At last, the Heavenly Sword Villa's disciples. Everyone was dead silent, including myself. I was interested in the strength of the Sword Villa's disciples. Will they pose a threat to me? Probably not. Will they impress the crowd? Most likely. Ling Yun 20 years old Earth Profound Realm Level 3. Ling Yun, very impressive. He won the tournament last time at the age of 17. Naturally, he should win this year's as well since he's 3 years older and way stronger. No wonder why the first place reward is a Sky Profound artifact, they're confident he can earn it in front of everyone. Thank you mighty Heavenly Sword Regent for being so very generous. The crowd went crazy for Ling Yun. After all, he was the very first Earth Profound disciple to appear today. Ling Feiyu 19 years old Spirit Profound Realm Level 9. Ling Jie 16 years old Spirit Profound Realm Level 6. The two other disciples from the Heavenly Sword Villa were pretty impressive as well. Blue Wind Imperial Family. Oh, the Blue Wind Imperial Family. Not exactly a powerhouse. Fen Juechen 17 years old Spirit Profound Realm Level 6. Feng Bufan 20 years old Spirit Profound Realm Level 3. Fong Feilong 20 years old Spirit Profound Realm Level 2. That's weak, the crowd agreed with me. The Blue Wind Imperial Family, trash as usual. But they have Fen Juechen now, they might make top 300 or even top 100. Perhaps. Then, after the Blue Wind Imperial Family, the man announced, Noble Rogue Sect. Tai Xia, Tai Qin and Junlong. The crowd turned silent. It was the Noble Rogue Sect, and two of the disciples were Tai Wentian's children, the man who embarrassed the Heavenly Sword Villa when he participated in the Blue Wind Ranking Tournament. The third was a boy with a black mask covering his face. The Noble Rogue Sect looked interesting. Who's the dude with the mask? He looks pretty interesting and wears Tai Wentian's oldest son. Is he his replacement? He must be pretty damn strong. Damn, Tai Xia is really beautiful. Too bad I can't get anywhere near her with Tai Wentian's cold gaze. Tai Qin, he's so handsome. That Junlong dude probably wears a mask to hide how ugly he is. You might be onto something. Why did Aerion wear his mask and hood? Why not, it made him look cool. Besides, the Frozen Cloud Immortal Palace members could hide their beauty with a veil, why can't he do the same? If he were to unleash his beauty, then the entire crowd would explode with love. Tai Xia 17 years old Spirit Profound 10. The expressions on everyone's faces, was this another Tai Wentian situation? Was that going to happen again? The Grand Master smiled as a proud father would. That's my girl. Looks like Tai Wentian is not only a good fighter, he's also a good teacher and father. Damn, the Noble Rogue Sect is back on the map. The Heavenly Sword Villa should just surrender the dragon scale armor now unless they want to lose face. You're all dumb trash. How is she going to beat Ling Yun? That's right, she won't because she can't. There's no way Ling Yun is going to lose to a noble rogue sect disciple. I bet my entire fortune on it. That's true. Still, she might win in the next tournament. Tai Qin smiled at Jun Long. You wanted to see my profound strength? Well, here goes. Tai Qin 16 years old spirit profound 9. I'm impressed, to say the least. Wow, Tai Wentian seed must be very strong to produce such heavenly children. Spirit profound 9, 16 years old. How can you be so talented? I bet even Ling Yifeng is jealous. Tai Wentian is back at it again, I wonder how strong the masked disciple is. Aerion stepped forward, emitting an aura of royalty. Everyone looked at him, was he Tai Wentian's secret weapon? Aerion touched the stone and his details were instantly shown. Jun Long 17 years old spirit profound 5. Tai Xia's and Qin's cultivation strength was so high that it made mine look average. Humph, I'll show them my true strength soon enough. That's good, but compared to Tai Wentian's children, it isn't very impressive. I was expecting more, what a bummer. Maybe he has godlike battle power. That might actually be possible since the wind god's art is very powerful in the right hands. You dumb trash are reaching, he's a weakling. Ling Yun could cut him in half just with his sword intent. I get it, Ling Yun is strong but you worship him like some god. That's because he is a god. What number did you all draw? Tai Wentian asked. 1230. 2019. Aerion looked at his tablet 1001. To summarize, the old man said that there were 30 small groups in total. Each group has about 50 disciples. These 50 disciples fight 12 full battles over the course of 3 days. Then, the top 10 disciples with the most wins from each group move on to the second round. The second round features only 300 disciples, eliminating 1200 in the process. The 1200 disciples who didn't make the cut are then sent to some lame area where no one cares about them apart from their own sects. Then the semi-relevant top 300 disciples have to fight 15 full fights over another 3 days. Then they are all ranked on the number of wins, the top 32 disciples move on to the elimination round. We'll be in completely different groups, good luck to the both of you. Group 1, first match, Noble Rogue Sects Jun Long vs Moon Worshipping Sects Zhao Fu. Chapter 40. Let us both learn from this match. Zhao Fu bowed his head in respect. Aerion nodded. Very well. Match start. Zhao Fu started off with a few spear strikes, which Aerion dodged with ease. Perfect counter. Aerion disarms Zhao Fu and trips him onto the floor. Then he released his profound energy onto him, this was to keep him on the floor for 10 breaths of time and win the battle. The strategy worked and Aerion walked away victorious. Over the next 3 days, Aerion fought like a peerless god. No one could even hit him. All of his matches also lasted less than 30 seconds. This shocked everyone, especially when he fought several people with a higher cultivation strength. It was just like the dream, no one could beat him. Is his cultivation strength really Spirit Profound 5? He's fighting like he's in the Earth Profound realm. That's true, he might be Tai Wentian's secret weapon. Humph, Ling Yun can easily deal with him. Aerion was chilling after he dealt with his 12th victim. Tai Qin, Xia and Aerion all made it to the top 300, which wasn't that unexpected. The Noble Rogue sect usually ranks around the top 100, and that's when they don't have any super talented disciples. When they do, you can expect a ranking of top 32. While he was exploring and watching some of the last matches, he encountered the Frozen Cloud Immortal Palaces group. Shit, why did I have to tell them my real name? I could have made up one, like Bing Tong or something like that. They know it's me, the dude who just stumbled upon their most prized disciple's room. Aerion had to escape without them realizing it's him, otherwise the situation would become really awkward. Are you Jun Long? Sigh. Yes, what about it? Can I see your face? He did remember Tai Qin stating that the mask was a really stupid idea, what's the point in hiding? It's not like he's so ugly that he has to hide his face, in fact, it's the complete opposite. And it is slightly harder to breathe while wearing it. Aerion smiled, guess I'll just take it off. It's pointless anyway. As you wish. A small crowd started forming. I want to see just how ugly this Jun Long is. It might be the complete opposite. He's probably uglier than my shit. Aerion took off his mask and hood. My eyes, too shiny. Silver hair and purple eyes, who is he? What the hell? Is he like the son of the heavens or something? Aerion. The girl took off her veil. Izanami. She's really alive and well. Her eyes widened, but then she regained her composure. Then he turned around and walked away. Aerion wanted to follow but he didn't. Her gaze was colder than before, it must be those damn frozen cloud arts. Junlong, what happened? Tai Qin asked. Nothing. Aerion shrugged it off and went directly to his courtyard to think over things. Did you hear about Junlong and Lai Mei? No, what happened? It looked like they recognized each other. Junlong called her Izanami and she called him Aerion. Nice nicknames, I guess. Noble rogue sex Junlong wins. This was his 15th and final match in the second round. Currently, Aerion had a flawless record of 27 wins and 0 losses. Naturally, he made it to the top 32. Both Tai Qin and Xia made it as well. This elimination round was where things got serious. All of top 4 sex disciples will be participating, it's going to be intense. The noble rogue sect is pretty strong this year. Ling Yun commentated. Yes, that Tai Qin reminds me of Tai Wentian. Very strong, fast and smart. But, I have no doubt you'll be able to beat him. The person who worries me more is Junlong. From what I've seen, he hasn't used a single profound skill. In fact, he hasn't used a weapon yet. I haven't seen a disciple with such battle power before. Do you think he can beat me in a fight? Perhaps, if he knows a powerful profound art. Be careful if you encounter him in the arena. Ling Yun nodded. I'll be careful if I face him. Izanami is in the first group, my group. So is Ling Jie, Ling Feiyu, Xiao Nan, Fen Jubi and Fen Yuenga. The second group consists of more high-tier disciples, Ling Yun, Xia Qingyue, Tai Xia, Tai Qin, Shui Wushuang, Xiao Quanlei, Xiao Zhen and Fen Jin. Well, Junlong. Who's your first opponent? Xiao Nan, he shouldn't be a challenge. True, a spirit profound 6 disciple shouldn't pose a threat. Why do I have to be in the stronger group? Tai Qin asked. Aerion responded. Because you are Tai Qin, the son of Tai Wentian. You need to shine where the lights are brightest. What about you? I'll shine in the finals, of course. On the Sword Discourse Arena, the profound stone that has displayed the battle order was kept by Ling Wugo and said loudly, the battle order of the 32 contestants has been decided and the first match shall begin soon. The contestants are, Noble Rogue Sex Junlong and Xiao Sex Xiao Nan. Please prepare yourself and come on to the arena within 60 breaths of time. Good luck my MHM. Aerion kissed Tai Xia on the lips. I'll be back soon. Nanner, try your best against Junlong. Though his victory is almost certain, you can still prove yourself to the crowd. Avoid injury if possible. Yes, grandfather. Junlong and Xiao Nan faced each other. Everyone knew who the victor was going to be. Still, that didn't mean the match couldn't be entertaining. Xiao Sex Sword Sex Disciple Xiao Nan, please guide me. Noble Rogue Sex Disciple Junlong, it'll be my pleasure to guide you. After a brief silence, Ling Wugo finally spoke. Round of 32, first match begin. Why aren't you using a weapon? Is it because you don't have one? Xiao Nan asked after noticing that Aerion was barehanded. Since you asked so nicely, I'll use my weapon against you. Aerion took out his baseball bat and the audience was left speechless. What kind of weapon is that? No one had ever seen such an unorthodox weapon. Forgive me, but I want to finish this as quickly as possible. Sorry. Swift wind. Bang. Aerion smacked Xiao Nan with the baseball bat. This simple act made him fly across the arena and crash into the wall. Aerion didn't hit him very hard, it was just enough to win the match. Thank you for holding back, Junlong. Xiao Nan said after he got up. Damn, he's too nice. I didn't even let him show off his sex profound art. He didn't deserve to get matched up with the future and undeniable winner of the Blue Wind ranking tournament so early. Fate is cruel sometimes. End of the round, next day. Nothing unexpected happened, everyone who was supposed to move up to top 16 did. Aerion's next opponent was going to be Mu Xiongyan, young genius from the Heavenly Spear Thunderfire Fortress. Aerion was getting tired of these weaklings, is there anyone who can provide a decent challenge? He trained so hard to win this tournament, so hard that no one could even scratch him. May the round of 16 begin, first match, Noble Rogue Sex Junlong vs Heavenly Spear Thunderfire Fortress Mu Xiongyan. Please prepare yourself and come on to the arena. Aerion jumped down and looked at his next victim. He felt a little bit more kind after his fight with Xiao Nan. There is no point in fighting someone if you know you're going to lose no matter what you do. I would like to make this quick and simple, please surrender now and avoid a severe beating. Will you surrender, Mu Xiongyan? Ling Wugo asked. He shook his head. No, I won't. He had come so far, trained for so many years, how could he possibly give up without a fight? He's the pride of the Heavenly Spear Thunder Fire Fortress, he would be disappointing everyone in his sect if he gave up so easily. He had to make his sect master proud of him. If he can just damage Aerion, then it would be a great accomplishment. You've sealed your fate, fool. I wanted to get some extra sleep and avoid embarrassing you, yet you rejected my generous offer. Round of 16, first match begin. Aerion drew Silver Eagle out of its sheath, his purple eyes glowing. He started walking towards Mu Xiongyan very slowly. With every step, Mu Xiongyan grew more and more fearful. Perhaps this wasn't the best idea. He gathered all of his courage and attacked before Aerion got too close. You think you're so mighty? I, Mu Xiongyan, will teach you a lesson, take this. Mu Xiongyan threw a dozen or so bombs and they all detonated upon reaching Aerion. The sounds of the bombs were thunderous, forcing the audience to cover their ears. Then the smoke cleared, the first thing Mu Xiongyan saw was Aerion's smirk. The bombs didn't harm him at all, there wasn't even a single scratch on his entire body. His clothing in perfect condition, the bombs did absolutely nothing. Not bad, your profound art is quite unique. No, I am not done yet. Boom. 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 When will this idiot realize that his bombs are useless against my wind aura? I use my profound energy to get the smoke out of the way and ask a simple question. Are you done? And no way, not even a scratch. Slash. Mu Xiongyan fell to the ground with a giant gash where Silver Eagle struck. The slash was so quick that none of the disciples even saw it. So quick, so unexpected, and so deadly. If Junlong were to use an offensive profound skill, then Mu Xiongyan would have died. This is the difference between a transcendent talent and a genius. Noble Rogue Sect's Junlong is the winner. He moves on to the quarterfinals. No way, he beat Mu Xiongyan with just one slash of his sword. Wow, he might even be stronger than your precious Ling Yun. Shut up, there's no way he can beat Ling Yun. He's in the middle of the Spirit Profound realm while Ling Yun has a cultivation strength of Earth Profound 3. Emichan, we'll see. If Ling Yun and Junlong fight, then it will be in the finals. This tournament is becoming more and more exciting. Quarterfinals, next day. First match, Junlong vs Lai Mei, Izanami. Second match, Ling Jia vs Ling Feiyu. Third match, Tai Qin vs Xia Qingyue. Fourth match, Ling Yun vs Tai Xiao. Wow, every Noble Rogue Sect and Heavenly Sword Villa disciple has made it to the quarterfinals. Aerion looked at the tournament bracket and he was surprised by his next opponent. Izanami, we're really going to fight. To be honest, I can't wait. You should surrender, but knowing you, that isn't going to be possible. Izanami calmly stated. Aerion nodded, he didn't come to this sword villa to be a loser. He came here to win. Chapter 41. The first match of the quarterfinals, Junlong vs Lai Mei, begin. You will fight against me. As you wish. As she said this, ice started to surround her and fill the arena. Then a large amount of ice grew from the cold ground and surrounded Aerion's entire body. Is that all? Aerion asked. Mighty wind slash. Aerion broke free from the ice and jumped high into the sky. Then he looked down at the arena and breathed fire onto the ground. All of the ice was transformed into water by the time Aerion returned to the ground. The power of his flames far surpassed the power of Izanami's ice. And that was just his regular flames. Wow, so Junlong can use both wind and fire. He's amazing. He's as talented as he is handsome. I feel like he's going straight to the finals. TCH, it's not like he has much competition anyway. Group 1 is an embarrassment to the entire tournament. Aerion drew Silver Eagle and charged towards Izanami. In response, Izanami drew her own sword and placed herself into a defensive pose. Then she activated her Sharingan. The moment Aerion was in her range, his sword clattered to the floor and he found himself without a weapon. Izanami disarmed him before he could react. One of the powers of the Sharingan is to be able to predict movements, and Izanami seems to be exceptionally good at using this power. Now I'm serious. From here on out, you won't be able to disarm me again. I'll take that as a challenge. Aerion activated his own Sharingan. Star God's Broken Shadow. 2 afterimages appeared and they distracted Izanami while Aerion retrieved his sword. Well, actually, they didn't distract her. She saw right through them. Still, the speed provided by the powerful movement technique was more than enough for Aerion to get his sword without getting hit. Aerion charged once again. When he got close, Aerion changed his direction slightly. Swift wind. He moved to the right in the very last moment. Izanami wasn't prepared for that, her left side was completely unprotected. Aerion smirked since he outsmarted her in battle. Slash. Aerion's sword stopped in its tracks. Huh. A barrier of ice appeared at the very last second. This time, Izanami was the one smiling. Aerion was once again surrounded by ice. You could say that he was sealed. Getting out was at least 5 times harder than before. So, how are you going to get out now? Is this all you can do? Sealing things in ice. Ha 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 ha, what a joke. Demon King's explosion. What? You. I want to end it here, but it's too soon for that. A few clashes later, it was very clear who the winner would be. Aerion's skill with the sword matched Izanami's, he was stronger and he had a far superior arsenal of profound skills. I'm going to end this right here. Dragon Soul, Star God's broken shadow. The difference in both speed and strength was too much, there was no way Izanami could win unless she had something powerful up her sleeve. Unfortunately, for Aerion, she did. Her 3 tomo transformed into one shape, a Mangeki Sharingan. Aerion stopped in his tracks when he looked at her eyes, he was now under a genjutsu, an illusion. In his mind. Where am I, what is this world? Aerion looked around and all he saw was an empty space, much like his inner realm where the dragon lives. The only difference was that there were over 1,000 Izanamis attacking him. This can't be real, how in God's name am I supposed to beat all of them? Every time he damaged an Izanami, she would disappear and another one would come in and replace her. Aerion knew that this was all an illusion but he couldn't break out of it. All he could do is fight back, or just stand still and feel a lot of pain. Reality. Don't worry, your pain will end soon enough. Izanami stabbed her katana right through Aerion who looked like he had been paralyzed. She didn't want to win like this, but she had no other choice. She withdrew her sword and kicked Aerion down to the floor. The referee started to count to 10. Why did Izanami stab Aerion? It was to make sure that she would win, even if he broke through her genjutsu. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. I can't lose, not after all of my training. What's the point of it all if I don't win the damn tournament? No, I won't accept this. The image of the Crimson Dragon appeared. Roar. All of the hundreds of Izanamis were sent flying by the mighty roar. Then in an authoritative and dragon-like voice, Aerion spoke. I'm a dragon and, therefore, nothing in this world can chain me. Boom. Aerion stood up and a crimson-red aura started to gather around his body. Crimson scales started to grow on the right side of his body. His eyes were filled with killing intent and bloodlust. I win. Slap. In an instant, Aerion knocked Izanami out cold with just one slap. He was faster and far more lethal in this state, the only negative was he couldn't control himself properly. Still, he managed to stop himself from killing Izanami. Aerion looked at the referee, waiting for him to speak. Aerion's gaze sent shivers down the referee's spine. He quickly announced the winner. The match winner is Junlong, he moves on to the semi-finals. The moment he was announced as the winner, Aerion let go of his consciousness. Wow, that was one hell of a fight. I know. They both had those red eyes, where did they get them? It's probably some sort of bloodline but there hasn't been anyone else with such eyes. His eyes are impressive but his healing is godlike. You know Ling Kuan is probably rubbing his hands and waiting for the opportunity to recruit Junlong into the mighty Heavenly Sword region. If he doesn't, then one of the other sacred grounds will get their hands on him. An hour later. Tai Xia sat by Aerion as he peacefully slept in his bed. Knock. Who is it? Izanami opened the door. It's me, Lai Mei. Get out, you caused this. Izanami nodded as she entered and closed the door. I did go a little too far, but it looks like he's doing fine. Get out. Make me. The young ladies entered a clash of stares. In the end, Tai Xia sighed and gave up. Izanami smiled. Believe it or not, I care about him as much as you do, if not more. Whatever, I'm leaving. Tai Xia left the room since she had a match to prepare for. Izanami looked at Aerion's very handsome face and she gently stroked his soft silver hair for a while. Then she stood up. I hope you get well soon and win the tournament. Perhaps, after the tournament, we could talk about everything and get back on the same page. She pecked Aerion on the cheek and left shortly after. A sly grin slowly formed on Aerion's face. Women get so emotional and open when you're unconscious. TSK, TSK, TSK I was awake the whole time. Did everyone really think breaking out of that illusion would cost me a whole day? Fools, I'm a dragon. Anyway, it's good to know Izanami is still the same Izanami, it's just that she's hiding it really well. It wouldn't hurt to get some good sleep. I'm still tired from that burst of energy. I wonder, where did it come from in the first place? It was just like that time I fought Yun Che, when he was about to kill me. In fact, it also happened in my fight with Viserys. It all leads to the Crimson Dragon, his image, the burst of power and the voice change. He's the best inner dragon anyone could hope for, I would have lost without him. After solving the relatively obvious question, Aerion went to sleep. You really think it was just me? Hahaha, we are one. You are giving me too much credit. The dragon laughed. The ice golems looked at the broken entrance and saw Aerion walk inside. They all looked defeated before Aerion even drew a weapon. Not this guy again, he comes every damn morning. Wait, isn't it like midnight or something? That's true, he never comes during the night. The day-night cycle is reversed. While it's day in the real world, it's night in the dungeon and vice versa. True, I never come during the night. Fire breath. Every single ice golem was melted. Then Aerion waited for the Ice Queen to show up once again. Ugh, it's you, again. Amicham. I've come here to harvest some gold. So why don't you get that book out and summon your ice dragon? And why would I do that? So that you could get more gold. I won't be foolish enough to assist an enemy. So damn stubborn. Oh well, I'll just take whatever you have. Slash. Meanwhile. The battle between Ling Jia and Ling Feiyu had an unexpected end with Ling Jia winning. The third match was Xia Qingyue against Tai Qin. Tai Qin fought long and hard, even pressuring Xia Qingyue to use her true strength. After it was revealed that she had the cultivation strength of Earth Profound 3, it was pretty much over. It was pretty sad how badly Tai Qin lost in the end. The fourth and last match of the quarter-finals was Tai Xia against Ling Yun. This match was really unfair to Xia due to the difference in cultivation strength, but what can you do? She fought as hard as she could but it wasn't enough. Ling Yun won and advanced to the semifinals. Only one noble rogue sect disciple remained, the Silver Calamity himself, Jun Long. Ling Jia was standing in the arena, waiting for Aerion. Bang! Sky Piercer was thrown up, high into the sky. Then it landed and made a thunderous sound, letting everyone know that the mightiest halberd of all time was here. Then, right after the landing, a shining figure jumped down to the arena. Aerion easily picked up the colossal halberd with his right hand. Everyone was shocked, apart from the noble rogue sect. Sigh, I'll never be as good as Jun Long. Don't stress over it, Quinn. You still reached the quarterfinals while only being 16 years old. Tai Ming stated. Ming is right. Jun Long is just destined for far greater things. I'm still proud of you, my son. Tai Wentian added. Tai Qin nodded, he acknowledged Jun Long's superiority ever since he beat him in the assembly tournament but he was still bitter about it. It seemed like it was just yesterday when he was amazed by the wind god's art. Now, Jun Long is miles ahead of Tai Qin and he couldn't possibly hope to reach him. How things have changed. It's a pleasure to finally face you, Jun Long. Same here. Let's see what Ling Yun's brother can do, more importantly, I wish to see the profound art of the Heavenly Sword Villa in action. This should be an easy win for me but I want to actually benefit from this match. After this match, your Sacred Heaven's Might Sword art will be in my possession. Aerion activated his Sharingan. Chapter 42. Heavenly Sword Villa's Ling Jia vs Noble Rogue Sect's Jun Long, may the match commence. Mighty Wind Slash. Sky Piercer generated an enormous wave of profound wind energy from just one slash. It was so strong that even a cultivator of the early, Earth Profound realm would have some difficulty with it. Why so powerful? Aerion wanted to see the Heavenly Sword Villa's profound art, of course. There is no way Ling Jia could evade the mighty wind slash without using a powerful profound skill, unless he wants to intentionally harm himself, which isn't likely. Aerion's plan worked. Heaven's Might Sword Formation, Heavenly Star Frenzy. Hundreds of sword auras were created to block the mighty wind slash. Not only did the auras block the mighty wind slash, but they also went straight towards Aerion right after. Aerion grinned, this was exactly what he wanted. He charged up Sky Piercer with the aura of the Crimson Demon Wave and slammed it straight down to the ground. Crimson, Demon, Slash. Boom. It was a new move he was practicing before the tournament. It was pretty much the Crimson Demon Wave but instead of concentrating it into one point the profound energy was focused onto the entire weapon. Now it could be a horizontal or vertical slash. In this situation, it was a horizontal slash. Aerion's Crimson Demon completely annihilated Ling Jie's Heavenly Star Frenzy and left everyone speechless. This match was pretty much over when the Crimson Demon hit Ling Jie, or it was supposed to be over. Boom. The Crimson Demon was gone and Ling Jie was still standing without any signs of serious wounds. Aerion was honestly surprised. Then he looked at Ling Jie's weapons. 2 sky profound swords. One is his and the other one was his older brother's. Aerion's grin faded. Who the hell is allowing this SHT? Maybe I should go to the Grandmaster and borrow his sky profound weapon. Whatever. I'll win against Ling Jie whether he borrows a sky profound or sovereign profound sword. It doesn't matter to me, the end result will always be the same. Junlong, you are very strong, that is why I must borrow my elder brother's sword. I guess that's a compliment. Sigh, I hope my sky piercer can hold up against 2 sky profound swords. If not. Slash. Aerion was struggling to keep up with the 2 sky profound swords. The halberd wasn't exactly made to fight dual-wielding swordsmen. It's usually used against horseback or heavily armored opponents. Ling Jie doesn't fit the description. In fact, Ling Jie is the complete opposite. It was time for Aerion to reveal his newest fighting style. Aerion drew Silver Eagle with his left hand. Sky Piercer was held tightly by his right hand and it laid on his right shoulder while Silver Eagle was in a low position on his left. Aerion looked, to put it simply, godlike. Now, let us dance. Aerion wasn't holding back anymore. Ling Jie with the Yuan-Yang combination was worthy of his fully powered base and he was going to get it. Bang. Bang. Aerion was clearly winning but he started to notice that Sky Piercer and Silver Eagle were slowly cracking. But Aerion was enjoying the battle so much that he didn't care. They're his weapons, they should be able to survive a small battle, right? Unfortunately, that wasn't the case. Heaven's Might Absolute Sword, Final Form, Radiant Sky. Sword beams filled the sky to form a huge sword of about 30 meters in size. This sword came crashing down to Aerion, aiming to cut him in half. The radiant tip of the sword shined onto Aerion's eyes, as he looked up, temporarily blinding him. He closed his eyes and stretched out his left hand. Heaven-absorbing silver claw. The entire sword was absorbed by Aerion's left, silver-scaled, hand. But, Ling Jie wasn't done yet. Heaven's Might Absolute Sword, Moon Break. Crack. Crack. Shatter. Aerion blocked both swords but at a huge cost, both of his own weapons were cut in half. Aerion let go of his broken weapons and he watched as their remains fell to the floor. He didn't care too much for Silver Eagle but Sky Piercer was a part of him. It was his primary weapon throughout most of his cultivation journey. 1,000 cuts. Aerion forced Ling Jie to back away. Then he looked down and a small tear fell onto Sky Piercer's axe spear point. After that, he grinned when he took out a very special seal. TSK, this tournament is so unfair. Everyone has sky profound weapons but yours truly, it's about time I change that. Ling Jie was confused. Observe. Our journey has only begun, my loyal weapon, Sky Piercer. Aerion attached the seal onto Sky Piercer's broken tip. The 2 halves of Sky Piercer flew into mid-air and joined together. The seal wasn't done, not yet anyway. Sky Piercer started to transform into something far stronger and dominant. Aerion himself was amazed by the effects of the seal. This seal was, of course, the weapon upgrade, Sky Profound, he got from completing the 5th floor of the dungeon. One day, you and I shall pierce the heavens. Boom. The arena was completely covered with a blinding light as the newly transformed Sky Piercer fell into Aerion's hands. It was like the halberd was a gift from the heavens. Once Ling Jie gazed upon Aerion's new weapon, he knew that the match was over. With the new Sky Profound Sky Piercer, Aerion looked even mightier than before. This might wasn't just for show, he was far stronger with the Sky Profound version. Aerion slammed Sky Piercer straight towards Ling Jie. Ling Jie blocked the attack with both of his swords. Aerion was relentless, he kept pushing Ling Jie further and further into the ground. The new Sky Piercer was far superior to the 2 Sky Profound swords. Under the heavy pressure of Sky Piercer's axe, the Sky Profound sword started to crack. Ling Jie stepped to the side. Smart choice, but... Draconic Heart. Slash. Both Sky Profound swords were cut in half by Sky Piercer. What? How dare he, Ling Yifeng roared. How am I going to explain this to father and my elder brother? Tai Wentian slapped Aerion on the back of the head. What were you thinking? You should have just knocked him out or whatever else you do in battle. But you just had to break 2 sacred sky profound swords. Now we both have to speak with Ling Yefeng and attempt to resolve this matter. Tgthegood was acting like this for the public. In truth, he was quite pleased with the matter. Aerion had gotten to know his grandmaster father-in-law pretty well over the 2 months or so they had spent training. He knew that the grandmaster disliked the Heavenly Sword Villa, mostly due to their arrogance. Tgthegood sighed as he opened the door. They both entered the room. Ling Yefeng looked really angry and rightfully so. Take a seat, Tgthegood and Junlong. They did as asked. There was no one else in the room but Ling Yefeng, Tgthegood and Aerion. Aerion was slightly nervous as the villa master was silent for a few seconds. So, what will you do to repay me? Those sky profound swords were important to the sword villa. Aerion shrugged and calmly replied. I can forge you a new one. And how will you do that? Just give me all of the broken parts and I'll make a new sky profound sword out of it. The sword villa master was dumbfounded by the simple statement. Make a new sword, just like that. Tgthegood himself didn't know that Aerion could do that. The sword villa master was curious and since there was no use for the broken parts, he sent someone to bring the parts of the sky profound swords to the room. Then the parts were laid out on the table. Give me a moment. Aerion put the pieces into his dungeon ring and closed his eyes. You're planning to dump all of the pieces in the forge? The dragon asked. Of course, what else can I do? Go on then. Aerion took out the broken parts and dropped them all into the fire. The parts melted and after that, a sword was taking shape from the materials. Perhaps you should add some spice to the sword. The dragon advised. What do you mean by spice? Oh, I have an idea. There you go. After this, the entire Heavenly Sword Villa should just bend the knee and make me the Sword Villa Master. Wind God's Art. Aerion added some wind to the mix. The sword was finally reforged a few seconds after. Aerion put the sword back to the dungeon ring and opened his eyes. Done. He threw the finished product to Ling Yefeng and left the room as if nothing happened. He did what he had to do, why should he stay there any longer? Ling Yefeng gazed upon the blade in front of him, his eyes widened. What is it? Tgthegood asked. This sword is heavenly. Chapter 43. Junlong. Aerion turned around and saw Ling Yun. He didn't expect to personally meet him today. Ling Yun. Yes, I would like to thank you for making the sky profound sword. Aerion grinned. Is it any good? Ling Yun nodded, it's excellent, heavenly even. The sword you made is at the very peak of the sky profound realm, it even has the potential of keeping up with an emperor profound blade. But, why go through the effort? We might meet in the finals and... I wanted to fix my mistake, I let my anger overtake me and I destroyed the sky profound swords when I could have easily won without doing so. I could never live with myself if I didn't give something back that is equal in value. I understand, you truly are a virtuous man. You have gained my respect, if there's anything you need, tell me and I'll do my best to assist you. Having the Heavenly Sword Villa as an ally doesn't sound too bad. Anyway, I will be the judge of this new sword. If it is worthy then I shall retrieve it, if not, then the Sword Villa can keep it. It seems like a fair deal to me. Aerion changed 2 mid-grade Sky Profound swords into a peak Sky Profound sword, this was definitely a win for the Heavenly Sword Villa, if the sword stays with them past the Blue Wind ranking tournament. Aerion sat down on one of the chairs so that he could witness the second and last semi-final match. Will Xia Qingyue win or will she falter to Ling Yun? This new sword Aerion made, it could be the deciding factor in this match. Ling Yun and Xia Qingyue met each other on the floor of the arena. Ling Yun asked for her guidance and she didn't reply. Then the match started. As the battle went on, Aerion was getting slightly frustrated. This Ling Yun is fighting so gently and acting like this is some sort of dance, it's annoying. Display my sword's power already. Junlong, what's wrong? Tai Qin asked. Nothing at all. The Sky Profound sword collided with Xia Qingyue's ice blade countless times yet the ice blade never shattered. This ice blade was made from nothing but profound energy while the Sky Profound sword was made out of 2 other Sky Profound swords. You could say that it's 2 Sky Profound beast cores against some profound energy sword. Ling Yun must be holding back, there's no other reason. The battle continued. When Aerion thought Ling Yun would win, Xia Qingyue fought back harder. Xia Qingyue has grown stronger since their last encounter, that was for sure. Then Ling Yun finally cut Xia Qingyue, her right sleeve to be exact, and her veil dropped as well. I get it, she's beautiful but the reaction to her face being revealed was too much. Everything stopped as people gazed upon her beauty. They forgot how to breathe, move and even blink. Aerion focused onto Ling Yun and he was deeply disappointed. That man was basically paralyzed. Wow, she's beautiful, don't you think, Junlong? Aerion nodded. That's a stupid question, of course, she is. From what I've seen in my lifetime, she's definitely in my top 5. Then Aerion met Tai Xia's ice-cold eyes and he felt instant regret. Why would he say that out loud? Especially when his future wife was right next to him. Then he shrugged it off. A dragon should be able to voice his opinion, no? Besides, Tai Xia is on that same list. I'm sorry about that. Tai Qin apologized after seeing his sister's reaction. Once Ling Yun got over, mostly, Xia Qingyue's beauty, the battle finally continued. Ice lotuses, sword lightning, ice lotus prison and whatever else one can possibly imagine. The sky profound sword which Aerion forged was having a field day against Xia Qingyue's ice. With every swing came a large wave of wind which shattered all ice in its path. The sky profound ribbon which Xia Qingyue wielded couldn't possibly match up with the king of sky profound swords, Stormcaller. Stormcaller was like a perfect counter to the ribbon. Everything that was created by it would be instantly cut into 1,000 pieces by the sword. How did you make the sword? Tai Qin asked. That's my little secret. All you need to know is the wind god's art was part of the process. Really? It's no wonder the sword can create wind so easily. The sword was truly impressive, it absorbed profound energy from the surroundings and gathered it around its blade. The user could release the wind anytime he wanted. The longer the wind was charged, the more powerful, and bigger, it was. Stormcaller is a very versatile weapon, you could use the wind to sharpen the sword, continuously create wind slashes or even charge up a tornado. I never expected the sword to be this powerful, I should find a way to retrieve it without it being too obvious. Directly attack Ling Yun in the Heaven's Secret Basin realm while wearing a disguise? No, that's far too risky. Making someone else do it for me could be a good method. But who in their right mind would attack the young master of the Heavenly Sword Villa? Aerion started to create dozens of different plans. Most were hopeless, but there were a few that seemed plausible. As the battle continued to rage on, both Ling Yun and Xia Qingyue started to use more and more powerful techniques. Aerion watched as Ling Yun created a perfect copy of himself with just his sword aura. This technique was called the Sword Spirit Doppelganger. Aerion made sure to take notes since there was a large chance they would meet in the finals. Ling Yun and his clone forced Xia Qingyue to reveal her true strength, the Frozen Cloud Domain. She can use a domain. That's impossible, only Emperor Profound cultivators can do that. A person said. How does she do it? Even I can't use a domain. She has the 9 profound exquisite body, only one person in 10,000 years is born with it, Jasmine responded directly to Aerion. So? What makes it so special? She has a small world which can hold more power than her physical body can handle. Meaning that she can learn any profound art she wants no matter what her cultivation level is. Oh, that sounds very useful. That means that she is able to, eventually, learn the 9th stage of the Wind God's art, World-Ending Storm, the stage which the Grandmaster himself hasn't reached. That is, of course, if she gets her hands on the Wind God's art, which isn't very likely. The wind element wouldn't suit her anyway, she's better off with the Frozen Cloud arts. Ling Yun was instantly sealed within countless layers of ice in mere moments. Was the match over? Aerion hoped to face off Ling Yun in a melee battle but that scenario didn't seem likely. Then Stormcaller broke free from the ice. Wind started to gather around the sword, this wind surrounded Ling Yun and cut the barrier. This was when he realized that Xia Qingyue would beat him if he didn't do something quick. The wind from Stormcaller was protecting Ling Yun from the effects of the Frozen Cloud Domain's ice. Forgive me, Fairy Xia, but I must win. Double Moon Break. Slash. And that was the end. Wow, Ling Yun is amazing. No, that sword is amazing. Such a heavenly blade, it was created by Junlong, no. Yes, it was. Who would have thought that the Blue Wind Empire has such an otherworldly blacksmith? He made to mid-grade Sky Profound swords into this very blade. A Sky Profound sword that is comparable to an Emperor Profound weapon. Junlong really saved Ling Yun, he better be grateful for that sword for the rest of his life. Ling Kuan has observed Junlong ever since he entered the quarterfinals, his interests finally peaked when the mighty sword he created led to Ling Yun's victory over Xia Qingyue and her Frozen Cloud Domain. Such heavenly craftsmanship, I must inform my seniors of this. This small thing led to something far, far bigger in the future. The sword you made for the Heavenly Sword Villa might be the reason you lose in the finals, and even if you don't, you have helped them grow stronger. Don't worry about it, Grandmaster. I know what I'm doing. By the way, do you have any books about poison on you? I do have one. Can I borrow it for a week or so? Of course. Tgthegood took out the book out of his spatial ring and gave it to Aerion. It was a very large and informative book. This book is quite special, it was created by a very wise and well-respected elder. He spent most of his long life learning and writing about poison. During the time he lived, I doubt there was a greater poison master than him in the entire Blue Wind Empire. His many different recipes led to countless successful missions. How many recipes does the book have? Over 100, here, take it. I don't know why you need it but it seems important. Over 100? Then this is exactly what I need. Aerion took the book and put it in his spatial ring. This book will help me retrieve the sword, I'm sure of it. After Ling Yun's sudden victory, Aerion spent the rest of the day in his room. He opened the book about poison and started to skim over the pages until he found something interesting. There, this is it. After spending a few minutes, Aerion found a poison that would come in handy. Name, Berserker Poison. Description, once this deadly poison reaches the blood, the victim is instantly affected. A rush of deadly adrenaline and killing intent fills the entire body in seconds. Then the victim loses all control and goes on a rampage, attacking everyone on sight. The target's profound strength is also temporarily increased by 2-4 times. There is no cure for this poison but the ingredients required are relatively expensive and rare. Creating it is even harder than gathering the ingredients as even one mistake will result in the poison being ineffective. Ingredients, Raging Fire Grass, Demon Skull Vine, Earth Profound Beast Core. Additional ingredient, Dragon Fire, not needed but suggested as it can increase the effects by 2 to 5 times. Instructions. Then he closed his eyes and immediately entered the dungeon. In the corner of the very icy floor 5, he saw the cloaked man. You came here quite early, do you need something? Yes, I need a lot of Raging Fire Grass, Demon Skull Vine and Earth Profound Beast Cores. A lot? Very well. The cloaked man took all of Aerion's hard-earned gold. You took everything? Yeah, why not? Here you go, kid. You asked for a lot so I'm going to give you a lot, ha 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 ha. He vanished after filling his dungeon ring with the ingredients. There's like 1,000 portions in here. Maybe the gold was well used. Aerion left the dungeon and returned to his inner realm where the dragon stood. Aerion took out the book and read the instructions carefully. Then he took a deep breath and took out the ingredients he needed. Time to get to work. Chapter 44. Aerion made quite a large amount of berserker poison by using the almighty refining abilities of the Sky Poison Pearl. Then he started to train his own refining abilities which were pretty much non-existent. But, over the night, he continued to get better. He managed to fail 100 or so times before finally getting it right. The feeling he felt when he successfully refined it by himself was worth it, at least Aerion thought it was. I did it, at last. There's no greater feeling than personally witnessing your efforts lead to success. Congratulations, you did it. It was very painful to see you fail so much, but you did it. Still, you're quite lucky that all of that profound energy usage won't affect your real body, otherwise that weakling Ling Yun would have been able to beat you. Ling Yun? Ah, yes, I completely forgot about him. He probably feels so elated to wield the glorious sword which I personally forged, ha ha ha, I will have it back soon enough. And how will you do that? You'll see, dragon. Aerion opened his eyes, jumped out of his bed and got dressed into his noble rogue sect uniform. It was the day of the finals, the day he would win the Blue Wind ranking tournament. Even with Stormcaller, there's no way Ling Yun can possibly win. Noble Rogue Sect versus Heavenly Sword Villa in the finals, ha ha ha, I thought I'd never see that again. Who do you think is going to win? Ling Yun, of course. I think it's going to be Junlong, I feel like he still hasn't shown his full strength yet. What does it matter? Ling Yun has a far better weapon. Far better, now that's an exaggeration. Allow me to remind you that his halberd shattered 2 sky-profound swords at once. I can't wait to see you swallow your words when Junlong takes away the #1 spot from your precious Ling Yun. Humph, we'll see. Aerion wanted to speak with the noble rogue sect members before he left, so that's exactly what he did. Are you sure you can defeat Ling Yun? That sword does look pretty powerful. Of course, he might have the better weapon but I'm better than him in every other way. Once Tgthegood heard that he was reassured. Very well, go out there and remind the Heavenly Sword Villa of the mighty noble rogue sect. Do I get a statue for winning? Aerion asked, half joking. That can be arranged. Tgthegood nodded. Then you can start building it today. Aerion smiled and walked into the arena. He's far too confident. He's a blade, it's only natural for the most skilled fighters to be confident. Shunji responded to Tai Ming's comment. On the way to the arena, Aerion met Tai Xiao. Will you win? Hehe, don't worry. It will be a crushing victory. Really? Ling Yun was doomed from the very start. I'll be back soon. Just one more victory, and I'll be crowned champion of the Blue Wind ranking tournament. I'll make it a spectacle for the crowd, one they will never forget. It's only you and I left. Forgive me, but I'm not planning on losing. Aerion nodded. Nor am I. That's good to know, I've been looking forward to fighting you ever since the quarterfinals. Despite your relatively average cultivation strength, you've managed to get all the way to the finals with ease, something even I couldn't do. Huh, you're praising me too much, Ling Yun. The only reason I've had such an easy path is due to my competition being far weaker than yours. I see. Ling Yun didn't believe Aerion at all since he looked so confident, even after Stormcaller's might was publicly displayed yesterday. He was just too virtuous to admit that he's superior, at least that's what Ling Yun thought. Final match, Heavenly Sword Villa's Ling Yun against Noble Rogue Sect's Jun Long, may the match commence. Sword Spirit Doppelganger. So he's going all out. I'm fine with that. Aerion took out Sky Piercer from his ring and waited for Ling Yun to attack. Both the clone and the real Ling Yun attacked Aerion at once. Perfect counter. Aerion blocked the two Ling Yuns and shoved both of them away with the mighty Sky Piercer. This put them in an unsteady position and Aerion made use of the opportunity. He grabbed one of the Ling Yuns by the face and charged up a Crimson Demon Wave. Boom. What? I know it's a relatively quick Crimson Demon Wave but it barely damaged him. The other Ling Yun quickly recovered and stabbed Aerion with Stormcaller. Not only was he stabbed by Stormcaller, but 3 wind slashes also hit him. Ling Yun backed away before Aerion could counterattack. The two Ling Yuns joined back together. Aerion shrugged it off and started to use more of his strength. Dragon Soul, Sharingan. Double Moon Break. Aerion saw everything and, as a result, he dodged the attack with ease. Then he gave the real Ling Yun a good punch to the stomach. The clone attacked Aerion right after but Aerion hit the clone first. Aerion drove Sky Piercer straight through the clone. After he was done, he kicked the clone off his weapon. Ling Yun charged Stormcaller with his own profound energy to create a large amount of wind but Star God's Broken Shadow. Aerion grabbed the blade with his left hand and held onto it tightly. Then he absorbed all of the profound energy that Ling Yun gave to the sword. It all happened so quickly, Ling Yun felt lost. Aerion forcefully took the sword off Ling Yun and kicked him to the other side of the arena. The moment Stormcaller reunited with its one true master, a large surge of wind started to gather around its blade. Ling Yun slowly stood up, he looked helpless. He made eye contact with his father, his mother, Ling Wugo, and then he looked down at the floor. I surrender. Are you sure? Ling Wugo asked Ling Yun. Their difference in strength was clear but this sudden action shocked him nonetheless. He could still fight, it wasn't like he was severely injured. Surrendering so soon was unexpected, to say the least. The match wasn't that much longer than a minute. Even Aerion himself was surprised, he wanted to toy with Ling Yun for another 2 minutes or so before revealing just how much more powerful he was. Yes, I am certain. Jun Long is simply stronger than me. Aerion threw Stormcaller back to Ling Yun. Although I am quite unsatisfied, a victory is a victory. Ling Yun, you fought valiantly. Thank you, Jun Long. 1. Noble Rogue Sect. 2. Heavenly Sword Villa. 3. Frozen Asgard Immortal Palace. 4. Shao Sect. 5. Burning Heaven Clan. Congratulations, Jun Long. I knew you could do it all along. Well, you did train me. I don't think the other disciples had an Emperor Profound Master teaching them. That is very true. But even without my help, you still would have ranked somewhere in the top 3. You made Ling Yun look like trash. What is your true strength, Long? Aerion smiled and scratched his head. Somewhere, in the Sky Profound Realm. Sky Profound Realm. Why would I lie to you? Tai Qin couldn't believe it. Spirit Profound 5 to somewhere, in the Sky Profound Realm, that's at least a 16 small realm difference. He was 100% sure no one else in history had such battle power. The difference in their strength was far bigger than he ever imagined. How did he get so strong? Very simple. A ton of pills and extreme training which would kill any other Spirit Profound Earth Profound cultivator. Maybe you could give me a few pointers once we return to the Noble Rogue Sect. I won't be too busy after the Blue Wind ranking tournament truly ends. Under your guidance, I shall reach the Earth Profound Realm and beyond. See you around. Quinn didn't give Aerion any time to reject. Well, he wasn't going to anyway. Quinn was his friend, after all. Went and shook his head and laughed, then he left to his room. Before Aerion could walk into his room, someone called his name. He turned around to see an old man. This old man was exactly ordinary, he was an elder of the Sword region. Ling Kun. And you must be Jun Long, the champion of the Blue Wind ranking tournament. Aerion nodded. You are correct. Well, I've been observing your fights and I must say, you have caught my attention. Aerion knew where this was going. Ling Kun was planning on recruiting him to the Sword region. Obviously, he wouldn't refuse to join one of the top 4 powers in the entire continent. But he still had to think about his wedding, which was just around the corner. He would most likely want to spend some time with Tai Xia and, most likely, Izanami. Is it something related to the mighty Heavenly Sword region? Yes, I would like to personally invite you to the mighty Heavenly Sword region. Although the sword is not your primary weapon, you wield it better than most. Your battle power is extraordinary, and so is the sword you personally forged. Disciples who can both fight and make swords are highly valued and well rewarded in the Sword region. What do you think? Ling Kuan's statement was partially true, but the main thing he wanted from Aerion was to find out whether he could potentially sovereign profound weaponry in the future. If he could make at least 10, then mighty Heavenly Sword Villa could stomp over the other great sacred grounds and proclaim itself overlord. Even if Aerion can't, his current forging abilities are still quite otherworldly and he can still grow into a very strong disciple. I would love to join, but there's one problem. And what may that be? I won't be able to join right away. Ah, I see. How long will it take you? 5 months at the very least and a year at the most. Ling Kun smiled. Excellent. Use this sound transmission jade when you're a day away from the Sword region. Aerion claimed his first place prize, the Sky Profound Dragon Scale Armor. They were going to open up the Heaven Basin Secret Realm in 3 days, so Aerion had a lot of time to spend. He decided to go outside and hunt for fun. The meat and beast cores were just extras for him. Wait, could I turn beast cores into swords using the forge? Weapons are made from beast cores, so that would make sense. I should try it out. Aerion scanned the area and found a spirit profound beast. It was quite weak, but that doesn't mean it's worthless. Aerion drew an arrow and launched it at the beast from his bow. He specifically aimed for the head. Bang! The beast's head was separated from its body, which led to it dying. Aerion harvested the beast core and put the beast's remains into his sky poison pearl. Then another beast appeared. Aerion activated his Sharingan to stop it from moving. This works far better on beasts. That makes sense since most beasts are weaker mentally than humans are. Perhaps, I can use the Sharingan to control them. Aerion looked directly at the beast's eyes and spoke one very simple word. Obey. The beast's yellow eyes turned red and 3 tomos appeared on them. Aerion threw away his baseball bat and commanded the beast to fetch. It did as instructed. Then Aerion let go of the beast and it walked away from him. The Sharingan, it has such a power. Ha, now I know how I'll get the sword while Ling Yun is distracted. Aerion returned to the Heavenly Sword Villa and walked to his room. With every step, there was a new disciple admiring him. He was back to being a celebrity. Aerion returned to the Sky Poison Pearl and saw his 2 pets munching on the spirit profound beasts. Once they both got to the middle of the meat, a small fight broke through. Regal breathed scarlet red flames and Demon dodged. Demon roared and tackled Regal. Aerion laughed. 2 cubs fighting, how sweet. Then he imagined them when they both grew up, a crimson dragon the size of Balerion the Black Dread and an adult chimera. Aerion was slightly biased, he expected Regal to win if that hypothetical battle were ever to happen. Still, he doesn't have the slightest idea to what size Demon could grow to. These little pests get annoying when this princess goes to sleep. Well, Jasmine, with all your overwhelming strength, I'm sure you can find a way to subdue them. Humph. Aerion left the Sky Poison Pearl and went to sleep. Chapter 45. 3 uneventful days later. The basin portal has opened, you may enter. About damn time. 50 people, 5 per top 10 sect, entered the Heaven Basin secret realm. Then most of them split up and went on their own. Tai Wentian decided to take Tai Quinn and Tai Xia for himself, Tai Ming flew away by himself and Shun Ji went on his own as well. Aerion found himself all alone, he didn't mind it, but some company is better than none at all. Guess I'll go alone. Aerion walked away from the starting point. He just chose a random direction and walked straight. A very simple strategy which led to him encountering countless beasts and nothing else. One of them just happened to be in the Sky Profound realm. Can't I just find an extra special medical plant? No, of course not. Instead, I get a bunch of hungry and suicidal beasts, Aerion complained. Draconic heart, 1,000 cuts. The surrounding earth-profound beasts were sliced to pieces while the sky-profound beast had a few clear cuts around its body. You are one tough beast, one worthy of getting pierced by my sky piercer. Aerion took out sky piercer and exploded towards the beast, leaving behind 2 afterimages. The beast was extremely confused. Aerion mercifully ended its confusion. Crimson Demon Wave. Aerion stabbed the beast with Sky Piercer's blade and released a crimson demon wave. The beast exploded from inside out, leaving nothing behind but its profound beast core. Aerion collected the beast cores and stored them into his Sky Poison Pearl since they might have some use later. Then he stumbled upon a frozen lake. Aerion looked at his hand and saw the Sky Poison Pearl pattern glowing. Is there something special here? Aerion looked around and found a giant lotus flower. He figured out that the flower was the reason why the Sky Poison Pearl was acting differently. But something seemed off. A plant worthy of making the Sky Poison Pearl react must be protected by some sort of beast. This lake seems to be empty of beasts on the surface. Could this mean that the flower itself is deadly? Or, perhaps there's a very powerful beast hiding somewhere. Show me your worth, observe. Name, Emperor Awakening Heart Lotus. Type, medical plant. Effect, can be used to refine the Emperor Awakening Heart pellet, which increases one's cultivation drastically. Consuming just 1 pellet can boost one's profound strength from earth profound to sky profound. If perfectly refined, the effects can be even more impressive. I need it, and I will get it. Star God's Broken Shadow. Aerion quickly harvested the flower and put it into the Sky Poison Pearl. Boom! Aerion stepped to the side as quickly as he could. The lake's ice was completely shattered and out came a huge beast. At this point in time, Aerion didn't feel too optimistic about his future. Tyrant Profound. Aerion ran for his life. He used Flying Wind, the 4th stage of the Wind God's art. It provided him with a great and consistent increase in speed. Star God's Broken Shadow, like Swift Wind, is a movement technique meant for combat, while Flying Wind was made for faster long-distance running. Although Aerion was running as fast as he could, it wasn't enough. The beast closed the distance and he ended up inside of its stomach. What a great end for the prince. How will you get out of this situation, Junlong? Jasmine teased. I don't know, how about you obliterate him? This princess doesn't think that such drastic action will be necessary. Aerion nodded. This was his problem, not hers. The situation was relatively life-threatening. His profound energy was doing a decent job of protecting him. Still, it was very cold and he was near freezing to death. His 2 Fire Dragon and Phoenix Legacies were doing their best to keep him warm, but it was a Tyrant Profound Beast stomach, so they could only do so much. I refuse to die in a beast's stomach. Aerion looked around for something that could get him out of this situation. His body started reacting to something, a very small blue bead. It seemed to be doing fine inside of the beast's stomach. Aerion observed the blue bead and found out that it was the water seed. Similar to his fire seed, it grants complete immunity and complete control, and increased affinity, to its corresponding element, which is water. Aerion didn't hesitate, he swallowed the seed immediately. The freezing stopped in mere seconds and his body started to absorb the profound energy from the seed. He was breaking through to the 6th stage, 7th, 8th, 9th, 10th stage of the spirit profound realm. The water seed in the beast's stomach, how convenient. Jasmine commentated. Aerion agreed. What are the chances of that? Now Aerion's in a far better situation than before, but he's still stuck in a beast's stomach. It's not exactly ideal. If he stayed there and survived for 2 days, then he would automatically return to the Heavenly Sword Villa. But Aerion preferred to be outside, so he took out the flower and refined it with the Sky Poison Pearl. After all, drastic times call for drastic measures. Let's see just how effective this flower is when it's refined by the Sky Poison Pearl. The Emperor Awakening Heart Lotus was refined into the Emperor Awakening Heart Pellet. Aerion swallowed the pellet and waited for the changes to occur. Then a wave of constant breakthroughs began. Earth 1, Earth 5, 6, 7, 9, Sky Profound. It didn't stop there. Sky 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Sky Profound 7. Alright, I'm getting out of this disgusting place. Purgatory, destroying sky, decimating Earth. Boom. The beast was blown to pieces from inside its stomach. Aerion activated his wind aura so that none of its fluids touched him. Finally, Aerion deactivated Purgatory and took the beast's core. The Sky Profound Realm and the 7th stage at that, it took Aerion a while to get over his massive increase in strength. It was as if the Water Seed and Emperor Awakening Heart Lotus were a gift granted to him by the heavens. Who can possibly stand in his way now? There's no such thing as an overlord profound cultivator in the Blue Wind Empire. This means that Aerion was now the strongest person in the entire Blue Wind Empire. Aerion took flight with the usage of the profound floating technique. At last, the dragon can fly. Now it's about time I get my sword back. Who are you? You don't need to know, your life is going to end soon anyway. Aerion knocked out a Shao sect elder and took control of his bird, which was a couple of meters away. Now all he needed to do was find Ling Yun. After flying around for what seemed hours, Aerion found Ling Yun. He briefly remembered which direction Ling Yun went, so he simply retraced his steps and went in that direction. Luckily, Ling Yun decided not to stray far away from his original path. Aerion landed 100 or so meters away from Ling Yun. Then he injected the berserker poison through his hidden blade and ran away. Soon, the Shao sect elder turned mad and saw Ling Yun. I will kill you. The elder closed the distance in a mere second. The difference between their speed was very clear. Ling Yun managed to block the elder's first hit with Stormcaller. Then the Shao sect elder's bird took flight and took the sword away from Ling Yun while he was distracted. The bird flew far away, to the place where Aerion commanded it to fly. Everything is going according to the plan. Now, about Ling Yun, should I leave him to die or should I save him? I am a virtuous man, of course, I'll save him from the evil and corrupted Shao sect elder. Just before Ling Yun was about to be sliced in half, Aerion appeared and kicked the elder away. Then he looked down at Ling Yun with a face of concern. Are you alright? I was about to die, but thanks to you, I'm alive. Aerion smiled. Good to know. I'll handle the rest. Such a perfect act, Aerion was proud of himself for making this decision. He looked at the Shao sect with pure anger, which Ling Yun thought was genuine. How dare you, an elder of the Shao sect, attempt to kill the young master of the Heavenly Sword Villa? How unrefined. I, Junlong, shall personally punish you for this disgraceful act. I will kill you as well. Bang! Sky Piercer's axe was driven deep into the elder's stomach before he could even react. Aerion then used both of his hands to hold Sky Piercer up high, then he slammed it into the ground while the elder was still stuck to the axe. The elder was cut in half, but Aerion wasn't done yet. He looked down at the pitiful beast before him and opened his palm. Begone. Crimson Demon Wave. Father. My son, are you injured? Aerion turned and saw Ling Yifeng. Ling Yun smiled. No, just a few bruises, but if it weren't for Junlong then I would have been slain by the elder. And the sword, his bird took it. The Shao sect will pay for this, I will make sure of it. Ling Yifeng stated out loud. Then he looked at Aerion. You saved my son from certain death, how could I possibly repay you? It was a simple act, there's no need to reward me. Very well, the gates of the Sword Villa will always be open for you if you need anything in the future. Though I doubt you ever will. Ling Yifeng's respect towards Aerion reached a whole new level. Such a talented, strong and virtuous youth, he'll surely reach new heights no one in the Blue Wind Empire could even dream of. Ling Yifeng was sure of this. Well, now that the situation has been resolved, I'll be on my way. Ling Yifeng nodded. If this was the old Spirit 5 Aerion, then Ling Yifeng would have offered to help him. Now that he personally witnessed him kill a Peak Sky Profound Elder so easily, there was no need for that. Instead, he looked at his son and promised to never take his eyes off him. Ling Yun looked towards Aerion's fading image. The white-haired and purple-eyed youth's actions had a major effect on Ling Yun. He was inspired to change and be more like him. Chapter 46. He flew to the place where the bird was commanded to land. Once he saw the bird, he commanded it to come to him. He saw Stormcaller and smiled. Everything went perfectly. You have served me well. Aerion retrieved Stormcaller and gazed at the bird. But your use has ended. Aerion killed the bird, placed it into his sky poison pearl, food for the bois, and left the area. You're planning to reforge it, aren't you? Of course. Aerion dumped Stormcaller into the forge. Then he looked at his tyrant beast core while the sword was still forming. He looked up at the dragon. What do you think? Ha, do it. Aerion added the tyrant beast core to the mix. If I'm going to add my only tyrant beast core, then I might as well go all out. Ghost flames. Boom. The sword started to take shape as a crossguard longsword. The crossguard was a forest green color and it had the shape of a dragon's wings. The green pommel was in the shape of an eagle's head. Beyond the crossguard, 3 glowing words were written on the sword's silver blade in a very stylish way. These words were, Wind, Dragon, and Soul. Each word glowed a different color, Soul was black, Wind was green and Dragon was white. It was created in Aerion's vision, so you could say it was ideal for him. He grabbed its primarily white handle and instantly felt the strength of the sword. He could barely lift it with one hand, this was definitely a problem. He tried with two hands and wielding it became easier. It was clear that he wouldn't be able to use Stormcaller and Skypiercer at the same time. Damn, this thing is heavy. It is an Overlord Profound Blade and you're in the late Sky Profound realm, it's to be expected. Aerion took out the 10 Earth Profound swords he stole from the Heavenly Sword Villa and dumped them into the forge. I want Profound Beast cores, not weapons. The forge followed his wishes and created 10 Earth Profound Beast cores. Aerion put them into his Sky Poison Pearl. The reason why he wanted Beast cores was Demon and Regal, he simply wanted them to get stronger. Demon stared at an Earth Profound core. Then he decided to touch it with his paw. After finding out that he can get stronger from it, he didn't hesitate to consume it. It took some time since it was a huge beast core but, he did it. Regal started to catch on to what Demon was doing so he grabbed a beast core for himself. Demon looked at him and grabbed 5 cores for himself. In response to Demon, Regal took the remaining 3. They seemed to come upon an agreement. I deserve 6 since I'm stronger than you. Humph, you can have 6 but I'll still surpass you with just 4. Then they saw a dozen more profound beast cores appear. A day later. Aerion was getting tired of the Heaven Basin's secret realm. He was all alone, constantly fighting beasts and collecting medical plants which looked like they could be something special. Even the most irrational and powerful beasts sprinted away as fast as they could when they saw Aerion. His killing intent sent shivers down their spines. Aerion had killed thousands of beasts in the dungeon so his killing intent has developed. It wasn't very strong, but it could still frighten most beasts below the Sky Profound realm. He laid down on the floor after a whole day of constant fighting. If he were to sell all of the cores he collected, he would be the richest man in the entire Blue Wind Empire. But, money was the least of his problems. Jasmine, wake me up if any beast dares to approach. Aerion woke up 3 hours later and he was surprised by the fact that nothing went anywhere near him. This was probably due to the fact that he had slain a large number of beasts and the ones who were still alive probably ran as far as they could. Aerion decided to fly around and look for some strong beasts. Eventually, he found one. But the beast wasn't alone. Is that Xia Qingyue? It is, Jasmine responded. That's got to be at least a Sky Profound beast. Aerion got closer. Do you need my help? You can fly. Xia Qingyue ignored his question. Yes, I can. How is that even possible, Xia Qingyue thought. There is no way he went from Spirit Profound 5 to Sky Profound in just over a week. Unless he got extremely lucky and found something truly heaven-defying. Damn you girl, to ignore this mighty beast is a deed worthy of death. Be silent, unless you want to die early. Aerion looked down at the beast and his lilac eyes glowed with supreme power. The Sky Profound beast felt their difference in strength and backed down. He didn't dare to even move. One small mistake and his life would truly be over. It's been a while, Xia Qingyue. It has. Would you mind accompanying me? My first day in this realm was rather dull. Not at all. Alright, then. Let's explore. Exploring the Heaven Basin secret realm with a beauty beside you was a huge upgrade from being alone. Although she wasn't very talkative, it was better than nothing. Xia Qingyue wanted to find more about Aerion since he's a very interesting person. In a world where most people have black hair and black eyes, a silver-haired Targaryen would stand out like a moon during the night. There hasn't been one person like him. Xia Qingyue drew to the conclusion that he's not from this world. Could he be from the realm of the gods? Are you from another world? Aerion nodded. Of course, it's a world where there is no such thing as cultivation. A world without cultivation, how is that even possible? And that means that he must have worked even harder than everyone else. When did you appear in this world? A year and 2 months ago. He reached Sky Profound in a year and 2 months. Xia Qingyue couldn't believe it. Who the hell is he? The more she found out, the more mysterious he seemed to be. It should be the other way around. She had been constantly praised for her fast progress in the Frozen Cloud Immortal Palace by everyone, but today she found out that there was a man who progressed 1,000 times faster than she did. She could see it in his face and realized that there was no way Aerion would lie about his strength. Xia Qingyue felt severely humbled even though that wasn't Arion's intention. He was merely telling the truth. Aerion and Xia Qingyue traveled together in the Endless Heaven Basin secret realm until they were sent back to the Heavenly Sword Villa. By the end, Xia Qingyue was slightly warmer to Aerion and more responsive than before, but it wasn't a very noticeable difference. Rays of light started appearing in the Heavenly Sword Villa. One by one, the members of the top 10 ranked sects appeared. There was a conflict between the Heavenly Sword Villa and Shao sect almost immediately. Your elder attacked my eldest son and his bird stole the sword Junlong graciously crafted. What do you have to say in your defense? Ling Yifeng roared. What, sword? Shao Juetian couldn't speak properly due to his shock. He didn't know about anything. Why would his elder do such a thing? Oh, my son, are you alright? Ling Yufeng went over to Ling Yun immediately after hearing what her husband stated. Yes, I'm well. If it weren't for Junlong interfering and killing your elder, my son would have died. This, I don't know, the Shao sect would never do such a thing. Ling Yufeng looked at Shao Juetian, Shao sect's master, and then to her husband. The Shao sect must be severely punished for this act. No, whatever my elder did, please forgive his sins. The Shao sect's master bowed down, but due to his wife's influence, Ling Yifeng still had to give out a punishment that would impact the Shao sect for a long time. Otherwise, his wife would be very displeased and he didn't want that. No. It is too late for that. From now on, the Shao sect will be permanently banned from the Blue Wind ranking tournament. Do you have the sword? No. Very well, you may leave and never return. Aerion looked at the Shao sect's members with a face of disgust. Their acts are truly unforgivable. Good acting, Aerion. They were kicked out of the Sword Villa like trash. After knowing the truth, every single person in the Sword Villa despised the Shao sect. Aerion was the hero who saved the day while the Shao sect were the evildoers who almost succeeded in slaying the young master of the Sword Villa. Aerion unintentionally ruined the Shao sect for centuries, and perhaps even millennia, to come. How unfortunate for them. After the Shao sect members were kicked out, Aerion got a lot of attention. He killed the elder himself. How is that even possible? Aerion smiled. This was the moment he was waiting for. To show off in front of everyone. Aerion flew up to about 20 meters above the ground and spoke with a loud voice so that everyone could hear. The truth is, my cultivation strength is currently at Sky Profound 7. Sky Profound 7. This shocked everyone who heard it, and there was no doubt the news would spread far and wide. Soon everyone will know. This news even surprised Xia Qingyue, who knew he was in the Sky Profound realm. She expected him to be somewhere in the beginning stages, not the 7th level. Tai Wentian himself was shocked for a whole minute. Was he hiding his true strength this whole time? Then he shook his head. No, he must have found some sort of heaven-defying pill. No matter how he gained his cultivation strength, Tai Wentian was proud of his son-in-law. So he defeated a peak Sky Profound elder at the 7th stage. Such battle power. A Heavenly Sword Villa disciple stated. Ling Kun approached Ling Yifeng and they moved to a more private place, away from the crowd. Did you see Junlong fight the elder? Yes, and he handled him with ease. Not only that, I sensed a tyrant profound beast, but suddenly it vanished. It was as if it was killed, and I felt profound energy similar to Junlong's in the area. Are you suggesting Junlong killed it himself? It sounds impossible, but who else could have possibly killed it? The ability to ascend a whole 2 realms, especially from Sky to Overlord Profound, is unheard of. But so is a person with silver hair and purple eyes. If he truly killed the beast, then I fear for the future of the other sacred grounds. Ha ha ha. But won't the Sword Master become envious and slay him once he becomes too powerful? It would be a shame if such a virtuous boy were to die. That is a problem for another time. Right, it's time to show the ceiling of the demon. Agreed. Ling Yifeng reluctantly nodded. Chapter 47. Ling Kun gave a speech about how dangerous demons are, what to do when you see one, and how this demon could bring calamity upon the entire Sky Profound continent. Aerion was rather shocked. How could one person possibly bring calamity upon the whole continent when there are at least a dozen sovereign 10 sacred ground experts? Has this demon reached a stage beyond, or is Ling Kun just exaggerating? This demon sure does sound frightening. Tai Qin commentated. I doubt he can do much, considering the fact that he's sealed. Aerion replied. What if something went wrong and he went on a rampage? If that were to happen, Xia, then I don't think we'd live to see tomorrow, but I doubt that will happen. Ling Kun is an elder from the Heavenly Mighty Sword region. He knows what he's doing. I hope so. He tried to attack one of us, but his weak attacks were in vain. To some disciples his desperate and hopeless actions were amusing. Their laughter fueled his rage and in turn the strength of his gravitational force. He was aiming to take one of them, just one, and he'd be satisfied. A calamity weakened to this level, the seal must be quite strong, Aerion thought. Well? Are you done, Demon King? Ha ha ha, you are so pathetic in your current state. It is truly humorous. Ling Kun stated. Damn you, dog, if I were at my full strength I would crush you to pieces. But you are not. Now, be a good demon and shut your mouth, as I do not wish to hear any more from you. Ling Kun finished strengthening the seal and the demon was sent back to where he came from. And that was that. It was time to return home. For Aerion, this journey to the Heavenly Sword Villa was a huge success. He found Izanami, gained a valuable and strong relationship with the Sword Villa, forged a tyrant profound blade, gathered countless beast cores, had a ton of breakthroughs, found the water seed, won the tournament and drastically increased his personal renown. So you're leaving? Ling Yun asked. Aerion nodded. Yes, I am. Well, you're welcome to return any time you wish. I'll make good use of that privilege in the future. Unfortunately, for now, it is goodbye. Aerion replied as he turned to the gate. Farewell, Jun Long. Aerion left the Heavenly Sword Villa and continued onwards to the noble rogue sect. But before he started the journey, he wanted to form some sort of agreement with the Frozen Cloud Immortal Palace. So he approached their group, the 2 fairies to be exact, before they left. I would like to ask a question. Go on, ask. Chu Yueli replied. Would it be possible for me to visit the Frozen Cloud Immortal Palace? No. Aerion was crestfallen when he heard her reply. But a few seconds later, he recovered. What can a Frozen Cloud Immortal Palace do to stop him if he really came there without permission? The 7 fairies. He has the battle power of an overlord. If he really wanted to, he could just stroll right in. The only reason he wanted to visit the Frozen Cloud Immortal Palace was Izanami. Nothing else there even remotely interested him, apart from Xia Qingyue, of course. Her power was intriguing and her beauty was on a whole new level, but her personality, there was much to be desired. Aerion simply doesn't like ice-cold and emotionless women. I understand, I'll just have to come uninvited. You wouldn't dare. She replied. To visit Lai Mei, I wouldn't mind crushing your entire sect. Aerion said nonchalantly. Aerion was merely exaggerating, he wouldn't commit such an action. He obviously wouldn't do it since it's been, most likely, Izanami's home for a year. Why would he destroy it? He only said this to show how serious he was, that he wasn't joking around. Chu Yuechan and Xia Qingyue watched everything unfold. About Izanami, she was nowhere to be seen. You have the ability? Humph, we would crush you instead. Aerion smirked. Try me. Such arrogance, I shall teach you a lesson. She drew her sword and slashed towards Aerion. He stepped to the side and chuckled. Their cultivation strength was the same, but Aerion was significantly stronger due to many reasons. One of the main reasons is that he has the veins which mix the evil heretic god's legacy with his fire dragon and azure dragon legacies. He was naturally superior. You strike quickly, but you'll need to be at least twice as fast to land a hit on me. What? Impossible. Ice lotuses appeared and they were sent in his direction. With a simple fire breath, the lotuses were no more. The battle wasn't even fair, it made Aerion realize how far he had come since he had been frozen in the Frozen Cloud Immortal Palace. Chu Yueli was finding out herself that she was no match for the young noble rogue disciple. Once Aerion saw her change, he finally spoke. You didn't even ask me why I wanted to visit, and simply declined. Believe me, I have no malicious intent whatsoever. I haven't properly spoken to Lai Mei for a year or so, I merely wish for the ability to visit her once in a while. Is that so? Nothing more. Yes. Chu Yueli turned to her sister, Chu Yuechan. What do you think, sister? It might be possible. We can authorize one visit, but multiple visits, that kind of decision cannot be made by us. Aerion nodded. I understand, then would it be a problem if I were to travel to the Frozen Cloud Immortal Palace with your group? You can come along, as long as you don't disturb us. Chu Yueli stated. You need not worry about that. So you're not going straight to the noble rogue sect? Tai Wentian asked. Yes. Very well, though, I would like to ask a question before you go with to Frozen Cloud Immortal Palace. And what is that question, Grandmaster? Never mind, you may go. Before I go, I would like to do something really quickly, stay still. Alright. Aerion used the Sky Poison Pearl and opened all 54 profound entrances for Tai Wentian. This was Aerion's reward for training him. Surprisingly, Tai Wentian already had about 40 profound entrances open. He has decent talent, Jasmine stated. You opened all of my profound entrances. He spoke in disbelief. Make good use of this gift. He can open profound entrances as well. Is there anything he can't do? Tai Wentian thought. Aerion told Tai Qin and Tai Xia that he wasn't going directly to the noble rogue sect with them. Tai Qin understood while Tai Xia needed some convincing. But it worked out in the end. Before leaving, Aerion opened both Tai Qinn's and Tai Xia's profound entrances. Tai Xia is his fiancé and Tai Qinn is going to be his brother-in-law, which meant that they had to be strong and be able to protect themselves. After an intensive 6-hour flight, the fairies needed some time to rest. After all, they had to fly themselves and the 3 other disciples at once. Aerion flew by himself, 100 meters ahead of the Frozen Cloud Immortal Palace group. They all temporarily camped. The fairies looked tired while Aerion looked like he didn't fly at all. All that just to have the ability to come and visit. You're such an idiot. Izanami said after they landed. Ha ha ha. Aerion laughed. And where were you when I had the minor scuffle with Chuyueli? I was busy meditating. It would have been far easier if you had been there. That is true, so what's your story? Aerion took a deep breath. Are you sure you want to hear it? It's quite lengthy. You tell yours and I'll tell mine after. Alright. At first, it was only Izanami listening, but since the other ladies didn't have anything to do, they joined in. Aerion didn't mind, as long as they didn't interrupt. He mischanged the parts that made him look bad or were unnecessary. So, Tai Wentian decided to release the Wind God's domain. Let's just say I didn't have a very good time. But it all worked out as I broke through to Spirit Profound 5. Then we traveled to the Sword Villa, and that's when the Blue Wind ranking tournament started. As you all know, I won it with ease. Then Tai Xia talked about how she ended up in the Frozen Cloud Immortal Palace. Apparently, she woke up in the region and, after 2 of freezing, the palace found Izanami and took her in. The Frozen Cloud Immortal Palace was made to help ill-fated girls, after all. Aerion started to respect the palace as he found out more about it. Then they continued the journey and ended up at the Frozen Cloud Immortal Palace in 8 hours. Aerion decided to be nice and charitable by lending some of his profound energy. He just wanted to get there faster. Welcome back, fairies, Xie Qingyue, Lai Mei, Shui Wushuang, and, who is that? A senior disciple asked. The one and only, June Long. Aerion replied charismatically. June, who? TSK, 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 she doesn't even know who I am. You'll find out soon enough. They walked inside the palace and went over to speak with the palace mistress. So you would like to have access to the palace? Gong Yuxian, the palace mistress asked. Aerion nodded. It would be very convenient. Gong Yuxian had heard of Aerion's strength from Chuyueli and Chuyuechan. Apparently, he was stronger than both of them combined, without even trying. If they were to make an enemy out of him, a 17-year-old with the battle power of at least Emperor Profound 1, then it might lead to the palace's demise. Besides, what's the worst that can happen if he's allowed inside? Very well, I hereby grant you the right to entire the Frozen Cloud Immortal Palace at will and the rank of Guest Elder. Thank you, you won't regret this. Guest Elder means that you are a protector of the sect that visits from time to time. It was perfect. Aerion was glad that things went so smoothly. Izanami gave him a tour and showed him where he was going to stay. It was a decent room with ice-cold air which was beneficial for cultivating the frozen cloud arts. If Aerion didn't have the water seed, then it would have taken him a while to get comfortable. It was pretty late, so Aerion said goodbye to Izanami and sat down. He closed his eyes and started to gather profound energy. Meanwhile, he was also in his inner realm. You're going to visit the higher floors, aren't you? The dragon said. Aerion nodded. Of course, I wonder what loot I'll find. Hopefully, it's not just gold. Aerion opened the gates and walked in. He looked around and saw the icy floor 5. I won't be here for much longer. Aerion flew and reached the boss room in no time. Crimson Demon Slash. Aerion charged up a Crimson Demon Slash on his hand and let it go with a simple wave of his hand. Every golem was obliterated the moment the slash reached them. The Ice Dragon and Ice Queen were easily defeated. Then, Aerion unlocked the doors to the 6th floor. Chapter 48. Aerion entered a world of endless water. He stood on the only piece of land in the world, the island. This island only had one landmark, its active volcano. The island had almost no signs of life. There wasn't a single tree, animal, or even flower. The only thing that inhabited this island were spirits which were long dead. These spirits were extremely vengeful and dark. Aerion observed the spirits which were in front of him. Vengeful fire spirits, their battle power ranges from Emperor Profound 1 to Emperor Profound 7. Living thing, I want to live, die. The spirit released a wall of flames in Aerion's direction. Aerion didn't even move, the flames were far too weak to injure him. His fire seed took away the fire element of the attack, and the only thing that remained was a pitiful Emperor Profound 1 wave. How pitiful, you can barely speak. Allow me to end your suffering. Mighty wind slash. The slash hit the spirit but, nothing happened. It went straight through. What in seven hells? Pitiful, physical, attack. Physical. That's right, spirits aren't affected by physical attacks since they don't have a body. How foolish of me. Let's try this again. Ghost flames. The fire spirit was instantly purified by Aerion's ghost flame. A loud scream filled the island and the fire spirits began to gather around Aerion. 1,000, 100, 200, 600, 1,000, 10,000. So many, where did you all come from? Dragon, go, die. The ground exploded with the fire created from the fire spirits. Aerion flew away, high into the sky. He looked down and saw a colossal fireball flying towards him from the ground. Although the spirits spoke like they were idiots, they were smart enough to combine their strength so that they could create attacks that could actually harm Aerion. Aerion was going to dodge to his left but then something kicked him down, straight into the fire. Something did kick him but when he looked up, nothing was there. Aerion activated Draconic Heart and formed silver scales on his left hand. Heaven-absorbing silver claw. He absorbs the entire fireball in 20 seconds. Aerion fell to the ground right after. That attack could have easily killed a low-tier overlord. These spirits are truly troublesome. Aerion jumped up and drew Stormcaller. Wind started to gather from the profound energy in the environment. Aerion remembered that its three words were fire, dragon, and soul. Spirits are souls, are they not? Aerion charged the sword with the profound energy he got from the fireball while flying closer to the water. The spirits followed. A very situational profound skill. At last, I can use it. Kill, kill, kill. Aerion channeled some more profound energy, converted it into wind and slashed down towards the water with Stormcaller. Wind God's Art, 7th stage, sky-piercing hurricane. Boom. The water was sucked in and from it appeared a huge pure, white hurricane. The clouds cleared and the spirits weren't so enthusiastic about the idea of chasing Aerion anymore. Begone. Aerion aimed the sky-piercing hurricane at the island and the spirits. The spirits tried their best to escape but it was simply impossible. The hurricane sucked in every single spirit and began to slice them into countless pieces, causing them to disintegrate into nothing. Surprisingly, the island itself wasn't affected at all. Aerion breathed heavily for a solid minute. This sky-piercing hurricane is not something to be taken lightly, Aerion thought to himself. He activated his Sharingan in hopes of finding the thing that kicked him. Turns out that thing was right behind him. He observed it and found out what it was. You can see me. So it was you, a mere tyrant profound one, fire shadow. Mere. How dare y dash. Bye. Ghost flames. After that, Aerion went over and harvested the gold from the spirits and fire shadow. Over 10,000 fire spirits, let's just say he earned a fortune. About 3 million, to be exact. Each spirit gave around 300 gold. Aerion flew to the volcano since it was the most obvious place for the boss to be in. Once he reached his destination, he saw one fire demon. He had the strength of a tyrant profound 3 cultivator. Unlike the fire spirits, he did have a physical body. I won't let you go any further. Is that so? Yes, it is so. Now leave before I cut you down. You should give me a good fight. Draconic Heart, Sharingan. So you refuse to leave? Then you shall die. The fire demon created a sword out of pure fire. Once the sword formed from the fire, it was just a plain black sword. There was nothing special about it. Aerion drew Stormcaller and blocked the fire demon's first attack. The wind around Stormcaller started to sharpen its blade, crack, crack. Shatter. The black blade was shattered into dozens of pieces. Aerion tightened his grip and charged up a crimson demon slash. Black and red flames combined with the clear white wind and surged rapidly in size. Crimson Wind Demon Slash. Boom. The demon was obliterated by the Crimson Demon Slash, there was nothing left of him. If he were to use this in the real world then he could cause some serious destruction. Looks like you died instead. Then the volcano erupted and from its fire grew 7 fire demons. Above them stood a man in red and white robes with fire patterns. He had long white hair and red eyes. He didn't look like a demon at all, he resembled a human. He looked like a very handsome man, to be exact. He held a very powerful-looking katana with one hand, in a reversed grip. At last, someone has come, I've waited for years, he said. Aerion observed the white-haired person. Name, Heavenly Fire Demon. Age, 150, looks about 20. Strength, Tyrant Profound 7, Suppressed, Divine Origin, Prime. Backstory: formerly a being of great strength, a demon whom many feared and some admired. He was a legendary figure from where he came from, a genius that only 8 other beings from his world could ever hope to match. He founded an entire clan and created all of its profound skills that could never be replaced, even 100 years after his supposed death. He and the other 8 beings simply vanished and were never seen again, a true mystery. He reached the very peak of his martial world when he was just 50 years old. The fire demons didn't attack, they merely looked at their leader and awaited his command. I have been chained to this damned island for so long, I would be very grateful if you could break my chains. How can I break your chains, when you, someone stronger than me, can't do it? These chains were made by a being far stronger than me, but before he left me to rot, he told me that one day a person will come and that person will break my chains with ease. I hope that the person he spoke of was you. And if I can break your so-called chains, what do I get out of it? My undying loyalty, if you can defeat me. Aerion was confident that he'd be able to beat him if he activated Purgatory, and he needed to defeat him anyway to progress to the next floor. The heavenly fire demon's chains formed once Aerion got close. There was a lock and it was the same as the entrance to the dungeon. Aerion used his dungeon ring to unlock the heavenly fire demon's chains. Instantly, the 7 fire demons were consumed by him and his power increased by a substantial amount. Not bad, Sir Heavenly Fire Demon. Soon you will serve me with undying loyalty. Not once did I bow to anyone, today I will defeat you and be free from this world. He raised his left hand and a large ball of pure fire and darkness formed in seconds. He threw this ball down to Aerion. Star God's broken shadow. Aerion appeared right in front of the heavenly fire demon and aimed to slice his arm off. The heavenly fire demon blocked the strike with ease. It was clear to Aerion that this demon wasn't any ordinary being. The demon punched Aerion straight in the balls, which caused Aerion to react and let go of Stormcaller. The demon stabbed Aerion and punched him straight in the face, sending him flying into the volcano. Such a demonic fighting style, scary. My precious and pure balls, how evil is he? Aerion found himself in lava, which didn't harm him thanks to the fire seed. In fact, it energized him. What would have taken a man minutes to recover from, Aerion took 10 seconds. Aerion flew straight up with great fury after he recovered. The heavenly demon flew straight down towards him at lightning-fast speeds, he grabbed him by the face and drained him for 2 seconds. Then he sent him flying back down with a mighty kick. Not only that, he threw his katana at him. Aerion landed on the rocky ground and then the sword stabbed him straight in the heart. He felt so tired and weak, the demon charged up another large ball of energy, this time Aerion wouldn't be able to evade it. It's all over for you. The demon sent the large ball of red energy towards Aerion. Boom. The heavenly fire demon was certain that he won and was quite pleased to know that he was truly free. The being who sealed him said that he would be able to leave the island once he defeated the person who broke his chains. Then he realized that he couldn't leave, this could only mean that, then a loud and thunderous voice filled the entire world. Where do you think you are going? Chapter 49. A wall of flame surrounded Aerion, the image of the crimson dragon appearing behind him. Crimson and silver scales appeared all around his body. Wings made of pure fire sprouted from his back. The fire transformed into real, dragon wings. The outline was made of silver scales while the inside was crimson flesh. His transformation continued as he grew 2 horns and a crimson tail which had a silver spike at the very end. Both of his eyes glowed red with fury and bloodlust. He looked straight up. It was at this moment, the heavenly fire demon knew he was in for a severe beating. Aerion exploded towards the heavenly fire demon before he could even react. He impaled the demon with his claws and kicked the demon down. Aerion dived towards the demon and grabbed the demon's head before he could land. Once they reached the ground, Aerion continuously smashed the demon's head against the hard ground. I yield. Aerion didn't respond as he continued to beat down on the broken demon. He grabbed him by his long hair and sent him flying into the sky. Then he charged an extremely powerful crimson demon wave which was being charged by both of his hands, horns and wings. He was going to release the crimson demon wave which could easily kill weak monarchs, but he didn't. He regained control of himself and absorbed the crimson demon wave. The demon landed at his feet seconds later. You didn't kill me. No, I have decided to spare you. Why? Aerion's voice was cold and authoritative as he answered the heavenly fire demon's question. Because you will serve me from this day forth, until your very last breath. The heavenly fire demon quickly recovered and bent his knee. You are the one and only person who has defeated me and gained my respect, I will do as you wish from this day forward, until my very last breath. Aerion's scales fell, his horns disappeared, his wings reignited and the fire faded, his tail retracted and he fell to the ground. The next thing Aerion saw was flames, a dragon dream? He thought. The flames began to form a fortress, where a decisive battle was taking place. Thousands of cultivators, both young and old, fought against each other. 3 different armies fought against one. The battle was clearly one-sided, the green-robed army could barely hold up despite their far superior weaponry, they were outnumbered by a large amount. Then, when the battle was just about to end, the green-robed army gained hope. A silver-haired figure appeared. He finished off most of the opposition of the green-robed army with just a few strikes and then he moved on to the alliance's leader. Roshas, today is the day I make you suffer. Aerion had a long clash with the powerful leader who was supposedly possessed by Roshas. Their battle shook both the earth and heavens. But in the end, Aerion won, but his victory came at a great cost, he lost his eyesight. A green-robed man approached the weakened Aerion. His eyes glowed dark green and a grin surfaced on his rather average face. Wentian. Thank you for helping me become the overlord, Aerion. He stabbed Aerion and killed him. Then Aerion saw Roshas conquer, burn and destroy everything in the profound sky continent. Then he saw the whole world and everyone he knew burn, and he couldn't do anything about it. Aerion jolted as if he'd seen a nightmare. Then, after realizing everything was fine, he calmed down and his heavy breathing began to lighten. Instantly, Aerion began analyzing the scene which had been shown to him. Green robes, Wentian, heavenly mighty sword region. Xianyuan Wentian. 3 sacred grounds against one, the one I joined. Perhaps Roshas had dominated the other 3 and the sword region was my last option. Which meant that Roshas had declared war and I began to arm the sword region with stronger swords. Then, in the very end, I was betrayed by Xianyuan Wentian. This is very, very troubling, Aerion thought. All 4 sacred grounds against me, which means most of the world was against me. What does one do when the world is against them? Aerion asked Jasmine as he was seeking an answer. Jasmine was sleeping, again. Aerion sighed as he laid back on the bed. Then the heavenly fire demon appeared before him and answered the simple question. What does one do when the world is against them, you ask? You deny the world for what it is and bend it to your will. Such wise words. Aerion made sure to take note. Deny the world, that is what I'll do. I won't let Roshas conquer and burn this world, no matter how many people he possesses. Still, even if I don't join the sword region, Roshas will take over the sacred grounds one way or another. I must prepare, and become stronger. Aerion stood up, his determination to get stronger was never more apparent. He had a duty to get as strong as possible and prevent the dark future that was shown by the dragon dream from ever happening. Aerion left his icy room and walked out, the heavenly fire demon returned to Aerion's inner world. He saw Izanami at his door. Oh, I was about to knock. Izanami, I'm sorry. Sorry for what? Aerion looked at her, his eyes filled with both anger and sadness at the same time. He saw the vision again, the whole world and his only relatives burning while Roshas laughing like he was having the time of his life. That was the reason why he was angry, the reason why he was sad was that he couldn't be with Izanami. Unless, she goes with him. But that was an outcome he didn't see happening. I must go. The frozen cloud immortal palace was strong but it wasn't his home, his place was with the noble rogue sect. Although the noble rogue sect was weaker, it had a higher potential. He could get personal, harder missions through the Grandmaster himself. The noble rogue sect gathers tons of information every day, there must be some evil that is far stronger than the noble rogue sect and only Aerion himself could handle it. He could also become a master and boost the sect's strength, no, it was his duty to do so, for he's the future Grandmaster. Where do you have to go? Back to the noble rogue sect. Then I'm coming with you. You can't. I will. Aerion sighed, this was going to be difficult. How would Tai Xia and Tai Wentian react? Aerion had spent a few days in the frozen cloud immortal palace. Most of the time had been spent meditating and hunting in the dungeon but he did spend some time with Izanami. He tried to convince her not to come with him as he might cause problems for her in the future but he couldn't change her mind. Nothing can stop Izanami when she wants to do something. Izanami asked the palace master and her temporary leave was permitted. Give me your hand. Aerion finally said. How charming of you to ask. Ah, yes, forgive me. Will you give me your hand? Of course. Aerion held hands with Izanami and they flew towards the noble rogue sect. It was slightly more tiring flying another person but Aerion managed to keep a good pace. He didn't go directly to the noble rogue sect, he wanted to settle matters with a certain evil sect first. What's with the rush, anyway? I saw a vision, one I wish I didn't see. And you want to prevent it from happening? Of course. Usually, trying to prevent a vision causes it to happen. Aerion let those heart-piercing words sink in and then he reluctantly shook his head. Usually, not always, not this time. It only took 2 days to arrive at the gates of the infernal demon sect. Aerion explained why they were going there and what he was going to do. The Demon King had humiliated him so badly when he was weak, now it was time for him to humiliate the Demon King. Not only that, it was time for the sinful sect to perish and never be seen again. Bang! Aerion smashed the gates open. Izanami, stay back. How dare you smash our precious gate? Who the hell do you think you are? June Long. Slash. In a mere instant, the elder lost his head. I'm not staying back, Izanami replied. Aerion rolled his eyes. Heavenly Fire Demon, take care of her. As you wish. A dozen infernal demon sect members approached. Aerion drew Sky Piercer and began to slaughter every single infernal demon sect member he could see. Aerion could have used one large attack and destroyed the entire sect, but he thought about the victims of the sect. What if there were some innocent civilians who had been forcefully brought here? So, he exterminated the sect the old-fashioned way. He began to kill infernal demon sect members, one by one. The Heavenly Fire Demon's job was to protect Izanami, which led to him needing to kill a few of them as well. Aerion was slowly making his way to the center of the sect, looking for the Demon King. Come out, you damn coward. You dare call yourself Demon King when you're afraid of me, a disciple. At last, the Demon King arrived and faced Aerion. It's you, you're courting death. No, not this time. Aerion smiled. Slash. Aerion cut off one of the Demon King's arms before he could even react, the difference in strength was simply too much. Ho, how did you get so strong? I can't believe that you, an old bag of trash, actually defeated me once. I'm truly ashamed of myself. Still, I was a mere novice, so your victory doesn't really count. Nor does it matter now, for you are going to die. Star God's broken shadow. Aerion impaled the Demon King, Shaoli, with Sky Piercer and kicked him to the floor. Who's laughing now? Oh. I asked who's laughing now. The Demon King tried to grab his sword, but Aerion kicked it away. This is the end for you, wretched creature, no matter how hard you try to resist. Aerion took out Sky Piercer and purified its glorious blade with his profound energy. Then he put it back into his spatial ring and opened his palm. A ball of black and red fire started to rapidly grow in size. I hope you find yourself facing the worst the Seven Hells has to offer in the afterlife. Crimson Demon Wave. Aerion finished off the infernal demon sect's members and rescued every victim he could find, though there weren't that many. They were very grateful for his efforts. Then he moved on to the vault and cleared it once again. He had encountered a large number of earth-profound cultivators in the massacre, but it mattered not, they were only ants to him. Now, there was only one thing left to do. He told Izanami to get out of the way as he charged up an earth-decimating tornado. He made the tornado go all around the sect, breaking every single building. You will be my key to conquering this world, and I shall be your key to the divine way you wanted to reach so much. All you have to do is submit to me, Huangji Wuyu. The divine way, you can help me reach it? Yes. The Saint Emperor thought about it for a while and then he decided against it. No, I won't accept an offer from the devil. Is that so? Then I will find a powerful monarch who will. After reaching the divine way in the monarch's body, I will destroy you and your precious little region. But, I'd prefer that monarch would be you. Don't be a fool, we can benefit each other. Don't you want to stand on the very top of the sky profound continent, as its undisputed overlord? Yes, but I dash. You can't even decide for yourself, allow me to make it easier for you. Roshas left the body of the elder he had possessed and forced his way into the Saint Emperor. Huangji Wuyu resisted Roshas quite well at first, but Roshas was relentless. It took him a very long time, but the Saint Emperor finally gave in. His eyes turned dark green and he grinned. I never thought a mere mortal could resist me for so long, very impressive. Chapter 50. So that's how it is. The Grandmaster said. So, is it alright if she stays? Of course, as long as you take care of Xia, you can have as many as 7 wives. 7. I never said anything about Seve dash. The thing is, you are a great talent that will no doubt attract many beautiful women. There is also no doubt that you too, will be attracted to a few of those beautiful women. It is completely natural, it would have only been a matter of time. I see, why 7 specifically, 1 for every day of the week? Tai Wentian nodded. Yes. Aerion was dumbfounded, 1 for every day of the week. Where is the day for rest? Then he remembered that the divine Phoenix Emperor had over 460 wives. That man must truly be busy. Before I let you go, it's time for you to become a master. Not an elder. Well, you won't be any ordinary master. You just don't fit the age requirement for the rank of elder, ahaha. But you still have more power than everyone else but myself. I understand. Tai Xia and Izanami seemed to get along quite well, after several days. Aerion was joyful as he liked them both and didn't want to see them fight each other. His marriage with Tai Xia was going to be in 3 months, which meant that he had a lot of time to prepare. Aerion opened Rob's and Izanami's profound entrances, and after he was done, he decided it was time to advance his own cultivation strength. What are you going to do next? Jasmine asked. A lot of training. You never rest, do you? Never, I won't rest until I return to Westeros and reclaim what rightfully belongs to me. Until you? Until I reach the divine way, of course. At the rate that you're progressing, it should only take you a few years. But that will only be the beginning. The beginning? You mean the stage beyond Sovereign isn't the last stage? No, it's far from it. Far from it. Aerion walked into the training pavilion and quickly found himself a private room on the higher floors. Just before he could open the door to his room, a short and young initiate approached him. Senior brother June, can you share the room with your junior? No. Please, I really need to get stronger. I want to be like you one day, handsome and strong, but I simply don't have the talent nor do I have the resources. So I always had to make up for it with hard work, but even then, I'm just a trash noble rogue sect disciple. That's a very deep story, but there's no way I'm sharing a room with a disciple I barely know. I can help in other ways, though. I can't give you my cultivation room, but I can give you something far better. And what could possibly be better? Your own room. Aerion handed the disciple some money and entered his cultivation room. Thank you, senior. So, Jasmine, are you going to teach me anything? You are fine as is, there's no need for this princess to teach you anything. That's a bit disappointing, are you sure? If you truly want something to learn, then travel to the 10,000 beast range and attempt to comprehend the 5th and 6th stages of the World Ode of the Phoenix. 5th and 6th. What about the first 4 stages? They belong to the Divine Phoenix Empire. The Divine Phoenix Empire, the strongest nation in the Sky Profound continent. It's trash compared to any one of the 4 great sacred grounds, but it's far stronger than the other 6 nations. Damn it. Looks like I won't have a use for my Phoenix Flames for a while. It is possible to comprehend the 5th and 6th stages without the first 4, but it won't be easy. Then I might have to consider going to this 10,000 beast range. But not after I reach Emperor Profound. Aerion relaxed and closed his eyes. Aerion saw the dragon and heavenly fire demon. So, you have a new companion. The dragon commentated. Yeah. I hope you two can get along. You have a whole realm inside of you, and that realm connects you to different worlds. The realm can also store and bring out people from those different worlds. I've never heard of such a heavenly ability, at least where I come from. The heavenly fire demon stated after he analyzed the dungeon door. Looks like he did a bit of exploring while I was out cold. I doubt anyone has it but myself. Anyway, heavenly fire demon, let's go to floor 6. Floor 6. The island with an active volcano, the place where I found you. Ah, so that's floor 6. Congratulations. You have cleared the 6th floor and earned yourself a very strong companion. You also gained Weapon Upgrade X2, Emperor Profound, Heavenly Cultivation Pill X100, Earth Profound, Heavenly Cultivation Pill X5, Emperor Profound, and the first 4 stages of the World Ode of the Phoenix. New mission, defeat F7 boss. Reward, Heavenly Cultivation Pill X1, Divine Origin, World Transportation Portal and a Divine Origin weapon. Once he saw the rewards, he laughed. There he thought he had to fly over to the Divine Phoenix sect and sneak in to get the first 4 stages. Now, the first 4 stages are right in front of him. World Transportation Portal, that piqued his interests. Could it be the thing that brings him back to Westeros? Aerion unlocked the dungeon and entered floor 6. The fire spirits had been resurrected, but they looked less keen to attack him than before. Aerion and the heavenly fire demon slew about 1,000 of them before reaching the volcano. He gazed down at the magma of the volcano, which later erupted upwards. For some reason, he just zoomed out and stared at the beautiful red lava which could easily kill anyone below the Emperor Profound realm. Then he got an idea. Is it possible for me to cultivate in the volcano? Aerion asked the heavenly fire demon. Yes, if you can live through the fire. It would be far better than ordinary cultivation due to the large density of fire profound energy. Then let's hop right in. Aerion stopped flying and dived straight in. He swam to the very bottom, where the fire profound energy was mostly concentrated. The heavenly fire demon seemed to be immune to the lava himself. Aerion wasn't surprised since the heavenly demon had spent most of his time inside of the volcano until he came and removed his chains. This kind of progress, it is beyond my wildest imagination. Ah, I can feel it as well. I can finally regain my old strength, now that my chains are broken. And, eventually, ascend even further. Heavenly Fire Demon, do you have any powerful profound skills? Perhaps, why do you ask? I wish to learn some new skills since I'm going to be here for 2 to 3 months. Ah, I see. So you wish to be my disciple? Well, not a disciple per se, more like a... I wouldn't mind having a disciple as talented as you, it's decided. You are talented enough to learn all of my techniques, but we need to start somewhere. I'll give you 3 options, healing, ranged attacks or melee attacks. Healing. Very well, let's begin, disciple. You heal people with fire? Yes, as long as you can form and control the flame properly, watch. The heavenly fire demon slashed Aerion's chest, making a small cut. Then the heavenly fire demon created a small portion of fire on his palm and fired it off towards Aerion. Once it hit Aerion, the bleeding stopped and Aerion felt more energized. Who would have thought that fire can heal people? On a side note, your self-regeneration is truly impressive, why did you choose healing? The heavenly fire demon asked. I wish to heal others. It would be a useful ability to have and could create many opportunities for myself. If someone is dying and you save them from death, then you'll certainly get on their good side. A noble cause indeed. Do you see how fire can heal now? Yes. You see, fire can represent many things. It is most commonly used for destruction, but it can be used to represent rebirth, nirvana as well. Are you ready to learn the technique, disciple? Of course. And so, Aerion began to learn the unorthodox healing method of the heavenly fire demon while his body absorbed the volcano's fire energy and converted it into cultivation strength. It took Aerion a really long time to get the flames not to harm the recipient, even with the use of the Sharingan, and even longer to produce a healing effect. To Aerion, his progress seemed very slow while the heavenly fire demon said it was otherworldly. He also spent a few days mastering the first 4 stages of the World Ode of the Phoenix. A month later. What's your real name? Until this point, I've been calling you Heavenly Fire Demon. But that isn't your real name, right? Well, at the very end, I was the Emperor Heavenly Demon. The Emperor Heavenly Demon? Not the Heavenly Demon Emperor. Interesting. I was born Day Chin, then I changed it to Day Chun when I became a priest, then everything changed when I found a book with a heavenly demon inside of it. We merged together, and that was the end of my old life. Day Chun, a very nice name. How did you become an emperor? I had a conflict with the emperor and his corrupt system, so I fought against it and eventually conquered half the land. I was so close to my goal, but then the War of the 9 Dragons happened. The War of the 9 Dragons. Another month later. Aerion finally reached Sky Profound 10 and his flames could finally heal wounds. The more profound energy he charged, the more he could heal. He was quite proud of himself. Looks like the work paid off, Aerion said as he healed the Emperor Heavenly Demon. Previously, they had an intense spar and Aerion lost. He wasn't the only one who got stronger. The Heavenly Fire Demon reached Tyrant Profound 10. Well, he didn't exactly reach it, it was more like he regained some of his old strength. Fire healing is one of the hardest things to learn, learning my melee and ranged techniques would take far less time. His melee techniques, I do not wish to dabble with such demonic arts and I have a ton of ranged attacks. After seeing Aerion's reaction, the Heavenly Demon laughed. Not all of my attacks involve striking that place, I'll teach you a style that doesn't involve it. 15 days later. You have learnt all of my basic techniques, a solid foundation indeed. Now, all there is to do is master them. Aerion's respect for the Heavenly Fire Demon grew more and more as the days passed. This is what he always needed, a master who could guide him towards the right path in a martial world. Before, all of his attacks were just him attacking with brute force and striking from behind. Now they had a special element to them, speed, fury and surprise. Aerion finally opened his eyes after swallowing the heavenly cultivation pill, Emperor Profound. His Sharingan activated and its free tomo began to move together, forming a single pattern. He has finally broken through to the Emperor Profound realm. Chapter 51. Aerion unlocked the door and strolled out. He went down to the ground floor of the training pavilion and found Tai Qin sparring Tai Xiao. Once he saw their cultivation levels, he smiled. They have made great progress, Aerion thought. Perhaps not as great as mine, but it's still impressive. Tai Xia was at Earth Profound 4 and Tai Qin was at Earth Profound 2. There was a huge crowd of disciples around them, so Aerion decided it would be best not to interrupt. The heavenly god's spiritual veins are the real deal, it seems. Aerion left the training pavilion and flew onto the mansion. He was greeted with the utmost respect by every blade he passed. Eventually, he reached his room and unlocked the door. He undressed and took a leap of faith into his bed. I miss you. He looked at his pillow and smiled. Then he eased into his bed. Seconds later, he was asleep. Aerion got dressed and started to prepare for his wedding. Most of the things were probably already arranged by the Grandmaster, but there was probably one thing he had to do himself. This was to get some nice and fancy clothes. A tailor, he remembered that he's the owner of a certain shop which could provide for his needs. It was relatively far away, but with his Emperor Profound 1 speed, enhanced by Supreme Flying God, 7th stage of Wind God's Art, it should only take 2-3 days. Before he left, he entered the Sky Poison Pearl to check on his 2 pets and Jasmine. Once he saw them, his eyes widened. Rhaegar and Demon were absolutely colossal. That wasn't all, they also released an aura equal to that of a peak Sky Profound beast. He did gather a lot of Sky Profound and a few Emperor Profound cores for them, but their progress was still really fast. Greetings, father. Don't spoil the fun, Rhaegar, it was supposed to be a surprise, Demon said. It was still a surprise and your idea was stupid. No, you're stupid, you can't even keep your mouth shut for a few days. You had to reveal it the second father appeared. Rhaegar and Demon can speak now. It took Aerion a few seconds to get over his shock. Both of them could fly with ease and they were large enough to carry a few people. Aerion gave them a heavenly cultivation pill, Emperor Profound, each, hoping that they could break through to the mighty Emperor Profound realm. Stop arguing and eat up. They did as told, and Aerion moved on. He thought about bringing them outside once they reached the Emperor Profound realm. It only took him 2 days to reach his destination, Gold Mountain Town. He walked over to the place called Heavenly Tailoring. I hope they haven't forgotten about their owner. Aerion walked in and instantly recognized the person by the register. He smiled and asked a simple question. Where's my manager? I, the owner, would like to speak with him. Upon seeing the silver calamity, she moved hastily into the room behind the register. In a very quick minute, the manager appeared. My lord, welcome back. I've heard so much about your glorious exploits in the Blue Wind ranking tournament, you actually came first place. The news spread so far. Of course, everyone in the Blue Wind Empire knows your name. Unless they live under a boulder, they should know the name Junlong. That's good to know, I came here to order something special. Not to collect your payment. Aerion shook his head, money was almost meaningless to him. No, I have no need for it. I want something more important, a set of wedding robes for myself. I also want a few certain details added. I understand, come. Aerion didn't know much about robes, but he told him what colors he wanted and more specifically, the sigil. Perfect. Aerion smiled upon seeing the finished product. It was mostly red, with a few golden dragon patterns. More importantly, a golden 3-headed dragon laid on the top left sleeve of the robe. Wedding robes were mostly red, with the man having dragon patterns and the woman having phoenix patterns. They also usually used yellow gold as a secondary color. The dragon part was easy, but the colors, it was hard for Aerion not to say he wanted his robes mostly black with a crimson-red dragon. But, to his surprise, he did like how it turned out. For such a product, there must be a reward. There's no need. You may take my payment for yourself as a reward. Thank you. Aerion put his wedding robes into the Sky Poison Pearl and walked out. A day later. Aerion was close to the noble rogue sect, but he didn't want to come back just yet. So he took out Demon and Rhaegar. Rhaegar extended his wings and so did Demon. Ah, fresh air. Demon flew into the sky while Rhaegar stayed behind. Rhaegar was huge, Aerion estimated that he was slightly under 100 feet tall. Which meant that he was only about 25 feet shorter than Valyrian, the Black Dread. Aerion's inner high Valyrian instinct was to jump onto the dragon and ride it into the skies, and that's what he did. Come, Rhaegar, fly. Boom. There was a large wave of wind which was caused just by Rhaegar taking flight. The wind rushing past Aerion felt comforting, and so did looking down at the land beneath him. Demon was slightly faster than Rhaegar as he sped ahead. I wish to visit the Blue Wind Empire's capital, Blue Wind Imperial City. Very well, father. Aerion felt slightly uncomfortable by the fact that a real dragon called him father, but it was true, Rhaegar was born from his fire. Without Aerion, Rhaegar would just be an egg with a lot of scales. Why the Blue Wind Imperial City? Because it was in between the noble rogue sect and the 10,000 Beast Mountain Range, basically a quick stop. Controlling Rhaegar was very easy, probably, unlike the dragons which used to inhabit Westeros. This was because Rhaegar could speak and understand his commands. Even if he wouldn't have been able to speak, Rhaegar has a very cool temper which makes him easier to control. Well, soon he realized that this cool temper was exclusive to himself. Blue Wind Imperial City. Is that a dragon? A civilian asked. It's huge, must be at least a sky-profound beast. It must be an Emperor-profound dragon, no sky-profound dragon could ever be that big. Emperor-profound, are we all going to die? No, someone is riding it. Look. Ah, silver hair. Could it be Junlong? There wasn't enough place for Rhaegar to land in the city. The Imperial Palace, however, had a lot of empty space. He decided to land in a courtyard which was big enough to fit a dragon 3 times the size of Rhaegar. So, the landing part wasn't so difficult. Explaining it to the royal family should be the difficult part, well, not really. Aerion practically has the reputation of a saint. Not only that, but he's also the strongest person in the entire Blue Wind Empire. They don't know that, but he's still officially Sky Profound 7, which is pretty damn strong. The Blue Wind Imperial family should be exhilarated that he came to visit. Immediately, the royal guard confronted him. You dare approach me, a dragon, you weaklings. Rhaegar roared. The guards were sent falling backwards with a single roar. Return, Rhaegar. Very well. Phew, I thought he was about to burn them all. A contracted beast's master usually had a seal in which the beast could be stored. It seemed that Rhaegar was connected to the Sky Poison Pearl's marking. Rhaegar disappearing into the marking shouldn't raise any suspicions, apart from the fact that the seal is always on the back of the hand, not the front. Oh well, it shouldn't be a problem. I apologize for the dramatic and unexpected entrance. But I, Junlong, wish to have a tour around the very famous and prestigious Blue Wind Imperial Palace. I'm certain they won't reject a charming, young and powerful man like myself. The royal guards got back up and gracefully accepted Aerion's apology. Minutes later, Aerion found himself hanging out with the first and third princes. They both really wanted to get on his side, kissing galore. They even set aside their differences for a few minutes. Unfortunately, as the days pass, our royal father becomes more and more unwell. I doubt we'll be able to visit him. The first prince stated. Truly unfortunate, even the medical saint couldn't resolve the problem. The third prince added. Who's this medical saint you speak of? Gu Chilhong, of course. Haven't you heard of him? Oh, him. There was a book I read and it had a short paragraph about him. It described him as a medical genius and a great man. Aerion lied, the book had a lot of bad things and little good things to say about him. The library in the noble rogue sect had books with few lies if none at all, for the elders of the sect themselves had written them. That book is accurate. I wonder what's made the emperor so unwell that even Gu Chilhong can't heal him? Aerion asked. Gu Chilhong says that the problem is the result of overworking himself in a damaged life vein. The third prince replied. Aerion thought about it for a moment. The Blue Wind Emperor would make an interesting ally if he could save him. Since I'm already here, why not? So it's a lack of vitality? Yes, something like that. Then bring me to him, I think I might be able to help him. I'll show the world what a true medical saint looks like. That faker, Chu Juhong, won't even compare. He is truly unwell if even Chu Juhong can't heal him. How could you solve something that even he can't? Aerion's lilac eyes glowed a shade of violet. TCH, that Chu Juhong isn't even comparable to me. Let me ask you a simple question, do you want your father to die? Well. Aerion put the two princes in a very difficult situation. If they said yes, well, that's basically treason. If they say no, then they will have to bring Aerion to the emperor. And that might lead to him actually being treated, but Chu Juhong says it's impossible to treat, it's a damn parasite connected to one's life. There's no way some cultivator could just remove it. Junlong is known for his cultivation strength and appearance, not his medical expertise. They decided to let him into the throne room, confident in Chu Chilhong and his parasite. As they began to walk closer and closer, the princes became more and more nervous. Maybe this Junlong is truly a heavenly talent who can do everything, maybe he hasn't shown the world his medical abilities, until now. No, the princes thought. That's impossible, he's a cultivator, not a doctor. It's you two, damn brats. I'll be taking my leave, good luck, Junlong. If you want to speak to me after, then feel free to do so. The first prince said as he walked back. Same, I will leave as I do not wish to burden my royal father any further. I thought you princes were supposed to make this affair easier on me, oh well. Aerion walked towards the throne, each of his steps making loud echoes. It was a huge hall filled with nothing. This was meant to make people more nervous, but Aerion was more confident than ever. The Imperial Guards didn't startle him one bit. I came here to save the Emperor. If he doesn't want to be saved, then he can go ahead and die. Silver hair and purple eyes, you must be Junlong. I've heard many things about you. What brings you here? Well, I initially landed on one of the courtyards with my dragon. I came here to visit and pay respects to the mighty Blue Wind Imperial family. The first and third princes were kind enough to give me a tour, and eventually, they brought up your current state. Then I decided to do something about it. Oh. I never heard anything about you doing anything medicine related. Are you sure you can help? I bet my reputation on it. The Emperor didn't trust Aerion enough to leave himself alone with him, so he brought along one of the only people he truly trusted, his daughter. Aerion thought it was unnecessary, but he understood the Emperor's precautions. One of the only reasons he was allowed near him was because of his great reputation. He saved Ling Yun, the young master of the Heavenly Sword Villa, from certain death, and he's a noble rogue sect disciple. No, he's their future leader. Why would he want to kill the Emperor when there's no reason for him to do so? Song Wanhe, the Blue Wind Emperor, told him about Yun Che's discovery of the parasite, and Song Yu added some extra details, hoping that Aerion would be able to save her father. So it's attached to his soul somehow. This won't be easy, but I'm confident in my ghost flame. Aerion opened the Emperor's scar and drew out the parasite with his profound energy, just as Yun Che had done. He held it in his palm, and made a small portion of ghost flames, enough to incinerate the parasite. If the ghost flames truly have a soul element to them, then the Emperor shouldn't be affected. The chains which held the parasite and the Blue Wind Emperor shattered in seconds as if they had never existed. The job, however, wasn't done, not yet, anyway. The Emperor probably still has a low amount of vitality, and there's still a chance he could die. Aerion wanted to make sure, so he activated his Sharingan and used it to help him create a ball of flames, flames that can heal one's vitality. Song Yu looked distressed. What are you doing? Just shut up and watch a real medical saint at work. I need to concentrate in order for this to work. If you interrupt me, even once, your dear father is going to burst into flames. Aerion gently placed the ball of gentle flames onto the Emperor's chest. This ball of fire spread to his entire body. This fire didn't burn him, it healed him instead. The cut where the parasite was dragged from closed up in 20 seconds, this reassured the Emperor. Aerion continued to support the fire with his profound energy for a whole 10 minutes. That should do it, Aerion said, breathless. The Blue Wind Emperor stood up, he felt refreshed. It was as if he was never ill, his vitality was back to normal. No, his vitality was in a better state than it's ever been. Father, are you alright? Of course, I feel better than I ever have. Who would have thought that flames could heal people? Junlong, you are truly a transcendent talent. Aerion swiftly rested his back on the wall, beads of sweat dripping from his handsome face. He had used a lot of his profound energy and controlled the flame perfectly. Healing the Blue Wind Emperor had almost completely drained him. Aerion hated to admit it, but Yun Che did make things easier for him. Without Yun Che, he would have had a harder time finding the parasite. He relaxed for a while and then he stood up again. Aerion chuckled. I, on the other hand, don't feel too good. I think I should leave. No, boy, you're not going anywhere, not today. You have worked hard to heal me, it would be wrong of me to allow you to leave without proper rest and a suitable reward. Aerion, reluctantly, decided to stay in the Blue Wind Imperial Palace for another day. The first and third princes are in for a real surprise when they find out that their daddy is back to 100 vitality. Chapter 52. The one and only reason Song Yu could keep on living after knowing Yun Che was dead, was her father. Now that her father was well, she felt better and her thoughts of killing herself faded. Her first and third brothers, on the other hand, well, they didn't feel too happy. The Emperor quickly seized his power and immediately punished his two traitorous sons for their actions. They were arrested on numerous charges and beheaded in the morning. Some of their strong supporters also suffered the same fate. Gu Chilhong didn't get it easy, he too publicly lost his head. He was charged with treason for putting the parasite in the Emperor. This all happened in the following day. For a son to plot his own father's death, it is unacceptable and a sin worthy of death. But, I couldn't imagine myself ordering the death of my son, in front of thousands of people no less. What would you do if you had a son who attempted to, say, poison you? The heavenly fire demon asked. I would chuckle at his idiocy for trying to poison the master of the sky poison pearl. Then, I would teach him a real lesson, a life lesson. You can call it his rehabilitation. After I'm sure that he'd never do such a thing again, I let him go. He's my blood, not some random stranger. As a father, it would have been my duty to lead him in the right direction, not to end his life after one mistake. But I highly doubt that my own, future children would even think about killing me. Nor will they have the ability to do so anyway, ha ha ha. It seems that you cherish family and those related to you, somewhat of a rare trait in this world. To be honest, if I were in that situation, I would have dropped him into a pit of fire and walked away. I see. So you're leaving, then? Yes, I must prepare for my wedding. And collect the 5th and 6th stages of the World Ode of the Phoenix. I was considering going before but I couldn't due to my poor health. Now, that I'm well, I will have to come and visit. I would be honored to have the Blue Wind Emperor himself visit my wedding. No, the honors are all mine. You are a talent which even the Blue Wind Empire, no, all 7 nations cannot contain. Speaking of the 7 nations, do you know of the 7-nation ranking tournament? Of course, it's the tournament where the 7 nations face off each other. The Blue Wind Empire has a terrible reputation of always placing last. You want me to attend this tournament, right? The Blue Wind Emperor nodded. There's no one else who can even compete, but you. Aerion liked the idea of being an underdog and emerging as the undisputed victor. The Divine Phoenix Empire is strong with plenty of young Emperor Profound cultivators, a superpower compared to the other nations, especially when compared to the Blue Wind Empire. But these young Emperor Profound cultivators are absolutely no match for Aerion. Can I choose the other representatives? Yes, as long as you attend yourself. Aerion thought of a new challenge for himself. It wouldn't be fun if he just came there and beat up everyone with ease. Besides, every Targaryen needs some sort of army, or at least a few strong servants. It was time for him to reform the Dragon's Guard. How much time until this tournament, again? 1 year and just about 9 months. That's more than enough time. I'll win, no problem. Aerion's confidence reassured the Blue Wind Emperor. By the time the tournament starts, I'll be around 19 years and a month old. Around 3 years would have passed since I first stepped foot into this world. It's good to hear that. Aerion stood on a hill overlooking the village in which the Phoenix clan resided and more importantly, where the ruins of the Phoenix, the trial ground stood. Aerion's journey to this village was swift and unchallenged. He wasn't attacked by any beasts as he had flown high in the air. He had temporarily released Rhaegar and Demon from the Sky Poison Pearl, allowing them to explore the mountain range themselves. And hunt for their own food, of course. They are no longer weak little pets, they are Emperor Profound predators now. It's about damn time they grow up. He jumped down and slowly walked towards the man who looked like the elder of the village. This elder stood in front of the trial grounds, where Aerion needed to be. He observed the inhabitants and he wasn't impressed by their trash cultivation strength. These people have the Phoenix legacy, the same one the Divine Phoenix sect has. The beasts are far more impressive than they are. Step aside, I have business with the Phoenix. You wish to attempt the trial of the Phoenix? Aerion chuckled as he opened his palm. No, I already have the bloodline. I merely wish to expand my knowledge of it. Phoenix flames rose from his palm. Calm and beautiful yet powerful at the same time. Due to his 3 drops of the Phoenix bloodline, which he happened to inherit from Yunche, his flames were very strong but they didn't have much use, until now. Today was the day that would surely change as he will finally complete the World Ode of the Phoenix. Could you be from the Divine Phoenix sect? The leader asked. It's none of your business. No, I'm not related to them. Aerion moved closer and touched the seals. Instantly, they opened to him. Aerion stepped forward. The clansmen sensed his strength and didn't dare intervene, they didn't have a reason to anyway. He bears the flames of the righteous Phoenix, which means he's a good person at heart. Aerion continued, moving further into the trial grounds. Aerion's Sharingan quickly adapted to the darkness and saw through it. Eyes, large and narrow golden eyes stared at him. You already have my bloodline and some of my soul, though I do not recall seeing you here before. I robbed a certain individual. Oh. I'm going to get straight to the point, show me the 5th and 6th stages of your World Ode. So commanding for a mortal, and what if I don't? Aerion sighed. That would be troublesome. Aerion stared at its eyes. After long seconds of silence, the Phoenix finally spoke. I am merely winding you up, of course, I'll let you see the World Ode of the Phoenix. Comprehending the 5th and 6th stages was far easier due to the fact that you already had the other stages. You also have learnt the real version of the world ode, unlike that Yun Che who had to comprehend it himself. Nevertheless, the speed of your comprehension is impressive. I thank you for your assistance, Phoenix. I'll be on my way. Very well. Perhaps, it's better this way, the residual spirit thought. Sky profound beasts, well, isn't this a surprise? Demon stated. These fools are courting death, disrupting my meal. Rhaegar roared as he finished chewing what remained of an earth-profound beast. A sky-profound dragon, bird and tiger. The other dragon roared back. You dare approach my territory. You are the one who I dash. Rhaegar released his emperor-profound cultivation strength and the sky-profound dragon instantly shut up. Then he calmly spoke. You like to bark like a dog, don't you? Then perish like the dog you are. Rhaegar breathed his scarlet-red flames at the sky-profound dragon, incinerating him in seconds. He turned to the other sky-profound beasts which began to tremble in fear. Rhaegar took the dragon's beast core, held his head high and decided to turn back. I leave those two to you. Wow, so you have all the fun and just fly away, leaving me with the leftovers. Of course, you're going to need two sky-profound beasts if you still want to be stronger than me. Rhaegar flew away and looked for a place to rest. Demon looked at the sky-profound beasts. Well, unfortunately, this world belongs to the strong. I'm quite hungry for some food, and a tad bit more power. Demon tackled the tiger and took a large bite. By large bite, I mean half of its body. The tiger was pretty much dead. Then he turned to the bird. His eagle-like wings extended and he took flight. He easily outpaced the bird and tackled it mid-air. Demon's horns penetrated the bird's body with barely any resistance. With a heavy shake of the head, the bird was sent flying away from Demon's horns and into the ground. The bird and tiger were both half dead, if not dead already. He made good use of the two sky-profound beasts' bodies later that day. Rhaegar, Demon, come to me. Aerion said after he was away from the village. It only took Demon 2 minutes while Rhaegar took 5 minutes to fly to Aerion. Rhaegar, it looks like you're a bit too slow. You were almost left behind. I was taking a nap. Aerion put them both into the sky poison pearl and flew away from the 10,000 beast mountain range, heading straight towards the noble rogue sect. The dungeon. Tisk, tsk, tsk. Look at all the gold we've gathered. It is quite a large amount. The heavenly fire demon agreed. They went on a complete rampage from floor 3 to 6. They had gained over 5 million just like that. In total, Aerion had a large sum of over 200 million despite him being a bit lazy. When he was training in the volcano, he'd order the heavenly fire demon to slay a couple of thousand fire spirits once in a while. He had the money, now all he needs to do was find the cloaked man. There was one problem, he was nowhere to be found. Aerion had gone all over the first 6 floors but then he realized that the cloaked man might have moved up to floor 7. That would be quite logical, but that floor probably has sovereigns, Aerion thought. Still, I need to exchange my gold for something, otherwise, it's a waste of my efforts. I want to go to floor 7 but I have no idea where the entrance is. Would you happen to know, Heavenly Fire Demon? I remember there was a secret passage in the ocean, it leads to a large door. I was told that it leads to another world by the person who chained me. Show me this secret passage, then. They dived into the ocean. Eventually, it was pitch black, the sun's light was nowhere to be seen. They continued downwards and then they saw light again. A bit too much light, enough to daze both of them for a solid minute. Aerion opened his eyes when he was sure that the light was gone. He looked around and saw the heavenly fire demon in a puddle of water. Aerion stood up. So this is floor 7. He observed his surroundings, noticing that he stood on a floating and flat white platform. In the very middle of this platform laid a huge hole from where a large stream of water flowed down into the endless ocean below. Actually, it didn't flow, it was quite still yet it was moving at the same time. Aerion then noticed that the water coming down from the hole was in a loop, one half going down and the other going up. An endless cycle. This hole-man-made waterfall was probably his way back down to floor 6. Near this hole, stood a small stall where a cloaked man sat. Behind him laid a huge staircase which seemed to have reached the heavens. So that's where he's been hiding, floor 7, I was right. You came with the goods? He asked. Here. Aerion handed his dungeon ring. The cloaked man observed it for a second and then he smiled. 201,758,925 gold, most impressive. I'll be happy to exchange a number of valuable items for this amount. Like? Whatever you need. It seems that you don't really know exactly what you want. Let me make this easy for you, 6 drops of Phoenix Origin Blood, 3 drops of Dragon God Origin Blood and 9 True Sky Profound Pills. What, this cloaked man is offering me 6 drops. When I asked the Phoenix Spirit she just shook her head and said 3 was enough, truly a greedy and arrogant bastard. How come a cloaked man is giving me more Phoenix blood than the Phoenix herself? Which dragon god? The primordial azure dragon or the fire dragon god, Aerios? At this point, in your body, both of those bloodlines have completely fused into one single bloodline. So if I give you either one of the bloodlines, both will grow considerably. Oh, so it doesn't matter? Yes. Do you agree with my offer? About the 9 True Sky Profound Pills, does it do what I think it does? Yes, it can make just about any scrub a Sky Profound cultivator. The more innately talented the person is, the bigger the boost. Seems kinda useless to me, but it might prove useful for other people. So. Deal or no deal? Deal. The cloaked man took Aerion's gold and replaced it with the pills, Phoenix Blood and Dragon God Blood. Where did you get the blood from? You don't need to know. The cloaked man and his stall disappeared as if it never existed. For a second, Aerion imagined the cloaked man constantly pummeling the Phoenix with his fists while screaming, gold, 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 gold. I need Marie Gold. Yeah, I have a wild imagination. Aerion left the dungeon without venturing further into floor 7, he was saving that little adventure for later, preferably when he was stronger. Then Aerion finished the final part of his journey back to the noble rogue sect. It's good to be back home. Aerion smiled as he gazed at the waving flags which housed the special and unique insignia of the noble rogue sect. Old Town looked busier than usual, this was due to his wedding. Many people came to see this spectacle, from powerful and rich sect members to members of the royal family. The Heavenly Sword Villa, Frozen Cloud Immortal Palace, Burning Heaven Clan, Heavenly Spear Thunderfire Fortress and Blue Wind Imperial Family were the most noticeable visitors. There was still a day remaining before the day of the wedding. Aerion had arrived just in time. Looks like my wedding is quite the event. Chapter 53. Aerion looked at the mirror and saw himself through it. His pure silver hair lightly swayed from side to side. His lilac eyes seemed almost magical, capable of entrancing any maiden they looked upon. His body was leaner, yet it still packed quite a bit of muscle. You could say that his was perfect. His face looked heavenly, as if it were sculptured by a god of creation. His figure towered above most of the population, as his height was slightly above 6.5 feet, around 200 centimeters. Aerion smiled, proud of his striking appearance. Has there ever been a man more handsome than myself? He took a deep breath and left his room. He walked down to the second floor. A red carpet was rolled down the first staircase. Beneath the steps stood about 50 blades, all masters. Changsha stood on the top of the staircase, waiting for Aerion. Aerion calmly walked over, his mere steps releasing a royal and supreme aura. You look wonderful, Junlong. The general stated as he patted Aerion's right shoulder. You don't look so bad yourself, General. A brief conversation later, Aerion moved down the steps and out of the mansion. A worse would have been truly inconvenient to ride around in the fortress of the noble rogue sect, so he walked by foot. The way to the hall wasn't long anyway. There were disciples and masters everywhere, on the ground and on the rooftops. It seemed that the more distinguished visitors were already in the hall while the less important ones were outside. You came just on time, Junlong. Tai Ming opened the huge doors of the hall for Aerion. Aerion stepped forward and he looked around. There were quite a few faces he recognized from the Blue Wind ranking tournament. Then he slowly walked to the very end of the hall, where he would wait for his wife. Half a dozen elders sat at the end of the hall. These elders were the most influential and the strongest. They were all exclusively Tai clansmen. The Grand Master stood next to him. You seem a bit nervous. Aerion chuckled in response. Nothing goes past you, Grand Master. Do you remember how the rest of the wedding goes? Of course. Xia enters through the doors, the maids bring her up and then I take her hand. Then Xia and I bow to heaven and earth, ancestors, elders, and then we bow to each other. Xia is then taken to my pavilion and prepared. After that, the banquet begins. Good. Then the doors opened. Aerion was dazed for a moment. Tai Xia looked exceptionally beautiful despite her veil. The maids led her to him. Once she reached the end of the hall, Aerion gently took her hand. Her gray eyes sparkled when she looked up and made eye contact. Ah, those eyes are too beautiful, Aerion thought. Her luscious black hair was elegantly tied into a bun with beautiful ornaments for company. Both, future husband and wife, looked up to Tai Wentian and he nodded. Tai Wentian decided to oversee the ceremony himself. First, bow to heaven and earth. Aerion and Tai Xia bowed to heaven and earth. Second, bow to your ancestors. Aerion did like how the people in this world deeply respected their ancestors. He himself had a deep respect for many of his ancestors, the one he respected most was Aegon the Conqueror. It was awe-inspiring to read of his conquest, how he made everyone kneel and started a dynasty which would last almost 300 years. This great dynasty which he built the foundations for has fallen apart, with almost no hope of a return to its former glory. The usurper took the Iron Throne and what remains of the Targaryens is basically a young girl and a big brother who would do anything to reclaim what is, rightfully, the Iron Throne. Unbeknownst to all, the one true dragon is still alive and the date of his return is coming closer and closer. Third, bow to your elders. They turned to the elders and bowed, a very simple affair. Lastly, husband and wife, exchange bows. Aerion turned to Tai Xia and they bowed to each other. I, Tgthegood, pronounce you husband and wife. Bowing is a weird way of showing love, I would much more prefer a long kiss. But hey, I'll have a lot of time to kiss later in my brand new pavilion. Their time together was brief, as Tai Xia was taken away by the maids soon after. Tgthegood walked over to his seat. Let the feast begin. Aerion sat down on his reserved seat, which put him right next to Robb. Aerion had specifically planned Robb's seat next to his own. Looks like the day has finally come, my lord. Yes, it has come. Aerion laughed, my days of being a virgin are over. He noticed a jar of wine on his table. He gazed at it for a few seconds, why not? He decided to have a glass of wine. The last time he got drunk he ended up in the Frozen Cloud Immortal Palace and got knocked out by a beauty, Xiaqinhua. Striking beauty indeed. He poured the wine into the glass himself and took a sip. This is some high-quality wine, you should try it. Alright, let's see. Robb got poured himself a glass of the same wine. Then he drank the whole glass and nodded. This is some good wine, and it's very strong. Is that so? Aerion played with his glass a bit, then he finished off the rest of the wine. Robb was right, Aerion thought. It's very strong, I should be careful not to drink too much. A few minutes later, Aerion decided to move away from his seat and speak to the visitors. He had about 3 glasses of wine in that time, not a big deal for his dragon body and high cultivation strength. Still, he felt a bit more relaxed than before, it was a minor difference at most. Congratulations on getting married, June Long. Unfortunately, there's nothing that I can give you that could truly help in your journey. But every little helps, right? Ling Yun gave Aerion a spatial ring. 500k purple profound coins. Now that's some serious money. Thank you, Ling Yun. I'm sure that your gift will be useful in the near future. That's good to hear. Aerion moved on to the Blue Wind Imperial family. The young master of the Heaven-Burning clan seemed to be really interested in Song Yu when she clearly didn't want him there. Unfortunate. Ah, if it isn't the young master of the Heaven-Burning clan. Fen Juecheng turned and saw June Long. A short yet cold and intense shiver went down his spine. I've heard of your impressive strength, maybe we can exchange pointers sometime. And, no thanks, I think I should leave. I think you should, as well. These young masters are good fun, especially when you're stronger than them. I commend him for trying to marry a princess, but when she's not really interested, what's the damn point? I would move on and find someone else. Or in his case, get stronger before chasing women. Wait, Fen Juecheng. Yes. Come here real quick. Fen Juecheng walked back to Aerion. Aerion grinned, he could be a potential recruit. I would like to give you love advice, life advice, actually. Can't you see that she's not interested? Aerion turned to Song Yu and winked. Well. I know it's hard to admit, but when you decide to do it, your life will become easier. Well, I know she's not interested but I. Good. Now, why are you wasting your time? All that time is wasted on trying to curry favor with Song Yu when you could just be progressing your cultivation strength. What's the point in being a genius if your talent is wasted? I could put you on the right path and transform you into a true genius, something you were born to be. But, that's only the case if you decide to stay in the noble rogue sect, an unlikely thing. Speech, 100. I will, consider it. Then it is farewell, for now. I might have hit 2 birds with 1 stone, ha ha ha. Fen Juecheng won't bother Song Yu and I might be able to transform him into a very useful follower. Aerion poured some wine into his glass and looked at Song Yu. So how's the banquet? It's gotten better. Oh, that's very good to hear. Aerion took a sip and moved on. Then he briefly spoke with the Blue Wind Emperor, a few Heaven-Burning clan members, Ling Yefeng, and then he moved on to the Frozen Cloud Immortal Palace's visitors. Aerion smiled. Xia Qingyue, Chu Yueli, and a few older disciples had made the effort to come all this way. So kind of you all to come. We are merely showing face. Chu Yueli retorted. Well, nevertheless, I hope you are all enjoying yourselves. What's your cultivation strength now? Xia Qingyue asked just before Aerion was going to leave. Emperor Profound 1. How? 2 months and a half of closed-door cultivation, it was relatively easy. Relatively easy? That was pretty much a face slap for everyone stuck in the half-step Emperor Profound level. That kind of speed is impossible, Chu Yueli responded. Aerion shrugged. I guess it's no longer impossible. The banquet was finally over. Aerion had conserved most of his energy for the faction. He walked out of the hall and swiftly made his way to his pavilion. It was pretty close to the Tai clan's set of pavilions, which basically meant that he was now part of the family. Aerion eventually found it and opened the door. He walked into the bedroom and saw Tai Xia. It felt like a century waiting for you. The wait ends now. Aerion stepped forward and kissed Tai Xia. The dragon seed flew straight past his competitors and, more importantly, the obstacles in its path. Nothing could stop it from its one goal, the egg. Once the dragon seed found the egg, it locked on and flew straight in like a heat-seeking missile. Bang! The dragon seed penetrated the egg first and long before any of his competitors could even find the egg. The egg closed itself so that no other cell could enter. And that's how a new Targaryen June was made. Next day, morning. Now that was a night to remember. Aerion got out of bed first and dressed into his noble rogue sect uniform. He pecked Tai Xia on the cheek and left. It was a new day. Aerion wanted to know whether Fan Juecheng stayed or left. Such a small decision, yet it could change his life forever. What's the highest cultivation strength he can reach? The peak of sky, maybe early Emperor Profound. Under Aerion, his talent would be finally realized. Aerion flew to the library and found that Fan Juecheng was reading one of the books. Aerion approached him and sat down on the same table. So, you stayed. Your words were very profound and powerful. I want to make the most use of my talents and become the strongest I can possibly be. Good, I will show you the way, all you have to do is follow me. Aerion led him to the training pavilion and into his cultivation room. It was a clear, white area, as usual. This was the perfect place to change Fan Juecheng's perspective on his life. Swear to your ancestors that you will serve me until the very end. The very end? Are you my dash? Bang! The heavenly fire demon punched him in the gut. He approved of Aerion's plan and wanted to make it easier. Fool, the sooner you submit the better. Aerion activated his Sharingan. I'll show you what will happen if you don't. He used his eyes to perform a genjutsu on Fan Juecheng. He saw his entire sect burn, all of his followers slain by red merciless demons and his precious Sanyu laughing hysterically at his demise. I might be going a bit too far, but it's for the greater good. This will make you a better man, Fan Juecheng. All you have to do is give in. Sometime later. Tears fell down onto the white floor. Stop, that's enough, I submit. Aerion smiled. Good, call me senior from now on. He tapped his shoulder and opened all 54 of his entrances. He gave one true sky profound pill and told him to swallow it. He did so without hesitation. Instantly, he started breaking through many stages. His insane progression ended at Sky Profound 6. This pill, I've reached Sky Profound 6. This is only the beginning. Serve me and you shall stand at the very peak of this world just below myself, betray me and lose everything. I understand. Chapter 54. You wish to start a new division. Yes, something unrelated to the conflict between the guards and blades. Well, I'll be honest, it's more of a personal thing. Personal, you say? Creating a new division isn't easy, it hasn't been done in an extremely long time nor is it necessary. But, I doubt the noble rogue sect will remain the same in the future. More and more talented disciples will be willing to join and we can't possibly reject them. It might be time for an expansion. An expansion? That sounds reasonable. The Grand Master continued, this new division of yours, how many disciples will be part of it? The original idea was 7 and Aerion wasn't planning on changing it anytime soon. There's no way he's going to train 100 disciples himself. He's going to raise the first 7 and those 7 shall spread their knowledge to their own disciples. 7. A small number. Aerion shrugged. Quality over quantity. The Grand Master sighed. Very well, your division is official, but you'll have to do everything yourself. The buildings, uniform and recruiting will all be up to you. No problem. Seeing Aerion's overwhelming confidence and casual attitude, the Grandmaster wasn't too worried. Jun Long has done far harder things than starting a division, what could possibly go wrong? Fen Juecheng had become a changed man by Aerion. No longer did he care about Sangyu, actually, he was scared of her. This was completely unintentional on Aerion's part. The only thing on Fen Juecheng's mind was strength, nothing else mattered more to him. He was now a loyal, dedicated and obedient follower. Being the young master of the Heavenly Burning clan was a far inferior position when compared to being Aerion's disciple. So, now I'm part of this Dragon's Guard division. Yes, Fen Juecheng, you're its first member. You should be honored. What is the purpose of the Dragon's Guard? Show off at the 7-nation ranking tournament, of course. Are you serious? That's a temporary event. It's a minor purpose. The main reason for its existence is to get a group of loyal followers who can protect the noble rogue sect when I'm unable to. I understand. Now, we need to find 6 other worthy disciples and then we can begin preparing for the next stage. Aerion walked around the noble rogue sect with Fen Juecheng, observing the young inhabitants of the mighty fortress. 16 years old, spirit profound 5, Sun Lin. Once Aerion saw this, he approached the disciple. Master Jun. The disciple said, half shocked, half excited. I would like to offer you a once-in-a-lifetime deal. What may that be? An invitation to my brand new division, the Dragon's Guard. Will it be better than the Blades and Guards? Fen Juecheng rolled his eyes. Of course. It's led by Senior, who has the battle power of a late Emperor Profound Cultivator. Why wouldn't it be better than those pitiful divisions who are led by old, frail, mid-sky Profound Cultivators? If you don't accept Senior's offer. Relax, this Junior accepts the invitation. Well, that was simple, on to the next one. In the next 30 minutes, Aerion had mustered 6 talented disciples for his new division in total. These 6 were, Fen Juecheng, Sun Lin, Rob, Wei Ling, Kai Rong and Moe. He only needed one more. Aerion decided that it would only be right that Lu Lei got an offer. Stay outside, I'll be back soon. Aerion left his 6 disciples outside the mansion and went to Lu Lei's room. He knocked and waited for a response. I'm busy right now, come back later. Busy, you say? Jun Long. Yeah, open the damn door. Alright, give me a second. He unlocked the door and opened it. Aerion went inside. So, what have you been up to with the Rangers? I completed a few missions but now I'm focusing on my cultivation. Would you be interested in joining my new division? Lu Lei shook his head. Nah, I'm fine with the Rangers. Aerion reluctantly nodded and left. I understand. He was happy where he was, there was no need for Aerion to intervene. Still, he needed a 7th member for his new division. Aerion went outside of the mansion. Seeing that Aerion came out alone, Sun Lin asked a very wise question. What now? We look around some more. This recruiting stage is taking way too long, just pick up some random disciple and you'll be done. Moe responded. Some random disciple? Who do you think my lord is? Rob responded. Kai Rong agreed. It must be someone talented, or else that disciple will bring the whole group down. Clash. 2 earth profound swords clashed against each other. The 2 figures looked similar, but one was clearly older than the other one. Surprisingly, the younger of the 2 was stronger. These 2 were, of course, Tai Shu and Tai Qin. Damn it, how the hell did you get so strong? Do you really want to know? Mighty wind slash. Tai Qin pushed back Tai Shu with ease. The slash wasn't that strong but it was enough to lightly injure Tai Shu. Tai Shu recovered and responded with an attack of his own. He infused the wind god's art into his sword and sent it flying straight towards Tai Qin. Tai Qin barely managed to dodge, he was shocked by the speed of the sword. While Tai Qin was distracted by his sword, Tai Shu sprinted towards Tai Qin and kicked him in the face. Tai Qin spit out some blood and retaliated by hitting Tai Shu with the pommel of his sword. Tai Shu responded with a punch to the gut. Tai Qin backed away. Damn, you are persistent, elder brother. Even though Tai Qin was holding back, he was impressed by his elder brother's attacks. He would probably be able to beat him if they were in the same stage of cultivation strength. But, alas, he was far behind. If only Jun Long had opened his profound entrances too. Tai Shu picked up his sword from the floor. Well, are you going to answer my question or not? Alright, all you have to do is ask Jun Long. Well, maybe you'll have to do something more persuasive than simply asking. TCH, I'll find him. Tai Shu turned away and walked away. Wait, you're going so soon. I thought we were going to spar for longer than that. Later, little brother. Tai Quinn looked around, who am I going to train with now? Tai Quinn decided to follow his elder brother. Eventually, Tai Shu found Aerion. Hey, Junlong. He wants you to open his profound entrances. Tai Quinn interrupted. Aerion grinned. I can do that with ease, but on one condition. What is it? You join my division. Tai Shu thought about it for a moment. At this rate, Tai Quinn will surpass him and reach a peak which he could never even dream of. He's only in the higher stages of the Spirit Profound Realm while Tai Quinn is in the early stages of the Earth Profound Realm. Leaving the guards is a small price to pay, a far smaller price than his pride. How can he possibly let his little brother continue to overshadow him? Very well. Woohoo, the seventh member. Welcome to the Brotherhood, Sun Lin celebrated. Wei Ling coughed. Brotherhood? Excuse me. It's 5 guys and 2 girls, you're in the minority. Moe explained further. Kai Rong. You don't have anything to say about it? I'm sure if you. It's unnecessary, why fight over something so trivial? Wei Ling was shut down by Kai Rong. Aerion chuckled, things might be more interesting with this little group. What now, senior? Fen Chuecheng asked. We find a home, better yet, build one. Just outside of Old Town stood a mighty and towering hill, well, it was the size of a mountain. The reason for it being called a hill was due to the large field of grass all over it. The grass was long overgrown and needed to be cut. The trees weren't too big or too small, they were of average size. Average, yeah about that, the average size of something in Blue Pole Star typically means huge in Westerosi. This applies to almost everything apart from their height, the people here are clearly shorter. We shall settle here, Aerion stated. Alright, but we need houses and stuff, right? You're right, now that we've found the perfect place, it's time to get some buildings constructed. Aerion brought out his trump card, money. They went back to Old Town and gave a couple thousand purple profound coins for the construction of a few buildings. The group of workers agreed without any signs of hesitation, they got straight to work. They said it would take about a week, well, there were about 50 of them and they had decent cultivation. So, in the meantime, Aerion told his disciples to focus on their cultivation back in the noble rogue sect. Each got 1 true sky profound pill and their profound entrances were opened. He did the same with Tai Xia and Izanami since they were his women. Their current cultivation strength is Rob, Sky Profound 4. Fen Chuecheng, Sky Profound 6. Sun Lin, Sky Profound 5. Wei Ling, Sky Profound 4. Kai Rong, Sky Profound 5. Moe, Sky Profound 5. Tai Shu, Sky Profound 7. Tai Xia, Sky Profound 6. Izanami, Sky Profound 10. Aerion decided to go to sleep early since there was nothing for him to do. But right before going to sleep, he took in the origin blood of the Phoenix and Dragon God. Then he took 1 Emperor Profound pill as well. Aerion saw the effects almost immediately. His cultivation strength skyrocketed to Emperor Profound 5 and his body was tougher than ever. He brought out Stormcaller to test out his regenerative abilities. It took a few seconds to get the right amount of strength to cut through his tough skin. He looked at the small cut on his hand. 1, 2, 3. It all happened so quickly. The wound was closed in 2 seconds and back to normal in 3. With this kind of speed regenerating limbs shouldn't take any longer than 3 days. Aerion closed his eyes and went to sleep. Floor 7. Aerion tried to fly up the stairs but he couldn't, the profound floating technique just didn't work. It looked like the dungeon intended it to be this way so that he would have to walk up the stairs. Looks like we'll have to walk up the stairs. The heavenly fire demon stated. Unfortunately. Aerion nodded. They walked up the almost infinitely long stairs for what seemed to be a millennium. With every step, the journey became more difficult. The force pulling them down became stronger and stronger. Aerion began to sweat from the effort and his body felt weak. The heavenly fire demon seemed to be having an easier time due to his cultivation strength. After some time, the heavenly demon finally broke through to Sovereign Profound and resisting the force became easier for him. Damn it, what kind of retarded demon decided to make this so difficult? Struggling to get by, disciple. No, I can do this, I'm not struggling. Aerion didn't open the first gate, for he was too prideful. What's a staircase to a dragon? Finally, the top. Aerion rolled himself onto the platform. He opened his eyes once again and saw another staircase, one that goes even higher. Then he looked around and saw one man in the middle of the platform. A bald, old and bearded man. Aerion stood up and walked closer, the heavenly fire demon behind him. Aerion used observe and his blood boiled with fury. Tywin, King Lannister. No, it can't be. A mere illusion, that's what it is. Aerion was right, the Tywin Lannister clone didn't speak, nor did it show emotion. He raised his hand and gold began to form around him. The gold was scattered all over the place, but soon it began to form into spikes, weapons, and lastly, warriors made of gold. A small grin surfaced on his face as he sent 50 golden warriors and a wave of sharp projectiles towards Aerion. Draconic Heart, Sharingan. Not being able to fly will be troublesome. The heavenly fire demon released a ball of pure fire towards a few of the soldiers. Aerion managed to dodge the projectiles, but when the golden warriors reached him, living became harder than ever. But one thing kept him going, the thought of killing Tywin, even if it was a fake. He dodged and countered with his blade. It felt like an endless cycle, the more he disposed of the more came for more. The wind god's art didn't do much, cutting them just resulted in them reforming in a dozen or so seconds later. Regular flames and the ghost flame didn't do much to help. Aerion took out and crushed the golden spikes which had pierced his body, and then he looked at the golden warriors with fire in his eyes. They really want to die. Allow me to fulfill your wishes by sending you all straight to hell. Purgatory. Empyrean Dance of the Phoenix Wing. A giant phoenix formed, high above the golden warriors. Its wings beautiful and majestic, like the flame it wields. The phoenix then turned to the platform and dived straight down. Once it reached the ground, the phoenix exploded into a burst of phoenix flames. The phoenix flames spread to the entire platform, burning everything in its path. The gold dropped to the floor, in the shape of coins. There was only one opponent left standing, the fake Tywin. Die, faker. Star God's broken shadow. Slash. His head dropped to the floor, then his limbs followed. Aerion then kicked Tywin's remains off the platform. His dungeon ring collected all of the gold, an enormous 20 million. He then laid down on the floor, exhausted. The 7th floor, what if it has 7 platforms, 7 bosses? The mere thought of fighting off 6 more bosses and walking another 6 staircases terrified Aerion. He rested for a minute and then opened his eyes, only to see a giant warhammer crashing downwards, aiming to crush his face. Then Aerion was awoken and dragged out of the dungeon by someone. Wake up, Long. Aerion was slapped awake by Tai Xiao. A light slap, nothing that could harm him. Wah, what are you? The sect is under attack by several cloaked figures, they're strong, even father can't match them. Hold on, let me get dressed. The Grand Master was probably around Emperor Profound 3 and his battle power should count for something, multiple figures stronger than him, they're definitely not from Blue Wind. Aerion stopped thinking and hastily dressed in his uniform. It was around midnight, what a bad time to get forcefully woken up. He heard raging fire, and he began to worry. Aerion clutched Stormcaller and stormed out of his house. Chapter 55. Not bad, for a sect master who resides in the weakest nation. However, we have not come here for you. Where is the boy with silver hair? Aerion looked down and saw 5 cloaked men. He took a closer look and found out that they wore the same masks as the cultists did. The Grand Master's blood was spread across the floor of the stone path. He looked powerless against those who encircled him. He could barely stand. 1 late sovereign 3, 3 sovereign 4s, 1 sovereign 5. If Aerion valued his life above else, he would have run away like a coward. But he wasn't. The Crimson Dragon never runs, especially if the enemy is in his domain. Heavenly Fire Demon. I am ready to combat them. The Heavenly Demon whispered in response. Good. Aerion then approached the cultists, his sword and halberd drawn. I, June Long, am right here. Oh, at last. Their leader let go off the Grandmaster's robe and dropped him to the floor. Our Lord will love to see you chained at his feet, it is so very convenient that you've come out yourself. That's right, it would have been annoying to hunt you down if you actually ran. Their leader laughed. No, not really. We could have lured him in by using his wife as bait. Leader is a wise ma-dash. Aerion stabbed Skypiercer into the ground. Shut up already, you hideous bastards. I have something to say. What? I would like to propose a deal that will make things better and faster for both of us. A one-on-one battle. If I win, you all immediately leave. If I lose, well, I lose. We're not falling for your tricks, our Lord has said many things about you. Your battle power is exceptional and you can surpass your limits several times over while also injuring yourself because of it. To top it off, your regeneration can completely counter the side effects after some time spent recovering. A one-on-one match would put me at a disadvantage and we're not taking any chances. I see, then it can't be helped. I don't think surviving this encounter without breaking my body, one way or another, is possible. I'll just have to make certain they don't win. Purgatory, Star God's broken shadow. Now. Slash. Slash. The heavenly fire demon flew in and killed one of the Sovereign Profound 4 cult members. Aerion left behind 3 afterimages as he exploded towards the weakest link. With one swing of Sky Piercer, the Sovereign Profound 3 cult member's head left his body and rolled on the floor. His blood sprayed out like a fountain from his neck. However, by the time his blood sprayed, Aerion was already gone. Aerion's next attack was blocked by the leader and the surprise factor faded. Good, very good. Ha ha ha, the Lord shall bathe in your blood. Aerion focused Stormcaller's wind energy into a wave and stepped away. Then he released the wave and flew away from the noble rogue sect. The leader licked the blood dropping down from his cheek. The wind wave barely did anything, just a small cut on the cheek. Where do you think you're going, non-believer? The leader chased after Aerion. Why did Aerion fly away? He didn't want to destroy the sect, of course. His low-mid sovereign battle power is frightening destruction-wise, especially when he uses the wind and fire element. The heavenly fire demon looked at what remained of the cultists in the noble rogue sect. 2 sovereign 4 cultivators. One is heavily injured while the other is in almost perfect condition. He took a deep breath. This battle will be hard but not impossible for the mighty Emperor Heavenly Demon. Stand behind me, brother. No, I won't be a hindrance. The Heavenly Demon noticed that the wounded one's profound energy increased rapidly. Is he just angry or planning a suicide attack? The Heavenly Demon wondered. Humph, very well, then turn to ash. He released a ball of fire in the wounded one's direction, but the other one blocked and pushed back the attack with his blade. The wounded one went around his brother and sprinted towards the Heavenly Demon. The other one came from the side and slashed at the Heavenly Demon with his sword. The Heavenly Demon blocked the attack with ease, but this is for our great lord. The other cultist sprinted away while the Heavenly Demon was entrapped by the wounded one. Boom. The wounded cultist blew himself up in seconds. How troublesome. The Heavenly Fire Demon's whole left arm was broken and his clothes were tattered. He spat out some blood and looked at the other cultist with anger. He would have died from the explosion if he hadn't formed a barrier in the few seconds. Still, he didn't have enough time to fully form it, hence his arm being broken. How did you survive? I am the Heavenly Demon and you're a dead man, that's all you need to know. The cultist was frightened of the Heavenly Demon who stood before him. His eyes burned with both fire and killing intent as he walked closer, his long white hair swaying to the light wind. Then the cultist noticed that he still had a chance. The demon's left arm was broken. We fight for the Lord, for he is the one who shall bring salvation to this world. What nonsense. The cultist charged the Heavenly Demon. Clash. Clash. Your spear is slowly breaking apart, how unfortunate. Once it breaks you won't be able to keep up with me. Damn it, we're around the same strength even when I'm using everything I have. If I don't do something soon, my loss is inevitable. Are you sure you don't need this princess help? I can fight my own battles, thank you very much. It doesn't look like you can. The cultist aimed to stab Aerion but he blocked the attack with Stormcaller. The cultist smiled and grabbed the tip of Sky Piercer. Aerion's stamina was fading very quickly, soon he won't be able to maintain Purgatory. As a last-ditch effort, he gave everything he had. He kicked away the cultist and formed a ball of flame. Star-scorching Demon Lotus. The third gate, Purgatory, instinctively closed itself on Aerion. He fell back to Draconic Heart from exhaustion. Aerion sent the Demon Lotus after the cultist. It hit him good, real good. But the battle was far from over. Aerion's confidence in his survival decreased. He's wounded but I've been reduced to Draconic Heart, the odds aren't in my favor. Star God's broken shadow. Aerion quickly attached the weapon upgrade, Emperor Profound, and Sky Piercer was quickly reforged. The reason why he hadn't done that before was that he wasn't confident in his ability to wield an Overlord Profound Stormcaller and Emperor Profound Sky Piercer at the same time. But now, at Emperor Profound 5 and due to the dire situation, he had to do it. Your strength has drastically decreased. Even with your stronger spear, the chance of your victory is 0. It is time I end this fight. Aerion blocked the first strike and dodged the second. But, deep inside, he knew it was over. Without Purgatory, the difference in strength was simply too large. G-A-H. The cultist punched Aerion in the gut using all of his strength. Then, while Aerion was dazed, the cultist stabbed Aerion's profound vein. Then he kicked him down to the ground. My power, cultivation strength is fading. Aerion dropped onto the ground, helpless. The cultist soon joined him. I will be rewarded well by the Lord for capturing you, ha ha ha. Is that so? Then. Aerion's body failed him, he couldn't even finish his sentence. Was this really how things end? A sovereign 5 cultist, the man is not even in the divine realm. First, I'll have to make you suffer for making things so difficult. Slash. Aerion turned and saw his own blood spray onto the green field. His whole left arm detached itself from his body and fell to the floor. Maybe I should cut off the other hand too, maybe your legs, maybe your tongue, so many choices. Aerion. Aerion turned, eyes nah, me. Oh. Who's this pretty lady? FLY, away, please. I'm not leaving you to die. Aerion mustered his strength. I said. This is quite the development. It seems that there is a love interest that the Lord hadn't informed me of. Well, the Lord did say I should heavily punish you for making him suffer before bringing you to him. Yes, breaking you even more, breaking you mentally will be fun. The next few seconds were painful to watch. Izanami couldn't even damage the cultist, he simply beat her up and forced her on 2 knees before Aerion. Feast your eyes, feel the hopelessness and suffer the consequences of defying the Lord. Yes, this will be your punishment. He raised his sword. No. Star God's broken shadow. I'm too slow, I have to be faster. Blood came out of his left eye and both of his eyes began to spin into their Menjikyu form. His dormant powers had finally been awakened. His profound vein returned to normal and his cultivation strength came back to him as if it was never lost, his arm was returned to him. Aerion denied the cultist's sword strike and so, it never happened. Both of his eyes temporarily turned white but then they regained their red glow. Henceforth, I shall deny reality. My wounds were nothing but a lie uttered by my foes. Those that I wish to protect will be protected by the greatest and most undying shield. The shield which was born from my blood shall serve me for all of eternity. It shall be so, for I am the great deity himself, Izanagi no Okami. A huge crimson arm formed behind Aerion and formed a fist, it slammed the cultist away with brutal force. Aerion. Stay right here, I have to finish this quickly. Purgatory, Star God's broken shadow. You. Aerion's left fist collided with the cultist's. Aerion gave a swift yet powerful right hook in response. The cultist spat out some blood and was temporarily dazed. Aerion wasn't done yet. He slammed the cultist's face with his elbow, the cultist backed away in pain. Aerion punched him in the gut and then he bombarded him with countless punches, ending it off with an almighty kick to the face. Die, follower of Roshas. Susanoo. The crimson arm manifested a sword instead of a fist and this sword was driven directly through the cultist. Another arm formed with a sword at its end. This second crimson sword sliced the cultist's head off. Aerion closed the purgatory gate and looked down at his fallen enemy. Aerion realized the evolution of his eyes and the abilities which came with it. Well, he just read the red words which appeared before him. Shared ability, Izanagi. Description, the ability to deny basic reality and alter it, such as your death, someone else's death, an injury, and even the outcome of a clash. After a second of use, the eye becomes blind and useless. It takes about 3 days to recover from this state. This ability can be used in both eyes. Izanagi no Okami, left eye, the great deity, Izanagi. Able to temporarily reverse the blindness caused by Izanagi and regain full eyesight, no, even greater visual prowess than ever before. It can only be activated once both eyes have been blinded through the use of Izanagi. There's a chance that a new Menjikyu ability god will be born from your blood when Izanagi no Okami is used. There is a huge drawback for using Izanagi no Okami, the eyes will only last 10 minutes, at the very most, and you will find yourself completely blind, in both eyes, for at least a week. The longer it is used, the longer the drawback. But after you recover, your eyes will be even more powerful. Izanagi no Mikoto, right eye, he who invites. The abilities created through Izanagi no Okami are stored in this eye. You can use the abilities you have birthed and bend them to your will through this eye. There is almost no drawback to this apart from profound energy consumption. Only the use of Izanagi can blind it. The strength of the abilities drastically increases when Izanagi no Okami is active. So I'll be blind soon, damn it. Hopefully, Izanami will pick me up. Izanami, Izanagi, they do sound quite similar. Aerion walked away from the dead body and slowly made his way to Izanami. Izanami ran towards him. Once he was certain that he was safe, he closed his eyes and fell into her arms. What a night, I was supposed to be enjoying some sleep, not fighting off some crazy sovereigns. The heavenly fire demon looked at the fallen cultist before him. He grabbed his dead body by the neck and absorbed his cultivation strength. He did the same to the 3 other dead cultists. The peak of Sovereign Profound too, not bad. I hope my disciple won his battle. He healed the Grandmaster and flew away to look for Aerion. Chapter 56. Izanami, I can't see, I'm blind, for now. Take good care of me, alright? Alright. Aerion went to sleep. Aerion heard the roar of the dragon and the flickering of his flames. He couldn't see, only hear, touch, smell and taste. Oh wait, he's only missing one of his senses. Well, sight is the most important one, relied upon by most. What do I do now? Relax and wait for your eyes to return. Aerion stood up. I'm not going to sit around and do nothing. You can still complete tasks while relaxing, Aerion. I'm going to floor 6, to meditate. Meditation is relaxing, is it not? Yes, mostly. Aerion walked like a man who didn't know where the hell he was going. It took him a while to find the dungeon's gate, but he succeeded. He placed the ring inside and opened the gate. Then he took his ring back and walked forward. The sound of mad fire spirits and the flowing ocean reassured Aerion that he was in the right place. He walked up the volcano. Flying would just lead to him getting lost. The sounds of a volcano erupting became louder and louder as he walked forward. Then he reached the hole and tripped inside. Tripping is never a good feeling. Aerion fell to the bottom layer and lay dormant there, awaiting the return of his eyesight. We have finished off everything apart from the formations. Why not the formations? The heavenly fire demon asked. Well, it would be better if someone stronger than us completed them. We can do the general formation, but you'll need me to fortify it. Yes, exactly. The heavenly fire demon nodded. Very well. While Aerion was in his coma, the heavenly fire demon oversaw the construction of the Dragon's Guard Division's buildings. The 7 disciples have now moved from the noble rogue sect to the set of new buildings which are now commonly known as the Dragon's Palace. It's big enough to house over 100 disciples, but less than a dozen people live in it. The builders and heavenly fire demon considered the fact that it would probably grow into a small sect in the future, and so the Dragon's Palace was made larger. The training rooms were far superior to the ones in the noble rogue sect, since the heavenly fire demon himself fortified them with his early sovereign cultivation strength. He did the same for the noble rogue sect's facilities, but to a lesser degree. This led to the 7 Dragon's Guard disciples growing even faster. 60 days after the fight. Aerion opened his eyes at last. He could see again and his eyesight seemed normal, perhaps slightly better than before. He breathed a sigh of relief. The Dark Ages have finally ended. He took in his surroundings and realized that he didn't recognize this place. His clothes were neatly placed on a table. Aerion got out of bed and began to dress. It only took half a minute. Aerion was keen to find out where he was. Could this be the so-called afterlife? Probably not, I don't remember dying. Aerion opened the door to the bedroom and left. He began to hear countless different sounds which sounded like a group of people were fighting. He moved to the pavilion where this sound was coming from. There he saw 6 people, Tai Xia, Izanami, Kai Rong, Sun Lin, Moe and Wei Ling. It seemed to be a 3v3 match. He realized that this was probably the place he asked the builders to construct. Aerion leaned against the wall and decided to spectate the fight. Izanami clearly has worse teammates, this should be interesting. It was Tai Xia, Kai Rong and Moe against Izanami, Sun Lin and Wei Ling. But Sun Lin and Wei Ling were knocked out relatively quickly, leaving Izanami all alone against her 3 combatants. She stood confidently despite her disadvantage. Moe attacked first, and moments later, he found himself on the floor with a sword a centimeter away from slicing his neck. He withdrew and joined the spectators. Now Izanami only had to deal with Tai Xia and Kai Rong. They attacked her at once, and so she had little space to retaliate. When the opportunity arose for her to counter, she slashed at the weakest link, which was Kai Rong. Aerion noticed that Tai Xia was strong, really strong. It looked like the dragon seed he so gracefully supplied had granted her the legacy of the dragon god. This made her body stronger and more resistant, which resulted in her having greater battle power than before. On the other hand, Izanami had the Sharingan and a greater cultivation strength. Kai Rong was quickly taken care of when Izanami used her frozen cloud arts. By taken care of, I mean she was completely frozen. Sun Lin didn't hesitate at all when he took her frozen body and placed her somewhere safe. The spectating disciples looked at her and Sun Lin scratched his head. How are we going to thaw the ice? Most of us use the wind element, cutting her into pieces wouldn't be a great solution. We should bring Fenjuecheng. Moe shook his head. He's locked himself up in one of the rooms, disrupting him would be inconvenient. Well. Aerion walked forward. Ah, Master June, you're back. This simple sentence managed to steal everyone's attention and it resulted in a little duel between Izanami and Taisya temporarily ending. Aerion came closer and touched the ice. Moments later, fire burst to life from his hand and surrounded Kai Rong. Soon, the fire melted the ice away. Aerion moved his hand away. You should be more careful with that frozen cloud art, Lai Mei. Perhaps I should. Husband. Aerion embraced Taisya and passionately kissed her. I was worried the whole time, I thought you'd never recover. It's all right now. Humph. Izanami turned and walked away. Aerion broke free and changed the subject. So, what has transpired while I was away? Aerion listened to his dragon's guard, asking questions once in a while when he needed to. He learnt of the new rivalry between Fanjuecheng and Taishu. Both Taisya and Izanami had moved to the dragon's palace. Apparently, the heavenly fire demon was unanimously voted to be the elder of the division. The 7 disciples decided to call themselves the Sacred Seven, which Aerion found amusing. The leader of the Sacred Seven couldn't be decided, however. Rob shall be the leader. Not Fanjuecheng or Taishu? Moe asked. Yeah, Moe has a point, they could easily beat him in a fight. Rob is probably the weakest in this division. Aerion sighed, all cultivators care about his strength. Aerion decided to ask a question in order to enlighten his followers. What does a leader do? Allow me to enlighten you. A leader wisely commands his followers in order to lead them to the best outcome possible in battle or out. Commands. Giving commands doesn't require cultivation strength, nor do you need it to be a wise leader. It's just a mere bonus, it makes gaining the respect of the followers easier. That is all. So even a cripple can become a great leader? Wei Ling asked. Is Rob a cripple? Well, no, not at all. And to answer your question, yes, even a cripple can be a great leader. The thing is, I trust Rob's ability to lead from personal experience. Now, then, let's gather everyone. You've returned at last, disciple. I see that you've done a brilliant job while I was away. This? I barely did anything. Nevertheless, you did something. Those formations will be extremely beneficial long-term. Aerion turned his eyes to the Sacred Seven who were in an organized shoulder-to-shoulder formation. The heavenly fire demon stood beside Aerion. Izanami had left to the pavilion she had claimed and never came back, well not yet at least Taisya decided to visit her father and inform him of Aerion's return. Now, let's see how you've all grown. Strike me all at once, no holding back or you'll find your head buried under the ground. Since none of them wanted to be buried underground, they all attacked. Aerion was impressed by their individual strength but their strategy, it was appalling. They attacked like some peasant mob, unorganized and predictable. Aerion simply dodged their wild and uncoordinated attacks. Not only did they struggle to hit him, but they also ended up hitting each other. Rob tried to get them to listen and his efforts were not wasted. Soon the smarter ones backed down and waited for the perfect opportunity to strike. Then the rest joined them. We need a strategy, and we need one quickly, Rob suggested. Alright then, since you're the leader, go ahead and make one. Taishu responded. As long as you listen. Aerion dug Stormcaller into the ground and leaned onto it. He waited a whole 2 minutes, something an enemy would never do but this was a necessary step in the right direction. Rob grabbed his shield and raised his sword. Spearhead formation. Moe led the formation with his spear, followed by Taishu and Fanjuecheng on his left and right. Further left stood Kai Rong and further right stood Wei Ling's son Lin covered the back and Rob was in the very center. 3 in the middle, 2 going diagonally right and another 2 going diagonally left. How intriguing. Aerion grabbed Stormcaller and prepared to meet the charge. Certainly better than before. Aerion blocked Moe's spear with Stormcaller. Then Taishu and Fanjuecheng attacked from the left and right. Encircle the enemy. The spearhead formation soon changed into a circle around Aerion. It happened very quickly. Aerion flew up and fired off a ball of fire into the circle formation. Everyone, scatter. Everyone dodged the ball of fire and awaited Rob's next instruction. Juecheng, Shu, attack. Everyone else, combine your profound energy with Kai Rong's and Moe's to produce a large tornado. Taishu attacked first, Aerion dodged and kicked him down to the floor. Flames surrounded Fanjuecheng's sword and he released a powerful attack, a dragon-shaped attack. Seafaring Flame Dragon. An interesting attack, Aerion slapped it away. Fan Juecheng charged Aerion and attacked him several times, every single one of hits missing. He was furious, his slashes became quicker and more aggressive. He managed to cut Aerion's sleeve, an impressive feat. Aerion soon grew tired and sent him flying with a wind slash from Stormcaller. Well, is this all you can do? Aerion turned and saw a huge earth-decimating tornado approaching him. It had the potential to harm a peak sky profound cultivator. Still, it was nothing to Aerion. A single slash from Stormcaller ended its existence. The disciples weren't done, however. They all used 1,000 cuts on him. 5 at once. It was far weaker than the tornado. Aerion wondered what was the point. He released his profound energy and scattered the wind. Shoo! From the corner of his eye, Aerion saw a sword flying towards him. He dodged. Everything. Fan Juecheng released a field of fire onto Aerion. Using fire against Aerion was the worst idea ever. Not only does he wield the mighty fire seed, but he's also a Targaryen. He stood still and relaxed. Then his eyes widened when he saw an earth-decimating tornado coming towards him. It was too late to dodge. The fire did a good job of hiding the wind. The fire disappeared and the wind took over. Taishu concentrated the tornado into one point, Aerion's hand. Slash. It continued to slash at his arm, continuously. Aerion flicked it away, back to Taishu. He looked at his hand and saw no damage. It seems that I'm just too strong. Concentrating the tornado into something smaller, most impressive. Everyone, get back in line. They did as told, the heavenly fire demon nodding in approval. Do you all see how a leader, when his warriors listen to him, can change the odds in a battle? You weren't going to win against me anyway, but at least you put up a good fight. Now, all of you are going to practice on your teamwork until I say otherwise. No one is going to close themselves in a room and meditate all day. No, if you want to get stronger, spar each other. Build bonds, find each other's weakness and strengths, work on them, become a single and unbeatable unit. Yes, my lord. Aerion left the Sacred Seven in the clear white room, similar to the ones in the noble rogue sect. He left the heavenly fire demon with the dragon's guard to oversee their progress. He decided to visit Izanami. It was a while since they had a private moment together. The heavenly fire demon had told him which of the pavilions she lived in. Aerion was impressed with the amount of work the builders had completed in just 60 days. Over 20 pavilions, 30 separate rooms, a large hall for feasting, 15 rooms for meditation and a whole lot more. Still, Aerion was surprised by the length of time he had been blind. Did using purgatory drastically increase the consequences? Or was it because he had learned a new ability relating to his eyes? How come Roshas hasn't made another move? Perhaps he's focusing on himself rather than attacking me. I imagine that he'd want to reach the very peak in terms of strength before meeting me once again. In the meantime, he'll most likely send a few more grunts to harass me before he reaches that level of strength. Or he won't at all. That god is as unpredictable as they come. Nevertheless, I must be prepared for anything. Aerion unlocked the door. Didn't you get taught any manners? A few. Why are you here? Do I need a reason to see you? Not really. Exactly. Come, let's walk. Izanami sighed. All right. Do you ever wish you could return to your home? Aerion nodded. Of course, it's where I was born. I left my uncle and aunt all alone in that cruel world. I once dreamed of being the greatest king of the 7 kingdoms, a king everyone would remember. Then I soon realized that my dream was shattered to pieces by the usurper. Then, when I was older, I realized that my dream could be possible once more. Then, when all the pieces were coming together, it was shattered once more, by a damn natural disaster. I understand, I too want to return to my home. Where may that be? A different world. You wouldn't know anything about it, apart from the few things I've told you. About that world, my Sharingan has evolved. A new ability? Izanami asked. Well, not really. I have used it before, to protect you. Is it the Susanoo? Yeah, it is. Izanami chuckled. I have it as well. A dark blue Susanoo ribcage appeared. Then it turned into a skeleton, then armor surrounded it. Aerion was shocked. He thought only he owned this ability. Anyone who has the Manjikyu Sharingan can use it. Aerion tried to do the same thing Izanami did and he succeeded. Eventually, he found himself inside a fully armored Susanoo. This will be useful both on offense and defense, Aerion thought. When did you learn it? Right after you went into your coma. I see. They continued walking around the woods, enjoying the fresh air. Then Izanami stopped and looked directly into Aerion's eyes. Do you love me? Aerion wondered why she'd ask such a question. Of course, why wouldn't I? You do very little to show it. Aerion smiled, so that's the reason. I'll show you my passion soon enough. Then I'll be patient, but you better not keep me waiting for too long. I'll try my best. Aerion had spent most of the day with his enemy, then he had a conversation with the Grandmaster where he was thanked countless times, and then he watched a little duel between two rivals, a blade and a guard. The guard barely won. It was a long and entertaining fight. Then Aerion went to his new pavilion in the Dragon's Palace. Tai Xia laid in his bed, her eyes glued to a book. Aerion undressed and got under the sheets. I never saw you reading books before. Aerion commentated. I just found it interesting. Let me see it. A Guide to Pregnancy, Week by Week. Aerion looked down and he saw a slight bump on Tai Xia's stomach. He doesn't remember that being there. He heard the dragon god's voice. You seem confused. The virgin dragon seed passes some of my blood to the first person you have sex with. The dragon god never said anything about instant impregnation. Ah, I'm going to be a father at the age of 18. Far sooner than I expected, far sooner than I would have liked. Ah, what does it matter? The Targaryen line goes on. I haven't been this happy for a long time. I'm going to be a father. Aerion embraced Tai Xia and a few tears of joy dropped down his cheek. Tai Xia did the same. She had never seen the usually calm Aerion cry. It was a truly special moment for him, one he'd remember forever. Chapter 57. Aerion opened the dungeon gate and found himself in floor 7, where he wanted to be. He was at the lowest platform once again, which meant that he'd have to climb the stairs again. The cloaked man sat in the middle as he had done before. Aerion walked past him and onto the stairs since he didn't have much gold to give. The heavenly fire demon appeared a few seconds later and joined him. So, how are the Dragon's Guard? They're doing all right. Good to know. Aerion took his last heavenly cultivation pill and broke through to the 7th stage of the Emperor Profound realm. He was Emperor Profound 6 before, thanks to the 2 months spent in the fire of the volcano. Aerion guessed that he'd be able to get further into floor 7, perhaps even finish it. The heavenly fire demon had the cultivation strength of Sovereign 3 and Aerion suspected that he had the battle power of an average Sovereign Profound 6 cultivator. Climbing the first staircase was far easier than before and seemed like a far quicker journey. Aerion found himself facing Tywin and his gold once again. This time the heavenly fire demon dispatched the clone himself, saving Aerion the effort. I briefly remember a warhammer coming down towards me right before I was awoken. Aerion recalled. The heavenly fire demon nodded. I do remember someone appearing from the ground. How did he look like? I only saw his backside, but he was quite distinguishable. A giant man, only slightly shorter than you. He had a horned helmet, looked like the horns of a stag. Could it be him? Who? The usurper. You wouldn't know him. Shoo. The wind whistled in response to the mighty swing coming from the giant of a warrior. Aerion dodged the swing just in time. Aerion focused on the man who attacked him. Yes, it is a clone of Robert Baratheon. Aerion could never mistake that face as he'd seen it many times. Aerion grabbed Stormcaller with his left hand and Skypiercer in his right. Heavenly Fire Demon, don't intervene. This is my fight. Very well. This superpowered Robert has the strength of a Sovereign Profound 4 cultivator, and when you add on his weapon and fighting style, he could probably be edging towards Sovereign Profound 5. But Aerion has a lot of experience fighting Robert since he'd sparred him countless times, so it might not be so bad. Draconic Heart. Aerion dodged the next swing as well. He tried to counter but, surprisingly, Robert recovered quickly. Aerion's Skypiercer clashed against Robert's Warhammer. Robert overpowered Aerion since he held Skypiercer with only one hand while Robert held his Warhammer with both. This advantage could also turn out to be a disadvantage. Aerion just has to be fast enough. Star God's Broken Shadow. Aerion withdrew Skypiercer and slashed at Robert's arm with Stormcaller, creating a gash. Robert responded with an overhead swing, then Aerion realized it was a feint. Robert switched from an overhead swing to a horizontal swing. Bang! Aerion lost his grip on Skypiercer. Getting smacked in the face by Robert's spiked Warhammer wasn't the greatest feeling. Aerion was sent flying to the very edge of the platform. He had almost fallen off, but he managed to stab into it with Stormcaller and hold on. Aerion forced himself back onto the platform. His eyes glowed red with killing intent. He was furious. A bloody clone tricked him. It wasn't even the real thing. You'll pay for that. Star God's Broken Shadow. Aerion got close and smashed Robert in the face with his bare fist, then he stabbed him in the chest with Stormcaller. Robert tried to respond with his Warhammer, but a crimson hand grabbed hold of his Warhammer and threw it off the platform. Then the crimson hand grabbed Robert and lifted him off the ground. Aerion tightened the pressure, slowly crushing him. He opened his palm. Begone. Purgatory, crimson demon wave. The clone perished and Aerion harvested its gold. Then he retrieved Skypiercer. After resting for a few minutes and seeing no other surprise enemies bosses, they moved on. The next staircase had a strong pressure, forcing Aerion to use Dragon Soul to get through it. Aerion decided to use Draconic Heart to quicken the pace and it worked brilliantly. The Heavenly Fire Demon had an even easier journey to the top. Soon they reached it, the next platform. Aerion laid his eyes upon the figure who stood in the middle. Jaime Lannister, Kingslayer, the man who slew my grandfather. What is this floor? A collection of the people I hate most. You handle this one. Very well. The Heavenly Fire Demon drew his sword and walked up to the Kingslayer's clone. The clone got into a defense stance, the Heavenly Demon smiled. His chaotic and unpredictable fighting style could easily break such fragile things. The Heavenly Demon attacked first with a simple slash. The slash was blocked with relative ease by Jaime. He then took the initiative and attempted to punch the Heavenly Demon with his left hand. The Heavenly Demon stepped to the side and cut Jaime's left arm off with his sharp blade. Then it was pretty much over. Aerion took a quick look at the bloodied corpse of the clone, collected its gold and moved on. The next set of stairs wasn't drastically harder than the previous one. Draconic Heart gave him more than enough strength to run up the stairs. Once he reached the top, he saw a giant armored knight. Giant was definitely the right word, for he even dwarfed Aerion. It was the mountain, Aerion was sure of it. Let's end him quickly. Agreed. Quite some time must have passed since he went to sleep and Aerion wanted to get as far as possible, which meant that he wasn't willing to waste time on just one boss. Aerion was aggressive and used his superior speed to overwhelm the mountain while the Heavenly Fire Demon disrupted him with ranged fire attacks. It was an easy battle which ended with Aerion penetrating the mountain's thick armor with Skypiercer. The spear point reached the mountain's heart, almost killing him instantly. Aerion forced the mountain to bend both knees. You're one tough fellow, but your struggling ends here. Aerion withdrew Skypiercer from the mountain's heart and raised it up, swiftly and gracefully. Just when he was about to send Skypiercer's axe towards the mountain's head, a roar erupted from the almost dead giant. He exploded to his feet and reached for Aerion's head, with both hands. He attempted to crush his skull. Aerion summoned two Susanoo sword arms which stabbed the mountain but he kept going but his grip was slowly fading. Aerion breathed fire in his face, temporarily activated Purgatory and kicked him away. The Heavenly Fire Demon then stabbed the mountain in the back. It was a deep stab which finally ended the rampage of the mountain. He gave in to the doors of death. Fighting all these people that he hated brought back a rush of feelings, none of these feelings being positive. He didn't forget any of the dreadful things that he had to go through his early life, he had merely buried them in the deepest vault in his memory. He didn't want to think about it. He had lost almost everything before he was even 4 years old. His father, brother, sister, mother, grandfather, and then his grandmother. The feeling of anger faded quickly but in its place laid an even more powerful feeling, sorrow. What is troubling you, disciple? Nothing, nothing at all. Have it your way. Aerion rested for a bit and got a grip of his feelings. He stared at the clear blue sky and noticed it slowly darkening. He had a duty to return and protect what's left, preferably as quickly as he can. Who knows what has transpired since he left? For all Aerion knows, Daenerys and Viserys could be starving on the streets of one of the free cities. He stood up and gripped both of his weapons. I am Aerion of House Targaryen, son of the last dragon and the rightful king of the Iron Throne, I should act more like it. Aerion transformed his sorrow into pure determination. Let's proceed. Aerion walked the final step and stepped on the next platform. A field of flowers, one tree and nothing else but the man in the middle. Long silver blonde hair and deep purple eyes. Night black armor with the red three-headed dragon, the banner of House Targaryen, decorated with expensive rubies. Aerion instinctively walked forward, the Heavenly Fire Demon stood still. Father? For the first time, a clone responded to him. A smile, Rhaegar Targaryen looked at his son with pride as he put on his winged helmet and drew his sword from its scabbard. Aerion dropped Skypiercer and gripped Stormcaller with both of his hands. A clash ensued, a very long clash. Aerion didn't use any profound skills, only his physical strength and Stormcaller. It didn't seem to be a trial of strength, it was more of a trial of skill. Aerion had never gotten the chance to face his father in a duel, this was an opportunity of a lifetime for him. He took his time and made the most of it. Even if the clone didn't speak, the duel made Aerion feel better. Aerion tripped his father and made him fall. Stormcaller came closer and closer to his neck. Aerion wished that he would speak, at least a few words. Aerion was left disappointed, his blade went through the clone and ended its life. It didn't seem too keen to fight back against him, clearly. Rhaegar disappeared and left only two things, some gold and a vision. The seventh floor suddenly changed, Aerion stood in front of his father and a young lady. Aerion soon figured out that this was a wedding, a secret wedding to be precise. Aerion wasn't exactly pleased with this but he continued to watch. Soon the scene changed once again. Aerion found himself outside of a tower and saw his father leave this tower. "Farewell, I'll return soon with news of my victory." Rhaegar walked past Aerion, almost budging into him. Rhaegar looked confident, as if Robert's rebellion wasn't anything to be worried about. Aerion would have been confident as well in this situation, the loyalist force outnumbered the rebel force by a decent amount during this time. Rhaegar rode away from the tower, leaving 3 Kingsguard to guard Lyanna Stark. These 3 Kingsguard were the mighty warriors Ser Arthur Dayne, Gerald Hightower and Ser Oswell when to be exact. Aerion had known most of the Kingsguard personally since he usually had 1 or 2 assigned to him. Aerion walked up the tower and saw Lyanna Stark. Time seemed to pass very quickly and a young Eddard Stark walked past him. Aerion turned back to Lyanna and saw a baby in her hands. Aerion's eyes widened. Father had a child with Lyanna Stark. Aerion watched Lyanna die shortly after. Eddard Stark then took the half-Targaryen and left, that was when the vision ended. Aerion smiled and hoped that the child was still alive today. No silver hair or purple eyes, no one would have ever known the child's true heritage, which meant that Robert wouldn't suspect anything. "I have a half-sibling, who would have known?" Aerion and the heavenly fire demon proceeded to the next set of stairs. Suddenly, the cloaked man appeared and blocked their path. His cloak was still due to the lack of wind. He had no face, at least not one that could be seen. "Well done. You have fought off many powerful warriors and passed the trials of endurance with relative ease. There's only one trial left before you can return to the world you call home." "I can return to Westeros." "Yes. Then let me begin the trial." "Not so soon. I came here to warn you, it will be difficult and you'll only get one's chance." "Only one chance?" The cloaked man nodded. "If you fail then you won't be able to get past this point. If you run then you'll find this staircase at the bottom of the ocean the next day. It's now or never. So, I have to be careful." "Precisely. You and the heavenly demon will have different trials. The path of the dragon and the path of the demon, sounds alright to me. So, are you ready?" Aerion shrugged. "Of course. It's not like I can get any stronger." "I, too, am ready." He clapped his hands. "Then you may continue." The staircase separated into 2 parts, both parts were pointing to the opposite direction. The left side was labeled the path of the dragon, while the right was the path of the demon. The cloaked man disappeared. Aerion began to walk the last, supposedly, set of stairs. Each step became harder and harder, the difference in difficulty became apparent. Aerion was forced to activate Purgatory to walk the last 300 steps. Somewhere, along the way, Aerion had gained greater profound understanding of the Great Way of the Buddha and reached its 3rd stage. By the end, the drops of sweat dripping down his face could easily be seen. His legs were shaking due to the pain, he wanted to drop to the ground and sleep forever. The pain was too much, using Purgatory for over 5 minutes was no easy task. Aerion could barely stand and his eyes grew restless, the boss took advantage of this. Aerion saw a sword come towards him and, out of pure instinct, he stepped to the side. Aerion instantly deactivated Purgatory and moved down to Draconic Heart. This was in an effort to conserve his energy. Still, his speed and strength were drastically reduced and this resulted in Aerion taking more punishment. "Look at you, a half-dead boy. You are the one who will beat me and reclaim the Iron Throne." "Clearly not, you should forget about it." The boss's blurry image soon closed the distance with his superior speed and stabbed Aerion, clang. Crimson scales appeared where the sword was about to stab Aerion, the sword stopped in its tracks. Aerion's eyes glowed red as he activated his Sharingan. "I can't fail this trial. Izanagi." His blurry vision quickly disappeared and the world became clear again. His entire body recovered, it was back to peak performance, if you ignore the fact that he lost his left eye to blindness. Aerion grabbed the sword's blade with his left hand and moved it back, forcing the owner to move with it. Aerion clenched his right first and gave the boss an explosive punch to the face which sent him flying to the other side of the platform. Aerion flipped the sword and grabbed its handle. Aerion felt strangely connected to it, but the thrill of battle and his bloodlust prevented him from investigating further. At this point, he only had one thing on his mind, killing the last boss. Not bad, you suddenly grew in strength and managed to take my sword away from me. But, I have a far more potent weapon. Roar. Is that a bloody dragon? A dragon flew down and the silver-haired man jumped on it. The dragon flew further away, then it turned. Aerion released an earth-decimating tornado which barely did anything to stop the dragon. It roared once again and the tornado dispersed like it was just a small breeze. Then it breathed fire on the entire platform, crack, crack, boom. The platform broke apart from its explosive fire. Aerion fell down, but not too far. Purgatory. Aerion's crimson-silver dragon wings emerged from his back. Aerion saw the dragon diving towards him. He threw the sword at the dragon's eye and he missed. Aerion flew towards the dragon but slightly higher, he grabbed the sword and kicked the boss off the dragon. The boss dropped into the ocean a couple of dozen meters away. Aerion ignored the dragon and flew towards the boss and into the water. That dragon didn't look like a sea dragon, so there was nothing to worry about when he was underwater. Suddenly, the laws of the seventh floor were bent to the boss's will, he could fly without any wings. He shot up and Aerion followed. Roar. The dragon breathed fire and stopped him in his tracks, temporarily. The dragon was a pest in Aerion's eyes, a very strong pest that needed to be dealt with as soon as possible. He did something he had never done before. Fourth stage of Calamity Dragon Arts, Silver Calamity. Heaven-absorbing Silver Claw. Aerion took every bit of profound energy from the dragon's fire, and his surroundings, and transferred it into his right hand. Black-red flames surrounded the sword he had borrowed, the flames grew in size very quickly. Heaven-destroying Crimson Demon Slash. Boom, splash. The dragon was cut in half, its blood flowed down and turned some of the ocean red. In a few moments, it disappeared into nothingness. Aerion instantly dropped down to purgatory and chased after the boss. The boss stopped flying when he reached an island. A nice change of scenery, very exotic, don't you think? Aren't you a bit too relaxed about your situation? You know, I'm going to cut you down. Of course, you have to in order to return to Westeros. Return me my sword and we can have a duel. Aerion threw it towards him and he grabbed it. Aerion then took a good look at the boss and his features were unveiled. Silver hair and purple eyes, a dragon, and the blade looks like it's made of Valyrian steel. Aerion had an idea of who it might have been. Aerion drew Stormcaller and prepared for the duel that would ensue. At this point, Aerion was a swordmaster in terms of fighting skill. His Sharingan had allowed him to copy and learn from his opponents. And due to his high intelligence, he was able to learn quickly. A fighter who can survive and adapt is the most dangerous fighter, for he will eventually overcome his opponent. After around 3 minutes of clashing, the fight was in a stalemate. He noticed that the sword the boss wielded was extremely sharp and clearly superior to his Stormcaller, so he avoided directly clashing with it. The battle was slowly turning in favor of the boss as the side effects of using Silver Calamity became more and more apparent. Not only that, but the boss was exerting more and more of his strength. Star God's Broken Shadow. Oh. Despite the increased speed, the boss kept up with relative ease. Aerion estimated that he had the power of at least a Sovereign 8 cultivator, which meant that he'd have to use Purgatory to be even with him, or a tiny bit stronger if he used his flames. To win decisively, he'd have to use Silver Calamity and attack with a strong profound skill, ending the duel with one attack, almost ending himself in the process. Aerion decided to use a mix of Draconic Heart and Purgatory. Aerion deducted that it would be best to prolong the battle, giving him enough time to recover while the boss grew tired. There was no way he had regenerative abilities comparable to that of the Great Way of the Buddha and Scale Regeneration. The battle turned to Aerion's favor, albeit very slowly. Alright, you win. What do you mean? I haven't damaged you yet. I don't have much time left. I have determined that you passed the trial, now, kneel. Why? Do you want the rewards for completing this floor? Alright, I'll do it. This isn't the best place, but I want to be the one to do this. Aerion kneeled on one knee, the boss placed his Valyrian steel sword on his right shoulder. He smiled and his voice had a certain charm to it. Aerion found out what was happening a few moments later. In the name of the warrior, I charge you to be brave. In the name of the father, I charge you to be just. In the name of the mother, I charge you to protect the young and innocent. Will you take upon these oaths and rise? Yes, I will. Then you may rise a knight, Aerion of House Targaryen. Under the moonlight, Aerion was knighted. The Valyrian steel sword glistened and the water shimmered due to the moonlight. There was only silence for a few seconds, apart from the light breeze of the wind and the calm water. Are you? Aerion wanted to ask a question, but the boss interrupted him. His body began to disintegrate slowly, turning into ash. The boss gave Aerion his sword and patted him on the shoulder, looking him in the eyes. Always remember to do what you think is right, do not let anyone else influence your decisions, for you are superior to all. The blood of the dragon, and old Valyria, flows through your veins. Be ruthless towards your true enemies and be merciful to those who surrender and are willing to serve. He looked down, half of his face was already gone. I'm afraid my time has run out, but it has been a pleasure to meet one of my descendants. It seems that the Seven Kingdoms and the Targaryen dynasty is in good hands. Warmest regards, Aegon the Conqueror. Chapter 58. Aegon the Conqueror knighted me. Aerion stood still for a while, bewildered. He was truly Aegon the Conqueror, or at the very least, a very convincing clone. Aerion liked to think that Aegon's soul was placed in that body for a bit so that they could meet. Now he should have returned to a better place, the afterlife. Aerion grasped the sword Aegon had given him. He had no doubts about the sword's name. It fit its description perfectly, a bastard sword that could be used with one or two hands, made of Valyrian steel, a ruby for a pommel and two dragon heads on each end of the guard. It had to be long-lost ancestral blade of the Targaryens, Blackfire. Aerion smiled. With this blade, I, Aerion Targaryen, shall reconquer Westeros. It took Aerion a while to find the first platform again, but he did it. The cloaked man looked half asleep as he sat at his stall. He was awakened by Aerion's presence. Finally, that took longer than I expected. And your eye, you used as Izanagi, wise indeed. You would have failed without it. Aerion nodded. You're right, but where's the heavenly fire demon? Ah, him. He's still doing his trial. Is he doing well? Yes, he should be done in a month or so. His trial is longer, but it will reward him greatly as it did you. A month? Isn't that a bit too long? It is what it is, you got a problem. A slight one, sigh. Aerion woke up. He noticed that his left eye was blinded and took note that Izanagi was a special exception to the dungeon's laws. Usually, any damage he received in the dungeon wouldn't affect his real body. He shrugged, it would only affect him for a few days, nothing to be worried about. All he had to do was cover up his eye and it would be all fine. He looked around and saw no signs of Tai Xia. She had probably woken up way earlier than Aerion did. After all, she didn't have to face off half a dozen bosses in a dream and walk an absolutely brutal staircase to heaven. Aerion got dressed and then looked at the things he had gained from his Floor 7 journey. The heavenly cultivation pill could instantly make him break through any stage in any realm below the divine origin realm. It would be best used at Sovereign 10, which meant that Aerion wasn't going to use it anytime soon. Blackfire was a divine origin sword, according to his observability. It was noticeably light and sharp, as a Valyrian steel sword should be. Aerion could swing it with relative ease in the draconic heart state. It also worked well with the fire element, a bonus. Now, getting a divine origin version of Blackfire and being knighted by Aegon himself was amazing, there's no doubt about that. But he had gained something as important, if not more, the world teleportation portal. The thing that will allow him to return to Westeros. Unfortunately, Aerion didn't know where it was. Aerion was starting to think he got scammed by the cloaked man, but then he found it, after half a minute of investigating. His dungeon ring had gained a red gem which was glowing frequently. He tapped the gem. Think of the place you want to go to, the cloaked man's voice echoed. No, not now. Aerion moved away his finger from the ring. He still had a few things to do before he could comfortably leave. If he had gained this ring around a year ago, he would have left without hesitation. But things have changed. He can think of many reasons as to why he should stay. He decided to give himself 1 to 2 months to do everything he wants to do before he leaves. Conquering Westeros and then stabilizing the 7 kingdoms after becoming king will take a while. He didn't even know how the portal worked. Does it have a cooldown or can it be used at will? Besides, his left eye was blind, he needed some time to recover. The Dragon's Guard focused on their training, seldom going outside. They were determined to be the strongest they can be as the date of the tournament was coming closer and closer. Though the date was a year and a half away, they had to catch up with the Divine Phoenix Empire's disciples who were miles ahead. Every second counted in this scenario. The heavenly demon hadn't returned yet and this made Aerion rather anxious. He had spent most of the month with his wife and Izanami, but there were a few other things he did. He earned a lot of money by strengthening weapons through his forge and making pills by using the refining abilities of the Sky Poison Pearl. It was a quick and easy business. Many travelers going into the Wasteland of Death needed some better gear and Aerion was happy to provide, for a decent price, of course. Old Town residents got a 25% discount which made quite a few wealthy people want to move there. Noble Rogue sect members got a 35% discount. Naturally, no sect dared to move into Old Town due to the Noble Rogue sect's presence. There had only been one sect in Old Town and that wasn't ever going to change. This increase in citizens led to the noble rogue sect expanding further and making the fortress even bigger, preparing to increase their number of disciples. Aerion was relaxing on the grass near the dragon's palace when he saw a floating figure. He recognized her face. She was one of the 7 fairies. The one he knew the most, in fact, Chuyueli. The sun didn't fit her icy features but she was still extraordinarily beautiful. Aerion smirked. What might one of the 7 fairies of the Frozen Cloud Immortal Palace want from me? The palace mistress decided to make use of your services and strengthen our Sky Profound weapon, the Ice Phoenix Snowflower Ribbon. Sky Profound? TSK, that won't be cheap. How much is it? 3 million purple profound coins. I'm willing to down the price to 2 million since I'm a guest elder and all. What do you think? Chuyueli tossed a storage ring with the money and ribbon inside of it. Here. While you wait, why not speak to Lai Mei? I'll only take a few minutes. Have it your way. Damn, she's so direct today, maybe I should tell her of my current cultivation strength. Emperor Profound 7, now that would most definitely lead to a reaction. Aerion led Chuyueli to his enemy and left shortly after to his chambers. He closed his eyes and walked up to the forge. He scratched his head, unsure of what to do. 2 million was a large amount of money, even for a sect as powerful as the Frozen Cloud Immortal Palace. He had to do something special. It's certainly a weapon that focuses on the ice element, but Aerion had never trained the element or used it seriously, despite him having the water seed. Haha, you are a master when it comes to wind and an unmatched prodigy when it comes to fire. But, the other elements, you are a complete amateur. Thanks for the encouragement, dragon. Remind me, can you breathe anything other than fire? No, I don't think you can. Alright, you got me on that one. The next good dream you have is going bye-bye when you reach the best part. Oh, that's truly unfortunate. Now, let me concentrate. Aerion activated his Sharingan and started to imitate Izanami's Frozen Cloud Profound skills. At first, he wasn't too pleased. But as the minutes passed, he added a few special touches of his own to the Frozen Cloud arts and this led to him creating a different version of the Frozen Cloud arts. It also made his job easier. He didn't have the time to create the profound arts, only the ice itself, a good foundation. It was sharper and colder than the ice of the Frozen Cloud arts but used more profound energy and covered less area as a result. It took him only 2 hours thanks to his Sharingan and absolute control ability granted by the water seed. All done, this should serve me well. Aerion dumped the fancily named Sky Profound ribbon into the forge and while it was being reforged, he added his ice to the mix. The fire of the forge quickly shattered the ice and a heavenly ribbon emerged, floating in the air. The air around it grew cold, probably cold enough to kill any ordinary person instantly. But the 2 beings present were far from ordinary. Ah, you did it, I thought you'd fail. Positive thinking. Aerion grabbed the ribbon and returned to the real world. You said you'd only take a few minutes. I had to make some adjustments. Aerion handed the ribbon to Chuyueli and she was instantly impressed. So cold, yet soft at the same time. They don't call me the greatest blacksmith of all time for nothing. I doubt you're the greatest. Ah, she hurt my feelings. Why are these fairies so cold? But you'll get there one day. She wisely changed the subject. Now that our business is done, I have to return to the Frozen Cloud Immortal Palace. You want me to escort you? Chuyueli retorted. I can protect myself. Aerion shrugged. Very well. Jasmine chuckled when Chuyueli left. It's funny, is it? One day, the heavenly fire demon returned and he was clearly stronger than before. He was unusually quiet and spent most of his time meditating. Aerion decided to approach him about it. What's wrong? You seem different. You do too. You look more relaxed as if a giant weight was lifted off your shoulder. It is the same for myself. That's a good thing. Come here. The heavenly fire demon patted Aerion's head and moved back seconds later. I have granted you great wisdom, it is your choice if you will use it, for I will not. The heavenly fire demon returned to the dungeon while Aerion was busy making use of the great wisdom he had been granted. It wasn't wisdom, it was an entire library of profound skills. Based on the sword and hand-to-hand combat. It was a calmer and more arrogant fighting style, one that could trigger the enemy into making mistakes. Aerion decided that he wouldn't delve into it now, saving it for later. Aerion had finished preparing a few days later. He had left the heavenly fire demon to protect the noble rogue sect and Dragon's Guard in case Roshas attacked once more. Aerion wanted to leave by himself, but Izanami insisted on coming with him. This soon led to Robb wanting to come as well, then Tysya, then the rest of the Dragon's Guard. Aerion firmly said no to the Dragon's Guard as they had to get stronger. He also said no to Tysya for obvious reasons in Izanami. There wasn't any real reason he could say no. Robb was a difficult decision, but in the end, Aerion agreed to it. Since he could catch up with some heavenly cultivation pills in the future. Aerion had left the Dragon's Guard with 1,000,000 purple profound coins to spend as they wished while he was away. The heavenly fire demon was tasked with protecting them, helping them train and making sure they don't do anything foolish. And that was that. Aerion was ready. I'm not sure if it works with multiple people, but it's worth a shot. Robb, Izanami, touch the gem. A gem is going to bring us back. Robb asked. Aerion nodded. Yes, but it's not just a gem, it's a portal. Where do you want to go? Tell me, the voice echoed. Bring me to the known world, my aunt and uncle, to be specific. Easy. They vanished into thin air. Chapter 59. Viserys was uncomfortable for the entire time. There were many things that made him uncomfortable, from the barbaric behavior of the Dothraki to Daenerys' extravagant wedding gifts. The 3 dragon eggs. Those should have gone to him, not his little sister. Khal Drogo didn't even bat an eye at him, as if he didn't even exist. The only thing keeping his composure was the promise of the Iron Throne. Imagine 40,000 Dothraki screamers in Westeros, then add on the loyalist forces and you have an army big enough to conquer the 7 kingdoms. It wasn't a pleasant thing, his sister being married off to a horse lord, but the Iron Throne was more important, at least in his eyes. On the other hand, Daenerys was more than just uncomfortable. She was just 13, almost 14, years old, and she was married to a warlord. She was frightened of what awaited her when the day ended. She thought of Aerion. The last time she'd seen him was a few days after his 15th name day. He was confident and determined to provide for her and Viserys, which he succeeded. She heard of his various victories and soon found gifts of gold, more than enough to live a life of a noble. This luxury soon faded when Aerion was caught in the Great Storm and his kingdom soon followed. If only he had been alive, she wouldn't have to go through this, she would be safe. Luckily for her, the wedding would be cancelled, due to a shocking event which no one saw coming. Not her brother, not Illyrio, and certainly not the Khal. Aerion came crashing down from the sky. He looked down and noticed a city in the distance. Aerion completely forgot to activate his profound floating technique until the last second. This led to him just landing on the ground without any sustained damage. He looked at the ground and there was a small hole. Soon Robb and Izanami followed. Aerion looked around and it took him a few seconds to process the events occurring around him. Even after realizing what was happening, he couldn't believe it. All sound seemed to stop as the people stared at the godlike being who stood before them. His aura radiated a sense of superiority and mystery. He was handsome, impossibly so. He didn't even need to speak, his mere posture demanded respect. Aerion walked up to the seated Khal and looked at Daenerys. He smiled and turned to the Khal. Slash. Blackfire showed no mercy, piercing straight through his neck. His head rolled onto the ground. Aerion kicked it away into the sea. Boom. What can I say? I'm just that strong. 3 men suddenly rose in anger, drawing their weapons and lashing out at Aerion. Unfortunately, it didn't go so well for them. Aerion blocked all of their strikes with visible ease, and once he got bored, their rocks were cut in half. He finished them off with a single strike, in an instant. The Khal and his 3 blood riders, all dead within a few moments. Aerion cleaned Blackfire with his wind and glanced at the Dothraki horde. What do I do with the rest of them? The question crossed Aerion's mind. He had heard of their prowess in battle, but he wasn't too keen on having an army of barbarians. Besides, they spoke a whole different language and acted strangely. Aerion decided to make them scatter, so he summoned Rhaegar. Roar! Rhaegar knew what to do. He flew up and began to breathe fire. After 3 rounds of fire, every Dothraki was running for their lives. Rhaegar had killed about 1,000 or so, he was clearly holding back. Aerion had taken the 3 dragon eggs while that was going on. When the Dothraki were gone, the surrounding area grew silent. Fool! Aerion narrowed his eyes at Viserys and walked towards him. I can explain, Gah. Aerion punched Viserys in the gut. It was a strong punch, definitely more than enough to make him feel pain, not enough to kill him. He was his uncle, after all. You truly are a disgrace to the Targaryen name. How? I thought you were dead. I was dead, then I was reborn. Anyway, I'll be on my way, for I have 7 kingdoms to conquer. Robb, you'll take care of Viserys. Aerion climbed Rhaegar and invited Daenerys to join him. She didn't hesitate. Aerion left Viserys outside the walls of Pentos as Rhaegar flew into the sky. Did he just leave me? Yeah, mate. Now you're under my gracious care. Robb patted his shoulder. Who in seven hells are you? Don't you know of Aerion's famous vice-captain? Robb responded, slightly offended. No, haven't heard of him. Robb sighed. Apparently I didn't advertise myself enough. When you're in the shadow of someone as great as the Pirate King, it's very hard to stand out. Robb, is that you? Jon, it's been a while, and you too, Duncan. We have to catch up on things, but this isn't the best place, is it? After Aerion left with Rhaegar and Dany, there had only been a few people left. For to be exact, Robb, Viserys, Jon and Duncan. Rhaegar's roar had sent Illyrio running for his life, and it looked like he wasn't coming back anytime soon. Unfortunate. Izanami decided to leave for Bloodstone, where she expected Aerion to be going. No, not at all. Let's go to the city. A fine idea. Duncan nodded in approval. Wait. The three pirates began to walk towards the gates of Pentos. They stopped when Viserys spoke. Robb noticed that he wasn't following. It seems that my duty is to protect you, but if you refuse to move, how will I accomplish that? Do you want me to force you? Very well, hurry up or I'll drag you into the city. Who do you think you are? To threaten the dragon. You are no dragon. Robb firmly replied as he knocked out Viserys. Duncan and Jon looked at him. What? He was getting tiresome. Fair point, but how did you get that strong? I'll tell you everything, but first, I need some food and wine. So, how was life after I was caught in the storm? Aerion decided that he'd be the one to start a conversation. It was worse than before, but I lived through it. I'm glad you did. Now that I've returned, you won't have to suffer any longer. Thank you, for saving me. Daenerys tightly squeezed Aerion. He laughed in response. No need to thank me, it's my duty to protect my family. What about Viserys? Robb will take good care of him, don't worry about him. I would have brought him with me, but he wasn't worthy of riding a dragon, not after what he put you through. Imagine if I'd been a day or two late, the call would have definitely taken her maidenhood. I'll make sure to give Viserys a suitable punishment when I become king. Maybe marry him off to one of the great houses, a matrilineal marriage. That might be a bit too cruel, but fair. Bloodstone. It was an unusually calm day, the wind was tame and so were the waves. There were almost no traces of the pirates that roamed the islands of Stepstones. Instead, there were only traders. As soon as the last of Aerion's forces were disposed of, a new pirate king was chosen. This pirate king was, in fact, a Lannister puppet, making them the real rulers of the islands. Piracy was officially banned, and those who dabbled with it would face the pirate king's justice. There was a large faction of pirates who did not agree with this new arrangement. They much preferred Aerion. Unfortunately for them, he was dead. The man who led the Freedom faction was that exact puppet pirate king. It is truly ironic that he ended up restricting piracy more than Aerion did, yet he was the figurehead of Freedom before. Members of the Freedom faction felt betrayed, and rightfully so. The new pirate king was called Willis, a very familiar name to Aerion. Is that a dragon? A merchant dropped a crate of his goods in surprise. Dragons, those things still exist. Suddenly a sky-piercing roar filled the entire island and caused many to forget what they were doing, and hide. It's good to be back, Aerion thought as he looked at Bloodstone, the castle. Aerion helped Daenerys get off the dragon. It seemed that there were no guards outside. Perhaps Rhaegar had scared them all off. Aerion opened the gate and walked forward. He told Daenerys to stand back just in case. The man sitting at the throne, Aerion's eyes widened in surprise. He was one of his small council members. There were over 30 guards protecting him, not really great protection against a cultivator, especially one of Aerion's caliber. Willis, so you are the man who sits upon my throne? Not Duncan. I wonder, did you betray my cause? Are you that mysterious leader of freedom? I thought, you were dead. You died in the storm. I did die, Aerion admitted. But I rose from the ashes a dragon, and now I've come to take what is rightfully mine. And I'm afraid that a traitor like you won't be able to witness. He turned to the guards, stand aside if you wish to live, if not then be prepared to meet your death. Some of the shuffled away, others stood firmly. One of the guards switched sides. There will only be one king of the Stepstones and the Narrow Sea, the one most of us served, Aerion of House Targaryen. Not this rebel and traitor. I don't know how you escaped death, but my sword will forever be yours. I was beginning to think Stepstones would be doomed forever, but it seems I was wrong. The others soon followed and Willis began to sweat as his guard began to turn against him. Aerion walked up to the throne and dragged Willis off it. He kicked Willis into the guards and sat down on his throne. He was comfortable like a true king should be. Prove me your loyalty, Butcher the traitor. Chapter 60. Aerion let Daenerys pick any room she wanted, apart from his original one. She picked the one that was relatively close to his. It was almost as extravagant as his own one was. Aerion would have picked that one as well if he were in her situation. Then he went to check on something, well, the secret entrance to be exact. He remembered it vividly, the dragon made of pure fire. Walking down the staircase took him a few seconds and he wasn't anywhere close to his peak speed. Let's see if you still live, dragon god of fire, Aerios. Aerion was left disappointed while his cut healed, but he remembered the dragon's last words. May the world tremble under your might, Dragon Emperor, my successor. It will, soon enough. Aerion watched the sunset as he relaxed on the hill. It had no name, but it certainly had a few memories. The light waves crashing against the island, the clear orange sky and the remaining half of the golden sun. He looked at a map of the 7 kingdoms he'd taken from Bloodstone's library and began to formulate a plan. Well, it was more like, which kingdom do I take first? Eventually, he'll be the king of the 7 kingdoms, no matter where he decided to start his conquest. Dorne is the closest kingdom and certainly an ally because of my mother being a Martell. We also have a mutual enemy, the Lannisters. Next is the Stormlands, ruled by House Baratheon. It's relatively close and would make a good starting location. I'll take Storm's End first, the unpenetrable fortress and main hold of the Stormlands. It's about to get penetrated by Aerion, a dragon and 30 men. Your world is interesting. Jasmine commentated. And all you've seen was a map. Humph, there's no profound energy in the air. So you weren't lying about coming from a world without cultivation. Why would I lie about something like that? But, there are a few people with some unordinary abilities which are classed under the word magic. Do you have any of those unordinary abilities? No, well, if you exclude my heavenly charm. Aerion ran his fingers through his silver hair. Though he wondered if his scale regeneration and transformation was magic. You, Jasmine regained her composure. Allow this princess to remind you that Chuyueli, a sky-profound cultivator, dismissed your offer of protection. TCH, she didn't dismiss my offer, she considered it and found it inconvenient. That was all. Is that so? Of course. Aerion got up and stored the map in his storage ring. He decided to get a good night's sleep and then set off into the narrow sea in the following morning. He told the captain of the guards to prepare for the voyage ahead. He didn't say where they were going. In fact, the only thing he said was that it was going to be a 4-day journey. Danny, get dressed, we're leaving soon. Already? Aerion smiled. We don't be at sea for long. Besides, Storm's End should have better accommodations. Though, it does have worse weather. Just make sure you're in an hour or so. All right. Aerion left her room and closed the door. 1 hour, I should rally the men for a short drill. So this is what your vice-captain had to go through? Davis, the captain of the guards, asked. What did you expect? You navigate, I give you some tips. If a battle arises then I step in and make the aggressor submit, or just annihilate their ship. According to the directions you've given me, we might be going to Storm's End. Is that the destination? Aerion nodded. Yes, we'll be taking that castle. Davis looked shocked and then he remembered something. The man who stood before him had an enormous dragon. I'm glad I picked the right side, ha ha ha. I'm sure you are. Over the 4-day journey, they had encountered a decent amount of ships. Aerion was feeling kind and didn't kill any more than 5 people, preferring to settle for their gold and goods. They had stocked up on plenty of food and crates of many different resources. The ship was pretty much full. Aerion decided to name the ship Brightfire, paying some homage to another Aerion Targaryen, the one who thought drinking wildfire would make him a dragon. Although Aerion would never admit it himself, he knew that his family had quite the number of mad people dating back to Rhaegar I. We're stopping here, anchoring the ship and walking to Storm's End. We're still over a dozen miles away, though, Davis responded. Are you planning on climbing up the high hills of Storm's End? No. Then walk. While walking to Storm's End, Aerion noticed the fertile land around him. He didn't pick a bad kingdom to start with, after all. Robert Baratheon, I wish I could see his reaction when he hears of the news. You know Aerion Targaryen? Well, he's back at it again and he's taken Storm's End. What do we do, Your Grace? He'll probably explode with anger and want Storm's End back. There's no doubt that he'll raise an enormous army to do so. But it won't go as he wants it to, he'll be in for a surprise. There was only one entrance to the castle of Storm's End, a bridge. A large iron gate laid ahead of this bridge. It was firmly closed. Aerion nodded in approval. The castle was truly one of a kind and pretty much impenetrable when it comes to any ordinary army. But this was no ordinary army. The Pirate King's war band included 30 slightly disciplined pirates, a huge dragon and 1 sovereign-level cultivator. That's more than enough. Rhaegar was currently being ridden by Daenerys, well, more like commanded. Since Aerion didn't want her to walk the long distance, he let her fly the dragon. It's good for morale when the leader is walking with the group, especially when the leader is so charismatic and all-powerful. You all wait here, I'll open the gate. Aerion drew Stormcaller and slowly walked the bridge, towards the gate. A voice called out when he was getting close. Who are you? Aerion Targaryen, and I've come to take this castle for myself. Aerion appeared next to the guard, on the wall. He turned the wheel and the gate slowly went upwards. The guard charged Aerion, but he found himself on the floor instead. He didn't see the attack, all he saw was his blood, and quick death. Other guards became alerted to Aerion's presence, but the gate was already open. One of the guards rushed to a tower and rung a loud bell, the alarm. More and more soldiers rushed to the gate. I'll be kind and give a once-in-a-lifetime offer, yield or die. Yield to you. We outnumber you 1 to 1,500. 1,500. I expected a bit less. Oh well, more soldiers for me. If you insist on dying, then let's dance. Aerion stabbed the soldier with Stormcaller and it went straight through his armor, killing him instantly. He decided to have some fun and use his profound skills. World Ode of the Phoenix, second stage, Phoenix Arrow. Fire, H-. About 30 men instantly perished. All one had to do was be in direct contact with it to become a pile of ash. He fired 2 more arrows, each taking the lives of about 20 men each. Need I do any more? I can burn you all, but it wouldn't bring me any pleasure. Come to my side, serve the rightful king of the 7 kingdoms. After seeing the phoenix arrows, many of the soldiers feared Aerion and didn't want to die as their fellow companions did. 1, 4, a dozen, 100, soon the soldiers bent the knee one by one. Aerion floated in the air, a few meters above the ground. He pointed Stormcaller at the ones still standing and killed them off with 1,000 cuts. He then grouped the soldiers with his guards and made them storm the rest of Storm's End, taking those who refused to join him prisoner. The most significant person was the Castellan, the man in charge of Storm's End in the absence of Renly Baratheon. He hesitated at first, but after threatening his life, he joined Aerion. Aerion became the Lord of Storm's End in an hour or so of stabilizing everything. The servants didn't seem to mind and the soldiers were less scared of Robert's fury after witnessing Aerion's might. Aerion sat on the stone throne and observed his surroundings. He saw a few House Baratheon banners hanging on the walls. The black stag in a yellow background, with a crown around its neck. 4 words were written in black beneath the stag. Ours is the fury. Aerion laughed at those words. The Baratheons will soon meet the fury of the Crimson Dragon and find that the fury of a stag simply cannot compare. For the dragon rules the sky, earth and sea. What is a stag to a dragon? A good meal. Castellan, come here. What is it, your grace? I want you to send ravens to all 7 kingdoms, including the Riverlands and Crownlands. Send them to the great houses, of course. And what message do you want to send? Give me a piece of paper, I'll write it down and you'll copy it a dozen or so times. Aerion began to think of an epic speech. Once he was satisfied, he began to write it down. I, Aerion Targaryen, have returned and taken Storm's End. I declare Robert Baratheon, the usurper, a false king. Only one house may ever rule the 7 kingdoms, and that is House Targaryen. Therefore, I shall wage war on the entirety of the 7 kingdoms. Those who side with the usurper will be humbled and meet dire consequences for their foolish actions, those who bend the knee will be well rewarded. May the conquest begin. When I was satisfied with the final product, I gave it to the Castellan. Chapter 61. Now that was a good night, Robb stated while there were some muffled noises in the background. For how long will we remain here? Viserys asked. Not too long, I'd like to make an impact on the war. Do you really think that Aerion can conquer the 7 kingdoms? Robb laughed. With both his arms tied. I doubt anything in this world could do any harm to him. It's a similar case when it comes to myself. After a few knockouts, Viserys had learned to respect Robb and keep his stupidity in check when around him. Duncan sat down on one of the chairs at the table and was offered some wine by a maid. He kindly accepted. So this is the life of a noble, comfortable yet lacking in adventure. Jon shrugged. Too much adventure gets men killed. Yet we have survived for so long, Duncan replied. We are experienced and move with caution, many adventurers do not. I once had a squire who became overconfident and faced a large bear, it did not go so well. I told him to take care of my horse for a few minutes and he decided to do some hunting. Rob joined the conversation. How old was he? 15. Unfortunate. The muffled noise got louder, to the point that it was irritating. That noble doesn't know how to be silent. Well, if someone came into my home and tied me in a sealed room, I'd be quite restless as well. Rob nodded. I think it's time we let him go and leave. Viserys agreed. I don't want to stay in this city for too long, but where are we going after we leave? We're going to the Reach. My lord has probably already went to Bloodstone and might currently be somewhere in the Stormlands since he dislikes House Baratheon so much. Dorne will most likely be an ally. The Reach is most likely going to be on the neutral side, which will make it easier to convince them to join my lord's campaign. In addition, they have around 80,000 men and I want to visit Highgarden. You talk too much sometimes, you know that. He asked a question and I answered it. Anyway, let's free the noble. The night has not been kind to you, it seems. Rob cut off his binds and the rope which sealed off his mouth. I'll kill you for this. Relax. Rob smashed his head into the wall, lightly, and left with Jon, Duncan and Viserys. A few days later. Robert Baratheon sat upon his throne, unamused by the events of the court. Eddard Stark, also nicknamed Ned, had become his hand sometime after he had been freed by Tywin Lannister. He had grown fatter over the, almost, 2 years. This was due to his bad habits of feasting, drinking too much wine and whoring around. But it wasn't as bad as it would have been if Aerion didn't decide to spar with him. Robert Baratheon was still in fighting shape, well, sort of. Then a messenger burst through the doors with a letter in his hand. An urgent message, Your Grace, Storm's End has been taken. By who? Robert Baratheon rose from the Iron Throne. Aerion, T-. Give me that. Robert Baratheon took the letter and read it for himself. As he read on, one can see the fury growing in his eyes. Then he laughed, this must be a joke, he was taking this too seriously. He threw the letter into the fire. Some whispering broke out. He's dead, been dead for almost 2 years. But, some merchants have also reported that they were robbed by a captain who had silver hair and purple eyes. Robert Baratheon soon came to the realization that this wasn't a mere joke, nor did the messenger seem like the type to lie about such a matter. Fetch me my warhammer and call the banners, all of them. I just waged war on the 7 kingdoms and everything's so peaceful, guess Robert will need some time to prepare his army. Roughly 2 months, if he calls the banners of the North, Riverlands, Crownlands, the rest of the Stormlands and maybe the Vale. Even longer if some of the other kingdoms join. I should do something in that time. Aerion stood up and flew to where Brightfire had been anchored. He had left it in the same place due to Storm's End not having a suitable place to dock. All it had was huge cliffs and terrible storms, making it a very dangerous and inconvenient place for ships. Unfortunately, it looked like Brightfire wasn't going to have a suitable home anytime soon. Aerion decided to leave it in the hands of the 30 pirate guards. What do I do now? Then he thought of something, horse riding. He is the son of Rhaegar Targaryen, who won the great tourney of Harrenhal. Aerion was hopeless in the skill of riding as he hasn't ever done it before. Rhaegal doesn't count since he's probably smarter than most people and listens to his commands well. Horses, on the other hand, don't speak. There were a few knights in Storm's End and he selected the one most skilled to teach him. Highgarden. It only took Rob 3 days to fly to Highgarden, yet he could have came sooner. But he took his time and flying 3 other people had proved to be a bit more difficult than just flying yourself. But, it was all worth it. The sight before the group amazed all 4 of them. None of them had ever been to Highgarden, they only heard of its beauty from other people. Viserys had spent most of his early life in King's Landing, where the Mad King, his father, didn't lay his eyes off him. Duncan had been a sellsword in Essos and East Westeros for most of his life. Rob had been born a peasant and his family died under suspicious circumstances when he was 16. So he joined the army, in hopes of becoming someone important, unlike his parents. It worked out quite well. Jon lived in the Crowlands for most of his life, so he didn't get to see Highgarden either. Fields of rich emerald green surrounded the clear, white and towering walls of Highgarden. Not only did nature surround the mighty castle, one could clearly see that there was plenty of green inside of it as well. There were multiple layers of walls, beyond the first laid a maze of tall bushes. A natural yet very much useful fortification. The bushes would surely be hard to get through if one were planning to besiege the castle. The walls were tall, and so were the towers. The roofs of the buildings were green, blending in perfectly with the aesthetic of the castle. The white color of the stones and the green from nature seemed to work flawlessly. A stream of water flowed down, to the left of the road. So this is Highgarden. It's beautiful. I must say, it's worthy of all of the praise. Viserys stated. Let's get going, it probably looks even better when we're inside. They walked to the main gate, it was huge and well made. Taking Highgarden would probably be no easy task for ordinary people, especially if it has a large garrison stationed on its walls. Either destroy the walls and go through mazes or attempt to destroy the gate, neither are easy to do. Pay the entrance fee if you wish to enter Highgarden. One of the guards announced. Entrance fee. The dragon doesn't pay FO-. I don't think an entrance fee would be necessary. We have come here as advisors of the true king, Aerion Targaryen. Say what? Do I have to repeat myself? Yes, go ahead. Robb punched the guard and knocked him out cold. The other guard saw this, but, before he could do anything about it, he was knocked out too. People began to crowd around, some screaming offensive words and whatnot. This situation isn't great, let's just fly to the main palace. The other three agreed to Robb's suggestion and so, they flew. They entered the palace through a window. A pretty girl screamed upon their arrival and ran. Guards came pouring in like ants, one by one. They didn't matter, Robb took care of them in seconds and moved outside the room. Aren't you three lucky to have me leading the way? Quite so. Duncan nodded. Well done on not accidentally killing any of the guards, we might actually get the Reach on our side. It doesn't matter, John, I'll make sure they join the war in favor of the one true king, whether by words or force, if I have to. Robb caught up with the pretty girl with relative ease and lightly tied her arms. Who are you? If you can lead us to the Tyrells, we'd appreciate your efforts. Let go of me, you brutes. Shoo, don't force my hand. First of all, who are you? Marjorie, Tyrell. We hit a gold mine. Go and lead us to your father, or whoever is the leader of House Tyrell. All right. They followed her, but instead of leading them to her father, they were led to a group of guards and screamed for help. Robb sighed. Gods, just my luck. He knocked out the guards. Marjorie was left in shock, Robb narrowed his eyes. Don't try that again, or there will be consequences. This time, she led them to the right place. Robb and the others took a seat. A few Tyrells and a dozen or so guards were present. The guards seemed quite meaningless, but Robb ignored them and got straight to the point. I would like the Reach to join the war in favor of the king, Aerion Targaryen. The foolish boy who took Storm's End and because of it, thinks he can conquer the 7 kingdoms. Don't make me laugh. Calling my lord a foolish boy is an unwise decision, old lady. He will dethrone the usurper and then, once he sits upon the Iron Throne, he'll hear of this insulting matter. What makes you so confident? He has a colossal dragon and godly strength, nothing can wound him and he can crush entire armies with a single wave of the hand. How do you think he took Storm's End? With words? Dragons? I thought they were all dead. Mace replied. If you can show this colossal dragon, then we'll accept your offer. Robb sighed. Then send a raven, he'll probably come if you mention me and Viserys. Aerion sat atop the tallest tower in Storm's End, it was surprisingly wide for its height. He was in the process of enjoying a cluster of grapes when his castellan came rushing up the stairs, breathless. Aerion stood up and turned in his direction. The castellan gave him a letter. What's this about? He began to read the letter. The Reach needs some convincing. Aerion finished reading the letter and looked pleased. Finally, something to release me from my boredom. I'll be back soon. Chapter 62. Daenerys, I'm leaving for Highgarden, would you like to come with me? Of course, I want to see its beautiful garden. So do I, and I'll get the Reach to bend the knee, effectively hitting 2 birds with 1 stone. Aerion left Daemon to take care of Storm's End just in case anything unexpected were to happen. You never know with the 7 kingdoms. 2 days later. Regal, are you ready to fill Highgarden with a mighty roar? I'm prepared to burn it all if they are arrogant enough to waste our time. I think that won't be necessary. As Regal flew closer, Highgarden became more and more visible. A large shadow loomed over the castle, the shadow of a dragon. Regal had grown to be as tall as Balerion, if not slightly taller, and it didn't seem like he was going to stop growing anytime soon. Roar! A heaven-shaking roar filled the skies and the earth below. The citizens of Highgarden rushed indoors in chaos, afraid of the giant creature who flew over them. The guards wet themselves and ran as well. Everyone within the near vicinity of Highgarden was afraid that a mighty hail of fire would descend upon the castle. Many bowed and prayed to their gods, the false gods who have no power over those who worship them. No god will, or even can, protect them from Aerion and his dragon. Fortunately for them, Aerion doesn't kill for no reason. Aerion jumped off Rhaegar and landed smoothly onto the main palace of Highgarden. Then Daenerys jumped as well. Aerion used his wind to make the fall harmless. Aerion opened the large doors and walked inside. Mace Tyrell rushed down the stairs and almost tripped. Robb tried his best to keep his laughter inside. "I hear you decided to bend the knee." "Ah, yes, of course." He quickly bent on one knee. Aerion smiled. "That was quick. You are wise to join me, now you may stand, Lord Paramount of the Reach." Robb walked forward. "The king is here after a long journey, go and prepare a feast for him." "Of course, how could I be so rude?" "Follow me, your grace." After finishing his food, Aerion felt satisfied. The hospitality of the Tyrells was of the highest quality as they didn't dare to displease their new king. Aerion decided it was time for him to explore Highgarden more, so he stood up. "I'm going to see the gardens. Dear Marjorie, why don't you accompany the king and give him a tour around the castle?" Marjorie nodded. Aerion agreed. "Very well. Then I'm going as well," Daenerys responded. And so, they left the palace and moved outside. Highgarden didn't just have a garden, it was the garden itself. Unlike most castles, one could smell fresh air everywhere they went. The flowers were all beautiful and thriving in the warm weather. There was no better place for them to grow than Highgarden. Sometime after Aerion's arrival, the citizens of Highgarden finally left their homes and got to work as usual. There were a lot of gardeners, as one would expect. Managing and keeping a garden as huge as Highgarden's in peak condition would require a lot of work and delicate care. The tour was slightly awkward at first, with both Daenerys and Marjorie avoiding talking to each other. Aerion's charisma picked up the slack and soon, conversations between the three became more interesting and much more relaxed. Aerion also noticed that both maidens had been smitten by his charming appearance, which was natural. After all, he was very attractive before he had even started cultivating. Now, he's on a whole new league, a level that no mortal man could hope to match. Aerion imagined how it would be in the future when he would break through to the higher realms of cultivation and stages of the Great Way of the Buddha. Highgarden lives up to its name. I could definitely see myself returning in the near future. You will be warmly welcomed by House Tyrell when that day comes because you will be king, and the king is welcome wherever he goes. Very true. Aerion is already the king and the Seven Kingdoms will have to acknowledge that truth soon enough, Daenerys responded. The day quickly passed. Aerion went into one of the guest chambers and drifted off into a long sleep. He wanted to dream and he did, for a bit. All he managed to do was submerge himself into a beach's water. The sun made it warm and comforting, he didn't feel like leaving. But the dragon burnt it all away, to Aerion's disappointment. What now? You were going to spend a few hours more than you'd like in there, I took you out of it. Humph, show some gratitude. Thank you, I guess. Red words appeared, his status to be exact. Name, Rhaegar Targaryen. Level, Emperor Profound 7. Traits, Heavenly, Genius, Athletic, Patient, Diligent, Proud, Ambitious. Titles, King of Stepstones and the Narrow Sea, Lord of Storm's End, Lord of Bloodstone. Claims, 7 Kingdoms, Strong. Dragon Soul, Tyrant Profound 9. Draconic Heart, Sovereign 3. Purgatory, Sovereign 6. Silver Calamity, Sovereign 10. Weapons, Sky Piercer, Emperor, Stormcaller, Tyrant, Blackfire, Divine Origin. Evil God Seeds, Fire, Water. Special Items, Sky Poison Pearl, Mirror of Samsara. Skills Martial Arts. Melee, Counter Kill, Perfect Counter. Range, Crimson Demon Wave, Fire Breath. Movement, Star God's Broken Shadow. Summoning, Earth Golem Creation. Body, Wind Aura, Demon King's Explosion. Special, Observe, Manjikyu Sharingan, Ghost Flame, Calamity Dragon Arts, Flying Wind God's Art, 7th Stage, World Ode of the Phoenix, 6th Stage. Bloodlines, Fire Dragon God, Arios, Phoenix, Primordial Azure Dragon, Uchiha. Body, Dragon God Marrow, Body of a True Dragon. Veins, Calamity Dragon Profound Veins. Soul, Dragon God Soul, Phoenix Soul. Aerion had spent a whole 2 months in Highgarden. It was a nice castle to rest in, though he didn't just rest the whole time. Of course, he had to do some sort of training during that time. The 2 profound arts the heavenly fire demon had given him were called Boundless Sword and Boundless Fists. Aerion focused on Boundless Sword and quickly learned its core fighting style. It was calm, swift and arrogant. It would make the opponent grow with anger, and make mistakes. Not only did the art capitalize on mistakes, but it also turned the opponent's anger against them and countered with stunning strength. Quite the opposite of the heavenly fire demon. Somewhere in between, he broke through to the 8th stage of the Emperor Profound Realm while hunting gold and climbing those stairs over and over again. He realized that the Tyrells were doing their best to match Marjorie with him. If they were to marry, she'd obviously be the queen, a very prestigious position, to say the least. Aerion saw no harm in this. In fact, he grew to like her and they ended up spending a large amount of time together. She introduced hawking to him and it soon became a new hobby of his. After hearing of Robert successfully raising most of his banners, Aerion decided it was time to continue his conquest, on to the next stage. He sent a raven to Sunspear, the home of the Martells and the seat of Dorne, to reassure the loyalty of Dorne. He received pleasing results. Doran Martell, his uncle, agreed to bend the knee and fight under his banner. Aerion had 3 uncles, Viserys, Doran Martell and Oberyn Martell. Unfortunately, he doesn't remember much of the uncles from his mother's side. Only faint, blurry, memories. Aerion now commanded the entirety of the Reach and Dorne, 2 of the mightier kingdoms. Aerion's side, the Reach, 70k, Dorne, 40k, Stormlands, only Storm's End, 3k. Neutral, the Vale, Iron Islands. Robert's side, the Stormlands, 20k, North, 30k, Riverlands, 30k, Westerlands, 40k, Crownlands, 10k. Robert quickly mustered the armies of the Crownlands, North and Riverlands. Some of the lords in the Crownlands were hesitant, as they were loyal to House Targaryen. Robert decided that he'd deal with them later. Most of the Riverlands banners were raised except for a few neutral houses, like House Frey. Then the Westerlands joined Robert after Tywin heard of a few rumors stating that Aerion had a dragon. If Aerion were to win the war, it wouldn't look pretty for the Lannisters. Tywin expected that he would get no mercy in that scenario. The Vale was controlled by Lysa Arryn, who had enclosed herself in the Eyrie, meaning that she's neutral. The Iron Islands didn't exactly like Robert, so they too were neutral. Then, with his already massive army, Robert moved to the Stormlands and gathered most of its banners. It was at this point where Aerion gathered his own army and sent them marching to the Stormlands. He left Robb, Duncan and Jon in charge of leading the army to Storm's End while he flew to there himself. He left Daenerys and Viserys in Highgarden, where they would be safe. Aerion looked down at Storm's End while floating a few dozen meters in the air. His hair had grown longer since it was last cut, it swayed in the direction of the wind. Jasmine stated that he looks better with longer hair, so he was a bit more hesitant to cut it. He looked more like his father than ever. The only difference between them was hair color, Aerion's being silver rather than silver blonde. His eye color is usually lilac, but it can glow a darker shade of purple, deep purple indigo, at certain times. He wore black plate armor which was mostly concentrated on the upper body, making him lighter on his feet. A crimson coat, kinda like a tunic, could be seen under the armor. Beneath the waist Aerion wore a cape which covered his back and was just about short enough not to touch the ground. A black 3-headed dragon was engraved into the far right corner of the cape. A diagonal strap kept the cape connected to his armor. At the top of this strap was a silver dragon head, near the black dragon. Below him was the castle of Storm's End and an army of over 100,000 men laying camp around it. The army seemed to be preparing for a siege, as siege engines were being built. Robert was prepared for a long siege, that much was certain. His army had enough food and supplies to last him an entire month. Aerion suspected that he'd try to finish the siege as quickly as possible by storming the castle. He was known for being an impulsive commander. But storming Storm's End wouldn't be easy due to its fortifications. The bridge assured that only a small fraction of the army could be attacking at once, a huge advantage for Aerion's severely outnumbered forces. Daemon could single-handedly fend off the army, but Robert doesn't know of the Chimera's existence, not yet anyway. Aerion landed on the ground and soon gained the attention of the entire camp. They were shocked at first, but blades were drawn once they got over it. Aerion wasn't worried in the slightest. Dozens, hundreds, thousands of soldiers gathered round. Robert left his camp and walked through the huge crowd. "What in 7 hells are you all doing?" A man with silver hair, the sigil of House Targaryen. One of his closest men replied. He finally got to the front and saw Aerion for the first time since he'd been released by Tywin. "It's been a while, usurper. Dragon spawn, you still live. How? Does it really matter? The only thing you need to know is that your death is fast approaching. I recommend that you make the most of these last days, for they won't last long." An archer notched his arrow and its head was flying towards Aerion. Aerion's wind aura caught it in the air. Aerion aimed the arrow at the archer's head, he didn't miss. The archers I was pierced by the arrow and he dropped dead. What? One soldier moved back in disbelief. Did this man just stop the arrow and send it back, without touching it? Who else? Come, try to strike down this king. Many of the soldiers tried, but they were killed instantly by 1,000 cuts. Then, Aerion released his profound energy which heavily pressured the army, making the soldiers unable to move. Aerion flew up and arrogantly stated. You won't take Storm's End, usurper, not in your wildest dreams. It belongs to me, Rhaegar Targaryen, now. Nothing you do will change that. You call Targaryens dragon spawns, if this is true, then what are you? Allow me to remind you, House Baratheon's ancestor was who? Ah yes, Orys Baratheon, the bastard brother of Aegon Targaryen. Your grandmother was a Targaryen, do you call her a dragon spawn too? Hell, do you call yourself a dragon spawn as well? Robert couldn't respond, Aerion didn't let him. The next time we clash in battle will also be the last. I will spill your blood across the battlefield and subdue your entire army. Whether I must accomplish this by killing every single one of them or making them all bend, I will win this war. Aerion swiftly disappeared and reappeared on the walls of Storm's End. Only once he was gone could the army move. He decided that he would hold the castle until his own army arrived. Then he will take the offensive and sweep the remaining soldiers of Robert's army. Try your best, usurper, I want to see you struggle. Chapter 63. I'm glad that you've returned, Your Grace. The situation was getting slightly out of hand. My chimera would have handled any attack the usurper could have possibly thrown. You should prepare the men for the upcoming battle, Castellan. Robert will strike as soon as possible and in vicious fashion. But you'll fend him off. Aerion nodded. Easily, but I must rest, for now. Wake me when the usurper strikes. It will be done, Your Grace. Good. Aerion went to his chambers, which he had chosen for himself, for some rest as he was quite tired after flying from Highgarden to Storm's End and wanted to cultivate in the dungeon. The journey only took him a day since he flew using the full speed of the Supreme Flying God movement skill. He laid on his bed and closed his eyes. After Aerion returned to the castle, Robert Baratheon was fuming with rage. He ordered the siege engineers to speed up and the soldiers to prepare for battle. He was planning to strike today, with everything he had. His army was slightly less enthusiastic about attacking Storm's End. Aerion could float in the air, kill 100 men in an instant, send arrows back and move at inhuman speeds. Was there anything he couldn't do? Some believed that he was some kind of god. After all, he did come back from the dead. After calming down, Robert himself was unsure, but he wasn't going to stop now. Aerion woke up early and started to think of strategies. He had a fifth of his men getting ready to perform these strategies, so that they may do what is needed when the right time comes. He also started to assign his men to specific locations so that they would be more effective. The next day, a hail of stone was heaved into the walls of Storm's End first thing in the morning, roughly 3 hours after Aerion woke up. The besieged could do nothing but protect themselves as another wave descended upon the walls. The walls were strong enough to take the impact with minimum damage. The men, however, weren't as lucky. Some died as soon as they were hit, others were injured, while most were untouched due to the poor accuracy of the trebuchets. Then the siege really began. A battering ram covered with hide was being pushed forward. Its wheels slowly rolled across the bridge. Beneath the hide were a dozen soldiers, behind the battering ram was 100 or so. There was a limit to how much the bridge could contain and it was the only possible entrance. Arrows flew down from the castle, down to the aggressors. About 30 were hit, although no great damage was done. The aggressors countered with their own volley, a far weaker and less accurate one. The high walls of Storm's End were no jest, they towered over those below. This made things easier for the besieged, as they could easily aim, and very difficult for those who intended to take Storm's End. A lot of men died leading the battering ram, but it soon reached the gate. They only had one thing left to do and that was to break the gate. Unfortunately, it wasn't so simple. Some soldiers quickly moved to a lever and pulled it. Lit oil fell from the pot to the battering ram, heavily damaging it. For those soldiers who were caught in the fire, they were less fortunate, to say the least. An effective yet expensive strategy. Aerion took his bow out of the sky poison pearl and created an arrow of fire with his phoenix flame. Then he readied and aimed the arrow downwards, towards the battering ram. He let the arrow fly. Boom. The battering ram went up in flames and quickly burnt to nothingness, so did the people around, and inside it. Aerion stood on the highest tower, where he could see the entire battlefield. Robert's army was huge, covering the landscape. Most of his men weren't having the best time camping since most of the land was rough and uneven. Aerion let loose another arrow, and another, and another. It was safe to say that the bridge was cleared of Robert's soldiers after that. Aerion flew down to the wall. "That was one great display of your fiery might, your grace," one soldier stated. "You all didn't do so bad, either. I don't think stepping in was necessary." "We did well because of your instructions, your grace," one of the knights responded. Aerion looked down and saw Robert himself walking down the bridge with a lot of men around him. Wise, protection is always important. Though he didn't look very composed, he was more of a furious bear than a noble stag. "I challenge you to trial by combat. Stop hiding behind your walls and face me on the field." Aerion laughed. "You don't know what you're getting yourself into. Take Storm's End first before you start thinking of facing my sword." Aerion returned to his tower and watched Robert furiously walk back to his camp. 2 weeks later. Robert lost a lot of men in the following assaults on Storm's End, while Aerion only lost 100 or so. How many did Robert lose? Well, about 15,000. Aerion didn't use anything too destructive, he could have done a lot more damage. Aerion repelled everything Robert Baratheon threw at Storm's End. The usurper failed to make any progress. Aerion once opened the gates and calmly confronted the soldiers attacking Storm's End, eventually killing over 3,000 men in a single day, with just his sword, no less. Aerion's courage, strength and countless victories resulted in him gaining the impressive title, the Sword of the Warrior, which later turned into the Sword of Calamity. The morale of Robert's army was low, very low. They didn't even want to go to battle anymore, it seemed so pointless. The silver-haired demon of Storm's End would just send them straight to their graves. Robert himself was considering surrendering the throne and bending the knee, but Aerion's army had arrived before he could do so. "Rob, you took your time. Leading 100,000-man army isn't an easy task, my lord." "I understand." Aerion gathered his army outside of Storm's End. The cavalry was in front of the rest of the army and they were led by Aerion himself. Robert's army was soon organized as well, slightly prepared for the battle. Then Robert Baratheon did something shocking. He walked towards Aerion, with his most powerful lords behind him. Aerion dismounted his loyal destrier who he had trained with for quite a few days. Aerion took Robb, Duncan and Jon with him. Aerion and Robert met in the middle of the field, their armies behind them. "I will bend the knee, on 2 conditions. "And they are?" Aerion replied, amused by the idea of Robert Baratheon bending the knee. "You exile me and spare my brothers, you promise to do that and I'll bend." Aerion nodded. "Very well, I'll consider it. But what about those behind you, will they challenge my authority?" "No, they too will bend." Aerion was conflicted. He wanted to avenge his father but sparing Robert would result in less bloodshed and a much swifter transition into him becoming king. Then he thought of his father and how little he knew of him. He left his own children and wife to chase for Lyanna Stark, which resulted in Robert's rebellion. Lyanna was promised to Robert. Imagine if your fiancée was kidnapped by another man, wouldn't you do the same and try to get her back? Aerion could see how Robert was, in fact, the victim, no, how he and Robert were both victims of Rhaegar's actions. He ruined most of Aerion's life and the rest of Robert's life. If he didn't run off with Lyanna then things would have been so different. Aerion looked at the man before him. Robert looked so tired, and broken. Did he even want to be king? An exiled man is as good as dead, so he wouldn't cause any trouble. What would Aerion gain from killing a defeated man? After thinking it over and over again, Aerion finally decided that he would be merciful. Then bend the knee. And so it happened, the stag bent to the dragon, Robert's reign came to an end. The lords soon followed, including the Lord Paramounts. Eddard Stark, Renly Baratheon, Kevan Lannister, though he wasn't really the Lord Paramount, he was more like the leader of the Westerland force, and Edmure Tully, representing his old father, all joined his forces. The others had no choice but to join him as well. Now there were only a few kingdoms he had to conquer. These were, the Westerlands, Crownlands, Iron Islands and the Vale. 2 of which were left almost defenseless because Aerion had taken their armies under his banner. For his first order, he commanded that the lords take the Crownlands in his name. Meanwhile, Aerion had a certain thing to do, something he wanted to do for a long time and nothing was going to stop him. He flew to Casterly Rock by himself, at a steady pace. It took him around 2 days and the 3rd night was spent exploring the castle. He decided that he would humiliate Tywin Lannister before killing him. Tywin Lannister woke up and did the usual things any lord would do in the morning. This day was different, but he didn't know that, not yet. He entered his study, the place where he would write letters and manage the Westerlands. Someone sat in his chair. He never saw the young man who sat before him, but his features were more than enough for Tywin to recognize him. Such sweet good wine wasted on a sour old man like yourself, such a waste, don't you agree? It can't be, you're meant to be in Storm's End. Oh, that? The battle was over 3 days ago and it ended with my swift victory. Gua dash. You need not worry about your guards, in fact, you need not worry about anything because you'll be a corpse soon enough. Tywin tried to run outside but Aerion appeared in front of him and kicked him to the floor. Aerion drew black fire and stabbed its blade into his knee, making him unable to move. Tywin screamed in pain but Aerion couldn't care less. That was for the backstabbing of my grandfather. Aerion took out black fire and stabbed it into Tywin's other knee. That was for the death of my mother. Aerion slashed down at Tywin's left arm, separating it from the rest of his body. That was for the death of my brother. Aerion then separated the other arm. That was for the death of my sister. Then he grabbed Tywin's face and fire emerged from his hand, burning Tywin. When Aerion was done, his face was unrecognizable. Then he grabbed him by the neck and dragged him to the top of one of the towers. He had prepared a spike there for Tywin previously. Aerion had completely destroyed Tywin on the way, so much so that Tywin was only alive because Aerion wanted him to be, for now. Then he forced Tywin down onto the spike, in a very painful position. The spike went straight through his body and left through his mouth. Aerion looked after him for several minutes, making sure he feels the pain. Burn. Aerion burned most of his body into ashes, except his head. He remembered his promise. One day, I will slay him with my own blade, one day I will see his head on a spike. This, I promise. He froze his head with the coldest ice he could muster. Your head will forever be with the spike. For trash like yourself doesn't deserve a burial, you deserve to suffer, for all of eternity. Aerion left Casterly Rock and flew to Clegane's Keep. Chapter 64. Aerion swiftly flew to Clegane's Keep, to kill the mountain, of course. Ser Amory Lorch was going to be next after the mountain. Aerion didn't know where he lived, though. He decided that he would simply order Kevan Lannister to bring his head to him since House Lorch resides in the Westerlands. It only took him 30 minutes to arrive at his destination since it was very close to Casterly Rock. It was a small keep, but it was still a keep. There weren't many men guarding it, but it didn't matter to Aerion whether there were 5 or 1,000 men garrisoned. He landed on the wall and looked at the nearest guard who seemed relatively bored. Where's the mountain? I would like to see him. Huh. Oh, who are you? You don't need that information. Aerion drew Sky Piercer and soon its sharp point found its way to the guard's neck, barely touching it. The guard took a few seconds to realize what happened and decided to resist an unwise choice, which led to his inevitable death. The guard moved away from Sky Piercer and drew his sword. Help. Slash. Aerion closed the distance instantly and decapitated the guard with Sky Piercer's axe. A few of the other guards heard his plea for help and rushed to his help. Unfortunately, they were a bit too late. Where the bloody mountain? The guards didn't seem too keen on answering that question. They would rather slay Aerion right there and there, but they don't have the ability to do so. Aerion released a ball of fire and burnt the guards, turning them into ash. The ball of fire just so happened to destroy some parts of the keep, which was something the mountain couldn't ignore. Soon he came rushing up the stairs and onto the wall. By the time he reached Aerion, half the keep was raised by his flame. What in 7 hells? Aerion saw the man before him. He was tall, extremely so. Aerion recognized him through his countless encounters in the dungeon. His helmet hid his fear pretty well. How could a single man cause this much destruction? I've awaited this moment for years, it seems that the wait is finally over. What? I, Aerion Targaryen, have come here to avenge my mother, brother and sister. In simpler terms, you're a dead man. Oh. Aerion Targaryen, you're a runt who managed to escape. I wonder what made you so confident to come here all alone. You'll find out in a few moments. Aerion's Sky Piercer met the mountain's claymore. Sky Piercer was clearly superior, shattering the inferior claymore with visible ease. The mountain stepped back in shock and considered running, but it was too late for him. 1,000 cuts. Aerion enclosed the mountain inside of his wind, which began to severely slash him at every angle. Aerion increased the strength of the wind as the seconds passed, killing the mountain in a very painful way. The clear wind was slowly being corrupted by the mountain's blood, turning dark red. Then Aerion stopped, just when the mountain was about to die. Black fire was drawn from its sheath, craving the blood of its enemy. Aerion gouged the mountain's left eye, then the right. Then he grabbed the mountain by his right arm and sent him flying high up into the sky with such strength that it made the clouds disperse. Star God's broken shadow. Aerion exploded upwards, above the mountain and grabbed his head. Crimson energy began to concentrate at his palm, rapidly growing in strength. Then he slammed him right back down and released the crimson demon wave. Boom! His body disintegrated, leaving nothing behind. Where Clegane's keep once stood, one could only see a monstrous crater. Aerion looked down at the destruction he had caused and realized that he slightly got carried away. But, then he justified his actions. They were the mountain's men, they deserved it. Aerion shortly went to pike with Rhaegar, the aging Lord Paramount of the Iron Islands quickly bent the knee after seeing his dragon. Then he left pike and made his way to the Vale, taking his time. 2 weeks later. So this is the Eyrie, the seat of House Aerion. Another seemingly impenetrable stronghold, though, this one seems to be the most fortified. Aerion stated. With all those mountains and gates, it must be a nightmare to siege the castle. Rhaegar agreed. A nightmare without dragons or cultivation strength, to be specific. Rhaegar has been getting all the spotlight just because he's a dragon. Can I do something, for once? Demon asked. It's not my fault you're less intimidating than myself. My mere presence inspires fear into the people. If I was as large as you I'd be able to do the same thing but a dozen times better. Aerion sighed, he had been quite neglectful towards Demon. So he put Rhaegar back into the sky poison pearl, ending the argument. Aerion and Demon landed near the main entrance and they were, surprisingly, warmly greeted by the guards. Demon did get quite a few looks from the people, as much as Aerion, now that's saying something. His appearance confused them, was he a lion, goat, snake, eagle or all four in one? Aerion understood the reactions, for he himself didn't know how Demon came to be. We have been expecting your arrival, your grace. Fighting would be unnecessary, the Vale is ready to serve its new king. A wise decision, Aerion responded positively, showing his approval. They made their way to the main hall where Robert Arryn, son of the late Jon Arryn, bent the knee to Aerion. There was no sign of resistance or hesitation. Can I touch him? Robert asked. Aerion looked at Demon and shrugged. You can try. Robert's hand made contact with Demon's fur and Demon didn't seem to mind. Aerion took a closer look at the sickly child and felt sympathetic towards him. He was physically weak, it was made very clear through his small and thin frame. Aerion wondered how he would one day rule the Vale as his Lord Paramount, if he could manage to live long enough. After a few seconds, Demon moved his hand away. Robert stepped back, frightened. He bites, but not too often, Aerion added and let Demon into the sky poison pearl. Aerion laughed at Robert's reaction and left, he had no more business to settle with the Eyrie or the Vale for that matter. He set his eyes on King's Landing, at last. The Crownlands accepted Aerion's rule, except for King's Landing where Joffrey Baratheon proclaimed himself king. His mother, Cersei Lannister, refused to hand over King's Landing. It was a city with high walls and good fortifications, so it wouldn't be easy to take even with a force as large as Aerion's. Then Aerion himself arrived at King's Landing, marking the end of Joffrey's defiance. The army probably would have taken King's Landing if he had arrived a week or so later. He organized his army and made them all stand outside of the walls. Soon, around 200,000 armed men covered the entire field and they all looked like a blur of black from a large distance. Many banners swayed with the wind, most notably, House Stark, House Tully, House Tyrell, House Baratheon, House Martell, House Lannister and lastly, House Targaryen. The military might of this army couldn't be questioned, it was one of the mightiest armies ever assembled in the history of the known world. At last, this day has come. Aerion raised his sword and pointed towards the gate. Crimson Demon Wave. He released a weak Crimson Demon Wave, one that easily destroyed the gate without causing any further damage. Then, with a thunderous voice, he commanded. Storm the city. The army charged forward, swarming King's Landing. Aerion led the men with Blackfire firmly in his hand. The only resistance they faced were some gold cloaks and leftover men from the Crownlands, a laughable force compared to the 200,000. They practically walked over the gold cloaks and shortly, they either fell to their knees or faced death. Aerion slowly made his way up to the Red Keep and nothing could stop him. All those who tried fell to his blade. King's Landing was his, now all he needed to do was kick Joffrey off the Iron Throne and sit upon it himself. The gate of the Red Keep stood before him and he took a deep breath, it has been years since he last resided inside of its walls. Around 15 years, to be exact. Aerion opened the gate and walked inside. The first thing he saw was the Iron Throne. It towered over everything in the hall, emitting an aura of dominance. This was where the King of the Seven Kingdoms would sit, from where he would rule. It was truly a sight like no other, a throne that was forged from over 1,000 swords. It was made of swords of those who opposed Aegon the Conqueror. Aerion looked up at the boy who sat on the Iron Throne in disapproval. "Kill him," Joffrey ordered. "He dares to take what is rightfully mine." Aerion walked forward, 5 Kingsguard standing between him and Joffrey. Aerion simply released his profound energy and forced them all to bend. Blackfire tasted Jaime Lannister's blood in the form of a slash, without killing him. Then Aerion waved Cersei Lannister away and made his way up the stairs of the Iron Throne, swiftly reaching the very top. Joffrey tensed and began to sweat, regretting his transgressions. Aerion grabbed him by the neck and stared into his eyes, making the blonde boy more horrified than ever before. Then, he coldly stated, "You are unworthy." He sent him tumbling down the stairs. Turning in the direction of the gate, Aerion sat upon the Iron Throne. His Lord Paramount soon entered through the gates and kneeled. He remembered the first few memories of his childhood that he had spent as a prince. Those were the days when he didn't have to worry about a single thing. Resting in the gardens, reading books of the great Targaryens that ruled the realm throughout the centuries, spending time with his family, among many other things. He once saw himself sitting on the Iron Throne, as a king. That lifelong dream had become true. He was now the king of the 7 kingdoms.